Chapter 1. The year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. Before the execution, the notorious pirate king, Gold, Roger, delivered a heart-stirring speech from the execution platform, thus heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. In the same year, in the country of Tikarawanga, on the East Sea Bridge, a young boy lay unconscious upon a completed stretch of the bridge. Not far away, soldiers were escorting new slaves and bridge construction materials to the frontline worksite. The soldiers leading the way soon discovered the figure on the ground, and 3 of them hastened over. One of them delivered a harsh kick to the boy's body. "Is this a runaway slave?" one soldier inquired of his companion. "His clothes suggest otherwise." Another replied, "Who cares? In Tikarawanga, aside from soldiers, there are only slaves. If he's not a soldier, he must be a slave. Do you intend to save a slave?" Another chimed in. Following this, the first soldier kicked the boy in the abdomen again, as the main troop was rapidly approaching. "Hey, damn slave, wake up already." They had no desire to personally haul him away. It would be best if he could rouse himself. The trio's relentless kicks finally stirred the unconscious boy to awareness. The pain elicited a pained scream from him. As he opened his mouth, he was met with the butt of a rifle. "Silence, you despicable slave. Get back to the slave line at once." With that, they were poised to strike again. In a daze, the boy instinctively dodged, scrambling to his feet in a desperate bid for self-preservation. The soldiers erupted in laughter, shoving the boy into a throng of shackled slaves. "What's going on?" Upon their return to the line, the commander inquired of the trio. "It appears we've captured a slave who managed to escape from the front lines." "Ha ha! If he doesn't treat us well, we'll report him for his transgressions." This is a monumental project commissioned by the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons, a millennial endeavor. If the Celestial Dragons learn of this, they too might find themselves as slaves. The group erupted in raucous laughter. Meanwhile, the boy, pushed into the slave line, gradually calmed as he donned the shackles. All his hatred concealed, the foremost priority was gathering intelligence. The boy was named Inciting, and just before losing consciousness, he had been engrossed in a game featuring Kamen Rider game and One Piece. He was particularly intrigued by the special powers associated with fruits in both worlds, often indulging in fantasies. Now, however, his dreams had materialized, thrusting him into the world of One Piece. Yet he found himself akin to a dragon in the tale of the blind. This was due to the sheer chaos of this world. It was profoundly tragic. What he had envisioned was obtaining the powers of the underworld and the devil fruits in the real world. That was the ideal beginning he had imagined. Yet instead, he found himself in the world of pirates, having done nothing, awakening only to become a slave. Though he was unsure why, he could comprehend the language of this world. Yet could a journey without a golden finger be deemed acceptable? Inciting's plight was but a minor interlude. The convoy showed no signs of halting, and within half a day, arrived at the forefront of the construction site. Materials were stored, slaves enlisted, and only Inciting was singled out and dragged before the captain of the guards. "Behold, this is a slave who escaped from your ranks, captured by us along the way. Don't you think you should thank us?" boasted the officer of the escort team. "Indeed, my gratitude knows no bounds." The captain of the guards replied through gritted teeth, then gestured for his subordinate to take the boy away, put the heaviest shackles on him, and send him to the front. "Hey, hey, hey." The escort officer maintained a smile at the captain's arrangement, which only fueled the latter's irritation. On the other side, Inciting found his shackles replaced with the most formidable restraints, the heavy iron chains dwarfing his entire being. Such equipment was intended solely for the confinement of the strong, yet it now bound an ordinary individual like Inciting. Predictably, he was rendered incapable of movement. In his immobile state, Inciting was met not with understanding or replacement, but with lashes and blows. "Do you see this, you wretched slaves? This is the consequence of attempting to flee." As the guards lashed Inciting, they also sought to intimidate the surrounding slave workers. A living person manages to escape from here, yet not a single guard notices, nor does anyone report it. Are you all conspiring to conceal the truth? Do you all wish to escape? You'd better divulge the location of your hidden passages. Otherwise, we shall not hold back." As the guards continued to lash Inciting, they grew increasingly brazen, affecting the other slaves in the vicinity. Those with experience understood that, at such times, the most prudent course of action was not to protest or resist, but to curl up and protect their vital areas, remaining as silent as possible. This way, the sadistic onlookers, deprived of the sounds of anguish, would be compelled to cease their actions, allowing the slaves to resume their labors. But Inciting had no such option. With his delicate skin, he could scarcely endure a single lash. The pain elicited increasingly desperate wails from him, which only served to excite his tormentors further, until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Confirming Inciting's lack of response, a guard spat disdainfully, unshackled him, and kicked him off the bridge, where he plunged into the sea. How distressing. I do not wish to die. I long to escape. I want to return. I yearn for home. I desire to leave this place, to depart this world, to escape this world, to flee this world. Suddenly, beneath Inciting's sinking path, a zipper opened. A passage appeared. The seawater surged, pulling both him and the surrounding fish into its depths. Then the passage sealed shut, vanishing. Uncertain how much time had passed, Inciting miraculously regained consciousness, awakening anew. As he opened his eyes, a forest unfolded before him. The scene was still familiar. Entwined around him were peculiar vines, bearing fruits that he recognized. Is this the underworld? And these fruits? Inciting murmured softly. Simultaneously, the gnawing hunger in his belly instinctively drew his attention to the fruits. In a world overtaken by the underworld, hope was a scarce commodity. Aside from the underworld's forest and its fruits, there were only the outsiders. No other food could possibly exist. However, consuming these fruits would transform one into a monster, if not a ruler. One's consciousness and intellect would be obliterated, reduced to a beast. If he chose not to eat, Inciting pushed aside the vines, discovering that all his wounds had vanished, the pain completely gone, with hunger being the sole discomfort. Faced with a choice between starvation and monstrosity, Inciting naturally preferred the latter. At the very least, he wanted to take a chance. As long as there was a fierce desire, much like the drive to become stronger, with unwavering resolve to grow, adhering to the forest's law of survival of the fittest, consuming the fruit would render him a ruler. Of course, this could also be attributed to his prior experiences as a Kamen Rider. His body had adapted to the powers of the fruit through the transformation device. Yet even so, he had initially struggled to harness the powers of a ruler, gradually mastering them over time. Inciting stood and began to wander about. Predictably, he found himself in the boundless expanse of the underworld's forest. Not a single living creature was in sight, not even an outsider. How did I end up here? After searching for nearly half a day, a despondent Inciting leaned against a great tree, pondering this question. Could it be that I've traversed realms once more? No matter how he contemplated, he could not unravel the mystery. Ultimately, he was compelled to engage in some self-deprecating, melodramatic antics. Open sesame, unveil the passage. Send me away from this world. In the name of Inciting, construct a portal connecting the worlds. No matter how he tried, there was not the slightest response. Finally, Inciting plucked a fruit and held it before his eyes. In the narrative, such fruits possessed an overwhelming allure, yet in his grasp, they exhibited no peculiarities. Here goes nothing. Inciting peeled the fruit's skin and swallowed it whole. A surge of potent energy coursed through his body, as if filled with vitality, while the surrounding underworld forest celebrated his awakening. Rejoice! The master of the world, the sovereign of connections, the devourer traversing countless realms, is born at this moment. This, of course, was merely Inciting's fanciful imagination. Upon consuming the first fruit, his body did not undergo the transformation into an outsider. Rather, he grasped the entirety of the situation. With resolute courage, upon devouring the fruit and obtaining access to the Helheim underworld forest, Inciting had truly claimed dominion over this world. To attain ultimate control, however, it was imperative to consume a golden fruit. The price, naturally, would be the complete erosion of a world through the utilization of the Helheim underworld forest. The grotesque pirate realm served as an excellent target. As he opened a passage, a deluge of seawater surged in unexpectedly. It dawned on Yisut that he had inadvertently opened the portal while submerged in the ocean, entering the Helheim underworld. When reactivating the passage, absent explicit instructions, it would default to the previous location. The forceful torrent of water, akin to a high-pressure hose, rendered escape impossible. Attempting to inch upward was futile. With the rudimentary methods exhausted, only one path remained: to practice control over the Helheim underworld passage. Closing and opening each time, he meticulously sensed the tenuous connection between the two realms, gradually adjusting the position of the passage. From initial caution to later reckless abandon, there were instances where excessive manipulation sent the portal soaring into the sky. Though elevated, the absence of obstructing water clarified his view, allowing for more adept adjustments to the passage. The day still lingered, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely another day of enslavement or if several days had elapsed. Yisut opened a small passage as a lookout, observing the layout and defenses of the bridge while meticulously recording coordinates for future movement. As time slipped away, Yisut munched on the fruit, seeking a breakthrough. That beating could not go unavenged. At the very least, he must retaliate. How to exact his revenge? By dismantling the nation upon this bridge. As night fell, all slaves were herded back to the pigsty. After a day's labor, regardless of age or gender, they were all utterly exhausted, tormented by hunger and illness. Returning to this barely habitable place, free from whips and firearms, devoid of beatings and insults, this moment marked their rare tranquility amidst the chaos of the day. Yisut simultaneously opened passages to all the cells in the Helheim underworld, selecting a discrete corner of the ceiling for the narrow openings. Do you desire freedom? Do you crave power? Do you seek vengeance? The disembodied words resonated simultaneously throughout every cell. What? Did you hear that voice? Do you desire freedom? Do you crave power? Do you seek vengeance? As they glanced about, searching for the source of the voice, the same words echoed once more. Is it a god? Could it be a deity? Has a god heard our prayers and come to save us? A throng of slaves wept profusely, kneeling with hands clasped in prayer. If it must be said thus, then so be it. Yisut chuckled, commanding the vines of the Helheim underworld to grow forth. Then, for the sake of power, freedom, and vengeance, what are you willing to sacrifice? He inquired, as the question accompanied the burgeoning vines, spreading throughout the room. Such a miraculous scene incited fervor among the slaves. Everything, as long as the great deity is willing to save us. We shall offer all. The fervent cries grew louder, clearly disturbing the guards outside. Hey, damn slaves, what are you shouting about? Who's coming to save you? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Slaves are not worth saving. As the guards entered and beheld the room filled with vines, their expressions shifted dramatically. What is happening here? Were these things? Is someone truly coming to rescue them? Quick, sound the alarm. As the guards sprang into action, a new transformation overtook the slaves within the cells. Decades of servitude had tamed some to the point of no longer yearning for escape, huddled in corners, muttering despondent phrases. Don't harbor illusions. There's no way out. We're trapped on the bridge, with both sides blocked by the army. Escape leads only to death. Even if death is inevitable, I will attempt to flee. Isn't living preferable? As long as we survive, there may yet be opportunities. An opportunity already presents itself. Why wait for another? Amidst the contention of two factions, there remained a group burdened with families, desiring escape yet too fearful to risk their livelihoods. Their eyes still held hope, yearning for someone to rescue them. Yet they dared not step forth, merely hoping that a pioneer would forge a path for them. Haven't you made your decision yet? The guards are approaching, Yisut remarked, as fruits sprouted from the vines. Desiring strength and yearning to attain all that one desires, one must consume the fruits that lie before them. Have you ever heard of the treasures of the sea? By devouring these fruits, you shall gain the power of the demons. With that, Yisut ceased to elaborate further. Simultaneously, the sounds from outside grew ever closer. The guard troops were arriving. The slaves, eager to seize the fleeting opportunity, reached out and grasped the fruits, plucking them in handfuls that a surge of formidable power coursed through their bodies. Ah, this is the sensation of power. I must escape from here. I must return to the sea. The roars echoed, capturing the attention of the approaching guards. When they arrived at the cell, they were met with a horde of monstrous beetle-like creatures rampaging with abandon. The walls and doors lay in ruins. Some slaves were injured, and those already gravely wounded or ill succumbed under the onslaught of the otherworldly beings. Many gasping their last breaths. Behold, we are slaves. No one will come to our rescue. The so-called gods merely exist to create monsters, witnessing those who had debated moments ago transform into mindless beasts wreaking havoc. The slaves who had opposed the idea of escape quickly voiced their sentiments. The hesitant among them grew even more uncertain. What manner of creatures are these? The guards who finally arrived at the scene began to shout in panic. Fire! Fire! The gunfire erupted, claiming the lives of several nearby slaves. Yet it inflicted no harm upon the otherworldly beings. Among the first wave of invaders were both the newly hatched, beetle-like lower beings and the more advanced entities displaying traits reminiscent of tigers, cats, dogs, or sheep. Though they had consumed the same fruits from the same vine, the outcomes were vastly different. The beetle-like creatures were utterly beastly, while those resembling animals possessed a semblance of intelligence, adeptly utilizing their advantages in combat. Moreover, even the most basic of monsters showed no fear of gunfire. Thus, it was time to take a gamble, to believe in oneself, to have faith in the future. If one could evolve into a more advanced form, they could surely retain their consciousness. In the midst of such chaos, failing to take a stand could very well lead to death on the battlefield. In this era, in this world, there existed only the imperative of battle. Without fighting, survival was impossible. Thus, amidst the hail of bullets, an increasing number of slaves chose to consume the fruit. Their roars mingled with the terrified pleas and cries of the guards. The initial and advanced otherworldly beings surged forth against the soldiers attacking them, breaching the defenses, from the cells to the bridge. In the office of the overseer, officials were contacting the outside via the telephone insects. Naturally, the first contact was the Navy. Hello, is this the Naval headquarters? This is Tequila Wolf from the Kingdom on the bridge. A riot is unfolding on the bridge. A multitude of monsters has emerged in the slave district. Please dispatch the Navy for support at your earliest convenience. The Naval headquarters has received your message. Please provide the address in detail. Just then, Yisute's passage opened beside him, several vines ensnaring him, silencing his mouth. The phone insect he was conversing with was also ensnared and flung into the realm of Helheim, severing the connection. Fortunately, I remembered you. Otherwise, calling the Navy could have been quite troublesome, Yisute remarked. Although the otherworldly beings were tough-skinned and fleshly resilient, even the lower beings were mere cannon fodder against true experts. Advanced beings might equate to some officers, but their intelligence remained lacking, making them easily dealt with unless they acted as a cohesive group, complementing each other's strengths for some combat capability. Only those at the level of Overlord could truly be considered formidable. Only then did they possess a modicum of influence in this world. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yisute stuffed a fruit into the overseer's mouth. Of the thousands of slaves who consumed the fruit, a staggering 99% transformed into lower beings, with fewer than 100 evolving into advanced forms. Yet even so, the invulnerable legion of otherworldly beings rampaged, effortlessly dismantling the encirclement of the guards. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Monsters! Monsters! The guns are utterly useless. Cries of terror and anguish, roars, and gleeful laughter intertwined as chaos intensified. Suddenly, Yisute noticed a multitude of birds circling the sky above, unbeknownst to him until that moment. There were newsbirds, seagulls, pigeons, and various long-distance flying birds. Each bore a mounted image telephone insect. No wonder the news seemed to seep into every crevice. These birds were the frontline reporters. Yisute observed the outside world from the realm of Helheim. Meanwhile, the overseer, having consumed the fruit, perhaps due to his inherent strength, transformed into an advanced otherworldly being. The kingdom on the bridge, Tequila Wolf, was laid waste in an instant under the assault of the otherworldly army. Consuming the fruit turned one into a monster, impervious to blades and bullets, while abstaining meant facing the monsters and guards together, leading to certain death. After watching for a while, even the most hesitant had no choice but to make a decision. Simultaneously, the telephone line was cut midway. and even the slow-witted naval headquarters must have realized that something was amiss in the kingdom. On the bridge, the communications department promptly reported the situation to the command staff, who then contacted the local naval branch to dispatch reinforcements. The chaos continued on the bridge. Under the rampant otherworldly beings, the guard troops could only flee. A few strong officers could withstand the lower beings, but they would soon be overwhelmed by the advanced entities. Yisut, lacking the knowledge of military formations, faced no issue in outnumbering the enemy. After the initial turmoil, Yisut engaged in battle alongside the advanced otherworldly beings transformed from the Overseer. As the master of the realm of Helheim, Yisut naturally held command over the otherworldly beings. His control waned as their intelligence increased. Yet even so, the most easily commanded lower beings required Yisut's presence for effective leadership. Thus, the plan to hide in the realm of Helheim and discreetly sow discord had to be abandoned. The lower beings were indeed inconsequential, easily produced when needed, but the advanced beings were too reliant on chance. Of the tens of thousands of slaves, half consumed the fruit, yet fewer than 50 emerged as advanced beings. Yisut wished to waste none of them. To reap rewards, he had to step forth and lead personally. To conceal his identity, Yisut draped a tattered cloth over his face. The first order of business upon revealing himself was to retract all the vines from the cells. He intended to forsake the lower beings, allowing the Navy or any other forces to capture them for research. However, the vines and fruits were non-negotiable. As for the fate of those fortunate slaves, Yisut was indifferent. The only escape route on the bridge led in one direction. As the other side was still under construction, a dead end leading to the sea, the lower army of otherworldly beings relentlessly pursued the fleeing guards. Yisut followed suit, gathering the otherworldly beings to form a formation. A rough tally revealed approximately 20,000 lower beings, while the advanced beings, including the Overseer's transformation, numbered only 31. In the sky, the birds, under the control of the news mogul Morgan, diligently captured every corner of the scene. Among them, Yisut, who had organized the monsters into a semblance of order, became the focal point. Through the telephone insects, he contacted the news birds to track the masked figure at the center of the otherworldly throng, urging them to seize the opportunity to capture his true visage. As for the birds above, Yisut could only momentarily disregard them. There was no point in angering Morgan. Resolving that issue would only invite further trouble from the birds, which would be far too vexatious. The lower otherworldly beings advanced in formation, while Yisut found opportunities to send the advanced beings into the realm of Helheim. Looking up at the news bird that persistently followed him, Yisut raised 2 fingers to his temple, gesturing upward. He then commanded all lower beings to charge towards the island. Simultaneously, Yisut returned to the realm of Helheim to the World Economic News Agency. Morgan laughed heartily as he observed the scene through the image telephone insect. Ha! How amusing! Is this yet another new devil fruit? What moniker shall we assign to this individual? A throbbing headache besieges me. The tequila wolf, a diligent subordinate of the foreign entities, meticulously adheres to the commands bestowed upon him. However, upon losing subsequent directives, the remaining primal beings, driven solely by their animal instincts, swiftly cease their fervent charge. The tequila wolf's forces, having received word, have re-established their defensive line ahead. While the escaping guards are compelled to join the ranks of the defense, they are acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these creatures. Yet, they are also cognizant of the cruelty exhibited by the noble overseers. They have no choice but to integrate into the fortifications. Meanwhile, the cunning have already prepared their escape routes. As musket fire erupts and a hail of bullets fills the air, a thick fog is stirred. According to the principle of where there is smoke, there is no harm. The foreign entities swiftly emerge from the haze. After enduring an onslaught, they have completely lost their formation. Instinctively, they scatter, yearning to retaliate against the soldiers. Behind the defensive line, 2 burly men, their expressions grave, observe the unfolding battle. Their weapons, however, are not muskets but rather long blades. Indeed, in the vernacular of this realm, they are long swords. As generals of the defensive forces, their prowess is formidable, especially in a slave camp like Tequila Wolf that has endured for over 700 years. Noticing that these monsters are undeterred by gunfire, the 2 exchange glances, drawing their side swords, and charge at the beasts. A single swipe reveals the formidable protective quality of the creature's hard, bony armor. Nevertheless, the primal entities cannot withstand the onslaught of the swordsmen. After a series of probing attacks, they discern a vulnerable spot on the creatures, an area devoid of armor, their mouths. Upon discovering this more susceptible target, the efficiency of the two generals dramatically escalates. They instruct the marksmen in their ranks to aim for the creatures' mouths. Hidden above, Ister observes this scene through a narrow passage and comprehends the inevitable fate of these foreign beings, with a sigh. He diverts his attention and proceeds across the Grand Bridge to an island, Doris Island. One of the most commonplace islands in the East Sea, boasts a modest land area and a single town, devoid of any governmental structure. Yet, since the island was designated as a station for the Tequila Wolf's cross-sea bridge, it has flourished. Ships transporting building materials, slaves, and supplies must dock here before being forwarded to the front lines. With the influx of visitors, prosperity has naturally ensued for this small island. Upon arriving on the island, Ister seeks out a suitable outfit from a clothing store to change into. After all, his own garments are far too conspicuous in this world. Moreover, they have been tattered through prior escapades. Now clad in a fresh ensemble, Ister saunters down the street, marveling at the novelty surrounding him. This is, after all, a foreign realm, brimming with sights previously unseen. Furthermore, the exaggerated proportions of young women depicted in anime can only be fully appreciated upon witnessing them in person. Lacking funds, he merely strolls about, leisurely enjoying a piece of fruit. This, after all, can continuously enhance his abilities, though its effects may diminish against Dominion-level entities. The cumulative benefits of long-term consumption are undeniable. Yet, the paramount prize remains the golden fruit born from the erosion of an entire world. To expedite the process of invasion and to allow the Helheim underworld forest to spread, such actions are imperative. However, this locale is unsuitable. The recent upheaval ensures that Tequila Wolf will be under the watchful gaze of the world government and the Navy for the foreseeable future. Thus, seeking an uninhabited island would be prudent. As for acquiring maps of such islands, one must consult with government officials or various merchant caravans. On Doris Island, establishments possessing such maps are few. The town government, the Kurim Trading Company responsible for materials, and the Fields Trading Company that oversees the transportation of slaves. Among these, the Fields Trading Company wields the most significant influence, with direct ties to the Celestial Dragons. Indeed, within the entire pirate world, all major slave traders are connected to the Celestial Dragons. Despite the world government's legal prohibitions against the slave trade, the Celestial Dragons remain the largest slave masters and consumers in existence. While Ister gnaws on his fruit, lost in contemplation and wandering about, he suddenly perceives someone trailing him, and without any attempt at concealment. As Ister walks through the streets, he senses the presence of his pursuer behind him. After a moment of thought, he resolves to lead them to a secluded area outside the city for resolution. After all, this aligns with their intentions as well. Ister discreetly makes his way outside the city, seeking a small grove where he begins to release vines to prepare the scene. Dreadfully, has that individual discovered us? There are 3 individuals following Ister, all clad in short jackets and armed with waist knives. So what if they have? Entering the grove is precisely what we desire. This way, no one else will witness the encounter. That is indeed true. The fellow appears delicate and well-dressed, lacking any guards, and his demeanor suggests he hasn't undergone any training. He must be a pampered young master sneaking out. If we capture him, we are bound to reap a handsome profit. With thoughts of sailing the seas soon thereafter, the 3 converse eagerly. They hasten into the grove, aware that if they do not act swiftly, their quarry may escape their grasp. As they enter the grove, they warily scan their surroundings, searching for signs of Ister's passage. Have you ever seen such vines? They are quite peculiar. When did they sprout? Those fruits appear rather appealing. Once we capture the fellow, there will be plenty for us to indulge in. This young master certainly knows how to flee. He must have covered several hundred meters by now. Hidden nearby, Ister is taken aback by their dialogue. Have they mistaken him for a wealthy heir? What could they be thinking? Do I possess some undiscovered air of nobility? He glances down at his attire, which he had procured from the most opulent clothing store, having tried on several outfits before settling on the most comfortable and visually appealing one. In this light, it becomes understandable why they have fixated upon him. Subsequently, he unleashes 5 advanced foreign entities, perfectly aligned with the 5 elemental beasts: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and a Chilan. It is akin to a card game where a novice receives a starter set of SSRs. establishing the player's footing before gradually extracting resources. Within the Helheim underworld, there are no white kings, no serpents, and certainly no other dominion-level beings. Ister's authority is paramount. Among the foreign entities, he alone has captured 31 advanced types. Apart from the 5 corresponding to the elemental beasts, the rest include frogs, sheep, chickens, pigs, dogs, cows, and horses. Under such circumstances, Ister even contemplates assembling a complete set of the 12 zodiac animals in addition to the 5 elemental beasts. Returning to the grove, Ister issues commands to incapacitate the trio by breaking their limbs and rendering them immobile. Even with a considerable advantage, one must never grow complacent in the absence of combat prowess. What is this? An extraordinary beast. Upon the emergence of the 5 advanced foreign entities, the 3 immediately draw their blades in defense, yet fail to retreat. Have you ever encountered a beast in human form? The leader questions, what does it matter what it is? Just bring it down. Such a creature, if captured and sold, would surely fetch a higher price than that pretty boy's ransom. Greed, after all, is a chasm of despair. As the 3 prepare to strike, the 5 advanced beings act with swiftness. With little effort, they shatter the limbs of the trio, and their screams erupt instantaneously. Once Ister confirms that the 3 pose no further threat, he steps forth from behind the trees. You lot think you can capture me? Ister approaches the trio, looking down disdainfully at their tear-streaked faces. Please spare us, they plead, their voices choked, trembling with pain. Then let us commence with a few questions. Shall we? That is acceptable. Yes? Answer swiftly, and you may yet find a doctor who can reattach your severed limbs. Ister speaks with an eerie calm. Certainly. Please, ask away. We shall answer all. How many factions of the underworld exist on the island? This is Ister's first query. Should it be possible, he wishes to create more advanced entities. The inherently fierce ones may yield a greater probability of producing advanced foreign beings. As for dominion-level entities, Ister dares not even entertain such thoughts. Moreover, given his current weakness, summoning a dominion-level foreign entity would lead to uncertainty regarding who would ultimately hold authority. Additionally, Ister has begun to formulate some hypotheses regarding the conversion of foreign entity ranks. Having awakened the Conqueror's Haki and successfully transformed, at the very least, into a high-level variant, those possessing the Conqueror's Haki have a 99% chance of becoming Overlord-level Otherworlders. With such a hypothesis in mind, Ister felt less restrained in his utilization of the fruits. There are 3 factions in total: the Windblecken family, the Gluffus family, and finally, the Keller gang. All 3 are the most powerful gangs on Doris Island. Ister inquired further about the number of members in these 3 families. Each faction wields comparable power, with around 500 combatants readily mobilizable, and they have previously banded together to withstand the onslaught of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. 50 million, given the circumstances in the East Blue, that indeed qualifies as a formidable pirate. Wait, wasn't it stated that Arlong's 20 million was already the highest in the East Blue? How then could there be another with 50 million? What is the current time? Ister suddenly realized that the timeline had yet to be established. The Kingdom of Bridge still exists, which means this must be prior to Luffy's arrival at Sabaody Archipelago, or before the Marineford War, when the Revolutionary Army had yet to liberate Robin from the clutches of Chiro Wolf. However, the information he had accessed could only lead to such conjectures. What is the current time? Ister's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The year of the Sea Circle calendar is 1498, October, at an unfamiliar time, but it is certain that this is undeniably prior to the main storyline. Were there any significant events this year? Ister furrowed his brow and continued to inquire. Significant events? Does the execution of the Pirate King count? Not too long ago, Pirate King Joel D. Roger was executed in Log Town, and the Navy broadcasted it to the world via the Den Mushi. Good heavens, is the timeline really this early? Ister was genuinely astonished. Yet, this wasn't without its advantages. At this juncture, the fragmentation of power had yet to solidify. Roger, with his very life as bait, had set the stage for the era of great pirates, marking the commencement of a tumultuous age. Subsequently, Ister gathered information about the territories and industries of the 3 gangs. Having extracted all the intelligence he desired, he offered each of them a fruit. Regrettably, all 3 were merely novice Otherworlders. He commanded them to remain still, then summoned the vines and the 5 spirit beasts that were ravenously consuming the fruits into the Helheim underworld. feeling light as a feather as he made his way toward the town. Holding a fruit in hand, he continued to consume one after another without pause. As for those 3 novice otherworlders, he left them to their own devices. Upon his return to Doris Town, Easter's presence went unnoticed by anyone. The disappearance of the 3 individuals attracted no attention. His first target was the Keller Gang, as the trio had indicated that the Keller Gang was likely a force supported by the Chiro Wolf government to stabilize the island's underworld order. Ensuring that no unified gang emerged within its jurisdiction, they were merely minor players on the island. Influenced by Roger's final words, not only they, but all 3 gangs had secretly begun preparing vessels to set sail. On the high seas, nothing piques interest more than the treasures left behind by Pirate King Roger. However, at that moment, the naval fleet, alerted by headquarters, arrived in the Doris Sea. The fleet divided into 2 segments. One continued to advance from the sea for support, moving at a rapid pace, while the other landed at Doris Harbor, coordinating with the island's guard to initiate a blockade of Doris. Thanks to the unique nature of Chiro Wolf, one of the largest naval branches in the East Blue resides in the vicinity, Branch 3. The branch commander was promoted from captain to rear admiral and dispatched. After all, Chiro Wolf is a colossal undertaking inherited from the celestial dragons for 700 years. Over the years, many pirates and other forces have sought to provoke the world government and the celestial dragons. It wasn't until recent years, with the notoriety of the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates, that various factions turned their attention to the Grand Line. The celestial dragons have ruled the world for centuries. And it wasn't as if no man had ever wielded power on the Grand Line. In comparison to the entire world, the narrow sea route is referred to as the Grand Line precisely because so many have ventured forth into its depths. Back in the Doris Sea, the naval fleet split its forces. One group made a direct course toward the Great Bridge, while the other disembarked in Doris to rally the island's guard for assistance. In an instant, the entire Doris Island was engulfed in chaos. Easter stood beneath the eaves of a street corner, observing the large contingent advancing toward the bridge entrance, smiling as he made his way to the Keller Gang's headquarters. At this moment, all official forces on the island were captivated by the turmoil at the bridge. Similarly, the 3 major gangs were affected, for they had yet to reach the point of absolute dominance on the island. The government still wielded the strongest influence to mitigate their losses. The chief of security led his men, armed with firearms, to array themselves in formation outside their headquarters, demanding that they dispatch combatants to the fray. In this peculiar environment, a considerable number of gunners were present among the 3 gangs. Of the 500 combatants, at least 100 were gunners, while the remainder were daring swordsmen. As Easter skirted the crowd and arrived at his chosen target, the Keller Gang's headquarters, he chanced upon a group of soldiers clad in uniforms identical to those of the bridge guards, escorting a large number of burly men whose expressions were far from pleasant. Exiting their territory, their direction remained toward the bridge. Easter stepped aside to await the procession's passage. During this time, the chief of security caught sight of him, seemingly finding him unfamiliar and furrowing his brow. Dressed in costly attire, such a figure should have been recognized if they were a local or a frequent visitor. However, even if he were a new face, his garb suggested he was no ordinary individual. Yet, venturing toward the gang's stronghold likely indicated he was not an ordinary person, thus warranting attention if necessary. Alongside the chief of security, the master of the Keller Gang, Keller, also took note of Easter. With his keen grasp of his territory, the appearance of such an unusual stranger was undoubtedly purposeful. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have sought to uncover the visitor's origins at once. As the procession gradually moved on, Easter sensed the scrutinizing gazes upon him began to dissipate. Even amidst the decay of the upper echelons, capable individuals still existed in the lower tiers. Easter watched the retreating figures of the chief of security and Keller. Silently pondering, he then continued his advance toward his target, the Keller Gang's headquarters. The main force and the leader had been taken away, leaving behind Keller's most trusted confidant and a small contingent of guards to prevent any opportunistic incursions from rivals. Easter utilized the Helheim underworld to infiltrate the estate. In a concealed corner, he employed the passage and vines to ensnare several lackeys, dragging them into the Helheim underworld and forcefully feeding them the fruit. As expected, targets of lesser quality transformed into mere novice otherworlders that he opened the passage, returning the 4 novice otherworlders to the estate. As the monsters emerged, Keller's estate sprang into action. The trusted aides mobilized their forces to besiege the 4 otherworlders. Bullets proved entirely ineffective, and the cuts from blades lacking sufficient power left no trace, not even a spark. The only discernible flaw was that the monsters' speed and reactions could not keep pace with true masters. As for their intelligence, what wisdom could these monsters possess? They were merely beasts, or so they believed. During the battle, Easter stealthily revealed himself, fruit in hand, approaching the fallen lackeys and stuffing the fruit into their mouths. As the number of monsters grew, the aides began to notice Easter's interference, yet they were utterly unable to divert their attention. They were already surrounded by novice otherworlders. Who are you? What are these monsters? What did you feed them? Why have our subordinates been transformed into such creatures? An aide shouted, kicking away 2 monsters while fending off 2 others to seize the opportunity to question Easter. Quite impressive. You can actually withstand the assault of so many novice otherworlders. Now, I am increasingly curious to see what level of otherworlders you will ultimately evolve into. Easter let out a cruel laugh. Then, his expression turned serious as he utilized his mental connection with the Helheim underworld to manipulate those novice interlopers directly. He obstructed their paths, leaving these officers with no way to escape, whether to the heavens or the earth. However, due to the inherent limitations of these novice interlopers, they were incapable of posing a significant threat to skilled opponents, merely serving as expendable pawns to deplete the enemy's stamina. To avert unforeseen complications, Easter resolved to hasten his progress. Subsequently, he unleashed 5 advanced interlopers. With the addition of this superior breed, the last few officers were swiftly overwhelmed. Restrained by the novice interlopers, they only needed to unleash a few energy projectiles to resolve the conflict. The incapacitated officers collapsed to the ground, and Easter instructed the 5 advanced interlopers to forcefully feed them fruit, regardless of their previous resistance, once the fruit was peeled and the succulent flesh was stuffed into their mouths. None could spit it out of the 3 officers. Only one, whose eyes burned with murderous intent and fury, transformed into an advanced breed, specifically an advanced interloper with arachnid traits. Yet, this mattered little. While spiders were suitable for sacrificial offerings, they remained one of the most commonly encountered types. Witnessing this scene, Easter deduced another crucial element regarding the transformation of interlopers. Mentality, or rather, obsession, held great significance, unless one's innate talents were so formidable that they could disregard all unstable factors. A person's obsession, if sufficiently strong, could even enable them to evolve into a dominant being. With all advanced interlopers recalled, Easter could not simply abandon the novice interlopers, as they were outside in the town. He couldn't just bury them on the spot. The thought of burying suddenly sparked a new idea in Easter's mind that he immediately gathered all the novice interlopers into the Helheim underworld, then retrieved a plethora of digging tools from the estate and ventured into the forest outside the town. Finding a concealed spot, he released all the interlopers, assigning them the task of digging downwards. As deeply as possible, for over a decade, the Helheim underworld had been encroaching upon the world of pirates, thwarted and studied by the World Tree Consortium. Although the technology of the pirate world fell short in many respects when compared to the World Tree Consortium, they could not compete with the latter's extraordinary advantages. Oftentimes, a scientist's inspiration stemmed from a mere thought, especially in a world where individuals like Vegapunk existed, who could genuinely be said to be cursed by knowledge. Thus, from the outset, Easter had been reluctant to open pathways indiscriminately or to extensively spread the Helheim underworld forest, fearing it would draw the attention of someone like Vegapunk, who might then use it for research to devise something against him. Now, an idea struck Easter. If the surface was unfeasible, why not delve underground or underwater? After all, the growth of the Helheim underworld forest did not rely on conventional plant nutrients, thus exhibiting no particular preference for its growing environment. With this thought, Easter decisively resolved to excavate a completely enclosed underground space on the island, one that would be impenetrable to the pirate world, sealing the entrance and opening the pathway within this subterranean realm. Without hesitation, 32 advanced interlopers, along with 30 novice interlopers, began their excavation. On Doris Island, Easter specifically selected a concealed location to conduct the digging, thereby avoiding any disturbances. Simultaneously, a large army arrived at the bridge, where bullets proved ineffective against the monsters, necessitating cannon fire. However, Most artillery in the pirate world consisted of solid shells, which still inflicted limited harm upon the monsters, only causing impact to the front lines and yielding a repelling effect, without being able to pierce through. Ultimately, a naval rear admiral and the general of the Takara Wolf fought valiantly until dawn, managing to defeat all the monsters. This battle was also transmitted back to the naval headquarters via the image-transmitting snail. The combat capabilities of the monsters were clearly demonstrated through this encounter, effortlessly transforming thousands of slaves into such creatures. The existence of such terrifying weapon manufacturing machines in the wild posed an extreme danger. At the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Zifa, and Vice Admirals Garp, Saru, as well as Rear Admirals Akinu, Huzan, and Brucelino gathered together. Before them was the image transmitted by the snail, showcasing the scene of the battle against the Titular Wolf. The situation was dire. Half of Takara Wolf's slaves had suddenly transformed into these monsters, ravaging the construction camp as they charged towards Doris Island. As you can see, these creatures are impervious to blades and bullets. And even cannon fire fails to deliver fatal injuries. The most significant effect is merely to impact and repel the front lines. Moreover, they do not fear death, refusing to retreat even in the face of mortal threats. Fleet Admiral Kong remarked gravely, "Truly terrifying." The young Borsalino, already exhibiting the demeanor of a future slacker, noted, "Such reckless behavior is certainly not for the sake of rescuing slaves, but rather for the ulterior motives of the puppeteer behind it. Such individuals must be identified and brought to justice." The young Kazan, before experiencing the O'Hara incident, was still filled with fervor. This is what a true soldier embodies. Such technology must remain in the hands of the Navy. Akainu's tone brimmed with excitement and fervor, even bordering on fanaticism. The three young rear admirals were already showing signs of their future potential. Were there any prior indications of such a widespread transformation? Admiral Sengoku adjusted his gleaming glasses as he inquired of Fleet Admiral Kong. None. Then, it is possible that this is the result of a devil fruit's powers, Sengoku astutely deduced, though his certainty was not absolute. His tone was resolute. The Navy's compendium did not contain records of any devil fruit capable of achieving such effects. Vice Admiral Tsuru, with a hint of maturity, stated, "Past data and experiences can serve as auxiliary references, but should never become shackles that limit us. The ocean is vast, and the world government has existed for 8 centuries, with many uncharted territories yet to be explored. This pertains to the inherently static geographical environment. Furthermore, humans and devil fruits are even more challenging to completely document." Previously, this individual had not garnered any notable reputation. If he had not recently acquired a devil fruit, he had likely been biding his time in silence, regardless of the possibility, once he engaged in such actions. It signified his readiness to face the consequences of his deeds. Fleet Admiral Kong spoke with gravity. A.S. Akainu stated, "The existence of such a devil fruit in the wild is exceedingly perilous. It must be retrieved. Garp, the East Blue is your homeland, so I entrust this matter to you. Borsalino, your light fruit can serve as assistance in the swift search." Fleet Admiral Kong issued the command. "But I must also seek out Roger's heir," Garp protested, reluctant to take on the task. This mission was fraught with risks. If Port Gastide Rouge were to encounter misfortune due to his involvement with Takara Wolf, he would never forgive himself. "Fleet Admiral, allow us to handle this task." Akainu immediately offered his services. The sole reason was that the effects of this devil fruit were far too enticing. Why not let the three of them go together? They could use some accomplishments. Zifa interjected. Though he had previously stepped back from the front lines to teach the new generation in the elite training camp, he still held on to his position as an admiral. Moreover, these three were his favored students. Regardless of how much he chastised them, he had to admit they were indeed the most outstanding among their peers, as they were on the verge of being promoted to vice admirals. This would be an opportunity to give them a push. Fleet Admiral Kong fell into a momentary silence, while the three young men eagerly awaited his decision, regardless of what the future held. These three, still holding the rank of Rear Admiral, were brimming with enthusiasm. After all, the filth from the world government and the celestial dragons had all been kept at bay by figures like Kong and Sengoku. With the information passed down having been filtered through them, though they were vaguely aware of certain matters, it did not tarnish their sense of justice. I too believe there is no issue with their proposal. Admiral Sengoku cast his vote in favor. Next came Garp. For him, As long as someone else was undertaking the mission, it mattered little who it was. Since there were volunteers, he might as well oblige. I also think it would be beneficial for them to gain some experience. Let us entrust this matter to them to handle completely. Tsuru also cast her vote in favor, with the unanimous approval of this decision. It was ultimately agreed upon. The naval headquarters had more than just these few vice admirals and rear admirals. However, due to Roger's final words stirring the greed of many, other seasoned vice admirals and rear admirals had all been dispatched to execute extermination missions. Those individuals are the steadfast anchors required to remain at headquarters for an extended period, and now an opportune moment has arrived for the final 3 major generals to be released. On Doris Island, amidst the uninhabited forests, Yonko commands 62 exotic beings, initially burrowing horizontally into the mountainside before sealing the entrance. Only then do they commence their vertical excavation, digging downwards until they can no longer proceed. At which point they expand the space in all directions. The excavated soil and rock are naturally transferred directly to the realm of Helheim. In the dim underground, time appears to stand still, with no signs of its passage, relying solely on instinct for estimation. However, it matters little. It is merely an excavation, and could one really stumble into a realm of temporal anomalies? It is merely a matter of a few days. After arranging everything underground, they transfer back to the surface via Helheim, ultimately returning to the town. Upon inquiry, it is revealed that the chaos on the Tequila Wolf Continent Bridge has ceased. The Navy and the Guard forces have captured a multitude of monsters, chaining them together in a long line, securely bound, and transported onto warships. Even the deceased monsters have been collected. Many witnesses attest to this. In the East Sea, Sakaski and his 2 companions hasten their journey, finally reaching the East Sea at the fastest pace possible. The first order of business upon arrival is to seize the live specimens and corpses of those monsters. For this task, Admiral Sengoku himself is personally involved. Accompanying him is the CP organization dedicated to world domination. Sengoku's mission is to transport the corpses back for scientific study, while the CP organization aims to bring the living monsters back to the Holy Land as slaves for the celestial dragons. It remains a mystery how these celestial dragons learned of this news. Dressed in black suits, the CP agents, after receiving thousands of live low-tier exotic beings, locate the branch chief, Major General Alan Fist. They present him with a photograph, capturing Yonko saluting towards the sky while masked. The CP agents obtain this clearest image from Morgans. Simultaneously, the 3 Navy majors approach to examine the photograph together. According to intelligence, the individual in the photograph is highly likely to be the mastermind, capable of moving freely amidst the monsters before vanishing unexpectedly within their ranks. You may circulate the photograph throughout the army to seek anyone who has seen this person. One CP agent remarks. Upon receiving the photograph, Alan Fist gazes at the face, suddenly lost in recollections, then obscures the lower half of the face, which is draped in cloth, directing all focus onto the eyes. Noticing Alan Fist's actions, the CP agent eagerly inquires, "Have you seen this person?" This is a task for the celestial dragons. If successful, one could earn their favor, while failure might result in immediate execution. There is no room for negligence. After all, the CP organization does not enjoy the same support as the Navy, which has the backing of the Marine Headquarters admirals even in failure if they were to fail. As long as they do not incur the wrath of the celestial dragons, they might escape unscathed. However, should they provoke their ire, death would be a mere formality. I cannot be certain. After all, this is an individual with their face concealed. Alan Fist responds he recalls the person he encountered on the road, a Navy officer. He fears misidentifying the individual, potentially implicating the innocent. Yet the CP organization fears nothing. They have a history of eliminating those they mistakenly identify rather than letting anyone escape. On Doris Island, arrangements are already in place, and Yonko leisurely strolls through the streets, contemplating the tasks that lie ahead. This world boasts numerous specialties, foremost among them the devil fruits. Fundamentally, items aligned with this particular set of rules offer the greatest rewards. Moreover, the realm of Helheim itself disseminates power through these fruits. The rules of the 2 worlds are akin. One wonders if Helheim can integrate the world rules governing the production of devil fruits from this realm. If so, would not the fruits of this forest be a tremendous boon? Beyond this fundamental aspect lies the unique offerings of this world. When discussing the ocean, one cannot overlook the sea kings. Frequently surfacing are the massive sea kings, while the colossal varieties dwell in the abyssal depths. If all these creatures were transformed into exotic beings, it would yield an unparalleled naval force. Then there is the moving continent. The Zos. The transformed exotic beings should inherit the talents and abilities they possessed prior to transformation, right? It seems a chance must be sought to test this. Next, there are the mysteriously enchanting plants. Particularly the mystical flower known as lily carnation, capable of reviving the deceased and extending life by consuming the life force of others. This flower, whether it can be assimilated into Helheim or transformed into an exotic being, is undoubtedly valuable. Following that is the Baron of Stomach, found in the Boing Islands. This too is a living plant, continuously producing food, rich in energy, and astonishingly quick to digest. It can fatten a small pig to the size of an elephant in the shortest time. Additionally, there are giants and fur tribes. If transformed into exotic beings, they would undoubtedly become formidable warriors. Moreover, on Rare Beast Island, the leading animals there can all converse, whether due to peculiar species, extraordinary talents, or having consumed unique devil fruits unbeknownst to them. They are all animals, and the island seldom sees outsiders. Even if there are occasional visitors, they are usually pirates. The only possible exception might be a few biologists 2 decades hence, without anyone to impart knowledge. They rely solely on their own experiences and generational wisdom. How much could they possibly comprehend? Beyond these creatures, it is imperative to covertly establish pathways and hidden locales to hasten the rate of invasion. To ascend to divinity, a degree of stealth in the beginning is not unacceptable. With this in mind, Yicite has already formulated a plan. The first step is to traverse the already completed continental bridge on the opposite end of Doris Island to reach another island, thereby securing all these interconnected islands. After 700 years of construction, allowing for some leniency, even if a bridge is completed in 100 years, by now there should be 8 islands interconnected. This efficiency may indeed seem slow, yet in reality, it cannot progress much faster. After all, they are constructing a continental bridge. Connecting 2 islands with a land bridge allows for the establishment of cities upon it. Hence it is referred to as the Bridge Kingdom. Yicite arrives at the completed section of the bridge. Gazing at the nearly 1,000-meter wide bridge surface, the grandeur is indeed remarkable that a glance reveals that residences have been constructed on both sides of the bridge adjacent to the sea, with the central street directly linking both islands. However, just as Yicite prepares to cross, he discovers that the entryway to the bridge has been fortified by the Navy, initially dismissing it as a routine occurrence. He soon observes Navy personnel scrutinizing individuals with a photograph in hand, comparing faces one by one. What are they apprehending? Yicite ponders, retreating to a concealed corner and entering the realm of Helheim. At the Navy checkpoint, he opens a small passage to observe the contents of what the Navy personnel are holding. To his astonishment, it is his own photograph. The image captures him at the moment he saluted the news bird in the sky. His clothes are tattered and dirty, his face obscured by cloth, yet his eyes remain visible. The Navy's method of comparison is straightforward. They blindfold individuals one by one to assess similarity, no matter how cunning one may be. One must still face my humble judgment. You could never imagine that I could slip into another world and vanish into thin air. Yicite beams with satisfaction, then nonchalantly crosses the Navy's checkpoint. Entering the bridge, finding a hidden spot to reappear, and leisurely exploring. The bridge is indeed magnificent. However, the living conditions on the bridge's surface starkly contrast with those on the island, near the island. The residential buildings appear tolerable, the environment is decent, and the spirits of the inhabitants seem normal. Yet after a short distance, the living quarters devolve into shantytowns. The residents are gaunt and emaciated, and along the main street of the bridge, one can scarcely take a few steps without encountering the elderly and frail begging from passing merchants and travelers. Yet their efforts yield little reward. Merchants rush by in their carts, oblivious to the destitute beggars at the roadside. The travelers, though numerous and robust, still exhibit signs of fear when traversing this shantytown. That on either side of the bridge, rope ladders hang down. Those still possessing some strength descend to the sea, where small boats sustain their livelihoods. Yicite walks alone, adorned in finery, his stature lacking intimidation. As he strolls, he is acutely aware that a throng of eyes is upon him. While it is still early, perhaps it is best to turn back. To reach another island, It would be wise to accompany a merchant caravan or wait for a sufficient number of people to travel together. As ECT indulged in the fruits while casting curious glances around, a frail man from a passing group of travelers brushed past him and whispered a hasty warning before continuing on his way without pause. Though intrigued, ECT refrained from pursuing him for further inquiry. After walking a short distance, a boy who appeared to be no more than 10 years old suddenly emerged, brandishing a sailor's knife, its blade marred with nicks, and stood directly in ECT's path. Halt! Hand over all your money and food. It was evident that this boy was likely inexperienced in such endeavors. His movements were clumsy, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Onlookers seemed to revel in the farce unfolding before them, amused by both the boy's audacity and ECT's predicament. Nearby, under a sheltering eave, another group of youths, seemingly aged between 13 and 19, observed the scene. Each wore a black cloth tied around their necks. Including the small boy, ECT cast a glance at the group of youths before quickly finishing the fruit in his hand. As he discarded the peel, it barely touched the ground before someone pounced on it to snatch it away. Well, consuming the peel shouldn't transform one into an outsider, right? After ensuring that those who devoured the discarded peel exhibited no unusual changes, ECT felt a sense of relief and then approached the boy. In a panic, the boy swung his knife at ECT. After countless enhancements from the fruits, dealing with such a child was hardly a challenge. As for the notion of becoming weary of it, it was akin to being told about something that could enhance one's abilities comprehensively, with effects that were permanent and infinitely stackable, albeit with the caveat of slow onset and subtle initial impact. Surely, many would wish to incorporate such a substance into their daily meals, treating it as a staple. Moreover, the taste of the Helheim underworld fruit was rather pleasant. ECT deftly sidestepped, disarming the boy with a swift motion, lifting him effortlessly, and then strode toward the group of youths. "Let me go. Release me," the boy protested, flailing ineffectually. The youths, upon witnessing the approaching figure, grew increasingly serious but did not flee. They remained in place. Perhaps emboldened by their camaraderie, or perhaps due to the boy still being in Yaisai's grasp. If it were merely the latter reason, Yaisai couldn't help but admire their audacity. "Are you all in cahoots?" ECT inquired. "Why not run? This little brat is merely your pawn for amusement, is he not? To survive here, one must take decisive steps forward. Today's misfortune is merely a matter of misdirected focus," a youth proclaimed, akin to a leader among them. "Can we return him?" he continued, stepping forth to shoulder the responsibility. The younger boys regarded him with admiration, their reverence evident. Observing these youths, it was struck by an idea. This world, this era, was one in which human life was undervalued. Countless individuals were willing to do anything for a meager meal. What was the situation on this bridge? Why had the Continental Bridge, constructed at such great expense by the world government, devolved into a slum? Rather than making a decision, ECT voiced his curiosity. Upon hearing this question, the youth visibly relaxed, indicating that ECT was not one of the notorious figures from the nearby islands. This revelation brought a glimmer of hope, whether it meant he would not face violence or that there was a chance to escape this mire. After the bridge was completed, the land of the islands was seized by arriving nobles and wealthy merchants. Those islanders who resisted were enslaved to toil on the bridge. The affluent and powerful remained on the islands, while the rest were cast out. Some chose to venture to sea, never to return, while those unable to do so ended up here on the bridge. The buildings at the bridge's entrance are the abodes of the island's elite's lackeys, who periodically come here to abduct individuals for labor on the islands. Those fortunate enough to complete their tasks may return to the bridge, while those less fortunate may not even earn the chance to become slaves laboring on the bridge. The youth succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding the bridge. The surrounding individuals, having listened to the youth's account, were enveloped in a pall of despair, their futures bleak, the boy in ECT's grasp ceasing his struggles, as if resigned to accept whatever fate awaited him. "I was the one who attempted to rob you. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me. Please spare my brother," the boy cried out. Simultaneously, the Navy and island soldiers, armed with an increasing number of photographs, conducted widespread searches on the island, which had even reached the Continental Bridge. That a horde of gang thugs charged onto the bridge, eager to unleash the pent-up frustrations they had endured in this slum. While there may not have been sufficient wealth to plunder, they could still vent their wrath on people. Whether it involved assaulting men or violating young women, all they sought was their own gratification. Furthermore, the bridge was not devoid of targets. Those arrogant merchants and travelers who had yet to escape the bridge could easily fall prey to their whims, provided they donned a dubious hat. Unless, of course, among these individuals, there were those with formidable connections. Otherwise, even the presence of skilled fighters could not shield them from the false accusations born of resentment. Years of oppressing slaves and extorting the wealthy had rendered these thugs increasingly depraved. In truth, the three gangs on the island had been fostered by officials to help stabilize the situation and siphon wealth from the populace. Their petty disputes and conflicts, as well as the authorities' crackdowns, were merely performances for the island's aristocracy. As for the ordinary affluent, the wealthier they became, the more they attracted unwanted attention, just as Inciting was on the verge of making a decision. The cries and pleas from the bridge grew louder and more frantic. Several older youths hastily climbed atop the not-so-tall shanty rooftops, gazing toward Doris Island in an instant, their fists clenched, veins bulging. Hearing these sounds, Inciting couldn't help but chuckle. What a splendid assist! Were the islanders once again coming to apprehend someone? Inciting inquired casually. He did not believe this was due to his presence. The commotion sounded more like a raid than a search. The youths leaped down from the rooftops, ready to charge forward. Is that your plan? Do you possess the strength to match them? Do you have the wisdom to deter them? You have nothing at your disposal. What do you intend to use to stop those thugs? Inciting questioned. Regardless of the outcome, this is something we must do. The youth asserted resolutely. Though, would you not desire an increase in your strength? Inciting asked with a smile. His words struck the youths dumb, leaving them staring at him in astonishment. I possess a fruit, Inciting declared, creating a pathway and conjuring a vine laden with fruit. Plucking one and beginning to consume it. This fruit would grant those who partook of it incredible power, rendering them impervious to blades. State your terms. The youth approached Inciting, is 18 or 19 years evident in his maturity. Fully aware that gain necessitated sacrifice. As for the conditions, there are none. However, I must inform you that this fruit carries certain side effects. Upon consumption, one may become somewhat unappealing. Of course, some might find it quite handsome or cool. The evaluation is subjective. Altering one's appearance is trivial. The paramount concern is that the power of this fruit may overwhelm your mind. Should you withstand it, you will acquire the wisdom of a human and the might of a god. However, if you cannot endure, you will be left with the wits of a beast to harness this power. Inciting extended the fruit toward the youth leader. And what of you? Why have you not changed? The youth appeared to have seized upon a pivotal point. As the master of this fruit, I am afforded certain privileges. Is that not to be expected? Inciting replied nonchalantly. Now, indecision is of no consequence. You may each carry one of these fruits on your person for contingencies. Should the moment arise where you must fight for your lives, this fruit may at least afford you a chance. Furthermore, if you are wounded and nearing death, you may consume one. At the very least, transforming into a monster is preferable to dying outright. Oh, and remember to summon your most genuine, profound, and steadfast beliefs or desires when consuming the fruit. This will aid in preserving your sanity. It is imperative that it be the most authentic. Do not deceive yourselves. Inciting, employing his somewhat unrefined art of persuasion, spoke while gently releasing the child he had been holding. Observing the fruits plucked from Inciting's vines, the youths began to consume them casually before his very eyes, their initial wariness gradually dissipating. One individual seized a fruit and tucked it into his bosom. Then, in unison, they bowed to Inciting before dashing towards the front lines. Ha! Inciting let out a hearty laugh, enlarging the passageway through which he stepped, sealing it behind him. He intended to venture forth and witness the unfolding commotion. Concealed within another realm, he could observe through a mere pinhole. Unless he maintained his observation haki at all times, no one would discern his whereabouts. On the bridge, chaos was wrought by gang members and low-ranking thugs. Accustomed to acting without regard for consequences, many bore a wanted poster in hand. Others had carelessly discarded theirs, the very same poster Inciting had glimpsed earlier. To think, it was truly due to my actions. Yet, the misdeeds of these petty thugs bore no relevance to me. They were merely seeking to satiate their own desires. Inciting muttered to himself. Meanwhile, on the island, the primary search efforts were led by Rear Admiral Allenfist. Accompanied by the naval forces and elite guards stationed there, thus maintaining a relatively stable order. However, discontent brewed among some who lamented the absence of opportunities to earn extra income. On the bridge, the youths swiftly rescued a girl whose clothing had been partially stripped. They stood protectively in front of her. The terrified girl could only cry, her mind unable to conceive of any other action. "Duan, take her away," shouted the leader of the boys. Duan was the youngest child previously captured by Yicite. Aware of his own frailty, he immediately grasped the sobbing girl and ran deeper into the bridge. "Damn filthy slave." A recovering gang member kicked the boy in the stomach. That he may have lacked prowess against true foes, but he felt invincible against these small fry, witnessing their leader being struck. The other boys rushed forward. Lacking any combat skill, it resembled a street brawl. The thug's companions merely laughed at the spectacle, showing no intention of aiding, and even mocked. "What's wrong? Have you already softened before the fight even begins? If you can't handle a few little brats, then leave the old hags to you. Ha ha. One can mock my fighting skills, but not my combat prowess." The man, incensed by the jeers, became increasingly agitated. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, snatching the battered curved blades from the boy's hands, swiftly dispatching several children with ease. Yet, that was not enough. He continued to stomp and kick relentlessly. Blood flowed freely, painting the ground a vivid crimson. Observing the deliberately ignited shanties, the fallen men, women, and children, and the ravaged women, an unprecedented surge of hatred and fury ignited within him. In that moment, he comprehended the true value of the freedom others spoke of. Finally, he grasped the indispensable nature of power. He then retrieved the fruit he had previously dismissed. Yicite's words were, to him, mere jest. After all, how could such a small fruit bestow immense power? Yet, at this instant, he fervently wished for its authenticity, hoping it bore the effects the man had described. Slowly rising to his knees, he cradled the fruit in his hands and bit down fiercely. The other boys followed suit. Upon returning from escorting the girl, Duan witnessed this scene and, without exception, joined in consuming the fruit. Brothers in arms, they would rise and fall together. One by one, the children sank their teeth into the fruit, but the thugs were not so easily deterred. "Ha! What time is it? You dare think of eating fruit?" They jeered, swatting the fruit from their grasp. However, being but one thug, he could not attend to all the boys simultaneously. As he knocked the last boy's fruit away, the previous one had already retrieved his from the ground. They rolled and darted about, determined to find an opportunity to consume the fruit entirely. Regardless of its efficacy, it was their sole chance. The boys, remembering Yicite's instructions, kept their eyes fixed on the thuggish perpetrators as they clenched their teeth. As if each bite was not of fruit, but of flesh, their expressions were bone-chilling. "Damn it. Have you finished eating? What use is it? Do you wish to feast before your demise?" The frustrated thug, unable to prevent the boys from consuming the fruit, lashed out in a fit of rage, venting his fear and shame at being scrutinized by the children. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the boys. The thug was immediately sent sprawling to the ground. A transformation took place. The 8 boys let out a collective roar, as countless vines, like ethereal creations, ensnared them, forming a cocoon around their bodies. Subsequently, the vine cocoon vanished, revealing 8 monstrous entities before the astonished onlookers. 7 bore characteristics resembling that of a crab, while one exhibited traits akin to a horse. This singular advanced entity was the boy designated as the leader. Perhaps the prior words had indeed held merit. For upon transforming into these entities, their first targets were the surrounding thugs. The 8 aberrations launched their assaults, and none of the malevolent thugs could withstand their might. Some were pierced through the heart by claws, while others were sent flying by vicious kicks. Monsters have emerged. Run, informed the higher-ups. Meanwhile, news of the monsters' emergence on the bridge reached the mayor's residence. While the foot soldiers scoured the area, the dignitaries gathered, awaiting the outcome. At that moment, the results materialized. Baru Salino transformed into a flash of light, vanishing instantaneously from the hall. Following suit, Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and CP agents swiftly mobilized, racing towards the bridge. On the bridge, Yicite beheld the invincible prowess of the 8 aberrations, swiftly incapacitating the nearby thugs. As the situation neared resolution, the aberrations, having lost their targets, turned their focus toward the very people they sought to protect. Yicite was also prepared to intervene. The passageway opened beside the equine aberration. ready for him to direct all the aberrations to enter. However, at that moment, a flash of light descended from the heavens. "Ah, young one, are you the chaos-inducing ability user?" Borsalino, clad in yellow and sporting brown sunglasses, appeared before Incite. "Damn it, it's Kizaru." A wave of alarm surged through Incite, as the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. His speed surpassed all others. There was no time to concern himself with the aberrations. In order to command them, Incite stepped outside the passageway. Fortunately, he stood at the threshold. A mere step back would lead him into the realm of Hades. Yet, Borsalino evidently had no intention of allowing him that reprieve. As Incite moved, a luminous kick landed squarely on his waist. Incite was sent flying. Fortunately, having continuously consumed fruits, his physical condition had significantly improved. The blow, while painful, was bearable, and he did not cough up blood. "What manner of passage is this? A forest lies beyond. Where does it lead?" the young man inquired as he soared through the air. Just as Borsalino delivered his kick, while hurtling backward, Incite reopened the passage, hoping to use the momentum from the kick to propel himself inside. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to that of light. In the blink of an eye, Borsalino was already positioned at the entrance of the passage, delivering another kick that sent Incite spiraling in a different direction. The newly transformed aberrations were rendered useless. As they approached the passage to unleash the aberrations within, Borsalino repelled them with a series of laser blasts. "Damn it," Incite cursed under his breath. Disregarding all boundaries, he commanded the aberrations on the bridge to seize the civilians as leverage. However, during this period, Incite was caught off guard by the overwhelming speed of light, leaving him utterly disoriented. Moreover, those otherworldly beings who were poised to capture him were swiftly dealt with during the brief intervals he found. With a photon sword, he severed their legs. Initially, due to his lack of familiarity, he struck with insufficient force, merely producing a few sparks with his first two strikes. Nearly making a fool of himself, that it was only after delivering several more blows that he successfully incapacitated all those otherworldly beings. "Young man, if you intend to continue resisting, I shall have no choice but to sever your legs as well," Borsalino threatened, brandishing his lightsaber menacingly at Incite. At this moment, Incite truly dared not move recklessly, quietly shutting all escape routes while contemplating his next course of action. "What do you intend to do with me? I am not a fugitive. I am merely a civilian, innocently walking along the road when suddenly a group of individuals captured me and sent me to a slave camp. I have committed no crime. I simply wish to live a normal life. What wrong have I done?" Incite's anger erupted in genuine emotional outbursts. After all, on the very first day in this world, he had been treated as a slave. There was no remedy for it. "Your actions have caused a great upheaval, even alarming the world government. After all, the Continental Bridge is one of the eternal plans of the world's nobility." The celestial dragons, seeing that Incite seemed to have abandoned any thoughts of resistance or escape, Borsalino relaxed slightly and languidly inquired, "Could you tell me what lies beyond that passage? Why do you so desperately wish to cross it?" Borsalino continued to question that if I were willing to join the Navy, would you consider letting me go? I refuse to return to a life of slavery, even if it means being a mere soldier. Incite did not respond directly to the question, but tentatively asked if joining the Navy would grant him some leverage. With the Navy's intelligence support, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become a tad easier. Moreover, if he could serve and impel down, wouldn't those pirates make excellent subjects for conversion? It was only when confronted with Borsalino or Kuzan that Incite felt emboldened enough to negotiate. "Is that so?" Borsalino mused, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. At that moment, Sakazuki and Kuzan arrived at the scene. "You've arrived," Borsalino exclaimed. "Have you already apprehended him?" Kuzan asked nonchalantly, while Sakazuki appeared somewhat displeased. "For such a situation meant he would gain no credit. Perfect timing. I'll leave the next steps to you. If the CP organization catches up, just tell them I pursued the target." With that, Borsalino seized Incite and shot into the sky like a flash of light. "What does Borsalino mean? Is he afraid we might seize his credit?" Sakazuki shouted in frustration. "He is not that kind of person. The reasons will become clear once we return," Kuzan replied, glancing at the legless monstrosities still writhing on the battlefield. "These must be the creatures in question." Kuzan approached one of the downed beasts, freezing its wounds with ice, and then gathered the creatures together, extinguishing the surrounding flames. Shortly thereafter, CP agents, along with ailing Fizite and others, also arrived at the scene. Where are the others? One CP agent demanded sharply. Borsalino has gone after them. Kazan decided to assist Borsalino in covering up their actions, and Sakazuki did not intentionally undermine him. After all, they were in this together. Why didn't you pursue them? The CP agent continued to interrogate without a second thought. They can all fly. Sakazuki shot a disdainful glance at the agent, causing the agent's face to flush with embarrassment. These are the remaining creatures on the battlefield. They are still alive. If you wish, we can leave one behind, and you can take the rest, Kuzan reiterated. The CP agents, however, showed no hesitation and prepared to take all the creatures. Yet Kazan would not easily let them succeed. He froze one creature that appeared distinctly different from the others in place. No matter how hard the agents tried, they could not budge that one creature. We will report what transpired here. Realizing they were outmatched, the agents could do little more than utter a fierce threat before departing Doris Island and returning to Mariewa to report. Subsequently, Sakazuki and Kazan brought back the severely injured high-ranking otherworldly being to their warship, embarking on their journey home. As for the aftermath here, they were merely the Navy, and despite their high ranks, they held no administrative power. How it would be handled was a matter for the local conquerors. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Borsalino flew back, with Icite entering the building directly into the Marshal's office. Report, Marshal. The individual has been captured, but there are some minor issues that require your attention. Borsalino began by objectively outlining the situation from his perspective. Following that, Marshal Kong personally inquired, under the overwhelming presence of his observation haki. Icite felt utterly exposed, leaving no room for deceit. Even when asked where he hailed from, Icite could only honestly admit that he came from a place called Zhonghua. Fortunately, due to the underdeveloped transportation and communication systems in this world, many regions remained unexplored, making the sudden emergence of an unrecorded nation entirely plausible. They asked for subsequent inquiries regarding the locations of countries and islands and how to reach them. Icite could only respond with ignorance, as he truly did not know. After a round of questioning, Icite was drenched in sweat. Finally came the last two questions, the most critical ones. What is your ability? Why do you wish to join the Navy? I can connect to a mysterious forest where a special fruit grows that I consumed that fruit, which enhanced my physical abilities. But if other beings consume it, they transform into otherworldly beings. That's the name I've given to those monsters. So far, I have identified two tiers of otherworldly beings, one resembling a beetle, which is the most numerous and weakest. I call them the lower tier otherworldly beings. The other is the higher tier otherworldly beings with distinct characteristics, possessing greater strength and the ability to launch energy blasts for ranged attacks. However, once transformed into otherworldly beings, they lose their intellect. The lower tier can only act on instinct, while the higher tier can still learn. And I can command them to a certain extent. By joining the Navy, I seek protection. I refuse to be sent back into slavery. As he spoke the latter part, the fear and hatred evident in his eyes were raw and unmasked. Perhaps not merely unmasked, but rather a result of the influence of observation haki, rendering him incapable of hiding his true feelings. The actual effects of observation haki vary from person to person, as different individuals can develop distinct techniques. Marshal Kong made no judgment on ECT's responses, merely instructing others to take him away and arrange for him to rest in a designated room for a while. ECT was placed in a room but was restricted from leaving, confined to the space with a dedicated watchful presence. A colonel skilled in the shave. With Borsalino's endorsement, such an expert was more than capable of apprehending ECT before he could escape through any open portals. In another part of the office, Zephyr, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Borsalino, as the apprehender, all gathered. Once everyone was present, Kong asked Borsalino to reiterate the earlier report. Following that, Kong shared some of the inquiries he had made, under the absolute disparity of strength. The weaker party had no room to lie, and thus the officers raised no objections regarding ECT's intentions to join the Navy or the veracity of his claims. The ensuing debate centered around whether this individual's value warranted their efforts to negotiate with the world government. If they did secure him, how could they ensure his loyalty? These two questions remained ever present. Leave it to me. Zephyr spoke up. Currently, he was in charge of the elite training camp, and apart from combat instruction, he also provided ideological education to the most outstanding individuals. although he was not the one directly responsible for teaching. A group of rough individuals, utterly devoid of any semblance of ideological education. The reason this aspect often remains unexpressed is simply because it is generally overlooked. Under normal circumstances, the students in the elite training camp are meticulously selected from naval branches around the globe. Comprising the finest, these individuals are inherently loyal to the Navy, steadfast in their allegiance to the world government, or driven by a sense of justice. Thus, when it comes to these individuals, the necessity for ideological education becomes inconsequential. As long as their combat training is up to par, one can afford to turn a blind eye to other matters. However, for someone who has taken a roundabout path to join the Navy, the ideological education department must inevitably step in. Zifa willingly assumes this responsibility, and no one voices any dissent. After all, his prowess is undeniably that of a formidable admiral, with this individual placed before them. Everyone feels at ease. Yet, the paramount condition is that he possesses intrinsic value. Now that a decision has been made, it is time to take him to the training grounds of the elite camp for evaluation. The senior officials reach a consensus and promptly relocate, with Borsalino personally escorting the newcomer. Meanwhile, in the room, Inciting is being held captive, surrounded by stark emptiness, rendered incapable of any action as he attempts to procure a fruit. The moment he opens the passage, the colonel overseeing him seizes him by the throat. Misunderstanding. Let go. I merely wish to eat. Inciting struggles to articulate, gasping for breath. Subsequently, a fist-sized passageway materializes, from which a vine extends, adorned with several fruits. The Major General cautions, "You are in a perilous situation. It would be wise to refrain from actions that could be misconstrued." The colonel gradually releases his grip, issuing a warning. "I am merely trying to eat a fruit. Would you like one?" Inciting casually plucks 2 fruits and offers one that the colonel remains unmoved, standing aside, meticulously observing him. Inciting, undeterred by the lack of interest, sits quietly, savoring his own fruit. Currently, Inciting's daily sustenance consists solely of the Helheim underworld fruits, which suffice to sate his hunger, provide energy, and stave off fatigue, given the absence of any signs of weakness over the past several days. It seems he is receiving all essential nutrients, perhaps due to some substitute. In any case, with the existence of such fruits, the necessity for conventional meals has become trivial. After approximately 2 hours, Borsalino reappears before Inciting. First, he exchanges a confirming glance with the colonel, ensuring all is well, before addressing Inciting. "Young man, let us proceed. If you wish to join the Navy, you must undergo an assessment." "What kind of assessment?" "Just so you know, I've never been in a fight before. If it involves actual combat, count me out." Inciting preemptively sets the stage for his defense. "Well, I have no idea what the assessment entails. It's all under teacher Zifa's purview. However, your worth lies entirely in your capabilities, so the most crucial aspect will be to evaluate your skills," Borsalino remarks, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Hearing this, Inciting feels a sense of relief. As long as he possesses value, that is what matters most. The greatest fear one harbors is being utterly insignificant during times of weakness, especially in this grotesque and twisted pirate world. To be frank, the majority of anime worlds are particularly distorted and perverse. Perhaps it is the immense pressure on their creators that necessitates such an outlet. The audience shares in this sentiment. Initially, these matters bore no relevance to Inciting. But now that he finds himself in the pirate world, they hold great significance. He has silently berated the circumstances countless times. Yet what purpose does that serve? Life must persist forward. Following Borsalino, he arrives at the bustling training grounds of the elite camp. Today, the atmosphere is particularly lively, as Marshal Kong, Admiral Sengoku, their chief instructor Admiral Zifa, and Vice Admiral Tsuru are all present, accompanied by a team of surveyors. Zifa had indeed requested to relinquish his position as admiral upon assuming the role of chief instructor of the elite training camp. But his request was firmly denied. The rationale was simple. Currently, the Navy is comprised solely of Sengoku and himself as admirals, with Karp stubbornly refusing to accept promotion if he were to resign as well. The Navy's prestige would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. He was explicitly instructed that if he wished to step down, he must either persuade Karp to accept promotion or await the emergence of a new admiral. The senior officials gather, and the cadets curiously surround them. "Zifa, how do you intend to conduct today's assessment?" Marshal Kong inquires. First, we must evaluate strategic value. If his passage can connect to a forest, it can serve as a forward operating base. As long as he can safeguard himself, he can transform anywhere he goes into a mobile barracks and armory. If the side effects of consuming those fruits can be mitigated, it could even become a training camp. Zifa asserts with gravity. Based on the intelligence gleaned from Marshal Kong, the young man's abilities are exceedingly useful. Thus, they have chosen to retain Inciting before long. Borsalino brings Inciting to the training grounds. The individual has been delivered, Borsalino states, stepping aside. Well then, Inciting, use your ability to open a passage to its maximum extent. Zifa steps forward, having already received a comprehensive briefing on Inciting's information during Kong's inquiry. Apart from the fact that he is a traveler, no other details were omitted. Naturally, most of his responses were, I don't know, as the questions pertained to state secrets. How greedy! Such critical information is hardly something he could possess. The robust man with purple hair gives a directive, and the others silently observe as Inciting complies. Consequently, a peculiar passage, approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, adorned with a zipper, materializes before everyone, eliciting gasps from the surrounding cadets. Indeed, on the other side lies a forest. Vice Admiral Tsuru nods slightly to the surveyors beside her. Following her instructions, the surveyors enter the Helheim underworld through the passage, subsequently employing moonwalk techniques to soar into the sky, dispersing in various directions. During the wait, Zifa continues his inquiries. How long can this passage remain open? As long as I do not close it. It can persist indefinitely, Inciting replies. What is the maximum number of passages you can maintain simultaneously? Is there a limitation based on your distance? Tsuru questions that I haven't tested it, so I don't know. Inciting answers. Well, you can try now. Begin by testing the number of passages, Tsuru suggests. The number of passages is indeed limitless. Otherwise, how could one encroach upon the world? Without hesitation, Inciting opens 100 passages adjacent to the largest one, effortlessly occupying a significant portion of the training area. Just as Inciting prepares to continue, Tsuru interjects. That will suffice. How do you feel? Are you fatigued? Not at all, even if I were tired or injured. Consuming 2 fruits would restore me completely. Inciting responds, casually plucking another fruit to eat. Is it true that only you can consume this fruit without side effects? If anyone else eats it, will they transform into those beings you described? Marshal Kong inquires. As of now, I have yet to encounter any that remain unchanged. Regardless of whether they are human or animal, consuming the fruit results in transformation. Inciting explains, subsequently opening a passage and releasing the previously captured beings. These creatures resembling ladybugs are the basic aberrants. Lacking intelligence, they only act on instinct unless commanded by me. The various forms represent the advanced types, which possess rudimentary intelligence and can learn and grow through combat, acquiring skills. Of course, their primary expertise remains in battle. Inciting elaborates. Let us proceed with a test, Zifa declares, selecting a group of cadets equivalent in number to the basic and advanced aberrants from the observing students. Your task is to defeat these aberrants. Nearby, Inciting hesitates momentarily. You have something to say? Zifa inquires that if possible, I would prefer that the 32 advanced aberrants not be killed, given that they can directly become advanced aberrants upon consuming the fruit. It indicates their inherent talent is not lacking, and their capacity for learning and growth could render them even stronger in the future. They could prove quite useful. Inciting requests. This is merely a test, Zifa emphasizes, and thus, the battle commences, with the battlefield designated on the opposite half of the training grounds. More than 60 participants on each side, engaging in simultaneous combat across 60 different matches, although it is referred to as an elite training camp. Not all individuals within are formidable warriors. Those at the back of the line are incapable of breaching the defenses of even the novice interdimensional beings. Fortunately, the movements of these novice entities are slow, rendering them unable to strike. Thus, both sides find themselves in a state of stalemate. As for those in the mid-tier, as long as they can breach defenses, the novice interdimensional beings are virtually doomed. However, when confronted with the advanced interdimensional beings, even those lacking in defensive prowess exhibit a level of resilience several magnitudes stronger than that of the novice entities, with neither side able to breach defenses and unable to land a hit. A stalemate ensues. Yet, those truly perceptive warriors can discern that the advanced interdimensional beings are rapidly evolving amidst this deadlock. They continuously seek opportunities to launch attacks and inflict damage. Once contemplation enters the fray of battle, mere physical prowess is no longer the decisive factor, unless the disparity in strength between the two parties is so vast that all strategy becomes futile. Observing the impasse, Admiral Crane inquired, "Will these interdimensional beings be affected by the distance at which you operate? For instance, if the distance is too great, could they lose control? If I were to command personally, proximity would be essential. However, the impact of distance on their control remains untested." Following their line of reasoning, Eyster suggested, "Let us conduct an experiment, Borsalino. I rely on you, along with testing whether distance impacts the stability of the passage." Admiral Crane stated, "Da, what a taskmaster," Borsalino mumbled, seizing Eyster and soaring into the sky. In no time, they arrived at the vast archipelago of Sabaody, where towering trees formed a lush canopy. "Da, how do we establish contact with the other side, and when shall we commence the opening of the passage?" Borsalino exclaimed, scanning the desolate clearing where he and Eyster stood. Observing his erratic demeanor, Eyster promptly opened a passage into the underworld of Helheim, then created another passage from Helheim, returning to the training grounds of the elite camp at Navy headquarters. As Eyster stepped out, a flash of light coalesced beside him. "Ah, we truly have returned," Borsalino marveled. However, just as Borsalino transformed into a flash and traversed Helheim, the realm momentarily captured a fragment of the rules and powers of the devil fruits. It joyfully relayed this information to Eyster. Upon receiving the message from Helheim, a mysterious gleam flickered in Eyster's eyes. "Where were you just now?" Sengoku promptly inquired. "The Sabaody archipelago," Borsalino replied. "Really?" Sengoku quickly verified. For if this were indeed true, it would greatly facilitate the support of the Navy across various regions. "The passage remains open. We could certainly dispatch someone to investigate," Eyster remarked nonchalantly, then plucked a fruit and began to consume it. Upon taking a bite, Eyster immediately sensed that he had gained a hint of the power of light. "This setting is not ideal for experimentation. I must restrain myself for now." Zifa, bold and skilled, approached directly, traversing through the two passages and entering the familiar grounds of the Sabaody archipelago. To confirm, Zifa promptly employed moonwalk to ascend into the sky, gazing distantly at the holy land of Mariwa atop the red line. He then returned to the training grounds. "This is indeed true." Zifa brought forth the confirmed report. "Admiral Kong, this power must be retained within the Navy." Zifa stated with earnest seriousness. "That I understand." Admiral Kong nodded. "Very well. You may close all other passages, leaving only the one for the surveyors to enter," Sengoku commanded. Simultaneously, Zifa instructed all cadets to cease their actions, and the interdimensional beings were retracted from Helheim. Shortly thereafter, the surveyors returned. "The expanse of that forest is too vast. We only managed to record a rough sketch. For a detailed map, we would require more tools," the chief of the surveyors reported. Admiral Crane, upon receiving the rough sketch, promptly dismissed the surveyors and instructed them to maintain confidentiality. "Now, Eyster can close all passages and return to the headquarters building under the escort of several high-ranking officials." Upon returning to headquarters, Eyster's first order of business was to accept his request to join the Navy. Then came the arrangements. "Next, you will directly enter the elite training camp, where you will be personally trained by Admiral Zifa." The mere mention of this caused Eyster's face to pale. Training in the pirate world is indeed the kind that pushes one to their limits, with little regard for a gradual approach. Thrusting someone accustomed to peace into such rigorous training would surely lead to an overwhelming struggle to adapt. However, having received such an extraordinary opportunity, a future of tranquility is certainly not in the cards. Rather than regretting a lack of power later on, it is far better to seize the moment while the situation remains stable. At the very least, he would no longer be forced to bow his head in submission. Moreover, just moments ago, when Borsalino traversed Helheim, the power captured by the underworld merged into all the fruits. Now, simply consuming a fruit would grant him a portion of the power seized by the underworld. Currently, it is merely a fragment of the glint fruit, but once trust is established, he could engage in sparring within Helheim or maintain a prolonged presence there, potentially acquiring much more, even the complete powers of the glint fruit. Furthermore, not only the glint fruit, but also Kazan S ice fruit, Akainu S magma fruit, Crane S Wash Wash Fruit, and Sengoku S Buddha Fruit. There are also the Retrograde Fruit, Flourishing Fruit, Smoke Fruit, Forest Fruit, Gravity Fruit, and more from the future training camp, not limited to the Navy's ranks, but also the pirates, with countless Devil Fruit users among the notorious pirates imprisoned and impelled down. It can be said that in the early stages, seeking resources and stability, the Navy is indeed the unparalleled choice. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing talents that the Navy deems worthy. Aister was taken to the Marshal's office, where his first task was to prepare a thorough and verifiable identity to deal with CP agents and the world government. Naturally, this identity was merely a precaution. Ideally, it would be best if they could not trace him at all. As for the elite training camp, it is one of the Navy's core departments, typically managed in a closed manner, with outsiders unable to enter and those within rarely allowed to leave. Furthermore, all personnel are deemed trustworthy. Admiral Crane specially fabricated a highly credible false identity for Aister, which he was instructed to memorize. In this identity, Aister is portrayed as the orphan child of a Navy martyr, whose father was a comrade of Sengoku, a fellow officer of the same rank. Their cohort was tragically overshadowed by four luminaries, Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, and Crane, each radiating brilliance. Moreover, every battle was a grueling struggle, spanning from the Rocks era to the Roger era, with none of their foes being easy to contend with. After committing the information to memory, Zifa escorted Aister back to the elite training camp, forcefully integrating him into the ranks. Given prior events, the individuals within the training camp refrained from deliberately seeking conflict with him. The accommodations for the cadets were communal, consisting of a large dormitory filled with bunk beds and close quarters. Each resident was arranged in an orderly fashion. This cohort of the training camp included some familiar faces, predominantly future mid-ranking admirals of the Navy 2 decades hence, such as Gecko Moria, Fire Fist Ace, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and others. These future commanding officers, who would come to dominate in their own right, were still youthful and inexperienced. Some had been recommended for their merits, while others had been selected for their prowess. And some were even born into the headquarters. The former two categories tended to be older, attending the camp for further training, with some in their 30s. The latter group had undergone training from a young age, representing the Navy's core, with the youngest not yet 15. Regardless of their background, any cadet who successfully graduates from the training camp would at least attain the rank of lieutenant. Those who came for advanced training typically secured even higher positions. In the Marshal's office, after sending Aister on his way, everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning him again. That it was not the opportune moment for bold actions. That the very least, they should wait until the world government and CP organization no longer focus on them. However, the establishment of a rapid response unit centered around Aister and the pre-planning of transport points across various locales could begin. In the dead of night, as all fell into slumber, Aister leisurely entered Helheim. He intended to experiment with his newfound abilities. Standing in a clearing within the forest, Inciting clasped his hands together, and suddenly a sphere of golden radiance coalesced in his palms. In an instant, it summoned a low-level interloper, and he hurled the luminous orb at its back, striking the creature's most formidable shell. With a thunderous explosion, the low-level interloper was propelled forward, yet it rose again as if nothing had transpired. The impact yielded no discernible effect. Thus, he resorted to assaulting the stones and the ground instead. The laser-like beams emanating from his fingertips could pierce through a tree with a diameter of approximately 40 centimeters. The size of a fist, the energy projectiles could create a crater around 1 meter in diameter and 30 centimeters deep in the earth. This formidable power was roughly equivalent to a well-crafted firearm or a cannon. However, the skill of transforming into light for mobility had its drawbacks. While his body could become radiant, his clothing and belongings could not. This ability could serve as a life-saving maneuver to evade into the realm of Hades, but it would likely prove inadequate for ordinary combat or travel. After honing this new capability, Inciting returned to his bed and indulged in a restful slumber till the break of dawn the following day. Inciting found himself under the personal supervision of Zfa, a figure, still bleary-eyed and half asleep, was brought to the training ground, with only one task assigned: to run, relentlessly. No pauses were permitted, though seemingly simple. It must be noted that this was an exceedingly effective and practical method that it served to assess both physical endurance and willpower. After several days of consuming the fruit, Its fortifying effects continuously enhanced ECT's physique. 1,000 meters felt effortless, at 10,000 meters. He broke a light sweat, at 20,000 meters. He finally began to pant, at 30,000 meters. He gradually felt parched, up 40,000 meters. A persistent thought echoed in his mind, tempting him to abandon his efforts. Upon reaching 50,000 meters, his pace had slowed considerably, resembling a mere walk. Round after round, the pirate's ethos was to extract every ounce of potential until the limit is reached. One must never yield. However, ECT's will was not nearly as robust. In fact, his body became burdened by his weakening resolve, and he could no longer run after just 60,000 meters. Collapsing onto the ground, no amount of persuasion could coax him to rise again. This utter exhaustion stemmed from his psyche, yet it manifested physically. ZFA was greatly displeased by this. He could tolerate a person collapsing from physical limits, but he would not accept a spirit that faltered before the body. As a formidable figure of the admiral rank, and having served as a coach for over a decade, what had he not witnessed? With a mere glance and touch, he could discern that ECT still possessed strength, yet his will had relaxed into complacency, refusing to stand. Get up. You still have the capability to continue running. Do not halt until you reach your true limit. Under ZFA's direct supervision, a whip cracked across ECT's back. If he did not rise and run again, he would be struck until he complied. For such laziness, ZFA's methods were both straightforward and efficient. No one wished to lie on the ground and endure blows. Yet after a brief rest, ECT found his limbs feeling even more sore and feeble. Unable to move, and having received another lash, he collapsed once more. The sound of the whip slicing through the air resounded again, prompting ECT to scramble to his feet and run. You old codger. I shall have my revenge. He could not help but shout, venting his emotions. Then wait until you are capable of defeating me before you speak. ZFA's whip fell once more. The first day of training concluded amidst the flurry of lashes and relentless running. This regimen of running, under ZFA's vigilant eye, persisted for an entire month. Were it not for the restorative properties of the Hades fruit, which healed his injuries and replenished his energy, his body would have been riddled with scars by now. After a month, ECT finally exhibited some semblance of self-awareness, and the training regimen assigned to him grew increasingly diverse. Simultaneously, during this month, the CP organization visited no less than 5 times, each time seeking to locate Borsalino to inquire about the elusive mastermind, aside from receiving a singular reply stating that he had escaped. Each subsequent attempt was either thwarted by Admiral Kong or Admiral Sengoku, or Borsalino was simply absent from headquarters. Lacking a fixed location, the notion of tracking down an individual capable of transforming into golden light was utterly fanciful. Gradually, the visits from the CP organization dwindled. Moreover, as time progressed, the words left by the Pirate King Roger began to manifest their impact, with more and more individuals taking to the seas and becoming pirates. The order of the ocean descended into chaos. Combat and slaughter, blood and death, became the prevailing themes upon the waves. Cries of anguish and wails of despair formed an unending symphony in the vast expanse of the sea. The attention of the world government and the Navy was entirely captivated by the tumult at sea. In stark contrast, ECT appeared as if he had been forgotten, as the advantages of training became evident. ECT found himself engaging in self-directed training without the need for oversight. Under the influence of the Hades fruit, his physical training quickly caught up to that of the elite in the training camp. Ranking among the very best, this situation ignited envy among the other trainees, with some even contemplating attempting to emulate his success. Ultimately, after verifying the truth that a pet cat transformed into a monster upon consuming the fruit, they abandoned such notions to in the end. ECT attributed all extraordinary occurrences to the effects of the devil fruit. This explanation garnered universal acceptance, sparing him the need for further elaboration. However, one aspect that left ECT perplexed was the conspicuous absence of inquiries regarding the fruit for research purposes over the course of more than a month. Such a scenario did not align with the typical progression of events. After all, the renowned Dr. Vegapunk, whose intellect was said to surpass the world by 5 centuries, was in service to the world government. Moreover, only the world government could bear the substantial costs associated with his research. The fruits of his labor had led to the creation of artificial humans and artificial devil fruits. If there existed anyone capable of unlocking the secrets of the Hades fruit, it would undoubtedly be Vegapunk. Furthermore, Vegapunk had long been affiliated with the Navy's science unit, making any research endeavors seemingly straightforward. Was the world government still keeping a watchful eye on him, or did they simply dismiss the value of these fruits? Upon further reflection, considering that this period marked 20 years prior to the onset of the narrative, it should have been the time when the research into lineage factors began yielding results. With lineage factors, the possibility of creating artificial devil fruits emerged. Indeed, it seemed they regarded Inciting's fruit as a mere byproduct of lesser significance, with no concerns regarding research exploitation. Inciting devoted himself wholeheartedly to training within the elite training camp. As his physical prowess reached its zenith, allowing him to harness corresponding might, he also commenced training in the 6 styles. A year later, the timeline reached 1500, with mastery of the 6 styles achieved, and the basics of the 2-color hockey acquired. His formidable presence rendered him unmatched within the training camp. During this period, Inciting frequently seized moments of leisure to venture beyond, using Doris Island as a launch point to claim dominion over the Tekalo Wolf archipelago. Simultaneously, the 2 sets of advanced interlopers, the 5 spirit beasts and the 12 zodiac animals, were all gathered. Although the dragon and tiger belonged to the same category, Inciting still allocated one of each to his ranks. These 17 advanced interlopers were intended as his lieutenants. Once assembled, Inciting incorporated them into his daily training, nurturing their development. For the sake of these 17, his cadre of advanced interlopers had now swelled to 99. The number of low-level interlopers had surged to 3,786, all hailing from the various island gangs and convicts. Furthermore, upon consuming the fruit, all interlopers had gained the ability to unleash energy projectiles, with advanced interlopers even able to manipulate light to a certain extent. Naturally, Inciting did not permit them to reveal such capabilities. Additionally, daily training under ZFA's relentless scrutiny left him little time to gather other fruit abilities. Any spare moments at night were devoted to establishing portals and setting up bases. As the number of portals expanded and time elapsed, the effects of the Hades fruit also increased proportionately. Not only did Inciting himself feel the enhancement, but the interlopers also exhibited signs of improvement. The most evident manifestation was that low-level interlopers could now utilize flight and feral forms, while advanced interlopers began to unlock their enhanced forms. One day, while training in the training ground, Inciting engaged in sparring with ZFA. This was an unavoidable circumstance, ever since ZFA discovered Inciting's fear of combat. This practice had persisted. In the earlier days, when he was weaker, the sparring partners were the other trainees in the camp. Now, having grown stronger, his sparring partner had become ZFA himself. Each encounter left him mercilessly thrown to the ground. Under such intense training, Inciting finally shed his fear of life and death struggles. Upon realizing that the Helheim underworld fruit could grant Inciting a new lease on life and swiftly restore his injuries, Zifa truly approached their battle with the intent to kill, allowing him just enough breath to consume the fruit. Having grown accustomed to being injured and on the brink of death, he naturally no longer feared combat. The education and training within the pirate world are indeed refreshingly straightforward. As they sparred, a flash illuminated the training ground, and Borsalino arrived at Teacher Zifa, Admiral Kong has requested your presence in the office. If possible, the Admiral hopes you can join us, Borsalino stated. After a year of active service, Borsalino, Kazan, and Sakazuki had all been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, their ascension marked by the numerous pirates they had subdued. Zifa ceased his training and turned to Inciting. The plan about to commence? Zifa inquired softly, to which Borsalino merely shrugged in response. What plan? Inciting was utterly bewildered, yet no one offered him an explanation. Soon he followed the two to the Admiral's office, a place he had not visited in a year. Inside, Admiral Kong, General Sengoku, Zifa, Rear Admiral Karp, Kazan, Sakazuki, Borsalino, Thru, and the 2 majors, Gion and Kaji, were all seated. The 2 majors, having also graduated from the elite training camp, were rising stars in the era of great pirates as of now. They were not yet candidates for the rank of general, hence they lacked corresponding code names. Even Borsalino and his companions had yet to receive such titles. Those present in the office were all individuals displaying extraordinary talent or were favored by the admiral and seasoned generals and rear admirals. Upon entering, Yisite was initially taken aback by the array of esteemed officers. And then, mustering his courage, he greeted each one before awkwardly standing in the center of the room. Yisite, after a year of training, I believe you are now ready, Admiral Kong declared. Yes, Yisite replied, excitement bubbling within him. Finally, he would be able to openly establish a pathway. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Kong. Such a display pleased both Kong and Sengoku immensely. Next, we intend to utilize your abilities to connect East Blue's Lobe Town, South Blue's Coconut Town, West Blue's Blase Town, North Blue's Seafort Town, the Seven Water City in the first half of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago, Fishman Island, and the latter half's G1 branch and headquarters, Judicial Island, and Impel Down to ensure immediate support, Admiral Kong announced. Each location mentioned was of strategic significance, guaranteed to be a hotspot for pirate activity. No problem. When do we begin? Yisite exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. In fact, over the past year, we have already established bases in the aforementioned locations. All you need to do is open the pathways. As for how to proceed, that will be your responsibility, and the Navy will fully cooperate. Admiral Kong stated, arms crossed, chin resting on his hands, his demeanor serious. Understood. I will first record the coordinates of the headquarters base, then proceed to open the pathways to each location, effectively linking them together. Yisite affirmed. Sengoku, you will be responsible for the linking plan. Additionally, Yisite, in the name of the Admiral, I hereby appoint you as a colonel in the Navy headquarters, should the linking plan yield significant results. You shall become the fastest promoted officer in the Navy. Admiral Kong concluded the assignment while casually assigning Yisite his new position, the nonchalance of it akin to playing house. Yet the outcome was undeniably real. Subsequently, a formal introduction was arranged, allowing the future high-ranking officers of the Navy to gather and acquaint themselves. Following that, Sengoku led Yisite to the underground space of the headquarters main camp, apart from Admiral Kong. Everyone else accompanied them, as aside from Borsalino, the others had yet to witness the capabilities of this new devil fruit. In the vast underground space, save for a few supporting pillars, there was nothing else. You can position the pathways wherever you deem suitable. Furthermore, within your abilities forest, it would be best to clear a level area to serve as a transfer station. Sengoku offered his suggestion. Yisite decided to place the base's pathway in the center of the underground plaza, directly opening it to its maximum extent. In an instant, countless vines surged forth from the passage, swiftly enveloping the pillars and walls of the underground space. Major Tsuru seemed to sense something, stepping over to the nearest supporting pillar. Standing before the fruit, this fruit of yours seems to possess an alluring quality. Indeed, as I grow stronger, the allure of the fruit intensifies. After all, those who consume the fruit and transform into otherworldly beings will be under my command. Yisite explained, reflecting on the significant events that had transpired in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, one being the O'Hara extermination order, and the other, the Golden Lion's escape from imprisonment. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters with Yisite, Admiral Kong assigned him a new task, to head to O'Hara. The Navy had made grand efforts to establish connecting pathways across 11 crucial islands. And naturally, the CP agents overseeing the world were aware of this. Of course, the peculiarities of the devil fruits were well known, including one known as the Dor fruit that could open various portals. Thus, the existence of a pathway fruit was not surprising. As long as they belonged to the same faction, they would inherently be monitored by the CP, since they had not witnessed the effects of the underworld fruit. They did not associate Yisite with the previous identity of a chaos creator. They merely suggested borrowing his abilities to transport a large number of agents to eliminate all archaeologists who violated regulations without anyone being the wiser. The current commander of CP9, Spandam, was the one to liaise with Yisite. His condescending demeanor and arrogance were immediately off-putting. You are the one capable of opening the pathways, Spandam sneered disdainfully at Yisite, his expression dripping with contempt. Young and lacking a combat-type fruit, he was naturally looked down upon. Can your pathways reach anywhere? Spandam interrogated, but before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted to one of lewdness. Only to places I have visited, Yisite clarified. What? Is that all? Spandam's demeanor became serious, quickly retracting any unseemly postures. Well, it matters not. We shall proceed to O'Hara immediately. Upon arriving, Open the passage to Judicial Island, where CP agents will be waiting. Spandam commanded. Why not launch a direct assault? With your CP organization strength, attacking an island full of scholars should pose no difficulty, right? Yisite retorted. CP agents are operatives. Operatives. How can we leave traces of our actions? We must act without anyone knowing, without being discovered, and without leaving any clues to qualify as an exemplary operation, Spandam exclaimed loudly. Truly, Spandam exemplified the insidious and lecherous traits of his character. Moreover, you cannot approach as a Navy officer. You must land on O'Hara as an ordinary person, Spandam added. Yisite looked to Admiral Kong, who simply nodded. Though they had no fear of these CP agents, certain matters still required obedience to their directives. As they were directly under the world government, answering to the Five Elders and the Celestial Dragons. Accepting this mission, Yisite changed out of his military uniform, donned ordinary clothing, and equipped himself with the West Blue map and a permanent pointer to O'Hara. Before passing through the passage to arrive at the underground base of West Blue's Blase town, stealthily reaching the surface, he emerged within the town. Nestled between the West Blue and North Blue was the latter half of the Grand Line. Known as the New World, now granted the freedom to travel independently, Yisite was determined not to squander this excellent opportunity. After all, Spandam had not imposed a deadline for the mission's completion. Upon reaching Blase town, Yisite's first action was to backtrack to the Red Line, carving out an underground space atop the inverted mountain, simultaneously opening a passage to in the blink of an eye. The once barren sides of the inverted mountain were now adorned with vibrant forests. Following that, he traversed the inverted mountain, directly entering the New World, transforming dozens of islands at the very end, including the Calm Belt, into the Helheim underworld paradise. The vines were deliberately lowered into the sea, enticing sea beasts to devour the underworld fruits. Additionally, he tossed fruits into the gaping mouths of sea kings in the Calm Belt. Hundreds of high-level otherworldly beings emerged as guardians of these islands. Moreover, he commanded all beings in the Calm Belt's islands to convert any creatures they encountered into their kind. After completing all this, 5 days had already elapsed. Yisite then began the task of capturing pirates. In contrast to the arduous endeavor of scouring the world for devil fruits, a far more pragmatic approach would be to simply lie in wait and capture those pirates, thereby significantly enhancing the likelihood of acquiring devil fruit abilities. During this era of great piracy, the audacity of pirates is unparalleled, with their Jolly Rogers boldly fluttering atop ships docking openly in ports, while the Navy dares not act with excessive severity against them. As long as they are not intercepted at sea, allowing them to set foot on the island, it becomes nearly impossible to take action against them, for pirates operate without any sense of boundaries or rules. If provoked, they would not hesitate to drag the townsfolk into their demise. Yet, the pirates themselves are unlikely to initiate conflict here, for this is the final resupply point before venturing into the Grand Line. Normally, pirates arriving here are willing to spend money to purchase goods, rather than resorting to violent theft as they might in other locales. Easter circumnavigated the island, marking all the pirate ships and open channels beneath their hulls. He then returned to the bustling town and entered a lively tavern. Inside, the patrons were all burly and fierce individuals. It was unmistakably a pirate tavern. Standing at the entrance, Easter suddenly shouted, "You scoundrels! Who among you has the highest bounty? I'm in need of some funds and require your head to exchange for a bit of cash." His proclamation was met with uproarious laughter. Do we know him? What an idiot! Does he even comprehend what he is saying? This is Blythe Town in the West Sea. My bounty stands at 35 million berries. Do you dare come for it? With the first bold claim made, others quickly followed suit. As bidding became a matter of pride, the initial offer was 35 million, and those daring to propose less than 30 million were too embarrassed to speak. Bounties swiftly escalated, even reaching 50 million. Though the tavern was spacious, it could scarcely accommodate the multitude of pirate crews present. After a round of bidding, a dozen individuals belonged to 3 pirate crews, each led by a user of devil fruit abilities. One possessed the Zoan-type dwarf rabbit fruit, another the Paramecia-type cotton fruit, and the last the Zoan-type yellow bull fruit. Given that this was not the heavily monitored East Sea, and that the West Sea was notorious for its rampant mafia presence, Easter prepared to continue his hunt for pirates. However, he did not intend to search for them one by one, as the pirates were dispersed across the entire island, making such an endeavor exceedingly time-consuming. Thus, Easter headed directly to the branch office, leveraging his status as a colonel from headquarters to request assistance from the branch commander. A major team mobilized the entire branch south resources to drive the pirates away. The pirate ships had already been tampered with by Easter, and once they set sail, they would be trapped like fish in a barrel. In the hierarchy of power, a colonel's orders carried significant weight. Though the reason behind the command was unclear, the major had no choice but to comply. After all, it was merely a matter of driving them away. There was no need for a deadly confrontation. Soon, alarms blared across the island, and thousands of Navy personnel were dispatched to chase the pirates, firing warning shots. These Navy fools are pathetic. Not a single shot hit. Brothers, why not just turn around and seize the Navy branch? That would boost our bounties and replenish our ammunition, exclaimed one pirate. What's wrong with these Navy men? It seems they're only here to warn us off. Perhaps a significant figure is arriving, necessitating a clearance of the area. If a battle occurs, it will cause chaos and destruction that won't be easily repaired. A significant figure? A celestial dragon, perhaps? Who knows? Regardless, let us make our escape. This is a courtesy from the Navy. The Navy South efforts to drive away the pirates indicated a sliver of goodwill. As long as there was no pressing reason for them to remain on the island, the pirates were more than willing to comply, knowing they could return at any time. Yet, among the pirates, there are always those who are brash. With the Navy firing warning shots, most pirates were inclined to cooperate, but some believed themselves to be destined for greatness, born to stand apart. Thus, they swam against the current, positioning themselves defiantly before the Navy. The Navy, they fear you, but we do not fear you. The Blythe Navy branch is now under our control. Remember to raise our bounty. Roared Happy, captain of the Happy Pirates, as he brandished his sword and commanded his crew to charge at the Navy. Nearby, the fleeing pirates merely glanced back, their pace unbroken, mocking. Is he an idiot? How did such a fool become captain? Indeed, a masked Navy colonel suddenly appeared behind Happy. This individual was Easter, who, for the sake of future endeavors, had decided to conceal his identity. As Happy boasted defiantly against the Navy, Easter had already taken note of their group. When Happy formally declared war, Easter utilized the shave technique to position himself behind him and pierced his abdomen with a direct strike, inflicting grave injury. He then opened a channel in the ground, casting him into the Helheim underworld, where he was fed a devil fruit, transforming him into an otherworlder, and remarkably, a high-level one at that. As the targets grew stronger, the number of high-level otherworlders created also increased. After dispatching the captain, the remaining crew members were naturally left to the Navy for handling. Easter continued to soar above, using the moonwalk technique to survey the movements of all the pirates below. He noted a good number of pirates from the brief skirmish, including both captains and officers. Particularly, when Easter performed the moonwalk without any concealment, all eyes were drawn to him. "Captain, look up!" The crew members alerted their captain or the strategist in their ranks. "Ah, I see it. That's the moonwalk. A senior officer from the Navy HQ has arrived early. It seems a significant figure is on the way. Well, that doesn't concern us now. Have we prepared our supplies? Let us set sail towards the Grand Line." Oh, different individuals were making the same decision. As all the pirates returned to their ships, ready to hoist their sails, Easter leaped into the air, a smile gracing his face. He then descended to the ground, encouraging the branch's major commander with a few words, informing them that their task was complete and that the next phase was his responsibility. Rounding a corner, he entered the Helheim underworld. Through the Helheim underworld, he meticulously tracked and monitored each pirate vessel. Once all the pirate ships had distanced themselves from the island, Easter finally commenced his action. The vines of the Helheim underworld spread wildly. Swiftly enveloping all the ships, he dispatched low-level otherworlders to lure any strong individuals capable of breaking free from the vines into the channel, bringing them into the Helheim underworld, and then sealing the passage. Finally, high-level otherworlders launched a coordinated assault. Much like players tackling a boss in a game, one team would act as tanks to draw aggro, warriors would engage in melee combat to distract, while mages and archers provided ranged support from 2 dimensions. And assassins would stealthily strike, seizing the perfect moment for a fatal blow. Reality, however, is not a game. A single well-placed strike to a vital point is sufficient to incapacitate an opponent's combat ability, or even their mobility, unlike in games, where a boss may require prolonged effort to defeat, only to reveal a second phase. In reality, If the method is correct, even the world's strongest can be vanquished in one blow. Take Luffy, for instance. Every opponent he faced was initially overwhelmed, only to discover their countermeasure through either serendipity or the support of allies, leading to a climactic moment of explosive power. If they fail to discover that method, no amount of effort will save them from defeat. Among the 30 pirate crews, 8 possessed devil fruit abilities, 6 of which were ordinary Zoan types: sheep, pigs, chickens, dogs, rabbits, and donkeys, albeit of different breeds than those previously encountered. The remaining 2 included a Paramecia-type seed fruit and an ancient Zoan type, the Extranodon form. Additionally, with over 40 ordinary high-level otherworlders, this haul could be deemed quite fruitful, as the number of individuals transformed into otherworlders increased. So too did the speed of the Helheim underworld's encroachment. Moreover, Inciting suddenly realized that the foremost warriors each possess their own convictions and steadfast beliefs, as long as he upholds his identity as an ability user and regards the Helheim realm fruit as a manifestation of his own powers. Endeavoring to create as many mindless interdimensional beings as possible, then even if the fruit could enhance strength, they would hesitate to consume it voluntarily. At best, those with capability might collect a few for research. Furthermore, seeking out and tracking down those pirates one by one would be laborious. It would be far more efficient to set a trap to lure those pirates, or even the gluttonous nobles, into a snare. 2 decades hence, the narrative unfolds with Luffy encountering his aunt's callous demeanor, which deeply saddens little Robin. In a state of bewilderment, she is whisked away by Inciting in a secluded corner. He transports her to the Helheim realm, retrieves a fruit, and peels it, offering it to her. Once consumed, the Helheim realm would instantly receive feedback, gaining the powers of the devil fruit she ingests. Eat. The bewildered little Robin instinctively accepts the fruit, gazing at the crystalline orb in her hand, then glancing up at Inciting and surveying her surroundings. Simultaneously, Inciting himself devours the fruit with gusto. Where is this? Robin inquires softly. My world. Like you, I am also a monster. Though our abilities differ, however, our kind of power is no mere monstrosity. It is a coveted treasure that countless souls yearn for yet cannot attain upon the seas. Those ignorant masses fail to comprehend. And the scholars conceal the truth from you. They merely perceive you as an anomaly, or a mere tool. Do the scholars within the tree of all knowledge know of the devil fruits? Inciting is certain they do. Especially the old scholars under Dr. Kuroba. Are they aware that Robin is a devil fruit user? They undoubtedly know, for all the children on the island recognize her as a monster, yet those scholars never bothered to explain it to her. Even when she succeeded in passing the archaeology exam at the tender age of 8, Robin still considered herself a monster. Faced with the giant Admiral Saul, she felt an innate kinship with him, both being monsters in their own right, and even showcased her powers to him, eliciting laughter from Saul, who finally elucidated the nature of devil fruits to her. It must be said, those old men are adept in the arts of manipulation. A monster? Little Robin murmured. Indeed, your ability to extend your reach is an incredibly potent power upon the seas. It is a capability that countless individuals would sacrifice everything to possess. Inciting expounded on the knowledge of devil fruits. As Robin listened, excitement welled within her, gradually illuminating her understanding, and with a smile, she consumed the Helheim realm fruit. There was no notion of fortunate protection. Robin transformed into a high-level interdimensional being, her consciousness reset to 0. Upon returning to O'Hara, she opened a passageway leading to Judicial Island atop the Tree of All Knowledge. Gathered under Spandam's command, all CP9 agents congregated in the transfer plaza of the Helheim realm. Hey, why the long wait? As Inciting appeared, Spandam rushed to confront him, reaching out as though to seize his collar. Inciting merely sidestepped, causing the comically reckless Spandam to tumble headlong into the passageway. The passage was located on a branch of the tree crown, and with an unsteady footing, he lost his balance and fell from the tree. Subsequently, all CP9 agents passed through the passage in an orderly manner. Spandam was caught by a branch, and with the assistance of an agent, he regained his footing. Hey, sailor, where is this place? Spandam, self-assuredly noble, regarded no one but the celestial dragons, even showing little regard for the Gorosei. And naturally, he dismissed Inciting entirely. The tree of all knowledge, the heart of O'Hara, the sanctum of all scholars. Inciting replied nonchalantly. At this point, he had lost interest in the tomes within the tree. His foremost desire was to return and refine his plans, seeking collaboration. I suppose I am no longer needed? Then I shall take my leave. I will also close the passage. Inciting declared. Go on. Go on. The imminent joy of achievement completely captivated Spandam, who hesitated not. He did not require others to share in his glory. As for the other CP9 members, they were merely his subordinates. The merits of his subordinates were his own. This world holds no future, merely the prolongation of its existence. Inciting returned to the naval headquarters, drafting 2 strategic reports. Point 1 was solely focused on pirates. It merely required the Navy's involvement. The upgraded version would target those nobles, necessitating the inclusion of the celestial dragons. After all, only the celestial dragons possess the authority to confer noble titles. The celestial dragons, idling in boredom, would undoubtedly agree to witness the spectacle. Inciting found this plan rather inhumane. Hence, he did not directly approach Admiral Kong and the generals for discussion. Instead, he took 2 days to seek out Sakazuki. If anyone were likely to support his plan, it would be Sakazuki. Upholding absolute justice, he would rather wrongfully execute than let a pirate escape. Of course, only he knew the true depth of this so-called absolute justice. When Inciting presented his proposal, Sakazuki immediately showed interest. This was also because the proposal was merely the first of its kind. Do you have confidence? Sakazuki inquired with a grim expression in his eyes. As long as one could eliminate pirates, they were a good marine. And if one sacrificed themselves to do so, they were a noble martyr. His existence revolved solely around the eradication of pirates. According to Oda's narrative style, it is possible that Sakazuki endured some inhumane pirate atrocities or oppressive authority in his youth, leading him to understand precisely which stance would allow for greater advancement. Once unleashed, any daring pirate that comes will surely perish, Inciting proclaimed. And what of the remaining 1%? Sakazuki queried with a furrowed brow. Those stronger than I, and with sharper wits, will naturally survive longer than others, Inciting replied. All for the sake of justice. I can assist you, Sakazuki declared solemnly. Excellent. I knew Admiral Sakazuki would never tolerate pirates. Inciting feigned exuberance, cheering with delight. First, based on the Navy's nautical charts, he sought a sufficiently large uninhabited island in the first half of the Grand Line, named Onluin Habitus. Next, Inciting discreetly made his way to the island, spending a day transforming the entire land into the domain of the High-Main realm, releasing all interdimensional beings. Subsequently, he transported the treasures sourced by Sakazuki to the island, recording it with a transponder snail, inadvertently capturing a permanent record pointer clearly indicating the island's name, concluding with the appearance of a group of high-level interdimensional beings. After filming, the treasures were, of course, to be returned. Ultimately, this transponder snail seemingly vanished, reappearing on an island teeming with pirates. As the footage played, it was immediately disseminated among the pirate ranks. The first round of the Onluin Habitus Grand Adventure concluded with the annihilation of the pirates and the Navy's retreat. This spectacle not only failed to terrify the pirates, but instead incited even greater fervor. The more insurmountable the challenge, the greater the renown and riches to be gained. Every pirate believed themselves to be the most exceptional of all. What others could not achieve, they were certain they could. Thus, countless pirates rushed forth, leading to an ever-growing accumulation of treasures and an increasing number of interdimensional beings. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded within Impel Down. The notorious pirate Shiki, imprisoned on the 6th level of Infinite Hell, ruthlessly severed his own legs and escaped his cell, assaulting the floors in a bid for freedom. Director Magellan, Vice Director Hannibal, Chief Guard Shiryu of the Rain, and Warden, along with a multitude of guards, valiantly resisted. Simultaneously, they contacted the naval headquarters. Crossing the passage, Admiral Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino formed the main force, with Sengoku and Garp providing support. Currently, Admiral Kong displayed signs of promotion. And should Sengoku ascend to Admiral, Garp retire from his post, and Zephyr decisively relinquish his admiral rank, new admirals would inevitably need to be selected. Given the present circumstances, only these 3 possessed the capability to become the new admirals. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, Sengoku would not hesitate to allow them to shine, accumulating merit, with Sengoku and Garp, who had previously captured Shiki, at the forefront. This time, Shiki would undoubtedly find no escape. In the depths of the fourth layer, the searing hell unfolds. This level houses the director's office, where the prison warden typically resides for extended periods, primarily to guard against unexpected incursions from the formidable pirates lurking in the fifth and sixth layers. When the Golden Lion ascended through the central passage, he was caught off guard by the warden. A fierce battle erupted between the two that the scorching sand beneath them became an excellent weapon for the Golden Lion, as he wielded his fruit abilities to devastating effect, with techniques like Lion's Might, Earth Roll, and Lion's Might. Earthguard Roll, he summoned the blistering sands into fearsome lions that lunged at their targets with ferocious intent. Although the long sword he had seized was hardly impressive, it sufficed for his purpose, as he swiftly dispatched the guards obstructing his path with slashes and cutting waves. Ultimately, the only ones standing in his way were the warden, Deputy Warden Magellan, and Vice Captain Shiryu of the Rain.as for Hannibal. Despite being the chief guard, his strength paled in comparison. After enduring a blow from the Lion's Might, he collapsed to the side. At this moment, Deputy Warden Magellan and Vice Captain Shiryu began to showcase their prowess. One commanded the powers of the poison fruit, while the other demonstrated swordsmanship rivaling that of the greatest swordsman. However, Magellan's poison fruit was indiscriminate, hindering his allies during the chaotic melee, forcing the warden to assign him to the sidelines to contact the Navy headquarters for reinforcements. Before long, 3 admirals, along with the Navy's legendary Fleet Admiral Sengoku, arrived. Oh, what a fearsome old man he is. Even with his legs severed, he still manages to scurry about. Quite the conundrum. Upon their arrival, Borsellino exclaimed in astonishment. With the reinforcements on the scene, the warden, Magellan, and the others retreated. Utilizing the Golden Lion's resistance as leverage, Sengoku, Garp, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Which unfortunate soul have you brought today? The Golden Lion, having been personally delivered to him held down by these 2 very individuals who had caused him to lose his legs, was profoundly affected by their presence. He questioned this, believing it was merely a matter of unfortunate timing. He did not consider that Sengoku and Garp, along with the other admirals, were there to provide support. The distance between the Navy headquarters and Impelled Down was considerable. Even the fastest warship would require several hours to arrive without encountering any mishaps, from the time he had burst from the prison until now. No more than half an hour had passed. How could Sengoku, Garp, and the other admirals possibly have reached him so quickly? Unbeknownst to him was the existence of the East Blue Passage. He assumed those 2 old fellows were merely escorting yet another notorious pirate to Impelled Down and lamented his own misfortune. During his prime, he would not have been a match for their combined strength, and now, having just lost his legs and facing 3 formidable admirals, he found himself in a precarious situation. But which old acquaintance warranted such an impressive escort? Whitebeard, Kaido, or perhaps Charlotte, or one of the other notorious individuals who had previously escaped? The Navy's strength is beyond your comprehension. Today, we are here for you, Sengoku declared. Enough with the pleasantries. Dog-biting Red Lotus. Akainu, ever the hothead, launched an immediate assault. The temperature of the magma intensified the already unbearable heat of the searing hell. The Lion's Might, Earth Roll summoned a sand lion to clash with the molten magma, resulting in an explosive confrontation that sent lava debris flying in all directions. Subsequently, Kazan unleashed his Ice Age to freeze the ground, rendering the Golden Lion incapable of utilizing his fruit abilities and the surrounding sand. Borsellino, with his Technique 8 Shaku KG, unleashed a barrage of light projectiles to sap the Golden Lion's stamina while also targeting his still bleeding legs. Finally, Akainu finished with a devastating eruption of flames. The battle unfolded exceptionally smoothly. This was, in part, due to the earlier efforts of the few at Impelled Down and the Golden Lion's own compromised state. Thank you immensely, Admiral Sengoku. Your timely arrival is greatly appreciated. The warden expressed gratefully. Once the battle concluded, Hannibal promptly retrieved seastone handcuffs to restrain the Golden Lion and escort him back to the 6th layer of the prison, regarding the severed stumps of his legs as inconsequential. After all, with his boundless energy, losing a little blood could be beneficial for enhancing circulation. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave, Sengoku announced, leading the assembled officers in retreat, in the 6th layer of infinite hell. The Golden Lion was ignominiously escorted back. The pirates who had previously watched him escape, harboring feelings of resentment, finally seized the opportunity to mock him. "Ha! Golden Lion, you truly are in dire straits. It seems you didn't manage to escape after all. As a fruit user, why not try severing your hands to facilitate your escape?" Many pirates relished in his misfortune, relentlessly provoking the once mighty Shikid in the world of pirates. It is a tale of the victor and the vanquished. The failed escape of the Golden Lion fell on deaf ears amidst their taunts, until Shiryu descended. He interjected, "If you are so formidable, why not attempt to escape yourselves? After all, I still haven't had enough of battling the Golden Lion." Upon facing this challenge, the pirates fell collectively silent. The deep-sea prison gradually returned to tranquility. Beware of those monstrous figures exiting. They are healing through the consumption of fruits. The actions of the outsiders did not escape the keen eyes of Shanks and his elite crew. Yet they were already divided, only able to shout warnings to their comrades. Simultaneously, they alerted other nearby pirates. Although Shanks had yet to reach the peak of his power, he was undeniably formidable. After being separated from his crew, he pressed deeper onto the island, trusting in his companions. Under the overwhelming force and speed, nearly 100 advanced outsiders served primarily to tire him out. As the assault continued, the more intelligent advanced outsiders recognized that in their ordinary forms, they were no match for Shanks. They swiftly transformed into enhanced or mutated forms. Enormous dragons, tigers, deer, porcupines, and rhinos took shape around him. Their massive physiques granted them greater resilience, while their size conferred incredible strength. A mere roar unleashed devastating laser attacks, and a stomp could create ice, poison, lava, and other wide-ranging offensive capabilities. Realizing that singular attacks could not reach Shanks, the group of outsiders promptly altered their strategy to utilize area attacks. They were willing to devastate the forest and obliterate nearby flora, confident that it would regrow in due time. In this tumultuous environment, another group of outsiders underwent evolutionary mutations, amplifying their innate strengths. Mantis, snakes, locusts, and antelope, all possessing remarkable agility, further honed their abilities. They then settled into a calm state, patiently awaiting the opportune moment, just as Shanks was caught off guard by a sudden barrage of area attacks. The mantis's twin blades, the antelope's sharp horns, the snake's venomous fangs, and the locust's flying kicks converged upon him simultaneously. In a flash, the first wound appeared upon Shanks's body. Simultaneously, the hem of the underworld forest on the island suffered extensive damage due to the ongoing battle. Drawing the attention of the outsiders occupying the island. In the blink of an eye, they opened a passage and returned to the heart of the Roronoa Island, the site of the fiercest conflict. Upon spotting the striking red hair, the outsiders felt a sense of astonishment. Scanning the other battlefields, familiar faces emerged one after another, leading them to confirm that this was indeed red-haired Shanks. Throughout the confrontation, Shanks maintained a state of heightened observation, fully utilizing his observation haki. The moment the outsiders arrived, he detected their presence. With his unparalleled perception, every scene within range unfolded before his eyes, as if witnessed firsthand. The individual who opened a passage and appeared on this strange island was clearly connected to the unfolding events. He had to be found to clarify the situation, believing he had found a lead. Shanks divided his attention to keep an eye on the outsider, while simultaneously advancing the battlefield toward his direction. It was not that he wished to disengage from combat, but rather that he could not escape amidst the throngs of monsters. He could only fight while retreating. Meanwhile, the outsider on Roronoa Island showed no mercy in dispatching the nameless pirates. Freezing techniques combined with a barrage of strikes initiated a strong control, force-feeding them fruits. After a brief sweep, only the red-haired pirates remained near the riverbanks. Coincidentally, the red-haired crew had already been divided by the outsiders, allowing the outsider to systematically eliminate them one by one. While the aura of dominance is indeed a commendable trait, it seems that within the ranks of the red-haired pirates, only Shanks possesses the ability to wield it with such finesse. Consequently, when faced with the ambush orchestrated by East, none of the members of the red-haired crew could evade the impending threat. Furthermore, the capabilities of the Hana no Mi fruit allow for hands to sprout directly from the target's body, rendering it an almost insurmountable ability. Coupled with East's formidable strength, once ensnared, escape within a short span becomes utterly impossible. Moreover, East has meticulously crafted an entire suite of continuous control techniques centered around this ability, colloquially known as control to death. The initial step, venomous thousand-hand bind, is self-explanatory, involving the infusion of toxins into the hands that sprout forth. The second step, thousand-hand finger gun and thousand-hand laser, targets every crucial vulnerability and sensitive area of the human body in an instant. The eyes, ears, nostrils, throat, armpits, ribs, heart, back of the head, cervical spine, tailbone, waist, navel, perineum, inner elbows, inner wrists, and behind the knees, all rendered targets in that fleeting moment. The third step, lava freeze, is contingent upon the situation, choosing between lethal magma or immobilizing ice. All three steps are executed in the blink of an eye, with the final choice leaning towards freezing, as it is essential to leave a living body to nourish the fruit. However, just as East transformed several unnamed members of the red-haired crew into aberrations, a series of desperate roars erupted from the direction of Shanks. Stop! Following this, an overwhelming aura surged forth, shaking the heavens and clearing the clouds. The elite aberrations surrounding Shanks fell unconscious, and even those crew members positioned at a distance were affected. In a flash, a shadowy figure darted towards East. Has the eruption begun? East sensed that formidable presence drawing near. Without time to ponder the cause, he soon witnessed Shanks charging at him with his sword drawn, leaving a path of devastation in his wake as all the Helheim underworld flora succumbed to destruction in an attempt to hinder Shanks' advance. East commanded all surrounding elite aberrations to unleash magma simultaneously. Due to the nature of this plan, East had significant dealings with Sakazuki, and the magma fruit capabilities acquired from the Helheim underworld were the most refined. The magma erupted, engulfing the ground in flames. Unfazed, Shanks, cloaked in armament haki, bore the scorching heat and pressed onward towards East. While the armament haki rendered him immune to direct effects of the devil fruit, East was undeterred. He could still target others. Without hesitation, East forced a nameless member of the red-haired crew into the magma. If you continue to charge forward, your comrade will be roasted alive, East declared cruelly, manipulating the opponent's feet to rest upon the molten surface. With a hiss, smoke billowed forth, and the agonizing cries brought Shanks back to his senses, causing him to halt. Now that's more like it, East exclaimed, pushing the pirate back, forcing him to kneel beside the magma, his face perilously close to the searing heat. You hear East's demands? Shanks, however, remained composed. Unlike his subordinate crew members, having followed Roger, he harbored a deeper understanding of the world's truths, and consequently, greater reservations. Are you afraid? East provocatively continued. Indeed, after all, he is a world noble. You self-proclaimed free spirits, who only dare to bully the weak and cower before the strong, lack the courage to confront the gods who rule this world. But Shanks, you are a follower of Roger. As his loyal disciple, shouldn't you contribute to the era of piracy he ignited with his very life? Eliminating the celestial dragons not only aligns with the chaos of this era as Roger envisioned, but it could also save your comrades. What else not to like? As East spoke, the remaining three crew members behind him fixated their gazes, whispering in anticipation of Shanks' response. Still hesitating? Is the rumor true? East taunted. What? The Rock's pirates are preparing to slaughter the celestial dragons in God Valley to shatter the divine oppression over the world. Of course, when recounting a tale, embellishment is a given. Yet, for reasons unknown, the plan was leaked, prompting the celestial dragons on the island to be relocated. The beloved pirate king, Gold. Roger, joined forces with the Navy to besiege the Rock's pirates. Only those who participated in the battle know the full account. Yet post-war, Roger's ship welcomed a red-haired infant aboard. Yes, that infant was you, Shanks. In the midst of a grand battle, the appearance of an infant could not have been brought by any combatants. There exists but one possibility. Shanks, you are a celestial dragon. Regardless of the truth, let the rumor spread. There's no psychological burden in fabricating a tale about a pirate. Shanks, you are a celestial dragon. This simple phrase, 8 words in total, left the three behind him utterly incredulous. And you've long suspected or known of your celestial dragon heritage. Haven't you? Hence your lingering hesitation. Otherwise, no pirate would ever waver at the mere thought of eliminating a celestial dragon. Merely uttering a word of intent should not be so burdensome. East continued to incite discord. Surely not, Captain. Shanks. The remaining three expressed their disbelief. Their earlier excitement regarding Shanks' allegiance to Roger now transformed into anger and despair. In this world, There exists no one who does not harbor hatred for the celestial dragons. Even the bloated aristocrats share this sentiment. Yet, in order to safeguard their interests and survive within this system, they must grovel and fawn over the celestial dragons. Should they ever have a chance to rise, they would merely become the next celestial dragon. Faced with the probing gazes of his last three comrades, Shanks' expression hardened as he declared, "I will only ever be a pirate, and I shall remain a pirate forever. This is indisputable. However, the act of slaying celestial dragons is no simple matter. It cannot be hastily agreed upon." "Ah, have you made your decision?" "Indeed, blood ties are not easily severed. After all, one can never tell when an opportunity to reclaim one's celestial dragon identity may arise. That is a status that governs the world. Given the chance, no one would relinquish it." East continued to provoke, then united with the aberrations to unleash the power of magma, transforming a radius of 100 meters around Shanks into a hellscape of molten rock. Shanks could shield himself with armament hockey, but his three companions, weakened from their injuries, were rendered helpless, engulfed in despair as the magma enveloped them. Subsequently, Shanks hoisted the three onto his shoulders, preparing to break through. Such life-and-death scenarios swiftly ignite emotional bonds, dissolving any lingering animosities. For instance, amid a pursuit, the annihilation of an adversary's kin can spark true love between the two parties. Such instances abound. Seeing Shanks attempt to flee, East unleashed the thousand-hand laser upon the fort. The damage may not have been severe, but the spectacle was grand. "Captain, release us. Pursue your freedom." Beckman suddenly interjected. The other two, Lime Jones and Roar Gab, echoed the sentiment, unwilling to burden Shanks. Perhaps it was this moment of heartfelt sincerity that caused Shanks to abruptly stop, turning towards the sky, the direction of East's portal, and shouted, "I agree." "What?" East feigned ignorance, yet did not relent in his assault on the fort to eliminate the celestial dragons. Forced into uttering words he did not wish to speak, Shanks clenched his teeth in resentment that it would have been better to say so sooner. "Fear not. I shall not send you to your doom in Mary Geos. After all, aside from those 5 old geezers, there exists a true deity that governs the world," East remarked with a grin. "I will assist you in locating the celestial dragons, but do not entertain thoughts of escape. You've seen what my aberrations are capable of, yes? They are adept at coordinated combat." Following his threats, East temporarily sealed the portal and commanded all aberrations on the island to eliminate any creatures attempting to flee. Returning to the Navy headquarters, tracking down the celestial dragons is a simple task for the Navy. For each outing of the celestial dragons, the Navy dispatches troops for protection. Furthermore, Navy missions are always recorded. The celestial dragons, oblivious to their status as world enemies, travel with the same nonchalance as Mondo, going wherever they please. Regularly, one can observe the celestial dragons descending from Mary Geos in elevators to the Sabaody archipelago, embarking on various excursions. Each operation invariably entails the escort of a contingent of naval admirals. According to mission records, not long ago, a group of celestial dragons embarked from the Chambered Islands, directly traversing the doldrums en route to the Kingdom of Goya. The Kingdom of Goya is a remarkable realm, not only capable of ruthlessly cleansing its own territory, but also the first nation bold enough to extend an invitation to the celestial dragons. Understanding the capricious nature of the celestial dragons, regardless of whether they belong to the world government or the wisdom of their monarch, they are acutely aware that a mere visit from the celestial dragons would leave their nation stripped bare. Such a loss is undeniably direct. However, the Kingdom of Goya is different. In their quest to elevate their standing within the world government, they are willing to undertake any measure, making them arguably the most sycophantic of all allied nations. Based on the timeline, the celestial dragons fleet should have recently arrived in Goya, likely still in the throes of revelry. Armed with a permanent pointer to Goya, they set sail forthwith. The command of the celestial dragons is irrevocable. An agent of CP, clad in a black suit, drew his weapon and fired twice. 2 rotund figures collapsed into a heap, and another individual stepped forward, brutally kicking the lifeless forms aside. Such is the nature of piracy, where malevolence is overt. The more depraved the desires, the more grotesque the visage. With the obstacles cleared, the procession continued its advance. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the captain exclaimed, "Did you see that? The celestial dragons are utterly superfluous. If we eliminate one such being, We may have a chance to rescue our comrades. There's no need for hesitation. Ah, let us act, Shanks responded, though his outlook on the outcome was not optimistic. Yet sometimes, the prospect of hope is irresistible. The four sprang into action simultaneously. Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, rendering the entire thoroughfare and accompanying entourage incapable of resistance. Following this, Beckman, Lime Jones, and Roaring Gabu surged forward, delivering fatal blows, a shot to the head, a slash to the throat, and a powerful strike to the chest. In an instant, the celestial dragon was dispatched, slipping away into the abyss unbeknownst to him. Quickly, let us flee. After their success, the four showed no inclination to linger over spoils and promptly made their escape. Upon reaching the port, they commandeered a merchant vessel and set sail from the kingdom of Goya, becoming fugitives upon the high seas. Within 2 days, the entire ocean was abuzz with the news. Red-haired Shanks had slain a celestial dragon in the kingdom of Goya and then vanished into the deep. As the leader, Shanks' bounty skyrocketed to 15 billion berries. His 3 accomplices, Beckman, Lime Jones, and Roaring Gabu, each received a bounty of 1 billion. The seas erupted in fervor. This marked the first occurrence of such a heinous event in the 700 years of world government dominion. As for the God Valley incident of yore, that had long been shrouded in obscurity. Only those who witnessed it firsthand or traversed time are privy to the truth, rendering it irrelevant. Moreover, the perpetrators of the Rocks pirates were utterly defeated and disbanded, with their ringleader, Rocks, executed on the spot. Yet now, red-haired Shanks and his crew had brazenly slain a celestial dragon in broad daylight and made their escape. How could the world government and the celestial dragons accept this? Consequently, the entire East Sea was placed under a state of emergency, with admirals and vice-admirals mobilizing in full force as for the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates deemed avenging the celestial dragons as secondary. Even the navies from the other 3 seas redirected a significant portion of their forces to the East Sea. The significance of red-haired Shanks warranted such attention. Conqueror's Haki, a power capable of rendering all present unconscious. Yet the possession of Conqueror's Haki is not rare. Many possess it, and red-haired is merely one among them. However, the act of employing such power to slay a celestial dragon is of paramount importance. This is an absolute threat that cannot be allowed to persist. This series of actions has inadvertently ensnared countless pirates in the East Sea, who now find themselves in dire straits. Those encountered by the Navy and CP organization are guaranteed no mercy. In the East Sea, on the towering Clockwork Island, one of the few places in the pirate world dedicated to the study of science, everything remains tranquil, unclaimed by the future poker pirates. Here, a boy of less than 10 years clutched a freshly acquired newspaper, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Did red-haired really slay a celestial dragon in the kingdom of Goya? I don't recall that. Although it is now 1500, and 20 years remain until the onset of the narrative. Such a significant event should not be concealed. He muttered softly, then picked up another newspaper reporting on the treasure of Onruin Habitus. This grand treasure, too, left him with no recollection. Yet, in 2 decades, perhaps it may soon be conquered. Thus, the opportunity for its emergence may vanish. He then grasped yet another newspaper, this one featuring the legendary eyes. Indeed, aligning with the world news would yield swift financial gain. Otherwise, relying solely on selling trinkets on the island would take an eternity to earn sufficient funds for setting sail. Arriving here 2 years ago, he had not expected it to coincide with Roger's execution. Soon enough, he thought, when he matured and amassed enough wealth, he would find formidable escorts to train with the Navy for 2 years before seeking the Thunder Fruit in Sky Island. At that time, even the likes of Old Yellow would not dare to dismiss him. As the boy envisioned his future, he noticed the vibrant flora depicted in the newspaper's photograph of the Onruin Habitus event. Meanwhile, east, from the summit of Reverse Mountain, east began to extend the previously established Helheim underworld forest, advancing further. Every 10 kilometers, he excavated a deep hole reaching 100 meters below the surface, then carved a passage at the bottom to allow vines to flourish and spread outward, creating the illusion of a naturally occurring forest. This method of establishing passages greatly improved efficiency. Upon receiving the newspaper detailing Red-Haired's assassination of a celestial dragon from a flying news bird, he had already laid down nearly 1,000 kilometers of territory. The newspaper not only issued a bounty on Red-Haired, but also detailed the Navy and world government's response. summoning 50% of the Navy worldwide to the East Sea to eliminate Red-Haired and his crew. This was a veritable hornet's nest. Was it truly necessary to orchestrate such a grand affair for the death of a single celestial dragon? East felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his face. Then, utilizing moonwalk, he ascended to a higher altitude, gazing over the East Sea. From his elevated vantage, the vast expanse of ocean lay before him, dotted with islands like stars scattered across a deep blue canvas. Where bursts of smoke and flames occasionally erupted, the fighting persisted. With the Navy's manpower significantly depleted, pirates began to revel in the chaos. Those with ambition raced towards Onru Habitus. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Securing the treasures within would yield fame and fortune. Those content with their current circumstances would remain in their comfort zones, thriving in their own small realms of influence. As Onru Habitus grew in prominence, it attracted not only pirates from the Four Seas and Paradise, but also formidable crews from the New World. Beast pirates, Whitebeard pirates, and Big Mom pirates all dispatched fleets to seek treasure. Concurrently, East made meticulous preparations and dispatched his forces to engage in a tactical retreat, drawing the remaining crews closer to their designated passages. The passages were either set into cliff faces or laid on the ground or tree trunks. With vine-like borders deliberately obscuring the entrances, there is a passage here. Shall we investigate? Upon discovering the passage, all crews, save for the solitary Mihawk, awaited their captain's decision. Was there any need for discussion? Their purpose in coming here was treasure. With clues laid before them, they would undoubtedly press forward. However, it was essential to ensure a secure escape route. They needed to leave part of their crew behind to guard the entrance. Dividing forces is typically a sound strategy. Yet in this instance, it bore no practical significance. East concealed himself nearby, and as they crossed the threshold into the Helheim underworld, he promptly sealed the passage behind them. As Moria, Mihawk, Wolf, Charlotte, Marco, Jaws, and their subordinates marveled at the breathtaking vista of stepping into another realm. The passageway suddenly vanished. In an instant, panic ensued among all the subordinates. The captains were equally startled, yet as leaders, they could not afford to succumb to chaos. They urged for silence. Once we locate the ultimate treasure, we shall surely find our way out. Indeed, such miraculous powers must surely lead us to the grand treasures here, enabling us to dominate the seas and ascend as the pirate king. The pit was neither too vast nor too confined. The junctions of the passages were scattered, deliberately designed to disperse the forces of various factions, preventing them from encountering one another immediately and uniting their strengths. The ensuing interval of separation would sow seeds of doubt among the pirates, inhibiting any genuine cooperation, although such cooperation was never truly feasible. Once the external passage closed, the pirates left to guard it were thrown into even greater disarray, for these passages were vital to the captain's escape routes. In their frenzy, they even resorted to attacking the trunks, cliffs, and ground that had previously anchored the passage. Yet, such efforts were clearly futile. Seizing this opportunity, East set forth with unyielding resolve, revealing only his face as he fed the fruit for transformation, sparing no resource he could acquire. Meanwhile, in the Helheim underworld's forest, the commotion caused by the battle with the high-ranking otherworldly beings quickly drew disparate factions back together. Where is this place? Do you have any clues? Marco, known for his gentle temperament, inquired of the gathered crowd. Though astonished that everyone had arrived at this perplexing locale, the priority remained obtaining relevant information. The flora and fauna were familiar, yet this was undoubtedly not Habitus Island. That recent passageway must have transported us to some sort of origin, Charlotte Opera remarked, appearing somewhat dazed. He, did the sand crocodile not enter? Moria scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of Crocodile and his crew. Prompting his inquiry, I have never encountered a place like this. Our first task should be to find a way to leave. In the end, all will be revealed. Mihawk declared solemnly that I knew you would be of no use. You lot, head towards that mountain. Seize the high ground. Wolf, the beast disaster, jeered, bellowing as he turned to lead the charge upward. Given the absence of leads, they would have to investigate themselves. However, at that moment, having dealt with the external chaos, East arrived in the Helheim underworld, coincidentally witnessing the scene of a group about to part ways. His first target was Marco, for he possessed the ability to fly. As for the others, only Moria had a brief capacity for hovering. Searching the depths of the sea, the passages crisscrossed above the pit. Like a high-pressure water gun, hundreds of water jets cascaded from the heavens to restrict their movements. East unleashed his 1,000 hands bind upon all. The abilities derived from the devil fruits transformed in the Helheim underworld had similar potency, yet lacked the weakness to seawater. Their attack efficacy, however, was influenced by Haki. After all, armament Haki constituted a remarkably potent force of offense and defense. The only individual present unaffected by seawater was Mihawk. At the first surge of water, Mihawk swiftly severed a great tree, employing its trunk as floating islands, providing refuge for many, though they were tossed and jostled by the tumultuous waves. They indeed saved numerous souls. The onslaught of seawater equated to training beneath a waterfall. While most had never undergone such trials, many possessed the physical prowess to withstand it. Besides their captain, nearly all others were capable. Additionally, there were some pure martial arts specialists among the crew. Thus, when the seawater inundated, rendering all devil fruit users immobile, their comrades swiftly rescued their captain, leaning against the felled trees. What is happening? Is this seawater? How can water be pouring down from the sky? It's that kind of passage. Amidst the panic of the crew, rendered helpless by their captain's incapacitation, Mihawk remained composed, his keen eyes and observation Haki instantly detecting the anomaly above. With that, Mihawk, taking advantage of the brief moment before the canopy was entirely submerged, soared upward, gathering all his strength to unleash a skyward slash. The astonishing sword aura cleaved the water asunder, even sending ripples through the clouds above. Portions of the deep sea were split in two by the passage, yet the gateway remained steadfast. That was a conduit connecting worlds. If it could be severed so easily, Mihawk's blade would have the power to shatter the void and ascend to higher realms. Subsequently, East unleashed a barrage of 1,000 hands techniques, poisonous, iron, magma, frozen, and gun hands, aimed at hampering those attempting to rescue others, while also striving to incapacitate those devil fruit users who had lost their combat abilities. Yet, Mihawk's reactions were swift. Upon realizing the attacks on the passage above were ineffective, he began assisting in removing the arms that sprouted from the bodies of those around him and the wooden trunks. With deft precision, he eliminated all those appendages without damaging the trees. Hundreds of passages simultaneously opened to release the deep sea, and the pit soon accumulated a vast volume of seawater at the same time. Hundreds of high-ranking otherworldly beings, transformed from sea kings, emerged to harass all pirates, including Mihawk. These water-affiliated entities gained tremendous strength in the aquatic environment and wielded various water manipulation abilities. Maintain your resolve. This is a word of advice. East materialized, shoving a peeled fruit into Mihawk's mouth, adopting a demeanor he deemed befitting of a grand boss. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted, the roar echoing to the heavens. East retreated immediately, liberating Mihawk on him, an ethereal silhouette of a warrior like otherworldly being continuously alternated with his own image. The moment his will returned, he reached for the great sword knight, which lay beside him. In the midst of his agonizing struggle, Mihawk finally grasped the hilt. In that fleeting instant, it was as if all his desires were fulfilled. Raising his blade, he slashed, sending sword energy cascading past East, cleaving the ground and obliterating a vast area of forest behind him. The transformation completed, East sensed that the authority of the Helheim underworld seemed to link to him, akin to an intelligent lock suddenly granting access to a new user. Is this the Overlord? East pondered, somewhat astonished. Damn it, I've never heard of Mihawk possessing Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that what I said truly holds merit? I merely intended to boast. Is the Sword Master's comprehension truly this profound? Yet Mihawk's state appeared amiss. The previous strike was indeed aimed at him, yet some force constrained him, redirecting the blade at the crucial moment. This, presumably, was the rule conveyed from the Helheim underworld. Otherworldly beings could not harm him. After unleashing that strike, however, Mihawk made no further movements, merely standing there, quietly dazed. Mihawk? East called out, but received no response, though he could discern Mihawk's body trembling slightly. It seemed he was struggling. East hastily checked Mihawk's status through the Helheim underworld's authority. Indeed, he was of Overlord caliber. The Helheim underworld's passage rights had automatically linked to him at that moment. The newly transformed Overlord-level otherworldly being, expected to rampage and attack him, was forcibly subdued by the Helheim underworld's power. However, it is better to loosen than to block. East's mind shifted back to Roronoa Island, where yet another throng of pirates congregated. They were all following Marco, Jaws, Jack, Charlotte Opera, Sand Crocodile, Moria, and Mihawk. Their aim was to lie in wait, hoping to reap the benefits as opportunistic fishers. After a prolonged period of inactivity on the island, some restless pirates could no longer restrain themselves and decided to investigate the situation. Once one took action, others soon followed, and they all ascended the island together. Confronting those otherworldly beings naturally led to a fierce battle. Fortunately, they were all gathered together, and with sufficient numbers, they possessed the strength to fight back. After confirming the location of these pirates, East released the suppressed Mihawk, the otherworldly being, and commanded the other senior otherworldly beings in the vicinity to withdraw. Subsequently, he liberated Mihawk, lifting the restraints. The moment the suppressive force of the Helheim underworld vanished, the blade in Mihawk's hand had already cleaved through the air. With a single, colossal slash, he instantaneously bisected a group of pirates before him, much to East's regret. Upon transforming into an otherworldly being, he inherently possessed the ability to distinguish between factions, refraining from attacking those belonging to the same camp. However, such constraints were not particularly strong when high-ranking otherworldly beings faced their lower counterparts. Especially in Mihawk's berserk state, he was virtually unbound by any restrictions that a flurry of sword energy erupted in all directions, obliterating both pirates and otherworldly beings who had failed to retreat. The energy even cleaved the sea surface in twain, revealing the riverbed beneath. Faced with such an onslaught, the pirate ships on the water hastily turned to flee. Yet, those closer to the chaos had no time to escape. Their vessels shattered upon contact with the sword energy. What manner of monster is this? How can such a powerful slash exist? That blade seems oddly familiar. Could it be the supreme blade of Hawkeye Mihawk? Night has fallen. Have those who entered before already succumbed? We must flee. Mihawk was not an aquatic creature. In the early stages of his transformation into an otherworldly being, he acted on instinct, pursuing the pirates to the shore, only to find his progress halted there. As he unleashed a series of overwhelming slashes, releasing energy, Mihawk gradually regained his composure. With the excess energy dissipating, his berserk state began to subside. East opened a portal beside him, revealing no intention of manifesting himself. Mihawk? East called out once more. Is this the power you spoke of? Mihawk, regaining a semblance of reason, gazed at the immense destruction he had wrought, even severing portions of the island, and murmured softly, "Congratulations, you have successfully navigated the most perilous phase of transformation. After this, as you gradually hone your physical prowess, you shall ascend to a higher level of swordsmanship," East stated, feigning calmness. Beside him, Mihawk instinctively reverted to his original form. What a novel experience. I feel as though I could open a portal myself and return to that world. Mihawk exclaimed, "This is the privilege of a sovereign-level otherworldly being. Furthermore, you now possess the authority to command those lower and higher otherworldly beings." East informed him, "By the way, do you harbor any hostility towards me?" East inquired, needing to clarify certain details regarding his first sovereign creation. "Yes." East's expression darkened instantaneously. "But I cannot draw my sword against you," Mihawk replied candidly. This latter statement provided East with a modicum of solace. "In terms of strength, Marco and his ilk are not weaker than I. Why can they only transform into lower-tier otherworldly beings?" Mihawk questioned. Among the various pirate crews, Mihawk's closest ties were to the two under Whitebeard. Yet, even that was merely relative. After all, those under Whitebeard were more meticulous in their actions than others. Perhaps it was because they were in a weakened state when they consumed the fruit? Who knows? East replied nonchalantly. "With such power at your disposal, what is your purpose?" Mihawk pressed further. "Since the upper echelons regard the populace as expendable, I shall take all those whom they deem lowly away. This way, those nobles need not be troubled by the sight of the common folk. What do you think? Is my plan not ingenious? That world is vast, and the fruits are seemingly endless. As soon as one transforms into an otherworldly being, they can live leisurely in another realm. This idea is quite creative." The transformation of the otherworldly beings on Roronoa Island caught Sengoku's attention, and he promptly ordered that a batch of otherworldly beings and fruits be sent to Vegapunk's laboratory. Simultaneously, Kaido of the Beast's Pirates, Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates each led their respective crews to confront Mihawk. Joriko Mihawk, What has happened to my son? Why do their fruit abilities manifest in you? Upon meeting, Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates loudly demanded answers. We entered a peculiar place where we were defeated and force-fed a certain fruit. They perished, and I survived, gaining these abilities. Mihawk responded succinctly, having transformed into a mindless monster, which could be considered a form of death. The fruit? A devil fruit? Kaido inquired, somewhat agitated. He was the one most in need of a devil fruit. Moreover, a group was forcibly fed a fruit, and all who consumed it died, leaving only one who had never tasted a devil fruit. By all accounts, the fruit they ingested must be a devil fruit. Charlotte Linlin, too, was filled with anticipation, with many offspring, losing a few meant little. However, if a devil fruit existed that could bestow multiple abilities, it must be acquired. Since Mihawk intended to stir up trouble, he certainly would not conceal anything. With a flick of his hand, a portal opened, and several tendrils from the Helheim underworld extended towards the three parties. These, you may give them a try, Mihawk stated calmly. Father, these seem to be the same plants from Onluin Habitus Island. Bista, the flower sword, interjected beside him. Though the newsbirds could not capture the events occurring within the island, they could easily photograph the island's contours and external environment from afar. While Whitebeard remained vigilant and Big Mom refrained from taking action, Kaido reached out and plucked a fruit, handling it as if it were merely a grain of rice. Is this the thing? He glanced at it dismissively before tossing it to the side. Let someone try it. If it proves ineffective, I shall twist his head off. Kaido's threat was directed at Mihawk. Yet, Mihawk remained unfazed. The other two parties similarly looked to Kaido's ship, awaiting the final outcome. Jean received the fruit tossed by Kaido and summoned a subordinate, this moment. Kaido had yet to encounter artificial devil fruits, and most of his crew were ordinary folk, those qualified to consume a complete devil fruit. From now on, would be the officers. The conversations among the prominent figures aboard the ship were naturally overheard by the low-ranking members, especially since Mihawk had previously mentioned that consuming such a fruit could potentially be fatal. The subordinate called by Jean trembled as he approached. Consume it. Jean issued the command without a hint of mercy. In a pirate crew, the two most fearsome things were a lack of strength and disobedience. The subordinate, having been pointed out, could only comply with the order. Clutching the fruit, he steeled himself and shoved it, along with the peel, into his mouth. Just before swallowing, he thought, if Hawkeye Mihawk came to no harm and gained immense power, perhaps I might too, if fortune favors me. As he took a bite, the allure of the fruit's power surged within him, leaving him with no thoughts but to swallow it whole. Then, an advanced otherworldly being appeared on the deck. With a furious roar, it launched an attack at Jean the moment it completed its transformation. What an intriguing specimen. Do not kill it. Just as Jean prepared to retaliate, Kaido interjected. Ah, I see, as Kaido's top commander. The Calamity Jean had always exhibited a composed and capable demeanor. Upon receiving Kaido's command, he relaxed his clenched fist and merely extended a finger towards the creature that a small fireball formed at his fingertip, then shot forth. The otherworldly being immediately ignited in flames. The flames of the Phoenix. Marco's Phoenix. On the nearby Moby Dick, Whitebeard shouted in excitement that on the deck here, the otherworldly being, having used the Phoenix flames to counter Jin's fireball, soon sprouted arms from the ground, with two hands grasping Jin's shadow. The shadow fruit ability? Those nearby exclaimed in astonishment. Sensing the threat, Jin immediately unleashed a powerful haki, clearing away all the arms and shielding his shadow. Following that, he swiftly moved, his haki-enveloped fist striking the otherworldly being's abdomen, the tremendous force causing it to lose its combat capability. Even diamond hardening could not withstand the impact of that blow. The exquisite mastery of power did not send the otherworldly beings flying. Jean seized the head of the otherworldly entity and cast it at Kaido's feet. Mihawk, what transpired just now? Whitebeard urgently inquired that it was supposed to be the fruit abilities of his two sons. Yet they manifested in two other individuals, leaving him in a state of agitation. As he spoke, Whitebeard had already arrived at the bow of the ship, gazing down imperiously at Mihawk, who stood on a wooden raft. Relate every detail of the events that transpired on the island. Not a single nuance must be overlooked. Whitebeard's commanding presence, coupled with his conqueror's haki, exuded an irresistible authority that in that instant, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also unleashed their conqueror's haki to counter Whitebeard's might. The trio's precise manipulation of their haki prevented a multitude of crew members from succumbing to unconsciousness, which was a silver lining. Newgate, Lin warned Whitebeard. Humph. Whitebeard merely huffed in annoyance, disregarding the other two factions. His focus unwaveringly fixed on Mihawk. Anlin Habitus is a trap designed to ensnare pirates. All the devil fruit users who ascended the island were rendered unconscious and defeated by the sea. Then forced to consume this fruit, the rest transformed into those mindless abominations, referred to as otherworldly beings. Only I survived and acquired these abilities. The rest of the answers lie within that world. The passage is left for you to explore as you wish. With that, Mihawk transformed into a flash of light. Soaring skyward, 3 attacks followed in rapid succession, but were effortlessly deflected. Only his wooden raft remained in place. Surrounding a passage, the 3 pirate crews immediately distanced themselves, entering a state of heightened vigilance. I must go find my son, Whitebeard proclaimed, brandishing his naginata, a justification that no one could dismiss. Nearby, Charlotte, Lean's eldest son, Perospero, whispered something to her before he and his younger brother Owen boarded another ship, vacating the central vortex on Anlin Habitus Island. CP0 agents had retreated from the attack range, leaving only 3 wounded individuals behind. CP0 was composed of elite assassins, yet they were not foolish. Facing such a multitude of monstrous foes, the remaining trio ultimately resolved to evade combat and seek out isolated or weaker adversaries to capture. However, the agents, already at a disadvantage, found it impossible to escape the pursuit of the advanced otherworldly beings. The dragon soared through the sky, gliding among the clouds, its form radiating brilliance. Shadows cast upon the ground were seized, torn asunder, and severed. The 3 agents attempted to escape using shave and moonwalk. They could only dissipate under the sun's rays. CP0 was entirely annihilated, and a commanding officer adept in observation haki promptly relayed this outcome back to headquarters. Soon after, Admiral Kong sent word of CP0's total destruction on Anlin Habitus Island, alongside the message regarding the underworld fruit to the world government. Amidst the struggle for power, the 5 elders gazed at the 10 open black briefcases arranged upon the coffee table. Each case contained 100 fruits. After hearing the report from another agent, the 5 elders fell into a brief silence. These fruits can transform individuals into those otherworldly beings, correct? One of the curly-haired, bearded elders inquired for confirmation. Indeed, the CP agent answered truthfully. Consume 1, ordered the elder decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, the agent promptly extracted a fruit from the case and consumed it. The transformation into an advanced otherworldly being was immediate. The newly transformed entity was instantly drawn to the 999 fruits on the table, darting toward them with unparalleled speed. The golden-haired elder, sporting a small mustache and dressed in a deep red suit, swiftly delivered a kick. The motion was so rapid that the advanced otherworldly being had no time to react before being sent crashing into the sturdy wall. Standing on one leg, the elder retracted the kicking leg to his side, a profound armament haki enveloping his foot, all while keeping both hands firmly in his pockets. The advanced otherworldly being erupted in flames reminiscent of the phoenix, healing its injuries. It then unleashed a barrage of sand, attacking like a machine gun firing bullets. The golden-haired elder continued his relentless kicks, generating wind blades akin to a storm, which formed a barrier against the sand and directly penetrated its assault. Countering the otherworldly being with harm, diamondization, sand fruit, phoenix fruit, diamond fruit. These 3 fruit abilities had already been demonstrated. A bearded elder remarked from the side. According to intelligence, there are also flower fruit, shadow fruit, flash, magma, ice, poison fruit, and various zone-type fruits. Interjected a bald swordsman clad in a robe. Let us test them further to know more. One of the golden-haired elders suggested. The advanced otherworldly being with diamondized form braced itself against the kicks, not due to its strength, but because the elders were deliberately holding back. They sought to verify more information. Thousand-hand shadow. Once again, a power derived from the fusion of 2 fruits. While such abilities could indeed prove advantageous in ambushes, they faltered in direct combat against stronger foes, as a mere tremor of haki scattered the ground and the outstretched hands, rendering shadow actions futile. In the ensuing exploratory combat, with the elders intentionally restraining their strength, the advanced otherworldly being made significant strides in battle proficiency. The release and connection of fruit abilities became increasingly fluid. Its combat awareness evolved from rigid imitation to agile execution of each move and technique. The rate of improvement in battle awareness for a being of this caliber is astonishing, mused one of the slightly plump elders, sporting a Mediterranean style and a prominent mustache. If it can learn, then it holds value for cultivation. If it could regain the awareness it had before transformation, it would possess formidable power without any side effects, wielding the strengths of multiple devil fruits, remarked a man with long straight hair and a goatee. Let us place it in the arena. Growing through combat is the quickest way to advance, suggested the bald swordsman. What if they demand slaves? These creatures possess no intelligence and do not fear authority. The golden-haired elder commented, engaging with the otherworldly being, the entire exchange appearing relaxed and leisurely. Here, they were indeed referring to those celestial dragon beings treated as livestock. Then let us cultivate them in secrecy for now, asserted the curly-haired elder, leaning on a cane, thereby providing a final conclusion. What arrangements are in place for the research on these fruits and otherworldly beings? Kong had already dispatched someone to deliver the materials to Vegapunk. He was confident that this proud scientist would find these novel species intriguing. Having made a decision, the five elders found themselves in a quandary. These creatures were far from weak, especially when their numbers swelled. Moreover, these beings, having acquired devil fruit abilities, exhibited none of their typical weaknesses, showing no fear of sea stone or seawater. With CP0 having been entirely wiped out on Amlin Island, CP9 naturally lacked the capacity to guard these creatures. The Navy also needed to patrol the seas, and at present, they were preoccupied with capturing Shanks and his crew in the East Blue. Considering all this, it was evident that despite being the world's highest authority, they lacked adequate combat strength. Surely, it shouldn't fall upon the five elders to oversee the guarding of slaves, right? Perhaps they should test whether they could instill fear in them. The ability to learn signifies intelligence. If they could frighten them into submission, there would be no concern of rebellion. Keeping them close, akin to nurturing a pet, seemed advantageous as well, the bald swordsman remarked. The golden-haired elder paused for a moment before intensifying his resolve, no longer holding back in the slightest. In a flurry of rapid attacks, the advanced otherworldly being was sent soaring into the air, unable to descend, an unending barrage of strikes, imbued with Haki's ferocity, relentlessly hammered every part of the otherworldly being's form. Its diamond body shattered, and the injuries sustained outpaced the phoenix's healing abilities. Upon landing, the golden-haired elder reigned in all his imposing presence, while the otherworldly being lay prostrate on the ground. Laboriously crawling toward the fruits, the golden-haired elder approached with a fruit in hand, presenting it before the otherworldly being. "Do you desire it?" The otherworldly being extended its hand, but the golden-haired man delivered a kick, sending the being into a backflip. Landing on the ground before kneeling, he then forcefully pressed the otherworldly being's head to the ground, positioning it in a prostrating manner. This is called prostration. Only by humbly requesting the master's grace can one hope to reap the fruits of his benevolence. Time and again, the world government and the powers at play have initiated a grand spectacle of beast taming. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the vast ocean, lies Clockwork Island, where Ebri Raiden resides, the name he now bears. Upon receiving news of a fugitive ascending the island, Raiden promptly hurried to the surveillance room. Since the assassination of the celestial dragons, the bounty notices have been raining down incessantly, saturating the entire East Sea. Even the most remote corners have become aware of it. Moreover, at Raiden's behest, the security personnel have been specifically trained. What kind of training, you ask? Memorization of the bounty notices. They must commit to memory all the bounties in the East Sea. Not for any trivial reason, but to be prepared for any eventuality. Furthermore, they were instructed to remember a few particular pirate crews and individuals, with orders to refrain from engaging them. The red-haired pirates are among those noted. Now, their time has finally come. It is precisely for this reason that these guards did not activate the mechanisms upon discovering the fugitive. As he gazed at the familiar face on the screen, Raiden's heart raced with excitement. This was one of the most popular characters from his previous life. Now, he had the chance for a close encounter. Raiden instructed the guards to continue monitoring the surveillance, keeping an eye on the movements at sea, while he personally ventured forth to make contact. Ascending the spiral staircase, Shanks and his trio swiftly made their way upwards, and by the time Raiden arrived, They had already climbed several thousand meters to reach the exit. The two parties met face to face, and the ever-pursued Shanks and his companions, akin to startled birds, immediately went on high alert. Even though the figure before them was merely a youth, in the vast ocean, one must never place trust in strangers. Shanks, quickly, get in the car. I shall take you to a safe and secluded place. Raiden called out excitedly upon seeing the four had reached the exit. This abnormal display of emotion instantly raised their vigilance. Yet the priority remained to find a hidden location to regroup before seeking that individual. The four climbed into the vehicle, and both Shanks and Beckman unleashed their observation haki, enveloping the surroundings. A chilling sensation of being seen through washed over Raiden, well-versed in various powers. He understood this was their haki at work. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he acknowledged that regardless of his previous fondness for this character, they were now in the real world, and these individuals were pirates. Pirates who had recently slain celestial dragons. Those whom Shanks treated with kindness were undoubtedly individuals he deemed interesting or valuable, from his crew members to Luffy, and even to the kingdom of Alabasta, all were included. Countless souls yearned to be pirates upon the sea. The steadfast in belief are innumerable. Many uphold their principles and lines as well. But why did Shanks take a liking to Luffy? Was it not due to his illustrious family background? His grandfather, a naval hero, his father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. All were among the mightiest of the ocean, coupled with the hat gifted by the pirate King Roger. The support of these three formidable figures and their connections ensured Luffy's safety during his vulnerable years, allowing him to engage in a whimsical game of kings. Once he had witnessed the ocean's brutality, he could then focus on strengthening his abilities, ultimately turning the world upside down. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Raiden broke into a sweat, though he managed to maintain some composure. After all, compared to other pirates, Shanks was relatively easy to converse with. You needn't be overly anxious, you two. This place is quite secure. Raiden reassured, deliberately omitting any mention of their Hakide my apologies. It has indeed been a rather troublesome time. Hence my caution, Shanks replied, seizing the opportunity to inquire further. Ebri Raiden, I have long admired free-spirited pirates like yourselves. He continued, the atmosphere lightening as the observation haki was retracted, allowing Raiden to exhale in relief. Moreover, your act of slaying the celestial dragons is truly a cause for celebration, Raiden added, speaking softly. Has the news already spread? Shanks queried. After days of fleeing, they had not kept up with the news, resulting in their ignorance of many developments. The entire East Sea has been buzzing with your bounty notices. Even the regular newspapers have ceased delivery. However, in this small locale, no one pays attention to such matters. Those scattered notices are either treated as scrap paper or burned for fuel, Raiden remarked, a hint of pride evident in his tone. You must have seen for yourselves, Clockwork Island is perched several hundred meters above sea level. Without the ability to fly, the only way up is that staircase. Furthermore, the staircase you traversed is no ordinary one. It is equipped with technological mechanisms specifically designed to deter pirates. Then why were those mechanisms not activated as we ascended? Was it mere luck that we did not trigger them? Beckman inquired. Certainly not. Our mechanisms are equipped with both passive triggers and a central control switch. Once activated, all mechanisms can be set into motion, Raiden elucidated. The reason they remain dormant is that I explicitly instructed not to engage certain targets. The infamous red-haired pirates being one of them. Ha! We truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we might have faced quite an ordeal. Shanks laughed heartily. Soon after, Raiden escorted Shanks and his companions to his secret base, a house situated outside the town. The interior was filled with blueprints and manuscripts. The blueprints depicted various modern technological products such as washing machines, refrigerators, air conditioners, and automobiles, items he had noted down during his previous life. Among these, there were even designs for firearms and ammunition. Although these inventions were considered obsolete in his past life, here they represented high technology. Additionally, thanks to the local adaptation on Clockwork Island, some of these technological products had already been produced at AS for the manuscripts. Some were his experimental drafts, while others were notes from his recollections. Where is this place? Shanks inquired. This is my secret base. Aside from myself, no one else will come here. You can rest here at your leisure. Raiden replied that I didn't realize you were a scientist. My apologies. The designs were merely laid out on the table, and I happened to glance at them. Beckman remarked, in no matter. Those designs are largely obsolete. Either they have already been created, or the industrial standards are insufficient, or they are pure fantasies. Such inventions could only hope to be realized by Vegapunk, or perhaps even Balji Moria. Raiden stated. You are well informed about these matters? Shanks inquired curiously. Such knowledge was not common. Clockwork Island is also a technologically driven island, and we maintain connections and exchanges with major technological islands and nations across the world. Raiden replied swiftly, in the vast ocean. A tremor rippled through the waters as Whitebeard's warning echoed in the air. Having gained the ability to open a passage to that world at will, Charlotte Linlin hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to depart from this place, which now held no value for her. Out of respect for Whitebeard, she would refrain from confronting them directly until she fully mastered this power. However, leaving without any show of face would be too disgraceful. Thus, she ordered her fleet to depart first, and after they had traveled a distance, Charlotte waved her hand, sealing the passage left by Mihawk. Only a few commanders positioned at the entrance managed to leap out in time. The rest remained trapped in that world beyond the passage. Upon returning to her ship, she commanded Kakuri to summon all those she had previously dispatched, now that she had inadvertently acquired such power. The situation in Onru Habitus was of little concern. Moreover, with the passage sealed, it was certain that Whitebeard and Kaido would compete for supremacy in Onru Habitus. Without her presence, her children would surely struggle against those two formidable old foes. Charlotte, Whitebeard roared in fury as his crew members were trapped in another world, his fist crashing down with great force. The ocean trembled, waves surging as if to topple mountains. Tsunamis and surges rose high, threatening to engulf everything in their path. Simultaneously, the enraged Kaido transformed into his beast form, soaring into the skies like a divine dragon, clouds swirling around him, and with a single breath, unleashed a torrent of flames. Under the tumultuous confluence of heat and frost, the Big Mom pirates found themselves amidst a flurry of disarray as countless pirates trembled in fear. Yet, only Charlotte and her progeny remained unfazed. The chilling calamity of Mamama and the blazing inferno unleashed the dual forces of ice and magma, one descending while the other ascended. The ocean was encrusted in ice, and the searing heat in the atmosphere was effectively thwarted. The frozen surface of the sea, under her dominion, could be directed towards specific trajectories, leaving a pathway for the fleet to advance. However, the clash of magma and heated air proved far less manageable. Kaido's fiery breath was pure flame, an embodiment of energy, while Big Mom released magma, a tangible substance. Their collision generated temperatures so extreme that the seawater began to evaporate, and the once frozen waves showed signs of melting. More critically, Kaido's attack was directed straight ahead of the fleet's advance, igniting the sails with its intense heat, while molten debris rained down upon the ships, swiftly igniting the wooden vessels. In the midst of this chaos, Kaido found himself locked in a fierce struggle against Big Mom. Rendered immobile, Charlotte Linlin seized the moment to command the Thundercloud homies to unleash their most formidable strike. As she concentrated her power, the clouds above converged, transforming daylight into an ominous night that a colossal lightning bolt, as if bridging heaven and earth, struck Kaido directly. Meanwhile, the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard's sea quake was frozen solid. With massive icebergs separating the two factions, seizing the opportunity, wielding his Naginata, he executed a horizontal slash, cleaving through the icebergs before delivering a crushing blow. The resulting shockwave shattered the ice mountain, sending shards cascading like a torrential downpour towards Big Mom's fleet. In mere moments, the vessels closest to Whitebeard's position faced severe damage, despite the valiant efforts of powerful allies attempting to intercept some of the ice. Those with the ability leapt onto nearby ships, while others were left to swim in the tumultuous waters. Katakuri cast aside the remaining fruits, declaring that those wishing to survive must consume them, as all three factions unleashed their respective might. They ultimately ceased hostilities, reaching a precarious equilibrium once more. Kaido, free to act as he pleased, retained his aggressive posture, but Whitebeard remained vigilant for the safety of his sons, while Big Mom was equally unwilling to see her children perish in this conflict. In moments of clarity, Charlotte placed great value on familial bonds, treating her offspring with care. Mamama, in the world we inhabit, all is interconnected. Whitebeard, should you venture to Anran Habitus, you might yet discover your sons. Charlotte Linlin proclaimed, confident that she could vanquish either of these two adversaries in a one-on-one confrontation. Let us first clear a path for our people. Whitebeard stood resolute, his resolve unyielding, although there existed a passage. Whether they could traverse it remained uncertain. Moreover, should they release their grip too easily, Charlotte could seize the opportunity to ensnare individuals, force-feeding them the fruits and transforming them into monstrous beings, a scenario entirely plausible given her ruthless track record. Whitebeard, let us strike together and bring her down. We need not fear her refusing to release anyone. Kaido, now in his dragon form, asserted as he spoke. The first batch of transformed outsiders emerged from the sea. They were those who had fallen into the waters during the fierce battle among the three captains and had consumed the fruits cast by Katakuri, influenced by Big Mom's words. Without hesitation, they devoured the fruits, transforming into both lower and higher tier outsiders. Upon their transformation, Charlotte Linlin could effortlessly command them, having no fear of these creatures spiraling into chaos. They were, indeed, the epitome of perfect warriors. Under her guidance, a dozen outsiders boarded her ship, splitting into two factions, each facing Whitebeard and Kaido. Observing the effectiveness of these creatures, Charlotte's eyes gleamed with delight as she opened a pathway, allowing tendrils to grow and extend, summoning countless hands to harvest more fruits. These arms stretched from the ship into the waters, forcibly feeding the fruits to the pirates beneath. Another wave of outsiders emerged and was swiftly brought aboard. In stark contrast to Charlotte Linlin's triumph, Whitebeard and Kaido found themselves in a precarious position. Given the previous circumstances, every one of these creatures possessed the abilities of those devil fruits, and unlike their predecessors, they were now seemingly under Charlotte's command. That a horde of mindless monsters posed little threat, but a legion of powerful creatures able to follow orders changed the entire dynamic. Now that the passage is open, let us allow you to venture forth and seek your kin, Charlotte remarked with a smile that bore an unsettling undertone. With that, the Big Mom pirates withdrew a distance, while Whitebeard's faction edged closer to the passage. Old man, let us enter and search for our comrades, the commanders eagerly implored. Yet, Whitebeard, now wary of risking his sons against Charlotte's integrity, halted them all. In the Grand Line, the Big Mom pirates commenced their revelry. Devoid of a specific target, they alighted upon an island, plundering as they went. All beings, any creature capable of consuming sustenance, were brought before Big Mom. The island's pirates, upon sighting the flag of the Big Mom pirates, fell to their knees. Few dared to challenge a renowned crew. However, their pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. That a throng of youthful children, leading their crew like a tempest, left no room for resistance on this ordinary isle. Once all suitable beings and animals were gathered at the port, Katakuri finally sought his mother's presence. With Charlotte Linlin's arrival, the previously silenced islanders erupted once more. What an eyesore, she disdainfully remarked, surveying the inhabitants. Subsequently, she opened a passage, tendrils sprawling forth, directly reaching the people before her. Consume the fruits before you, and you shall gain newfound strength. Under the protection of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin proclaimed loudly. The islanders were perplexed, yet the pirates reacted differently. Seasoned by their experiences, the cunning pirates understood precisely when to act to avert disaster. Moreover, this was a treasure spoken of by Big Mom herself that promised strength. One pirate captain promptly stood, swiftly plucking a fruit and devouring it. Instantly, amidst roars, he underwent transformation. Mama, let us witness your newfound power, commanded Charlotte, as the higher-tier outsider lost all semblance of consciousness. Yet, Charlotte was keen to observe the spectacle of these individuals eagerly consuming the fruits. Thus directing the transformed pirate captain to demonstrate his might, he unleashed energy blasts towards the sea, magma, and finally froze the ocean's surface, completing this series of actions before rejoining the ranks of the outsiders. Witnessing this scene, the pirates were utterly enthralled. They clamored, seizing and shoving fruits into their mouths. As for their altered appearances, such trivialities held no significance. On these seas, power equated to obtaining everything. The quality of the pirate crew varied greatly. Some transformed into uniquely powerful outsiders, while many became indistinguishable lower-tier outsiders. Once the transformations concluded, the various tiers of outsiders formed into a cohesive group, encircling the islanders, who found themselves utterly defenseless, with the pirates fully transformed. The next target was the ordinary inhabitants of the island. Just as the mayor hesitated, a faction of local ruffians and gang bullies stepped forward. Let us give it a try, the once arrogant bullies, who had terrorized the town, now stood united. Their thoughts and plans were entirely within the ears of several formidable users of observation haki from the Big Mom pirates. Their intentions were remarkably simple: to consume the fruit and gain power, then unleash it. However, they could never have anticipated that from the moment they ingested the fruit, their capacity for resistance would be utterly obliterated, no matter how meticulously crafted their prior plans were. After consuming the fruit, they would be reduced to loyal hounds, returning to their designated roles. Should they refuse to partake of the fruit, they would become obsolete. Thus, they would serve as perfect subjects to test their newfound strength. Do not harbor any resentment upon your demise. This is a choice you made to forsake, Charlotte Linlin declared. The fruits dangled enticingly before the mouths of those beasts, livestock and wild animals, devoid of wisdom, naturally lacked any significant will or inherent talent. Under the allure of the fruit, these creatures exhibited no restraint, even competing amongst themselves. They then transformed into lower-tier aberrants. The entire metamorphosis process was keenly observed by Charlotte. In contrast to a smaller, more diverse batch, the larger swarm, resembling mere insects, consisted entirely of ordinary minions, lacking any value for collection. With this conclusion in mind, Charlotte chose not to command the newly transformed lower-tier aberrants, granting them the liberty to act as they pleased. The primal instincts of these aberrants compelled them to rush towards the fruit before the islanders, emitting fierce roars as they approached. The islanders, witnessing the monsters draw near and recalling the words of the corpulent woman, were paralyzed with fear, believing the beasts meant to attack them. The fruit, having undergone multiple enhancements, empowered the creatures to a level where even these lower-tier aberrants possessed formidable strength. With a mere swipe, their claws could rend flesh, slicing through bodies with such sharpness that they cleaved individuals into pieces. Cries of despair echoed across the island. Blood stained the beach. Ultimately, a few who fought desperately to protect their families, driven by a resolve to die, consumed the fruit and astonishingly transformed into higher-tier aberrants. In the end, the entire island lay desolate, reduced to mere ruins. Following the conclusion of the aberrant transformation, as the transportation of the island's treasures commenced, Charlotte Linlin contemplated two matters. First, why did these fruits harbor the powers of devil fruits? What connection existed between the two types of fruits? To unravel the hidden ties, it was necessary to seek out a devil fruit or a user of a devil fruit for experimentation. The method was straightforward. Contact Perispero, who was already outside, and have him procure information on devil fruit users from an underground informant. Second, these aberrants, referred to as Mihawk, seemed devoid of self-awareness apart from herself and Mihawk. If not under her command, these monsters acted purely on instinct. However, if she were to continue directing them, the sheer number of aberrants created would be counterproductive, directly impacting her own combat capabilities. Furthermore, it was exceedingly cumbersome. Her devil fruit abilities previously failed to resolve this issue, but now they could. Utilizing the Soul fruit and the Shadow fruit, she could create a homies of shadows to command these aberrants, forming an army of aberrants. Within the sunless confines of the ship's hold, Charlotte Linlin brought forth a higher-tier aberrant. She severed its shadow, extracted its soul, and then transformed the soul into a homies, subsequently merging it with the shadow to create a special shadow homies. Finally, she integrated this modified shadow into the body of the aberrant. Upon completing this process, Charlotte watched as the aberrant gradually opened its eyes, eagerly anticipating the outcome. That ATC, aboard the beast pirate ship, the first to awaken were the powerful officers. Upon regaining consciousness and recalling the events preceding their fainting, they immediately rose, kneeling on one knee. Lord Kaido. Their voices trembled, and their bodies quaked, drenched in cold sweat. Kaido remained motionless, and the kneeling officers could do naught but maintain their posture. Only after all the officers had knelt before him did Kaido finally speak. Feed them these fruits. Upon hearing this command, the officers on the deck were taken aback. They finally dared to look up at Kaido. After witnessing Big Mom's earlier display, they clearly understood the consequences of consuming the fruit. Those mindless monsters, even with power, were rendered useless. Yet, they felt a sense of relief. They were grateful that they were among the first to awaken. Otherwise, they would have been the ones force-fed those fruits. As for resistance, it was unthinkable. To them, Kaido's power was invincible. Unless they consumed that fruit, But what significance lay in becoming a mindless monster after ingestion? As for Charlotte Lean's exceptional case, both Kaido and Whitebeard believed it to be the result of her fruit's abilities. The officers obeyed the command and swiftly took action. After consuming the fruit, the transformation into monsters occurred rapidly, and the mindless creatures would inevitably incite chaos. Thus, their initial thought was to gather all those who required feeding the fruit together and feed them as quickly and in as large quantities as possible. Those who had been rendered unconscious by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, lacking sufficient strength, would remain incapacitated for a time and could be moved at will. As Kaido's flagship, the vessel was also substantial, even larger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick. It could accommodate nearly 2,000 people. This was largely due to the fact that the beast pirates consisted of many physically imposing men. If more individuals of average stature were present, that number would at least double. Perhaps out of compassion, each officer had some close associates among the crew. Thus, while transporting these sailors, the officers were rather rough, hoping that the pain from their injuries would awaken them from their slumber. However, the effectiveness of this approach was minimal. Aside from a few individuals whose strength was somewhat comparable to the officers, most remained unresponsive. With Kaido's tacit approval, the officers informed those who had awakened of the current situation and then began to transport the unconscious crew. Once all the individuals aboard the ship had been gathered together, they commenced the unified feeding of the fruits, thanks to the fact that this was a ship filled with robust men. Their mouths were generally quite large to prevent any mishaps. They merely pried open the sailors' mouths and stuffed the fruits inside, without manually assisting them in chewing. Nevertheless, the allure of the fruits was astonishingly potent. As they neared the halfway mark, those who had been deeply unconscious suddenly began to chew on their own, and a cacophony erupted from the group of burly men eating, and with hundreds or even thousands consuming simultaneously. The noise drew their attention. Realizing the source of the commotion compelled them to hasten their actions. Under the pressure of urgency, the pace of feeding the fruits increased significantly. Finally, before the first individual exhibited any changes, they completed the feeding on the first ship. The transformation of nearly 2,000 people triggered a domino effect, resulting in a series of chain reactions that lower-tier aberrants, higher-tier aberrants, pounding their chests and howling at the heavens, instantaneously locked onto the pile of fruits in the corner. Ignoring Kaido and the other living beings surrounding them, they stumbled clumsily towards the mound of fruits like drunks or addicts. Without hesitation, Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki once more, this time deliberately controlling its direction, targeting those aberrants that in an instant. Both lower-tier and higher-tier aberrants collapsed effortlessly. Long live Lord Kaido. The remaining officers cheered joyously from the sidelines. Continue, Kaido commanded coldly. The officers moved to another ship, repeating their previous actions, awakening a few individuals of some strength before gathering the rest and force-feeding the fruits into their mouths, without waiting for Kaido's order. They proactively proceeded to the third ship. Meanwhile, the crew on the second ship, stimulated by the power of the fruits, regained consciousness and transformed into aberrants, only to let out a few roars before being subdued by another blast of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. The same tactic was employed time and again. The entire beast pirates, aside from the officers, were transformed into aberrants. Time and again, all those from foreign lands, upon awakening, would face the wrath of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki at the slightest hint of rebellion. Lord Kaido, the crew has all been transformed into these monstrous beings, and we are insufficient in number to navigate the ship. A cadre was thrust forward to report to Kaido. Can you operate a ship? Kaido inquired, casting a weary glance at the remaining officers while continuously gripping a barrel of liquor. Yes, a group hastily replied, fearing abandonment. Decisively, gather all the monsters onto one vessel, and you will steer the Beast King to tow another ship, Kaido commanded. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, Shanks and his companions hastily departed from Fard Island on a speedboat sent by Riot. Before leaving, they had used their Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate an entire naval ship. Their course was set towards Reverse Mountain. Hey, Shanks, you're not actually planning to cross Reverse Mountain with this speedboat, are you? Beckman questioned with wide eyes. Haha, what can we do? We can't find another ship. So this will have to do. We should be fine with our skills, Shanks replied with a grin. At the foot of Reverse Mountain, a fleet led by a rear admiral guarded the critical line of changing sea currents. From a distance, Shanks and his crew spotted the fleet, and the Navy, in turn, observed the rapidly approaching speedboat. Through their telescopes, they identified the figures aboard the boat. It was indeed Shanks and his crew. The leading rear admiral immediately contacted headquarters, requesting reinforcements. While they sought to claim credit, survival took precedence. The strength of red-haired Shanks was not comparable to that of an ordinary pirate crew. In the year following the execution of Pirate King Roger, Shanks' rise had been nothing short of astonishing. With every achievement earned through genuine prowess, i.e. the treacherous Devil's Triangle, aboard the dilapidated and corrupt Rumbar pirate ship, the transformation of Brook, the skeleton, was swift. His otherworldly appearance was imbued with vibrant skeletal elements. Resembling an advanced otherworldly being, perhaps due to a lack of soul, the transformed being stood motionless, devoid of any movement. Yo-ho-ho-ho. This is flesh. Brook's spirit, having witnessed the entire transformation process, felt no animosity towards East, but rather joy. Subsequently, his soul returned to his body, and Brook began to caress his new form. The only regret was the loss of his explosive hair. If it weren't for the rigidity of the transformed face, East felt certain he would have witnessed some captivating facial expressions. "What do you think of your new body?" East inquired, having struck an unexpected chord, yet choosing to maintain the pretense with a smile. As if everything were under control, upon completion of the transformation, he retrieved another fruit and consumed it. Simultaneously, a new idea dawned upon him. If the soul could remain conscious after the transformation, what about the abilities of the soul fruit? Wonderful. Thank you very much. I can feel a surge of power within me. After 30 years as a skeleton, I finally have a body again. This sensation is so fulfilling, so invigorating. Ah, wait. I was a skeleton and didn't need to eat. Now that I have a body, what should I consume? There's nothing left on the ship? Oh right, I can fish. With that, Brook dashed into the cabin, retrieved a fishing rod, baited it with the previous fruit peel, and cast it into the SEAS. If in deep meditation, he took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and settled by the ship's edge, perhaps due to the lingering allure of the netherworld fruit on the peel. Fish soon began to bite. However, just as Brook exerted himself to reel in his catch, the rod abruptly snapped. With a thud, Brook fell backward onto the deck, gazing at the half-rod in his hand. Suddenly turning pensive, "The last fishing rod is gone," Brook lamented, staring at the fragment in his grasp. "Here, eat this." East stepped forward, offering a netherworld fruit. He had now confirmed that Brook was indeed a uniquely fortunate advanced otherworldly being. During the fruit's transformative process, his soul had exited, thus avoiding the fate of transformation, allowing him to retain his intellect while gaining the body and strength of an advanced otherworldly being in this new form. Consuming these fruits was most suitable. Watching Brook accept the fruit, East softly remarked, "At the same time, he opened a passage before him, revealing a breathtaking vista filled with vibrant greenery. Is this the area beyond the Devil's Triangle? Brook pondered, having not noticed before. Now, the passage lay before him, and with a mere reach, he could touch the flora on the other side, along with the abundant fruits of the forest. Indeed, through this forest, theoretically, one could reach any destination, East declared. Anywhere, Brook murmured, lost in thought. Suddenly, his voice grew resolute. Can we return to Twin Cape at Reverse Mountain? Brook inquired. East was somewhat taken aback by the question. According to their agreement, they were supposed to traverse the entire route from behind Reverse Mountain, yet now Brook wished to return directly to Twin Cape, which seemed a deviation from the plan. However, East undoubtedly provided an affirmative response. There are passages at both the northern and southern ends of Reverse Mountain, allowing for swift transit through the Helheim netherworld at any time. Please ensure I am returned to Twin Cape. Brook formally bowed in request, a token of gratitude for taking you out. How about doing a favor for me? Brook, now a unique talent, could easily be expected to repay the favor. Certainly, Brook agreed without hesitation. Whether due to his naturally agreeable nature or the influence of the Helheim netherworld fruit, regardless of the reason, as long as the outcome aligned with expectations, all was well. East closed the passage and then opened another, guiding Brook through the Helheim netherworld, leading them directly to the Red Land. The sound of rushing currents persisted, and the unique netherworld flora had now blanketed both ends of Reverse Mountain. They then slid down the slope together, landing on the flat ground where a lighthouse stood. Brook stood at the water's edge, gazing at the sea. After your transformation into an otherworldly being, you no longer possess the weaknesses of the devil fruit. meaning you are now unafraid of the sea that if you wish to die for something, you can do so freely. East reminded him, stepping beside him, simultaneously, at the entrance of Reverse Mountain S East Sea. Shanks faced off against Kizaru. That I truly am unfortunate, being the first to confront you formidable and terrifying monster pirates. Kizaru stepped forward, his tone laced with sarcasm. In a flash, light and shadow clashed as Shanks swung his sword, unleashing a powerful impact that sent shockwaves through the air. Kizaru's kick struck the back of Shanks' hand, which was gripping the sword, darkening under the coating of hockey. After a fierce struggle, Shanks managed to topple Kizaru, who was sent flying, only for a follow-up slash to come hurtling towards him. My apologies, but we can't afford to waste time with you. Rear Admiral, do take care of the surrounding Marines, lest they drown. With that, Shanks unleashed a flurry of slashes, enveloping Kizaru's direction with a barrage of strikes capable of cleaving stone and gold. Kizaru found it difficult to evade, especially with the incapacitated Marines behind him. If he were to evade the attack, many of those Marines would undoubtedly be severed. Kizaru clasped his hands together, summoning a light sword, with a series of rapid strikes, propelled by the brilliance of light. The speed of his slashes was astonishing. Though not emitting sword energy, the might of the light stream was equally formidable. Sword energy and light clashed, yet the force of their collision left the battleship's deck marred. Just then, meteors rained down from the sky, engulfing the entire fleet. Countless lava streams cascaded from above, the searing heat causing even the seawater to evaporate, steam enveloping the area. Meteor volcano. This is Akainu's technique, Kizaru exclaimed, his expression darkening. This is your navy? Shanks, equally astonished, raised his head solemnly to the sky, a sight that could even unsettle the navy aboard their warships as they stood on the brink of the abyss next to the netherworld forest. After a brief exchange with Mihawk, he and his entourage returned to their abode, the island of As for the portal at the scene. Hawkeye's paid it no mind. It was likely the passage opened by that enigmatic individual. And even if it were closed, the other party would surely reopen it. There was no need to leave an impression that would provoke suspicion or attention. Meanwhile, beneath the Red Land, east, at Twin Cape, remained ever vigilant, observing Mihawk. Although the sensing from the Helheim netherworld could not ascertain the precise actions or surroundings of the other party, it could still determine their status. Coupled with the observation hockey that captured the vibrations in the air, he could glean the content of their conversation without disturbing them. Once Mihawk and Shanks's group transitioned to Roronoa Island, East could not help but desire to follow and take a look. After informing Brook, he opened a portal and, guided by his senses, arrived above the island at As for Kilakas, who resided in the lighthouse. East had no communication with him whatsoever on the edge of Roronoa Island. East opened a portal and descended onto the island, blending in among the human imitators. Utilizing observation hockey to perceive the vibrations, he employed the powers of the Hana Nomi to secretly observe. Allowing him to comprehend the entire process, he was keen to see how these two intended to confront him. In truth, the foreign beings could sense the opening of the netherworld passage, though those of lower rank had a more limited range. Those above the sovereign level could actively sense passages from great distances. East opened the passage to the island and swiftly relocated, betting that Mihawk would be somewhat careless upon returning home. Merging with the group of human imitators also served to mask his life force, as for how to coexist peacefully with them. A swift suppression with the 1,000 hands binding soul technique would suffice. In an open area on the island, the very place where Mihawk once practiced his swordsmanship, Shanks stepped through the portal and beheld the desolate scene, inquiring, "What brings us here, Mihawk? To attack me?" Beyond the swordsmanship, I possess abilities that encompass all. If I cannot be defeated, then the notion of resistance becomes moot. At the very least, until I grow stronger, it need not be mentioned, Mihawk replied gravely, urging them to confront him with the resolve to kill. I shall do the same. However, this time, I shall not wield a blade. Ah, I understand. Shanks, hand upon his straw hat, beamed with radiant joy. Beckman, step back with the two of them. This place shall soon become hell. Shanks, exercise caution. Beckman, recognizing the futility of altering his captain's decision, offered a final warning before retreating. Once the three withdrew, the battle was imminent. Mihawk launched the first strike. Poison quicksand hell. The entire expanse transformed into a desert of flowing sands, each grain infused with the toxins of the poison fruit. Lava 1,000 hands binding. Simultaneously, Arms of molten magma erupted from Shanks's body, tightly restraining all his movements. Sandstorm barrage. Above, a cloud of sand coalesced, unleashing countless grains like bullets upon Shanks. With his armed haki flaring, Shanks managed to break free from the molten arms, only to face the onslaught of sand projectiles. Fortunately, his full-body haki greatly enhanced his defense. Yet, the most pressing concern was extricating himself from the quicksand, lest he be completely consumed. Thus, he resolved to endure the sand barrage if necessary. Perceiving Shanks's intent, Mihawk intensified his assault. Sandstorm Tornado, a towering whirlwind materialized. While it lifted Shanks from the quicksand, being caught in the sandstorm subjected him to relentless, high-velocity sand impacts, gradually eroding his armed haki. Mihawk, ultimately a swordsman, benefited from the foundation of a grand swordsman, his acute eyesight and precise judgment allowing him to adapt instantaneously. Shanks found himself with no means of resistance. As he was ensnared within the whirlwind, just as he prepared to draw his blade, another surge of sand cascaded down, knocking him off balance. The sand then transformed into magma, suddenly converging to form a gigantic magma sphere that enveloped Shanks entirely. The outcome was imminent. Under Mihawk's relentless barrage, Shanks was subdued without having launched a single strike. "You have been defeated," Mihawk coldly declared as he released Shanks, who emerged in tatters. "Unbelievable. Is that person truly so formidable?" Shanks marveled. Equally incredulous were Beckman and the others. Once viewed as invincible, their captain now found himself unable to retaliate even once. He may very well grow even stronger. This is all his doing, Mihawk asserted. The amalgamation of various devil fruit abilities utilized in harmony compensates for weaknesses and enhances strengths. With the passage of time, the more devil fruit abilities he merges, the stronger he shall become. Those of us who consume such fruits may retain our consciousness to a degree, but we cannot resist him with force. Thus, we must ensure that the remaining strong do not fall victim to such fruits. Shanks felt an unprecedented weight upon him. Simultaneously, Izang, dispatched by Whitebeard, was making his way toward Kurijana Island to locate the elusive Hawkeyes. His residence was the most convenient destination. Yet, the distance from paradise to the New World was far from short. At Marine headquarters, Sakazuki, Palyasalino, and Kuzan returned empty-handed to the Admiral's office. "Why did we fail?" Akainu barked sharply. Mihawk suddenly appeared, blocking our assault, and then opened a portal akin to the one used by East. "Whisking him away," Palyasalino explained. "What? Are you certain?" Admiral Akainu inquired, rising abruptly in agitation. "Indeed, that portal has a distinctive characteristic. It resembles a zipper, and I doubt anyone could replicate it." Palyasalino nodded thoughtfully. "Order a pursuit of Mihawk. We must uncover East's whereabouts." Admiral Akainu commanded authoritatively, "Is it feasible to locate him? With his abilities, if he wishes to evade, no one could find him," Palyasalino responded. "Given that these portals remain open and he has yet to close them, it indicates he still harbors intentions toward the Navy. The reason we cannot establish contact is likely due to him being in a perilous environment, unable to escape or attend to other matters," Akainu stated solemnly. Meanwhile, Kaido's dragon form soared swiftly, soon reaching the Anlin Habitus archipelago in the skies above. Having witnessed the rapid combustion of that life paper, the two understood that a formidable or uniquely capable enemy must reside on the island. Thus, for safety's sake, they refrained from making an immediate landing. Upon nearing, Kaido unleashed a torrent of scorching breath, igniting a vast swath of forest on the island, eliciting the roars of countless monsters and the screams of men. The airborne foreign beings attempted to launch an aerial assault, but the ever-watchful Whitebeard raised his hand and unleashed a powerful quake. Without mercy, those airborne monsters were shattered and sent plummeting on the island. As the forest ignited, all foreign beings within the engulfed area simultaneously employed their freezing abilities to counter the descending flames. One side relied on quality, while the other depended on quantity, resulting in a stalemate. Having dealt with the flying monstrosities, Whitebeard wasted no time and unleashed another fist upon the island. Earthquake. The ground split open, mountains crumbled, and the sea recoiled in the wake of this tremendous force. With the earth shaking and the sky ablaze, the island bore witness to a cataclysmic spectacle. The ground trembled, causing foreign beings to lose their footing, tumbling or plummeting into chasms, buried beneath the earth. Some fashioned diamond-like arms to grasp their diamondized selves. Others, in desperation, unleashed the powers of the phoenix, engulfed in flames, soaring into the sky. The once flightless beings, transformed into the otherworldly entities, retained their primal instincts. Even with the abilities to soar provided by the phoenix fruit and other avian fruits, they typically refrained from utilizing the unfamiliar power of flight during combat, when the freezing force was momentarily cut off. The flames of the divine dragon once more engulfed the land. In such a perilous moment, those fortunate enough to have escaped the earthquake's pull into the depths mobilized the power of the phoenix, bursting forth from the flames and ascending into the sky. Witnessing the familiar sight of figures emerging from the flames on the island, Whitebeard's face was momentarily graced with nostalgia, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of furious wrath. "Marco, Jaws, wait for me, old man." With a thunderous roar, a series of seismic shocks erupted, each punch infused with unrestrained fury. The countless remnants of the otherworldly beings shattered like rain upon the flames of the island, ultimately transforming into ashes. Just as Whitebeard unleashed the tremors, East was hastily retreating through the tunnel left beneath the island, while the Navy guards rushed back to the other side of the passage. Some, having strayed too far and moving slowly, were instantly trapped beneath the collapsing cavern, while the debris cascaded through the passageway. On the other side of the tunnel lay the Navy's transfer plaza. "Marshal, the underground space of Habitus Island has collapsed, and the tunnel entrance has been blocked. Through the observation of Haki, it appeared that a battle was unfolding on the island, yet my senses detected no enemies. It is highly likely that the assault originated from the skies." As the station vice admiral arranged for rescue efforts, he promptly contacted the marshal's office to report the situation. Upon receiving the call, the empty marshal furrowed his brow at the report. "Guard the passage closely. No one is permitted to transfer through it. I will arrange for reinforcements." After finishing his orders, he hung up and summoned Sengoku, entrusting him with these two matters. As he was about to be promoted, it currently appeared that only Sengoku possessed the capability to assume the position of Navy Marshal. With this thought in mind, the empty marshal frequently delegated certain responsibilities to Sengoku, allowing him to acclimate to the perspective required for the role of a marshal. Receiving the task, Sengoku began issuing commands, prioritizing support. The conflict on Amlin Island could only be triggered by one individual capable of causing such a catastrophic collapse of the underground space: Whitebeard. Furthermore, considering that his sons Marco and Jaws had previously fallen into peril, this element was crucial in drawing him in. Thus, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, guarding the passage was of utmost importance. Whitebeard must not discover the tunnel, for that would undoubtedly incite his invasion. Therefore, Sengoku prepared to station himself and Garp at the transfer station. Additionally, someone was needed to scout from the outside, and Polysolino was well suited for this task. For safety's sake, Kazan and Sakazuki were also to hasten to the scene. The three of them were already dispatched to pursue the escaped Mihawk and Shanks in the New World at the G1 branch. The trio had recently passed through the tunnel and were preparing to set sail for Mihawk's Koraijana Island. However, before their ship could be ready, Sengoku's new orders arrived. Truly a busy time. Whitebeard is likely wreaking havoc on Amlin Island. The man rumored to be the strongest on the seas, Polysolino remarked lazily. "Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Mihawk and Shanks must be temporarily set aside," Kazan replied calmly. "Humph, they are all deserving of death. That Mihawk is even referred to as the marine hunter by pirates. What a disgrace," Sakazuki exclaimed indignantly, clearly wishing to continue with their current mission. They are well aware of what lies on Amlin Island. The sole purpose of their return is to minimize the likelihood of the tunnel being discovered. Meanwhile, they needed to investigate Whitebeard's subsequent actions. Should Whitebeard uncover that passage and ignite conflict, it would present an opportunity to completely eradicate him. As Sakazuki contemplated, numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. This was an order from Admiral Sengoku, and we cannot ascertain whether Mihawk has returned to the island with Shanks. Even if we rush to Koraijana Island now, it could all be in vain, Polysolino stated, proceeding towards the underground plaza. Kazan followed closely behind. Sakazuki was too extreme, and Kazan did not see eye to eye with him. Both opted to comply with the orders, and Sakazuki could no longer disregard this command. The trio traversed the tunnel transfer, reaching Water 7 in the shortest time possible. From Water 7, Polyuselino was the first to arrive at the scene. On Habitus Island, following a cataclysmic attack, the land had turned to charcoal, and both Kaido and Whitebeard descended simultaneously, their observation haki sweeping the surroundings repeatedly, should they detect any surviving otherworldly beings above or below ground. Neither Kaido nor Whitebeard would hesitate to deliver a crushing blow upon landing. The remaining otherworldly entities congregated, launching another assault against the two. A horde of them unleashed a series of large-scale attacks. The merging of quicksand and magma formed a lava flow. It seemed that the powers of the fruit users who perished within the forest would be captured by these peculiar fruits, allowing those who consumed them to acquire all the powers of the fruits after transforming into such monsters. Polyuselino remarked seemingly at random, captured by two formidable beings, failing to reveal something substantial could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, this tactic was also to prevent them from discovering the underground passage. Simultaneously, it served to intimidate them, deterring them from using excessive force. If those monsters were to fully acquire the powers of the light fruit, it would spell disaster. Polyuselino felt no guilt in his heart. And you, Light Boy, these monsters have utilized the powers of light, magma, and ice. Whitebeard inquired from his elevated position. Seeing Polyuselino so cooperative, Whitebeard released his grip, no longer restraining him. I'm not certain. Perhaps it's due to having encountered those fruits that their powers were stolen. Polyuselino replied, rising and stretching his wrists and waist, loosening up his muscles. Upon hearing Polyuselino's words, Whitebeard and Kaido exchanged glances. Kid, I intend to utterly obliterate this island, but I'll spare you this time. With that, Whitebeard disregarded him and turned to head towards the center of the island. Simultaneously, Kaido also regarded Whitebeard. Seizing the opportunity, Polyuselino swiftly fled using the powers of light. This was unavoidable. It was now 20 years ago. Whitebeard was at his peak, and Kaido was nearly the same. Yet Polyuselino lagged 2 decades behind in his developmental period, naturally rendering him relatively weaker compared to his future admiral self. Standing on the land, Whitebeard refrained from taking action. At present, only he and Kaido remained on the island. If he were to destroy it outright, Kaido could simply take flight, leaving him without a place to land. Previously, their collaboration to bring him here stemmed from Kaido's desire to bolster their strength, preventing unforeseen events. However, that was no longer feasible. Their objectives had been achieved, and their relationship had always been one of rivalry. Whitebeard would not entrust his life to another. It was best to wait for the fleet to arrive before making a move. Nevertheless, even without taking action now, his time was not wasted. Having mastered the tremor fruit for decades, even without formal physics education or knowledge of concepts like resonance frequency, he had gained experience in utilizing minimal force to achieve maximum effect under certain circumstances. As long as he could find that sensation, he would be set. In the heat of battle, one cannot afford to take their time to feel it out, but now that the battle had concluded, there were no more reservations. Whitebeard stood still, the power of the tremor fruit radiating outward, attuning himself to the island's primal vibrations, while simultaneously adjusting his own. Behind him, Kaido kept a close watch on Whitebeard. He was not one to shy away from striking when the opportunity arose. If given the chance, he would use any means necessary to eliminate his rivals and threats. This was the reason he could choose cunning over brute force in Wano. Though his cunning was rather crude, it stood out as exceptionally rare among pirates. In this era, he was the only pirate to grasp the concept of cunning. The only regret was that there were not many opportunities to employ it. However, as Whitebeard sensed the island, searching for that feeling, he suddenly detected an unusual vibration emanating from a certain location beneath the ground. Hey, Kaido, since you haven't left, come join me. I've discovered something peculiar. Whitebeard called out, fully aware of Kaido's thoughts. But in terms of magnanimity, only Shanks among the pirate community could possibly compare. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Kaido furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately chose to follow him. Meanwhile, Polyuselino was soaring towards Water 7, fortuitously encountering the naval ships of Kuzan and Sakazuki en route. What is going on? Why have you returned? Sokka's questioned. Both Kaido and Whitebeard are on the island. This is quite dire. Polyuselino fell beside Kazan and responded, I see. As he spoke, Kazan retrieved his Den Mushi and dialed Sengoku's number, reporting the news of Kizaru's return. In that case, you all should remain on standby outside the island. Upon hearing the report, Sengoku altered the orders, but still required the three of them to reach Onruin Island, in the underground space. Kazan, did you hear that? Whitebeard and Kaido are both here. What follows will be a fierce battle. Sengoku instructed someone to take the den mushi away, and then exclaimed. After a moment of silence, he noticed that Carp was standing there, fast asleep. Subsequently, a dark fist struck his head. Hey, Carp, can you hear me? Sengoku roared loudly, seizing the opportunity to divert attention while Carp remained dazed. Just make a decision. Though Carp felt a throbbing pain in his head, seeing Sengoku's furious demeanor implied it wasn't him who struck. After all, once a fight concludes, one should calm down. Why was he still so irate? Perhaps he was sleep-deprived? No more sleeping. On Onruin Island, Whitebeard and Kaido were wreaking havoc. We must prevent them from advancing through the passage. Sengoku roared once more on Onruin Habaitis Island. Guided by instinct, Whitebeard arrived at a location and cleaved a massive fissure deep into the earth. Both sensed the familiar aura through their haki. Then, they joined forces to widen the crack. Simultaneously, at the Helheim underworld transit station, the sword energy slicing through the passage immediately drew the attention of numerous marines. Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances. They could not allow the adversaries to discover the situation here. Thus the battle had to occur outside, regardless of the destruction it might cause. After making this decision, the two stepped through the passage and arrived on Onruin Island. On the island, Sengoku and Carp were met with astonishment from both Whitebeard and Kaido. Hand over my beloved son. Whatever the reason, since the Marines are here, it is their responsibility, Sengoku countered. Pirates must pay the price for their greed. Isn't that a realization one should embrace before setting sail? Merely uttering these words solidified the misunderstanding. Once upon a time, Sengoku and Carp were the iron-blooded heroes of the Marines. Explaining the misunderstanding to pirates? That was an impossibility, if that were the case. Then let the battle commence. With a violent clash, the ground trembled. The four engaged in pairs, battling fiercely, resulting in extreme collisions that split the earth. Having previously experienced the might of Whitebeard, the Marines stationed at the Helheim underworld transit station were suddenly overwhelmed as Whitebeard's roar reverberated, shaking the ground, and nearly 100 Marines were swiftly crushed underground. Utterly powerless to resist, Sengoku followed closely, unable to intervene in time. Witnessing the Marines fall into the earth's abyss, Sengoku was equally filled with rage and sorrow. As the second round of battle ignited, on another expanse of land, both sides no longer needed to concern themselves about the repercussions of their full-force combat sinking the land into the sea. Especially as devil fruit users, they poured every ounce of their energy into a life-or-death struggle. Each strike and block twisted the air, leaving cracks in every direction, affecting an area nearly several thousand meters wide. All flora and vines were swept away, leaving only the passage undisturbed. Suddenly, the intense tremors in the Helheim underworld caught the attention of Yisut, Mihawk, and Charlotte, who simultaneously opened their passages, arriving at the battlefield in the Helheim underworld. The three parties differed from Mihawk and Charlotte's overt approach to be cautious. Yisut maintained his habit of only opening a small passage as a lookout. As Mihawk and Charlotte appeared, Sengoku immediately distanced himself from Whitebeard, guarding the entrance to the Marine headquarters passage. Even standing there, surrounded by three parties, he did not hesitate. Mama, Newgate, it seems you have uncovered something extraordinary. Charlotte Linlin stood before the passage she had opened, her enormous form nearly blocking the entire entrance. However, from the sounds emanating from the other side, it was clear they were at sea, accompanied by a multitude of pirates. As Mihawk approached through the passage, Shanks followed suit. Thus, was this peculiar space and ability a manifestation of marine power? Mihawk surveyed his surroundings, sensing the life forces behind Sengoku, confirming that those on that side could only be Marines. Red-haired Shanks, Sengoku disregarded Mihawk and instead focused on Shanks, declaring, "You are unforgivable for killing a celestial dragon. Surrender at once." "Haha, that is simply unachievable," Shanks replied, adjusting his straw hat. "Moreover, the foes you face are the strongest man and woman at sea, as well as the mightiest swordsmen. If you wish to capture me, I fear it will be impossible." Mama, Sengoku. Suddenly, Charlotte interjected, drawing everyone's attention. "If this world belongs to your marine power, I am certain you have conducted extensive research. If you share the secret of maintaining self-awareness after consuming a devil fruit, I can assist you in capturing that red-haired brat. Humph. Knowing that this power belongs to the Marines, do you still dare to covet it? Are you not afraid that such power is a tempting poison? Sengoku scoffed. Mama, how many monsters endowed with such devil fruit powers are on Onruin Island? If the Marines could command those monsters, they would have long dominated the seas. Why would they merely set a trap with a grand treasure rumor? Charlotte chuckled. Excuse me, may I interrupt for a moment? Sengoku raised a hand. I have a question. Shanks suddenly interjected. From the dialogue earlier, it seems this peculiar space and those fruits are indeed related to the Marines. But if that person was a Marine, why would he be sent to kill a celestial dragon? Or is it that the Marines merely stumbled upon this power without fully understanding it? The true origins of this power remain unknown. Sengoku remained silent, merely gazing at him, indicating a stance while attempting to buy time. The passage led directly to the Marine headquarters. If Admiral Kong did not wish to turn the headquarters into a battlefield, he would have to intervene and resolve the conflict within the Helheim underworld. Simultaneously, on Onruin Island, Carp was locked in a stalemate with Kaido that if Polysolino and the others assisted, they could swiftly conclude the battle. Isn't it true that those within your Marines who possess such powers harbor deep-seated resentment towards the celestial dragons? Shanks inquired from a different angle, avoiding the direct mention of being coerced by a mysterious figure to kill the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this question, Sengoku intended to refute, but suddenly recalled Yasute's background. Having once been captured and enslaved in the Celestial Dragons project on Tequila Wolf, if Yasute developed hatred towards the Celestial Dragons after understanding the connections, it was entirely understandable, though he did not provide a direct answer. Sengoku's hesitation seemed to offer a significant implication. Noticing this, Shanks nodded, realizing that a single question had revealed multiple answers. Sengoku, return my son to me. After Shanks posed his question and confirmed the inexplicable power's connection to the Marines, Whitebeard bellowed once more. Accompanied by this shout, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch, and the fierce wind struck Sengoku directly. Sengoku effortlessly blocked it and remarked, "This mere pirate is not worth lamenting over." With a colossal impact, Whitebeard's furious punch soared through the air, while Sengoku simultaneously reacted, transforming into the Buddha form, radiating golden light, crossing his arms before him, and slightly bending forward as if bracing himself to endure some formidable force. The resounding clang, akin to the tolling of a bell, suddenly emanated from Sengoku, who then retaliated with a forceful shockwave. This was not merely the strength of the great Buddha. It also bore traces of the tremor-inducing power extracted from Whitebeard. The shockwave, infused with the essence of the tremor fruit, reverberated back towards Whitebeard himself, in the face of this onslaught. The earth once more crumbled and sank, fissures appearing as if inscribed deep within the subterranean realm. Yet, a grand conflict did not ensue. The two additional factions remained uncertain of their allegiances. Engaging in battle against evenly matched foes could easily leave one vulnerable to exploitation. If Mamama chooses not to fight, then that would be quite unfortunate. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, sealing off all passages leading to the Navy, leaving only the routes behind her and Mihawk, as well as the passage to Elbaf. Mihawk, could you reopen those passages from earlier? Shanks inquired. With the route to the headquarters in the Helheim underworld now barred by Big Mom, he found himself devoid of reinforcements to break the deadlock. He needed to rally allies among those present. The first on his list was Whitebeard. Whitebeard had journeyed great distances, demanding the return of his sons rather than seeking vengeance, indicating his certainty that they were still alive, or at the very least, not entirely deceased. The crux lay within the life cards, which reflect a person's vitality as long as they had not been completely consumed. It signified that the individual had not fully perished. Whitebeard undoubtedly possessed the life cards of those two, but their efficacy was hindered, as they could not provide precise locations, hence the necessity of Elbaf. Newgate, the sons you seek must be Marco and Jozu, correct? Sengoku suddenly interjected as a strategist. Once Sengoku identified a weakness, he could exploit every available resource. Whitebeard merely grunted in response, glaring at Sengoku. Marco and Jozu were fed that accursed fruit before me. However, they succumbed to its trials, transformed into mindless aberrations that I, on the other hand, fared slightly better. Although I too became a monster, I retained my intellect and acquired considerable power. Mihawk interjected, seemingly intent on undermining Sengoku. Eagle Eye, do you know where they are? Whitebeard inquired urgently. What I mean is, I can ascertain whether Admiral Sengoku is lying. Mihawk did not provide a direct answer, instead articulating his thoughts with calm, unflappable composure. Whitebeard felt a surge of confidence, redirecting his gaze back to Sengoku. Information is not so easily divulged. We must ensure our safety first, Sengoku declared, his gaze settling on Big Mom. The implication unmistakable. Is Mamama preparing to strike? It would be an excellent opportunity to test my current strength. Care to join? Charlotte Linlin exhibited no fear towards Sengoku. Compared to the tremor fruit of Whitebeard, Sengoku's great Buddha fruit posed little threat to her at this juncture. Charlotte, Whitebeard bellowed, his voice stirring a tempest. Revealing his internal turmoil. After the fervor subsided, all parties regained their composure. As long as no one intervened to incite chaos, a battle would not ignite at all. It seems this spectacle shall not unfold. Had I known, I would not have come, Charlotte Linlin remarked with a hint of regret, subsequently returning to her pirate ship, sealing the passage behind her. Before they could exhale in relief, a resounding cry from Charlotte Linlin echoed from Elbaf. Foolish Kaido. While Whitebeard has brokered a truce with Sengoku for quite some time, you are the only one still intent on fighting. On Elbaf, Kazan arrived and unleashed an ice age, freezing Kaido's flame clouds. The battle reignited, and this time, Kaido faced 3 Vice Admiral-level opponents. The confrontation was imminent, and Kaido's first choice was Kazan. Having previously encountered Carp's formidable strength, he knew victory would not come easily. The glimmering youth was too swift and evasive, posing a challenge to defeat. Now, a newly arrived ice-wielding Vice Admiral became his new target. With a powerful swing of his kanabo, he unleashed a vacuum impact. The force surging toward Kuzenhe in Icy Bird surged forth to counter Kaido's energy. The two forces colliding and neutralizing each other. Meanwhile, Borsalino unleashed a barrage of light projectiles, enveloping a vast area around Kaido. Saru, Bone Fist, Iron Fist. Carp lunged toward Kaido, his ebony fist aimed squarely at him. Just as the three engaged in intense combat, Charlotte Linlin's voice resonated from the skies. After returning to her ship from the Helheim underworld, she reopened the spatial passage to Elbaf and shouted through it. Although the means by which she gleaned the situation below remained unknown, it was clear that continuing this fight would be detrimental. With losses already incurred, it was time to seek recompense. Kaido transformed into his dragon form and soared away. At present, Kaido was not yet the formidable beast he would later become. Mere 2 years prior, he had cunningly conquered Wano, but now, he was a pirate consumed by bloodlust. After Kaido's departure, Carp hastily made his way toward the underground passage. In the Helheim underworld, Big Mom's retreat eased the previously tense atmosphere. Shortly after hearing the commotion outside, Carp returned to the Helheim underworld. Oh, Shanks, you're here too. Carp immediately spotted Roger's straw hat. Lifelong rivals, their understanding of one another surpassed even that of their closest kin. What greetings should we exchange? Are you well acquainted with him? He is the murderer of the celestial dragons. Sengoku's forehead tensed with veins. What of it? Carp's attitude towards the celestial dragons remained as forthright as ever. One could not help but wonder if Dragon's development had been influenced by Carp's teachings. Upon hearing Carp's words, Shanks chuckled. Silence. Sengoku shot Carp a furious glare, prompting Borsalino and Kazan to exchange glances. Sengoku, it's your turn now. Whitebeard, unperturbed by those around him, spoke directly. Utilize the life cards, Sengoku insisted. Little did he know where Whitebeard's sons were. Since Whitebeard could ascertain that his sons were alive, it indicated that the life cards were still in existence. As long as they were utilized, all would be well. The life cards are ineffective, Whitebeard retorted, his anger rising. He felt Sengoku was mocking him. Ineffective only because you are at sea. Here, we inhabit 2 separate realms. Sengoku replied, gesturing towards Carp. Having witnessed Whitebeard's brutal treatment of the Navy at the transfer station, Sengoku could not allow him to leave unscathed, now that his old comrade Carp was present, along with Borsalino and Kazan. While the enemy consisted of only 3, the advantage lay with them. With a signal, Sengoku and Carp launched an assault on Whitebeard, who had momentarily lost focus due to the revelations. The Buddha's palm shockwave and armed iron fists descended upon him simultaneously. In a rush, Whitebeard managed to respond, blocking their attacks with both palms, his armed hockey enveloping him, the energy of the tremor fruit coalescing around him. However, In terms of power dynamics, he could not compete with two individuals who had prepared in advance. Under their relentless onslaught, Whitebeard was forced to retreat. The sudden turn of events caught Shanks and Mihawk completely off guard. They had clearly witnessed both sides exchanging information, amicably engaging. So how could a battle suddenly erupt? Yet there was no time for further contemplation. Shanks and Mihawk drew their swords, preparing to intervene, while Borsalino and Kazan positioned themselves to block them. On Twin Cape, Brook and Laboon reunited after 30 years. Finding it difficult to part, Brook, should we transform Laboon into a state like yours? That way, he could come ashore and accompany you. Yisud asked from the shore. That I in the water, Brook abruptly halted, gazing at Laboon. Stroking his large head in silence for a moment, no. Laboon is best suited to the sea. He should not alter his nature for my sake, Brook replied solemnly. Yisud, unfazed, continued. Next, I plan to visit Mariwa. Would you like to join me? The invitation stemmed from the belief that Brook had always enjoyed good fortune, and having him along might enhance the journey's success. Moreover, having an extra ally could prove invaluable at unforeseen moments. However, Brook declined. Anticipating Brook's refusal, Aster was not particularly surprised, especially considering the current fervent relationship between Brook and Labu. Without Brook, Aster remained indifferent. He turned and traversed the passage leading to the subterranean expanse beneath Marigeos. A space he had previously prepared, excavated from the steep cliffs of the Red Soil continent. Ascending vertically, he found himself beneath a grand estate belonging to a celestial dragon family, a location he had meticulously selected based on the layout of Marigeos he had observed from the Navy headquarters. As a sacred site, Marigeos naturally occupied a vast area. From the elevator at Sabati Archipelago to the central region was the domain of the world government and its various functional departments. While deeper into the continent lay a mysterious clandestine zone. Aster was aware that this zone was likely the stronghold of M, nestled amidst the flowers. Each celestial dragon had their own territory, and a castle estate could rival a large town. Perhaps the world government itself was cognizant of the repugnant actions of the celestial dragons, which is why their estates were strategically located at a considerable distance from the world government. Otherwise, if the celestial dragons roamed freely and encountered important officials they disdained, it would be trivial for them to eliminate them with a single shot. The constant rotation of officials would also be insignificant. But any delay in official duties would be a grave matter. This arrangement not only established a significant distance, but also ensured that those residing closer were the more enlightened celestial dragons. Further out lay the entertainment venues reserved for the celestial dragons. Aster's underground space was situated directly beneath one such castle. The powerful individuals Kenbunshika Haki could encompass an entire island or city. However, Aster did not believe that him would squander his haki on these gluttonous pigs that as for the bodyguards within the celestial dragon's estate. To be frank, true powerhouses were scarce, if not entirely absent. After all, no genuine powerhouse could endure the daily company of these celestial dragons. Only the brainwashed assassins, devoid of any sense of individuality, remained, and with the mass production of these indoctrinated assassins, it was naturally improbable for many strong individuals to emerge. Moreover, even if a powerhouse were to arise, their capabilities would be deployed where they were genuinely needed, not in proximity to these celestial dragons. Aster successfully made his way to the surface, sealing off the passage behind him. The timing was just right. It was evening, and he found himself at the celestial dragon's castle. Aster concealed himself in a dark, secluded corner. With his senses heightened, he swiftly spread his awareness throughout the castle. Soon, Aster utilized his Kenbunshika Haki to assist his surveillance, not only pinpointing the location of this celestial dragon family, but also identifying the position of an elderly servant who appeared to have a private bedroom. Such individuals typically served as stewards or overseers, possessing a deeper understanding of the estate than the celestial dragons themselves. With his network of informants confirming the coordinates, opening the passage would prove significantly easier. With a single step, Aster found himself at the foot of the old servant's bed, extracting his soul from slumber and conducting a series of intense interrogations. From this, he discerned the location of a critically important site, the celestial dragon's treasury. The treasury was not housed within the castle itself, as the sheer volume of wealth was too vast for the castle to contain. Thus, the celestial dragons had constructed a massive treasury not far from the castle. He also acquired the methods for accessing this treasury. Both the key and the password were now in his possession. As for the slave-holding area, there was no need to interrogate the old servant. He already knew it was located beneath the castle. With the treasury's location secured, Aster's immediate intention was to seize the treasures. Each celestial dragon's treasury invariably contained several devil fruits, and this one was no exception. A total of 6 devil fruits. Beside the cabinet where the devil fruits were stored, there was even a tome detailing their abilities. According to the tome, Aster identified the powers of these 6 devil fruits. For Zoan-type ordinary fruits, tabby cat, palace cat, honey badger, and sloth, and 2 paramecia-type fruits, bara no mi, chop fruit, and kabu no mi, hard fruit. The 4 Zoan fruits were self-explanatory, while the 2 paramecia fruits offered remarkable abilities, the former allowing the user to transform into any desired target, and the latter enabling anything to become hard. Upon glimpsing the information on the bara no mi, Aster could hardly contain his exhilaration. Initially, he had intended to use the powers of the Soru no mi, soul fruit, to control a celestial dragon to execute his plans. But now, with the acquisition of the bara no mi, the task had become considerably simpler. He swiftly transported all 6 fruits into the realm of Helheim as soon as he entered them. The 6 fruits vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the nearby Helheim fruits seemed to gain a new infusion of power, expanding in size. Following this, Aster promptly plucked a fruit from the realm of Helheim and consumed it. Unsurprisingly, the new Helheim fruit absorbed the abilities of the 6 devil fruits. For the time being, he set aside the 4 Zoan abilities, focusing primarily on the transformation and hardening powers. With a mere thought, an unusual sensation enveloped Aster completely. He immediately returned to the treasury, seeking a reflective surface to examine his appearance. In that moment, Aster had transformed into the likeness of the old servant. Ha 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 ha. Aster erupted into laughter. The transformation capabilities of the bara no mi differed from those of the moku no mi, mimic fruit. From the narrative's portrayal, the latter could only alter one's face and required one to provide their own attire. In contrast, the bara no mi possessed far superior functionality, allowing for every detail of the transformation to be perfectly replicated. Even external elements such as clothing, jewelry, and objects, as long as they were worn or held, could be entirely reproduced. As for the kabu no mi, it simply enabled the user to harden. Basic hardening increased density, while advanced hardening conceptualized it. After familiarizing himself with the abilities of the fruits, Aster returned to the castle. His previous plan involved placing a slave's soul into a celestial dragon's body to incite chaos. However, with the newfound transformation ability, Aster could scarcely imagine that the very tactic he devised to instigate disruption would be exploited by those entrenched in politics. Meanwhile, as Aster plotted his mischief in Marries, at the Navy headquarters, within the office of the Admiral, the battle at the transit station between Onruin Island and the realm of Helheim was a colossal defeat for them. Sengoku, Garp, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Palyasalino all stood in the center of the office. Garp, who should have stood alongside Sengoku, had slipped away to join Kazan's trio under the pretext of rank deficiency, leaving Sengoku alone to face Kong's reprimands. After Kong's tirade left the 5 men dejected, his ire gradually subsided. Although the strategic passage had been lost, it had been constructed around the capabilities of others. It is well known that the human heart is the most complex of all. These passages were never worth risking everything. Now that they were gone, it merely meant a return to the status quo. Mihawk and Big Mom both possessed that unique power. They must seek an opportunity to test their strengths. Kong proclaimed, "Since they escaped your grasp, it falls upon you to handle it." The 5 men had no choice but to accept their orders. The Paradise. The Big Mom pirates were en route to the Sabaody archipelago. The islands they passed were thoroughly cleared, while fleets comprising their subordinates were dispatched to drive away other pirate crews. Not a single target marked for elimination could escape, as all were captured to serve as sustenance for the Helheim fruits. Throughout this process, Charlotte Linlin was also engaged in continuous experimentation. Although the mindless creatures were already quite formidable, being human incited greed, she always sought to refine these creatures further. During this period, she successfully created numerous monsters capable of retaining their consciousness. It was a simple process. Upon consuming the fruit, at the moment the fruit activated, she would extract the person's soul, or alternatively, sever their shadow. allowing them to consume the fruit before reinserting the shadow. Upon discovering that these transformed monsters also possessed the abilities of the Soru no Mi and the Kage no Mi, Shadow fruit, this task was delegated to them. Subsequently, through soul interrogation, she found that these empowered and sentient monsters harbored their own resentments. For instance, the desire for revenge. In contrast to the pirates captured at sea, the number of islanders brought back from the islands far exceeded that of the pirates. The Big Mom pirates had devastated their homelands, slain countless individuals, and subjected them to experimentation, turning them into monsters. Such hatred could only be described as a vendetta without end. Some, unable to contain themselves, immediately launched attacks against Big Mom upon gaining power. However, the newly empowered islanders were no match for Big Mom, swiftly falling back into her grasp. Through soul interrogation, she gleaned their intentions and plans. Consequently, Charlotte specifically targeted a portion of the islanders transformed into sentient beings. Simultaneously, she turned the remaining islanders into mindless entities. Following this, ordinary islanders became regular entities, while those seeking power retained their consciousness. As they meandered along their journey, by the time they reached the Sabeti archipelago, the fleet had expanded tenfold or more. The number of entities aboard had surpassed 10,000 for every 500 mindless outsiders. A wise outsider is appointed as a captain to lead and command. These wise outsiders are predominantly former pirates, devoid of any sense of honor or shame. Big Mom bestows upon them both power and authority, providing ample motivation for them to serve her loyally. Furthermore, the monsters under their command will ultimately obey her will. This is an undeniable manifestation of hierarchical dominance, under the repeated training of Kaido. The Beast Pirate's ship, the Beasts, has rendered these outsiders as docile as dogs. Yet, at this moment, Kaido is grappling with a dilemma that he holds a fruit in his hand, a remnant from before, vacillating over whether to consume it. According to Mihawk's previous assertions, it is only by ingesting such a fruit that one can acquire that extraordinary power, while Charlotte Linlin consumed the fruit after merging with the souls of those monsters. It was indeed the act of eating the fruit that bestowed upon her the ability to open portals. This implies that consuming the fruit is crucial. However, what if it transforms him into one of those mindless beasts? When a person hesitates, it signifies an inherent reluctance to proceed with the action. Ultimately, Kaido remains indecisive. He requires further experimentation to ascertain a definitive method to preserve his intellect as for the fruit's origin. Acquiring it from Charlotte is entirely feasible. After all, the entire forest is abundant with them. Purchasing a few should pose no challenge. If he does not engage in some activities, the monotony of sailing the seas becomes unbearable. Time passes under such circumstances. 2 days later, an astonishing announcement reaches the entire world through the news birds. Initiated by the Celestial Dragons and organized by the world government, the first noble gathering. The first pirate conference and the first marine assembly will commence on June 7, 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar. That is merely 3 days away. However, by the time this news is known, the competitions have already begun. As Big Mom approaches the final 2 islands before reaching Sabeti archipelago, a flyer falls into her hands. After perusing it, she erupts into a mocking laugh. Mamama, the world's greatest pirate? What scheme is the world government concocting? Yet, the prospect of hunting nobles with a bounty of 3 billion is indeed a rare opportunity. Mamama. On the beast ship, Kaido also receives the flyer, but dismissively tosses it aside, with his sole interest lying in that 3 billion bounty. After all, he had just been preparing to purchase that fruit from Charlotte. On Karaigano Island, Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Mihawk each hold a copy of the flyer. The world's greatest pirate? Captain, shall we give it a try? If the red-haired pirates, who have slain celestial dragons, were to be crowned the world's greatest pirates and awarded, that spectacle would be quite amusing, remarks Rayleigh. The world's greatest pirate? Does the world government genuinely intend to assist pirates in gaining fame? Whitebeard responds after reading it. The Marines hunt pirates, pirates hunt nobles, and nobles vie for glory. Such a ludicrous assembly, approved by the world government, must serve a special purpose beneficial to them. Shanks articulates. The world's greatest pirate? Pirate King, Beckman murmurs thoughtfully. How ruthless. Upon hearing those 2 terms, Shanks instantly comprehends. Drawing a sharp breath to the Marine headquarters, in the conference room, all the generals below admiral rank wear frowns. Only Akainu maintains a calm demeanor. even appearing somewhat eager. Luring all pirates out with those worthless nobles to eliminate them is a price I am willing to pay. Akainu declares his stance unequivocally. The others exchange glances, refraining from commenting on his words. Sengoku turns to the Fleet Admiral, asking, "Fleet Admiral, is there truly no room for negotiation? This is the final order from the 5 elders of the world government," Kong replies, picking up a document from the table. Sengoku, with your intellect, you should discern the world government's intentions. Yet, there must be alternative methods, mustn't there? Perhaps, but this is the Celestial Dragon's demand. This single statement suffices to silence everyone. Even the world government is ultimately at the service of the Celestial Dragons, at least in name. Moreover, it must remain so. Only in this manner, regardless of the world government's actions, the Celestial Dragons will bear the brunt of any backlash, orders, without allowing others to voice further opinions. Fleet Admiral Kong begins issuing commands. All rise. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, lead 5 Vice Admirals and 10 Rear Admirals to form a grand fleet stationed at Sabaody Archipelago. Yes, Admiral Zifa. The Fleet Admiral glares sharply. Yes, Admiral Zifa, Vice Admiral Garp, lead 5 Vice Admirals and 10 Rear Admirals to form a grand fleet stationed at Elevator Island. Yes, Vice Admirals Akainu, Vice Admiral Borisolino, and Vice Admiral Kazan, each take command of your teams for guerrilla operations at sea. Yes, additionally, Vice Admiral Tsuru, send an urgent message to the entire fleet. Prepare for battle. Clear out all pirates within our jurisdiction. Yes, meanwhile, all news agencies worldwide, spearheaded by the World Economic News Agency, set up projection devices across various islands. Not only on the islands scattered across the seas, but even in Mariewa, the residences of the world government and the Celestial Dragons are busily preparing for this global live broadcast extravaganza. On Clockwork Island in the East Sea, Raiden clutches the flyer for the first noble gathering, his expression one of utter despair. What is unfolding? Have I crossed into a parallel universe of One Piece? Indeed, this world is perilous. I should diligently follow the training regimen Shanks provided and wait until I am strong enough to venture out. In the East Sea, the Kingdom of Goa, after the Celestial Dragon's demise in the Kingdom of Goa. The royal family, unable to capture Shanks, inevitably becomes the target of the Celestial Dragon's wrath. The royal family, accustomed to tyranny within Goa, faces the Celestial Dragon's fury and ultimately can only kneel in supplication, wagging their tails in desperation. Naturally, the Celestial Dragons are not inclined to let them off easily due to their pleas. Thus, the entire royal family is reduced to slavery. The throne is coveted by other noble families within the kingdom. But with time still short, the major noble factions engage in infighting without a clear victor emerging, resulting in a power vacuum for the throne. Now, the first noble gathering presents them with an opportunity. They mutually agree that whoever secures this honor will ascend as the king of the nation. As for the accompanying first pirate conference, they all conveniently turn a blind eye, with agreements in place. The Highland nobles begin preparing their fleets, disregarding whether the time is right, setting sail as soon as their fleets are ready to eye in the South Sea, West Sea, North Sea, and even in the earlier segments of the Grand Line. All ambitious nobles are preparing for this event. Equally, pirates scattered around the globe are sharpening their blades. What are the Celestial Dragons and the world government up to? Hunting nobles. How amusing. Gather round, my crew. We shall await at the ports of those nations. 3 billion berries, the world's greatest pirate. I shall claim both the money and the title. Such declarations echo across the world. In certain nations, some powerful pirates directly approach the local noble families. We, the pirate crew, will protect you in your pursuit of noble titles, but the 3 billion bounty shall belong to us. Additionally, provide us with intelligence on other nobles. We will eliminate them, which could be seen as aiding your victory. Or, persuade more nobles to venture out to sea, regardless of their stature, as long as their heads are countable. Regular pirates seek 3 billion, clever ones demand 600 million, and bold ones aim for 900 million. Beyond engaging with nobles, they even utilize noble connections to approach the Marines. Nobles and pirates alike are fair game. As long as they can achieve ultimate victory, they seek multiple assurances, completely unconcerned about being looked down upon by other pirates. Only profit remains the unchanging truth. The Chambord Archipelago, following the announcement of the grandest event in the world, witnessed its inhabitants frantically seeking escape routes. Tourists, commoners, and merchants. All those capable of departing have done so. Only 5 types of individuals remain: the navy, pirates, nobles, onlookers, and those unable to leave the island. Within a brief span, the population density has plummeted by more than half. Beneath a grand tree, a passageway opens, and figures such as Whitebeard, Mihawk, and Shanks emerge in succession. It appears that there are hardly any souls left on the island, remarked Rayleigh as he surveyed the surroundings. The chambered archipelago is poised to transform into a battleground. If those uninvolved do not flee promptly, the consequences could be fatal, Beckman added succinctly. Subsequently, Whitebeard contacted Sachi via Den Den Mushi, urging them to hasten their journey to the chambered archipelago. On the vast ocean, the Whitebeard pirates advanced without delay, ultimately catching up to Big Mom's fleet after traversing 3 islands that had been completely ravaged, leaving no living creature behind. At this moment, Big Mom's crew had surrounded all the ports and entry points around the islands. The sounds of cries from the island faintly reached their ears. However, they lacked the capacity to rescue anyone from Big Mom's grasp and chose to avert their gaze, steering clear of her fleet as they continued onward. Simultaneously, on a different route, an island teeming with pirates witnessed Kaido commanding a ship filled with exotic beings, attempting to direct these seemingly subdued monsters through his Conqueror's Haki. The manifestation of Haki embodies human will, particularly the Conqueror's Haki. Yet, the verbal instructions proved inefficient. Eventually, Kaido had a sudden idea. He would simply exchange for devil fruits from the celestial dragons at Mariwa. All it required was for him to parade in his grand, imposing golden chariot before them, and given their nature, they would inevitably desire it. Moreover, this treasure was exclusive to him, tantalizing their appetites. With the fruits acquired, Kaido then turned his attention to all the devil fruit users among the slaves. He discreetly maneuvered to less conspicuous corners to avoid detection, minimizing the chances of discovery while ensuring that the plants did not encroach upon the area. He then arrived at the slave-holding cells. There were few devil fruit user slaves. Only one in the entire slave quarters, a paramecia-type user of the bind fruit. The process was straightforward. He extracted the individual, instantly froze them in a concealed location, and then kicked them into the realm of Hades, feeding them the underworld fruit, transforming them into a superior exotic being. With this family yielding no further gains, he would seek out others. Presently, each of these families possessed at least one of their own creations, allowing him to infiltrate at will. As night fell, Kaido stealthily infiltrated the slave cells one by one, liberating those with devil fruit powers. The night provided the slaves with a rare semblance of tranquility. Only when the celestial dragons were asleep could they claim their own time, free from torment and labor. Every slave slept particularly soundly during this hour. Kaido's arrival stirred no ripples, cloaked in shadows. He successfully traversed the 18 other families and returned to his temporary residence without incident. After completing his endeavors, Kaido lay in bed, his mind racing, suddenly refocusing on those 5 old geezers. If the treasure trove of these indolent celestial dragons contained such numerous devil fruits, how much more might be found in the vault of the world government, or rather, in the treasury of the 5 elders? What of the Navy's treasury? If he assumed the identity of a celestial dragon, would it be possible to peruse their vault? As dawn broke, it marked the final day before the grandest event in the world officially commenced. Countless news birds, equipped with imaging Den Mushi, soared across the globe. Meanwhile, atop Mariwa, Kaido sat upon the head of a towering 20-meter golden giant. The throne and protective chamber had been specially crafted atop its head. This colossal figure stepped out of the estate. Its imposing silhouette and heavy footsteps immediately drew the attention of other celestial dragons. Those who had recently exchanged intriguing items with Kaido felt a sudden loss of allure regarding what they held. As for the slaves in the dungeons, preparations for the grand event had led to a suspension of the duel arena, with the golden chariot, golden elephant, and golden tiger obtained from Kaido, who would still use slaves as mounts. Such a notion would be beneath them. Even walking would no longer involve the use of slaves. Thus, the previous night's disappearances of slaves were temporarily covered up. Where did you acquire this golden giant? And Ruvalodes, inquired another, named Thermoros, gazing up with envy evident on his face. Of course, I purchased it. Kaido replied nonchalantly. From where did you procure it? Thermoros pressed eagerly. Interested, are we? Kaido retorted. The other nodded vigorously. The mere act of looking down upon others from such a height was enough to evoke desire. Unfortunately, the previous owner refused to accompany me, so I had to eliminate him. The last few are now in my possession, Kaido boasted, feigning pride. But we no longer possess any devil fruits. Thermoros, a pragmatic man, lamented, can they be bought with money? These celestial dragons only had a foundation for proper discourse when engaging with one another. That simply will not do. This is a treasure. Treasures can only be exchanged for other treasures. If you truly lack devil fruits, why not request some from the five elders? Their treasury must surely contain many devil fruits. If that fails, perhaps the Navy's treasury holds some as well, Kaido coaxed persuasively. However, upon mentioning the five elders, a flicker of fear crossed Thermoros's face. It appeared that these celestial dragons harbored some trepidation towards the five elders, particularly those who were more hedonistic, during the interlude of their conversation. Several other celestial dragons were similarly drawn towards the grand golden giant, their words laced with desire. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido gathered these celestial dragons together and delivered a stirring address that he proclaimed, "The world government serves the celestial dragons. The five elders are merely the appointed stewards of the celestial dragons, not to be feared. They merely need to be asked for some devil fruits." This incitement was not merely instigation, but rather an encouragement for these celestial dragons to demand their share from the five elders. If all else failed, they could borrow some fruits, promising to return them later. Thus, a cohort of 7 or 8 celestial dragons, each riding their golden chariots, golden elephants, golden tigers, and golden tree men, set forth in grand procession towards the world government building. Meanwhile, Kaido did not accompany them. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the five elders possessed any special abilities that could unveil his disguise. Secondly, he had no need to follow them to the world government, as the celestial dragons made their entrance. Officials hastily sought refuge, and those unable to escape immediately prostrated themselves upon the ground. Guided by their bodyguards, a group of celestial dragons arrived at the threshold of the five elders' dominion. Upon entering, they directly demanded devil fruits from the five elders, casting furtive glances at the five exotic beings standing rigidly behind them. Your treasury must contain a substantial number of devil fruits. Yes? Why come to us for them? What do you intend to do with them? The five elders inquired. We are seeking to purchase items from Anruvalodes. Our previous fruits have all been consumed, Thermoros replied. Upon realizing this was a transaction among celestial dragons, the five elders felt at ease. The playful celestial dragons always manage to procure exquisite treasures from across the globe, and it is only natural for them to engage in exchanges and trade amongst themselves. However, when it comes to purchasing goods, the use of gold and silver is a matter of time, especially when the night is deep and the sea is suddenly illuminated by flashes of fire and shrouded in smoke. All the waters outside the territories of the world conquerors are besieged by pirates in better positioned areas. The Navy provides protection, but in more remote locales, they must rely solely on themselves. Those who covet the title of the world's foremost noble are predominantly members of the affiliated nations of the world government. Within the same system, it is only logical that higher status is preferable. As for the kingdoms that have not allied with the world government, the absence of royal endorsement does not imply that the nobles therein are unwilling to join. Previously, the royal families had obstructed their ambitions, but with the advent of opportunity, they would not let it slip away easily. Thus, a considerable number of nobles from non-affiliated nations are preparing fleets, accompanied by escorts. To partake in this competition, the Symphony of the Sea is orchestrated by cannon fire and fireworks, with wails and cries forming the harmonies. This grand event is the most fiercely contested arena across the oceans. With numerous nations and a plethora of pirates, the disparity in power is minimal. Battles unfold with greater decisiveness and consume less time than those between the mightiest. A few rounds of cannon fire can effectively cripple one side. The majority of noble fleets find victory through the might of their cannons. Beyond a certain distance, the combat dynamics become overwhelmingly one-sided. Should the pirates succeed in boarding, the tide of battle may swiftly turn, leading to a similar one-sided affair against the nobles. Only a select few nobles, fortified by powerful escorts or those with the abilities of devil fruit users, can ensure a degree of safety on these treacherous waters. Compared to the nobles from various nations, those hailing from the Grand Line hold a slight advantage amidst this storm, as their proximity is closer. Yet, they too face grave challenges, for the pirates that plague the Grand Line are above the average threat level of those from the Four Seas. The king of the Alabasta Kingdom, being one of the bloodlines of the 20 kings, would hold a significant position, even without competing for the title of Celestial Dragon. However, the other nobles within the kingdom are not so complacent. They harbor ambitions of their own. The great nobles from various regions have each assembled their own fleets, setting sail towards the Sabaody archipelago that eye in the royal palace. King Cobra sits regally upon his throne, flanked by his captain of the guard, Ikilum. Shall we truly allow them to proceed? Ikilum inquires, his tone laced with reluctance. An affiliated nation, if a noble of considerable stature, second only to the celestial dragons, were to emerge domestically, could the king still maintain control over the situation? Such political concerns, despite being the purview of a martial protector, must be contemplated by the king's inner circle. The knowledge of the king's lineage is sparse, known only to the reigning monarch and the upper echelons of the world government. This matter is not as simple as it appears. You need not worry. The avaricious ultimately pay the price. Cobra chuckles, displaying a keen insight that belies his relatively recent ascension to the throne. Your Majesty, is there a hidden agenda in this? Ikilum asks, astonished. You shall know in due time. Cobra replies, his expression enigmatic. Upon the sea, a fleet departing from the canola flower port sets sail towards the Sabaody archipelago just before dawn. While the night still lingers, this is the final fleet to embark from Alabasta. Some had already set out after confirming the veracity of their information. Shortly after the fleet leaves port, and before they have traversed 10 nautical miles, a series of cannon blasts erupts from the shadows ahead. The sparks of gunfire seem obscured by something that the crew stands vigilant. A barrage of explosions erupts aboard the ships. On the deck, masts, sails, and hulls are struck by dozens of cannonballs that seemingly materialize out of thin air, causing chaos to ensue. After a brief period of disarray, all guards promptly resume their stations, bracing for the worst. Damn it! Where is the lookout? Where is the warning? Cannonballs have struck the ship, and yet, where is your alert? Have you spotted the enemy? Did you hear where the sound originated from? Following a flurry of precise maneuvers, the captain of the guard believes he has executed all necessary precautions, and every individual is on high alert. Carefully scrutinizing their surroundings, the fleet's progress continues. However, just as they presume this to be a false alarm, the noble fleet suddenly collides with an unseen object, jolting violently. The bow of the ship is breached. With the direct contact established, they finally observe 2 pirate ships that have emerged on either side of their fleet. That a thick iron chain stretches between the vessels, causing the leading ship to crash into it. The rear vessel, unable to halt in time, collides forcefully, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction. The ships are wedged together, with the central vessels colliding front and rear, on the brink of disintegration. This ability is truly effective. Boys, slay the nobles aboard. At the moment this command is issued, 5 more pirate ships appear around the noble fleet. One of these ships is helmed by a burly man clad in a cloak. After the command, thousands of pirates surge forth from the 7 vessels encircling the noble fleet, employing grappling hooks, constructing bridges, and showcasing their diverse skills to establish boarding pathways that in no time. Nearly 1,000 pirates have stormed onto the noble fleet. The nobles, whether guards or others, having just endured a collision, are left dazed and unsteady, unable to react against the predatory pirates, akin to children facing ruthless foes, devoid of any means of resistance. Aboard the flagship, which should have been the safest location, it has transformed into the site of utmost despair following the series of collisions. Those fortunate enough to find refuge in a corner may wait for their sinking vessel to gradually submerge, while the unfortunate are crushed immediately upon impact. The nobles, being corpulent and cumbersome, move sluggishly, and at the first sign of disaster, they are trapped in the crevices created by the shattered hull, covered in debris and bleeding profusely. Fear and pain incite their survival instincts, prompting their cries to be desperate and fervent. Externally, pirates systematically eliminate the guards aboard, hastily transporting treasures and seeking out nobles, lest the ships soon succumb to the depths. A pirate officer bellows. Concurrently, the captain of the guard confronts the cloaked pirate captain. The figure in the cloak appears to fade in and out, each reappearance leaving a wound upon the captain. What is happening? The blood-soaked captain inquires in terror. Hiss, this is the power of my devil fruit, the paramecia type, shroud fruit. I can conceal whatever I wish, rendering it invisible to others, the grand event of the world's foremost competition is set to commence. Even in the dead of night, projection devices across various locales flicker to life as countless individuals, eager for first-hand news, prepare for an all-nighter, witnessing the brutal battles upon the seas, following the announcement of the world's foremost tournament. Innumerable pirates eager to guard the path leading to the holy land of Marries converge upon the Sabati archipelago and the elevator island of the New World. However, the Navy forces, having already received orders and stationed on the island, including Sengoku, Tsu, Zifa, Garp, and numerous vice admirals and rear admirals, decisively eliminate those pirates at the Sabati archipelago. Figures such as Whitebeard, Mihawk, and Shanks stand vigil at the designated port. Sengoku and Tsuru, accompanied by 2 vice admirals, approach them. The remaining pirates on the island have been driven away, leaving only this group behind. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, you need not be so wary. We are not here to ambush those nobles. Shanks asserts, taking the initiative to speak. With such formidable individuals present, each more intimidating than the last, the responsibility of negotiation falls upon him. What is your purpose, then? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquires, given the presence of the world's strongest man. Whitebeard, the newly empowered Mihawk, and the infamous Shanks who has slain celestial dragons, they are not individuals to be taken lightly, necessitating a cautious approach that we have come to escort the Whitebeard pirates. Upon receiving the signal, we will swiftly depart. I believe the Navy does not wish for our predicament to exacerbate the chaos upon the sea, Shanks remarked. Just then, the ocean surged as a fleet rose with the waves. The Jolly Roger was unmistakably that of the Big Mom pirates. What is happening? Hadn't Sachi claimed that we had surpassed the Big Mom pirates? Whitebeard, while conversing with his sons via Den Den Mushi, did not conceal the details from those nearby. Thus Shanks and the others were privy to the information. Let's inquire further through the Den Den Mushi. Whitebeard was about to follow the suggestion when, amidst Charlotte Lean's boisterous laughter, the Big Mom pirates hastily approached the shore. Such speed was clearly abnormal, surpassing even the latest military vessels. They must be employing a multitude of underwater entities to manipulate the currents. Propelling their fleet forward, Mihawk elucidated. Mamama, Newgate, Mihawk, Sengoku, are you all gathered here to welcome us? Charlotte Lin bellowed with laughter at that moment. Her attention was solely fixated on Whitebeard, Mihawk, and Sengoku. Charlotte Lin, the Sabati archipelago is closed to all. No pirates are permitted to land. Sengoku proclaimed loudly, I have come to partake in the Pirate Festival, a celebration hosted by your world government and the Celestial Dragons. Charlotte Lin retorted, if you wish to participate in the festival, then you must engage in hunting upon the seas. Landing here is strictly forbidden, Sengoku asserted. Mamama, this is the Pirate Festival. Shouldn't the target for hunting be set even higher to be worthy of such a title? I propose hunting the descendants of the Celestial Dragons. Only such a target truly embodies the essence of the world's greatest pirate. Charlotte Lin exclaimed with wild laughter. Her laughter echoed. The sea froze, and tens of thousands of foreign entities surged from the ships and waters towards the Sabati archipelago. At this moment, countless viewers were left in shock by Charlotte Lean's audacious declaration. Charge, Big Mom pirates. Eradicate the Celestial Dragons. Soon, the voice that had shouted this vanished, only for more to echo the sentiment. In Marries, a specially constructed screening hall for the Celestial Dragons, dozens of screens simultaneously showcased critical moments from the sea, accompanied by a powerful noble fleet and formidable pirate armada, ensuring an enthralling spectacle without dull moments. The Sabati archipelago was one such scene, currently broadcasting Charlotte Lean's boastful declaration. Her threats to hunt down the Celestial Dragons naturally incited the ire of those witnessing the event. Quickly send someone to eliminate her. She is provoking the dignity of the Celestial Dragons. Have that Navy deal with her. Observing the uproar among the Celestial Dragons, East felt that maintaining his composure was becoming detrimental, prompting him to shout, bring that pirate forth. We have the Knights of God. Let the Knights of God teach her a lesson. The Knights of God are the strongest. The world government is the strongest. The Gorosei are the strongest. After all, shouting costs nothing. A few words could yield significant gains if chaos ensued. Indeed, the Gorosei, let them resolve this wretched pirate. East was surprised to find others chiming in. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, East took the opportunity to withdraw himself from the fray. Once the celestial dragons had calmed down sufficiently, an elder among them stood to offer reassurance, stating that the world government and navy would undoubtedly eliminate those pirates. Sit down. If you wish to watch, continue. If not, return to your amusements. How could they possibly tear themselves away from such exhilarating battles? Even the usual duels left them exhilarated, let alone this spectacle of a world war. Consequently, the crowd settled once more at the Sabiti archipelago. Tens of thousands of foreign entities surrounded the coast, and war was imminent. Mamama, I have tens of thousands of foreign entities here. Who among you can withstand them all? Having come this far, if we do not challenge the status of the gods, we shall inevitably feel discontent. Charlotte Linlin gazed upwards at the red soil continent behind the Sabeti archipelago, where the towering summit symbolized the epicenter of worldly power. Charlotte, where are my sons? Whitebeard could never escape the torment of seeking his sons, though they had offended me. I have spared them, merely freezing their ship upon the sea. If you do not hurry, they may very well be dealt with by those pirates seeking to usurp your position, Whitebeard. Without mobility on the sea, they stand no chance of retaliation, Charlotte Linlin remarked. Where are they? Whitebeard inquired. That aid you in your search. I have conveniently left a path of ice, right behind the fleet. Should you wish to go, you must be swift. Otherwise, the ice will melt. Charlotte Linlin's ploy to draw the tiger from its mountain lair effectively minimized one variable in her scheme. For the sake of her sons, whether it be a trap or a diversion, he must personally venture forth to ensure their safety. My apologies, Whitebeard said to Shanks and Mihawk, raising his blade as he advanced across the icy path. On the ocean, Whitebeard hastened along the ice trail, racing forward, eye in the sky. Mihawk swiftly kept pace with him. Mihawk? Whitebeard noticed the figure in the sky, puzzled. He had assumed Mihawk was to assist Shanks in guarding Sabaody. Charlotte intends to assault Mariawa, but I remain unconcerned. It is merely unfortunate for the steadfast navy, Mihawk declared. With Mihawk's assistance, the ice path was reinforced and widened. Having traversed several thousand meters, the two soon reached the edge of an expansive ice field. This entire expanse of ice, with a radius exceeding 3 kilometers and a depth reaching nearly 5 kilometers underwater, had been hardened as they drew near. A cacophony of sounds echoed, the sound of Whitebeard's crew hammering away at the ice. Children, Whitebeard exclaimed, relieved to see his sons and crew safe, and he called out loudly, Old man? Hearing the familiar voice, the crew turned in unison, recognizing the beloved figure. The two groups reunited and boarded the ship. What is the situation? Why were you frozen by Big Mom? Whitebeard inquired. Also, why did no one answer when I called you? Huh? Did you call just now? We must have been too busy chiseling the ice to hear. Several captains responded in unison. As for the freezing, we are uncertain as well. Was it simply because we exceeded their position on the same course? We continued forward while they pillaged the island. And once they caught up, they encased the surrounding waters in ice, Sachi and the others explained. Perhaps it was merely to divert you from Sabaody, Mihawk interjected, sensing Whitebeard's confusion. Kulala. All of this is inconsequential. Sachi, bring forth Marco's Vivre card. Mihawk, I will be relying on you. Whitebeard chuckled nonchalantly before recalling his original objective, then issued a command. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the surrounding captains erupted in excitement. Old man, have you found a way? Bista and Lakio's Vivre cards had already been burned away, but Marco and Josu's still retained a sliver. This meant there was still hope for them. Soon, the last remnants of Marco and Josu's Vivre cards were retrieved, and Whitebeard held them in his grasp. Subsequently, Mihawk opened a passageway, leading the way, with Whitebeard following closely behind. However, upon stepping through, Whitebeard emerged once more, raising his fist to unleash a shockwave, shattering the solid ice into fragments. Allowing seawater to surge forth and buoy the ships, the broken ice was carried away by the currents, enabling Whitebeard's fleet to sail once more. You all remain outside, guiding the fleet to a secure location to avoid the current conflict. Do not actively participate in the world government's festival. That is but a scheme of the world government. Whitebeard issued a solemn warning before once again stepping into the realm of Helheim. In the eyes of pirates regarding the world government and the celestial dragons, merely alleging that this matter was a conspiracy of theirs would effectively deter them from willingly involving themselves. Naturally, Whitebeard's counsel was heeded by his sons. After his departure, the captains convened and decided to steer their ship towards the outskirts. Upon arriving in Helheim, Whitebeard approached Mihawk and retrieved 2 fragments of the life card. Indeed, upon entering Heim, the previously inert life cards began to quiver, pulsating towards a specific direction. But if you don't mind, I can carry you as we fly, Mihawk proposed. Whitebeard, not one for unnecessary pleasantries, readily agreed. Speed was of the essence. Mihawk transformed into a pterodactyl, grasping Whitebeard with his claws and soaring in the direction indicated by the life card. They traversed mountains and crossed rivers and seas. In this vast world, the mere existence of the Heim forest left both men in a Sabiti archipelago. The ultimate showdown between Big Mom and Shanks unfolded, their clash shaking the very foundations of the island. Yet, the ferocious sandstorm remained unabated, showing no signs of diminishing. In the wake of this catastrophic confrontation, half of Big Mom's pirate fleet was obliterated, with those aboard either meeting a gruesome end or falling onto the icy surface. Among them, Charlotte Linlin managed to maintain her footing upon landing on the ice, while Shanks was violently propelled backward, crashing into the tempest of sand. Children, advance towards the Holy Land, Charlotte Linlin cackled, commanding all outsiders to charge towards the elevator. After a devastating wave of attacks, the minions that obstructed her path were utterly vanquished, leaving only the beleaguered Sengoku and Shanks to hinder her ambitions. The likes of Tsuru and other vice-admirals were mere trifles in her eyes. Those of lesser strength were reduced to ashes in the storm, with only the more formidable managing to survive. Ultimately, the only ones still standing after the calamity were Sengoku, the specially protected Tsuru, and Shanks. Now, their trio found themselves powerless to impede the advancing horde of outsiders intent on storming the Holy Land. Perhaps out of a modicum of trust for Mihawk, Charlotte Linlin chose not to eliminate the remaining few. Instead, she merely inflicted minor wounds upon them, utilizing the powers of the sleep fruit to send them into slumber. As an individual with a penchant for indulgence, Charlotte now not only relished desserts, but also had a newfound appetite for the fruits of the underworld. Furthermore, consuming these fruits seemed to alleviate her insatiable hunger, and with each bite, she naturally acquired greater abilities. The world government also kept a keen eye on the developments at Sabeti Archipelago, as the calamity of the sandstorm wreaked havoc. The 5 elders fell into deep contemplation in the face of such an onslaught. Conventional tactics of overwhelming numbers proved futile, necessitating the intervention of true powerhouses or equally formidable weapons to swiftly annihilate the monstrous armies before targeting Charlotte Linlin. The army of outsiders, endowed with devil fruit abilities, found that in Heim, consuming the new versions of the fruits granted them universal powers. Thus, thousands transformed into various avian forms, soaring towards Marioa. They needn't even reach the summit. Right in the center of the red line, the screens across the world displayed the collapse of the Holy Land, the center of supreme authority. Countless individuals were left in shock, some rejoiced, while others despaired. Yet those at sea remained oblivious to this news, lacking immediate channels to grasp these developments, relying solely on a daily newspaper for updates. Under the auspices of the grand event, a relentless chase unfolded across the seas, filled with scenes of pursuit and evasion. In the North Sea, the densest hub of underworld activity, nobles set sail, their vessels laden with treasures, for only with ample wealth could they enjoy the lavish lifestyle befitting their status. At this juncture, a noble fleet found itself relentlessly pursued by a coalition of pirates, inadvertently steering towards the calm belt. Do these noble lords still aspire to be the world's foremost aristocrats? How utterly laughable. A pirate mocked, if you wish to be noble, turn back and battle our ghost shark pirates. Another chimed in. Indeed, return and fight our bloody hand pirates too, should you manage to defeat us. You may yet escape. Amidst the raucous mockery of the pirates, the noble fleet fled without a hint of hesitation. Quiet down. This direction is wrong. We cannot proceed further. Suddenly, a navigator aboard a pirate ship shouted, clutching a handful of charts. What? That direction leads us to the calm belt. If we enter the calm belt, our sailing ship will be stranded. Slow down and change course. The navigator nearly bellowed. Calm belt. How far away is it? Isn't the area around the calm belt teeming with sea kings? Why do we see none? Yet, not long after the pirates spoke, the foremost noble fleet abruptly slowed down. The leading pirate crew, initially jubilant, soon found their own pace diminishing one by one. Ships decelerated, gliding forward on inertia within the calm belt. eventually clustering together, even the noble fleet halting not far ahead, gazing back at the throng of pirate ships. Panic ensued. What now? Captain, have we entered the calm belt? There's no wind. Where else could we be? But the legendary calm belt is said to be filled with massive sea kings. Why do we see none? Pirates, accustomed to the seas, often possessed a greater understanding of the world than the average person, and no matter where we are, we must find a way to maneuver the ship out. Row the vessel? Who will go? You. Damn it. Let us have a duel. The loser rose for the winner. Just as the pirates erupted into chaos, the seas suddenly began to roil. Soon, towering waves surged, sending all vessels deeper into the calm belt. What is happening? Why is the ship moving on its own? What are these waves? We're being pushed further in. As all pirates and nobles descended into panic, the ships were ultimately thrust beside an island blanketed in the forest of Helheim. Before they could revel in their unexpected fortune, dozens of creatures emerged from the water, launching an assault on the vessels. Ships were destroyed, and everyone fell overboard, initially fearing the aquatic beasts would attack them, only to find that these creatures instead ushered them onto the island. With the ships sunk and all supplies lost, curiosity about these monsters was temporarily set aside. "Curse those fat-headed nobles," exclaimed a temperamental pirate, violently striking down a noble, the splatter of blood serving as a potent deterrent to the remaining aristocrats and their servants. However, the pirates had long grown accustomed to such brutality. Let us find something to eat. There seemed to be plenty of fruits on this island. Meanwhile, in the calm belt, on Amazon Lily, within the royal palace, a diminutive elderly woman sat before the throne. She was the former empress of the Daughter-S Kingdom. Golosa, with the previous emperor and captain of the Kuja, Shaki, having departed and the next successor yet to mature, the sovereignty of the Daughter-S Kingdom had once again returned to her hands. However, to signify her role as a mere regent, she refrained from taking a seat upon the throne, standing merely in front of it. "Are those monsters still outside?" Golosa wearily inquired of the ministers within the hall. Ever since creatures of human stature had appeared in the seas, the Kuja pirates had found it increasingly difficult to venture out. Reflecting on her first encounter with these creatures, she had initially harbored a fondness for the little beings that brought fruits. Until someone transformed into a monster due to consuming the fruits sent by them, they were oblivious to the malevolent intentions of these creatures. From that moment onward, all the fruits delivered by the monsters were cast into the sea. As the sisters who had turned into monsters were taken away by those very beings, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Once they became otherworlders, they were forsaken by all but their own kind. After suffering the grievous injuries of dozens of warriors, they were still unable to subdue the enemy, and that very day, they were taken away by the sea monsters. Since then, the coastline of Nine Snake Island has been sealed off by these creatures. Whether it be pirate crews or other fishing vessels, any ship that dared to set sail would be wrecked by them, with the crew returned as captives. If this continued, the supplies of Nine Snake Island would eventually dwindle. The monsters, residing in the sea, never proactively ventured ashore. Even if they did, they were utterly helpless to resist. With this thought, Glynis sighed deeply as for the actions of those otherworlders. They were, of course, instigated by Yisite. Initially, seeds were sown to encourage their development, and although there were inspections during the Onluin Great Treasure incident, who could have anticipated that in such a short time, they would attain such intelligence? Indeed, it has already been a month. If this persists, the island's reserves will have to be utilized. Once the reserves are tapped, the entire island can only last for an additional 2 months. After that, they would likely have no choice but to consume the flora and fauna of the island. The ministers reported faithfully. How is it that I, having long since retired, find myself embroiled in such matters? Is Nine Snake Island destined for ruin at my hands? It is all Xiaqi's fault. Every last bit of blame falls upon her. And that man named Rayleigh. Truly, all men are toxic. Xiaqi succumbed to the poison of men, leading her to abandon our nation and its people. Guisa grumbled impatiently, each utterance laden with frustration. The once mighty Red Earth continent lay in ruins, transformed into a wasteland, while Mary Geos stood as a shadow of its former glory. Countless streams of magma coalesced, forming a colossal golden giant. These were the creations of the homies that Yisite had unleashed earlier. Simultaneously, the abilities of the iron fruit activated, extracting and merging all iron within a radius of several thousand meters into the golden giant's form. Subsequently, The giant plunged its hands fiercely into the earth, returning the gathered iron back underground. Suddenly, innumerable iron bars shot up from below, enveloping the area from which the iron elements had been extracted, eventually converging in the air to form a massive iron cage. The golden giant then fused itself with the iron cage, as though coated in a gilded layer, continuously employing its hardening ability. It sought to maximize its fortification. The dense latticework ensured that, unless one possessed spatial abilities, escape was virtually impossible. Is this your contingency plan, or has a third party intervened? Remarked as he descended to the ground. Surveying the surrounding scene, Mama, are you afraid? Big Mom responded with a hearty laugh, momentarily halting her actions to catch her breath. Although unaware of the origins of this immense iron cage, maintaining a calm demeanor was always prudent. At that same moment, from the heights of the ruins, a passage opened, revealing Mihawk, who emerged in his otherworlder form, resembling the atypical Yasuo. Armed with the great sword Yuru, he advanced with relentless determination, his fervent battle spirit palpable. Stirring the winds and clouds, Im stood at the forefront. Faced with such a straightforward provocation and formidable presence, Im had no choice but to prepare for battle. Mama, your challenger has arrived, Charlotte Linlin declared with a booming laugh. Concurrently, Yisite gathered the remnants of the Otherworlder Legion brought by Big Mom in terms of command hierarchy. For those devoid of intellect, Yisite's authority was paramount. Conversely, those with wisdom had begun to contemplate and discern advantages and disadvantages, making further command increasingly challenging. At this moment, no one contested Yisite's command, and amidst the flurry of activity, all Otherworlders congregated. They fully harnessed the power of the iron fruit, transforming their bodies into steel, merging with the iron cage, and hardening it, while deploying a rebound wall using the rebound fruit's abilities. Any object that made contact with the iron cage would experience a shockwave if one collided with the cage. The force of impact would determine the intensity of the retaliation. After preparing these contingencies, Yisite gradually manipulated the iron cage to constrict further. In the heart of the battlefield, Mihawk and him faced each other, swords drawn, and in an instant, a clash erupted. The sound of metal clashing accompanied by arcs of lightning filled the air as their forms vanished from the sight of ordinary onlookers due to their blinding speed. The unleashed sword chi cleaved through the earth, carving away layers of soil. Ultimately, only a pitch-black iron cage remained, fully sealed on all sides. With the iron cage as a barrier, the ground ceased its descent. Mihawk, having collided with the cage, elicited no reaction whatsoever. Meanwhile, upon striking the cage, was instantly met with the full force of all the Otherworlders, and the Golden Homie's creations concentrated upon him. Just that one impact caused him to spit blood. To avoid revealing any external interference, Yisite extended an arm from behind him to grasp the iron cage, preventing the force from sending him flying. Before making the arm disappear, Im fell to the ground, using a sword longer than his own height to support himself as he stood. Such power is truly impressive, he remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cruel smile. Before launching another attack at Mihawk, the intense battle raged on. Im's defeat became increasingly certain. Excluding various superhuman, natural, and Zoan-type devil fruit abilities, and not accounting for the physical enhancements of the Phoenix fruit's passive healing, Mihawk's endurance was significantly bolstered. Moreover, Mihawk was not the type to cling to the sword path at the cost of his life. He could seek assistance from Big Mom and Yisite, and even access fruits in real time for healing, all of which maximized his chances of survival. Indeed, Mihawk engaged solely in swordsmanship during this battle, pursuing the pinnacle of his sword path. If Im were to best him in swordsmanship, he would resort to any means necessary to prolong his life and extract every ounce of value from him. However, it was evident that Im's power had not yet reached that level. The two were evenly matched, and the battle persisted throughout the day, the iron cage's confines shrinking by 3-quarters at that moment. Charlotte, who had remained silent until now, suddenly appeared beside Yisite. Mama, are you the one who bestowed such power upon Mihawk? What do you gain from distributing your strength in such a manner? Charlotte Linlin inquired, maintaining her otherworlder form. After all, this form was far more aesthetically pleasing. While the strong might not concern themselves with appearances, everyone prefers to avoid an unattractive visage. Among those possessing similar abilities, Big Mom could still afford to show ample respect and equality. Moreover, faced with Yisite, she harbored no hostility. Under the connection of the Helheim underworld, they were of the same ilk, with no conflicting interests, naturally avoiding any unprovoked aggression. What are your thoughts on this world? Yusite began to weave his web of persuasion once more. In response to this query, Charlotte Linlin burst into laughter before asking, "And what is it that you wish to achieve?" All conflicts in the world arise from the unequal distribution of resources and the greed of the human heart. What if everyone were transformed into otherworlders? Let the Helheim underworld forests spread across the globe. Then all life in this world would have boundless sustenance. No being would need to fear the biting cold or sweltering heat. All would be free from the toil of survival. Until the end of days, all life could quietly revel in existence. Yusite proclaimed. "Mama, such an ideal is indeed difficult to articulate," Big Mom retorted. "However, after transforming into the otherworlders you describe, wouldn't the vast majority lose their consciousness and wisdom? Yet, is it not possible for beings like you to retain your intellect?" Yusite countered. "Perhaps those less fortunate are merely temporarily deprived of their memories. As long as they continue to consume these fruits and grow stronger, they may one day reclaim their normalcy," he asserted. After all, no one aside from him knew the precise truth, allowing him to speak as he pleased. Beyond the iron cage, the naval forces of Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kozan had already gathered in full strength. Just outside the confines of the cage, the injured naval personnel, including Sengoku and Shanks, were present, while Charlotte Linlin ultimately made her exit through the passage. Having summoned the remaining transformed beings endowed with wisdom from the realms beyond, after casually scattering Imu's ashes, Yusite sought to rummage through the ruins of the world government's treasury, which proved to be an arduous task. Outside the iron cage, Charlotte guided the remaining members of her crew back to the land of nations through the passage. Kaido transformed into his dragon form, unleashing flame clouds as he soared over Mariwa with 2 ships. Descending into the new world, he had an abundance of inquiries he wished to pose to Charlotte. As the surrounding notorious pirates made their exit, the Navy regained control of the scene, yet the formidable iron cage remained unchanged. Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan, alongside other vice admirals and rear admirals, launched simultaneous assaults on the iron cage, but to no avail. Meanwhile, within the cage, Yusite had been sifting through the earth, untouched by the battle, and upon encountering the iron bars, he suddenly realized the folly of his actions. The mesh of the cage was so diminutive that it was only the size of a normal human fist. Anything within this confines could be collected by merely shrinking the cage and lifting it. As the iron cage gradually contracted, the bricks, soil, and stones within were gathered together. Yusite extended his finger, emitting laser beams to obliterate the useless debris. Outside the cage, the naval forces on either side hastened towards the iron structure, eager to uncover its contents. Yusite, noticing the approaching navy, instantly transformed into one of the Gorosei, the one with the goat-like beard. For the navy, the intimidating presence of the Gorosei was undeniably more profound. "It's the Gorosei," Zifa, Karp, and others who had encountered the Gorosei exclaimed in unison. Upon realizing the cage contained their own, the navy felt a slight sense of relief at this juncture. Yusite continued to strike down the rocks with his laser beams. Although the navy outside found it perplexing that a Gorosei wielded laser beams, no one dared to inquire, choosing instead to wait for the conclusion of events as the iron cage swiftly shrank. Yusite finally discovered what he had been seeking. Astonishingly, over 20 devil fruits emerged from within. One could only marvel at the plethora of treasures possessed by the world government. Having achieved his objective, Yusite grinned and greeted those around him before opening a passage beneath the ground, causing the entire iron cage and its contents to plunge into it. "Quick, save them!" the assembled commanders shouted at this point. They still believed this individual to be one of the Gorosei. The swift Borsalino was the first to reach the passage, extending his hand to grasp the cage. Upon seeing this, Yusite revealed a sinister smile, and dozens of arms sprouted from the cage to seize Borsalino, while simultaneously employing a sleep-inducing ability, rendering him unconscious. Thus, he was dragged into the realm of Hades. Meanwhile, the navy observed as Borsalino grasped the cage. Preparing to hasten forward to assist their astonishment, he suddenly stumbled forward, falling into the pit along with the cage. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no pit, but rather a passage to the realm of Hades. At this moment, The passage was rapidly nearing closure. Kazan quickly extended his arm, transforming it into ice, attempting to wedge it into the passage to halt its closure. However, the closing of the passage continued unimpeded. The ice, as hard as iron, was sliced through as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. As the passage sealed completely, Kazan retracted his ice-formed arm, his face pale. His left arm had been cleanly severed just above the elbow. To prevent excessive bleeding, Kazan swiftly froze the wound. Kazan, the Navy gasped in shock. On the opposite side, Zifa, witnessing this scene, was filled with both astonishment and rage. He slammed his fist into the ground, yet it bore no effect. On the other side, in the realm of Hades, the iron cage descended and promptly vanished. All the transformed beings and golden homies reverted to their original forms. Simultaneously, the 20-plus devil fruits dissipated into the ether of the realm of Hades. Alongside them fell one person and one severed hand. The hand belonged to Kazan, who had attempted to obstruct the passage's closure with ice. Yasid had witnessed the entire spectacle. Now, with a severed hand, he would likely be filled with regret. Casting the hand aside, Yasid turned his gaze towards the unconscious Borisolino on the ground. He placed a hand on his chest. With a tremor, the heart shattered into fragments. Now that the realm of Hades had integrated the rules of the devil fruits, the latent potential of the beings prior to their transformation had become irrelevant. Thus, for the yellow monkey, it was merely a matter of gaining one transformed being while losing another. After addressing these matters, Yasid began to revel in his newfound acquisitions. Among the 23 devil fruits, there were 10 from the Zoan type, 10 from the Paramecia type, and 3 from the Logia type. In the Zoan category, there were 2 mythical Zoan fruits, 5 ancient Zoan fruits, and 2 standard Zoan fruits. The mythical Zoan fruits included the winged tiger and the winged serpent. The 3 Logia fruits were cloud, smoke, and mist, forming a complete set. The 10 Paramecia fruits included abilities to control gold, sharpen objects, dull targets, enhance jumping ability, induce swaying in targets, possibly a lower-tier version of the Tremor fruit, cause confusion, and allow for the manipulation of others' emotions. Along with the ability to make targets spin, coupled with the complete Glint fruit obtained after dealing with Borisolino, Yasid completed his inventory of fruit abilities and began to manage the transformed beings. They were all creations of Big Mom. However, now that he had assumed control, their priority had shifted into his hands. Thus, Yasid promptly dispatched these transformed beings to his hidden valley of soldiers at the far end of the new world. Several passages within the doldrums were all interconnected. There, a congregation of transformed beings, derived from various sea creatures and exotic beasts, awaited. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was still on the run, and Mihawk quickly located him upon returning to the realm of Hades. After all, this was still one world, and given its vastness, finding 2 individuals within it was no easy feat. In the West Sea, the kingdom of Fiesling, while the nobility of the land vied for the title of the foremost noble. An uprising force successfully overthrew the decaying kingdom, led by a formidable warrior adorned with unique markings on his face and supported by a cadre of elite fighters, especially after the live broadcast of the conference, which showcased the destruction of Mariewa. The uprising reached a fever pitch. Following the downfall of the Holy Land, the Navy commenced the cleanup of the battlefield to prevent the worst outcomes from being reported. All newsbirds in the sky were targeted to ATC. Yasid gazed at Baron before inquiring, "Can you still produce those high-energy foods?" "Food? What food?" Baron responded, perplexed. "Those patterned things on your body." Yasid indicated the designs adorning him. "Those are baits, not food. I can't consume them," Baron lamented, his expression unreadable as an exotic being, yet the tone of his voice conveyed a sense of grievance. "Could you produce some for me to taste?" Yasid expressed his curiosity, adding, "By the way, these foods don't have any hidden tricks, do they?" "What tricks?" "Bait is just bait," Baron replied with utmost frankness. Yasid reflected on the items from the Bonin Islands, which indeed had potent allure but were slightly addictive. The only side effect was also a consequence of their benefits. The energy was exceedingly high, making them easy to digest. Yet if one couldn't expend that energy swiftly, it would lead to rapid weight gain in those consuming the food. As he pondered, Baron raised his hand, and a magnificent cake materialized. Yasid seized it and took a bite. The flavor elicited a fascinating response. Unlike anything transmitted through taste buds, it was akin to a direct tactile sensation of flavor. Much like spiciness, which is known not as a taste, but as a pain sensation, this ability to relay the concept of flavor directly to the nerves explained why it was so addictive. Upon actually tasting it, however, he found that the energy contained was not particularly substantial, or rather, due to his habitual consumption of the fruits of the underworld, coupled with his already considerable strength, this meager energy was utterly insufficient to provoke any significant reaction. After confirming that this incarnation of the Baron of the Stomach was indeed quite foolish, Yster felt reassured enough to keep him by his side. Following closely was Baron, who incessantly stuffed his mouth with the food he had conjured himself. In his words, having previously been unable to indulge, he had long yearned to taste such delights, and this time he was determined to eat his fill, with the Baron of the Stomach dealt with. Yster's next objective was the Sky Island. Naturally, Yster would not take the conventional route alongside the main characters. Within the Navy's archives, there existed a detailed route to the Sky Island, commencing from the peak of the west sky. Traversing the cloud path and directly ascending to the Sky Island. In truth, there were numerous Sky Islands scattered throughout the White Sea and the White Sea, aside from the group encountered by the protagonists in the original narrative. There were several other Sky Islands along the way. However, these islands were solely composed of cloud foundations, devoid of any soil. As Yster journeyed, he systematically opened passages, transforming all the islanders and cloud beasts within the White Sea into otherworldly beings. This continued until he arrived at Angel Island. Above Angel Island existed a sacred domain, situated at the pinnacle of the giant beanstalk, known as the Divine Realm of Appiato, which was, in fact, the other half of Gaia Island. Washed up into the heavens by ocean currents 4 centuries prior, after centuries of development, the inhabitants of Gaia Island were expelled by the denizens of the Sky Islands, and it had now become the exclusive territory of the rulers of Angel Island. With the divine realm of Appiato, whose rulers were referred to as gods, the current deity was none other than the predecessor of Gonfer. Prior to his arrival, there remained no consensus regarding how Enel acquired the Rumble fruit. Some claimed it was seized from pirates in the Blue Sea. However, if he truly had the audacity to snatch from pirates, he would not have been so persistently bullied. Others remembered that it was found in the forests of the Sky Island, while yet another tale suggested it was enshrined in a temple at Appiato, purportedly accompanied by the design schematics for the Arc Maxim. Since he was here, it was only right to search thoroughly. Yster, accompanied by Baron, continued to ascend along the giant beanstalk. Before Enel's reign, the deity of the Sky Island was not particularly extravagant, merely engaging in activities typical of rulers. Now, the current god had grown old, while his successor Gonfor was in the prime of his youth. In these final days, the incumbent deity had been instructing Gonfor, preparing him to become a worthy god. Along the way, Yster subdued all the guards and servants encountered, employing mere flowering and hypnosis. In the courtyard before the temple, Yster glanced at the 2 vigilant figures and then turned his gaze towards the divine statue enshrined within the temple. The golden statue bore 4 thunder drums upon its back, cradled a fruit in its left hand, and held a scepter in its right. Here, the most commonly depicted version from fan creations is selected. 400 years prior, to solidify the deity's dominion, the first god constructed this temple. It remains unclear when exactly, but it is said that the fruit suddenly appeared in the statue's hand, leading the then deity to seize the opportunity to enhance the statue's legendary status by enshrining the fruit alongside it. To this day, no one has dared to touch that fruit. Who are you? The young Gonfer stepped forward to question. Yster paid him no heed, merely raising a hand as an arm emerged from the statue, seizing the fruit and opening a passage beside it to cast the fruit into the Helheim underworld. Once the fruit entered the Helheim underworld, it instantly transformed into the most fundamental rule, absorbed by the world. Correspondingly, Yster, having consumed a new underworld fruit, gained the power of thunder. The tempest of lightning erupted, enveloping the entirety of Angel Island, causing all inhabitants, whether Sky Islanders or Sandians, to succumb to slumber under its influence. Then, with 2 hands extending beside each creature, he opened passages, retrieving the fruits and feeding them into their mouths. There were no exceptionally gifted beings among the Sky Islanders, the highest among them merely being advanced species. Crossing over the transformed Gonfer and the god, Yster approached the statue, melting the entire golden effigy, from which a blueprint fell forth, the design for the golden ship, the Arc Maxim, with the blueprint in hand. and upon locating the golden land of Shandora to extract sufficient gold, under the influence of the gold fruit's powers, all the gold rapidly took shape according to the design, with the corresponding fruit abilities. If applied to civil endeavors, it could yield unparalleled benefits, summoning a few otherworldly beings to the energy chamber's charging column. He instructed them to dutifully act as a power bank. Subsequently, he erected a golden pillar beside it, transforming it into a mobile coordinate, and opened a passage atop it to draw forth sufficient vines, allowing the fruits to grow freely for their logistical supply. With such a place established, Baron decided to settle there. After completing this arc, Ystor ascended to the deck and gazed skyward. He pondered whether to take a detour to the moon. Having been defeated by Luffy, Enel could reign supreme up there, and Ystor certainly would not be inferior. He resolved to go. With the decision made, Ystor swiftly proceeded towards Reverse Mountain and Twin Cape, before the noble fleets and pirate crews arriving from all corners of the seas could traverse the windless zone. They had to navigate through Reverse Mountain to reach the Grand Line or marries. Meanwhile, within Twin Cape, Brook continued to frolic with Laboon. Previously unable to enter the sea, Brook found little joy in play. Now that he could, he was determined to revel fully. Simultaneously, Brook endeavored to guide Laboon through music, teaching it to play in the water and dance to the rhythm. Suddenly, from atop Reverse Mountain, a grand ship, laden with fragments of wreckage, careened down the slope, accompanied by screams and gasps of astonishment. Laboon, create a wave and catch them. Seeing the large ship teetering on the brink of capsizing, Brook hastily urged Laboon to act. Though it had been 2 decades since Laboon's growth, its size was now considerable. With a few sways of its tail towards Reverse Mountain, it summoned a wave that safely caught the falling ship. The sailors, guards, servants, and nobles aboard breathed a sigh of relief as they wiped the sweat from their brows. The nobles, who had stood on deck to admire the magnificent spectacle of traversing Reverse Mountain, immediately sought to stir trouble upon landing. Spotting a gigantic island whale ahead, they recalled that it was this very creature that had previously stirred the massive waves that had nearly capsized them. Thus, they immediately began to demand. The captain of the guards, visibly troubled, expressed their inability to tame beasts, deeming the task utterly impossible. Yet, the nobleman, increasingly obstinate and unreasonable, insisted fervently on his demands. The exasperated captain of the guards had no choice but to stand at the bow. Gazing at the island whale in the water, his face contorted in despair, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, deep in thought, he noticed a skeleton-clad figure frolicking with the island whale from a distance. The captain mistook him for someone wearing peculiar attire. Thus, he called out to attract Brook's attention. Unaware of any impending danger, Brook approached the ship, inquiring, "Is there something you need? If it's gratitude, there's no need. You can indeed control that island whale, can't you? Our noble lord has taken a liking to it, and is willing to pay for it." The captain of the guards spoke courteously. Anyone capable of playing with an island whale in the sea was clearly no ordinary individual. It was best to remain polite before any confrontation arose. Brook, however, without a moment's hesitation, declined outright and turned to leave. Yet at that moment, the nobleman suddenly drew a gun, aiming it at Brook, his tone threatening. "If you're willing to sell that island whale, I shall offer you 100,000 berries. If not, I shall shoot you dead and seize the whale. I won't sell." Brook turned to face the nobleman, resolutely adhering to his stance, enraged at what he perceived as a provocation to his authority. The nobleman pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet struck Brook, yet he showed no reaction whatsoever. Brook had no desire to engage with these individuals any further. However, at that moment, as Brook sought to leave, the nobles would not permit it. They threatened him once more and commanded the gunners on the ship to take aim at the island whale. A warning shot was fired, landing beside Laboon as a form of intimidation. The situation had escalated to a point where mere appeasement would no longer suffice. Brook condensed a diamond sword in hand, and with a few swift movements, the nobles on the deck were swiftly dispatched with a single stroke. The holy land of marries crumbled, the world government was annihilated, and the celestial dragons met their end. The mightiest violent organization upon the seas, the Navy, assumed comprehensive control over global security and management. Under the iron fist of the fleet admiral, the first decree was to order all news agencies to cease broadcasting, declaring the First World Conference officially concluded, simultaneously, through the intelligence networks of the news agencies. They began to gather information on the movements of those pirates, with Zephyr, Garp, Sakazuki, Kazan, and other capable officers waging battles across the four seas. Except for those in the New World, all active and unruly pirates within the four seas and paradise found themselves within the scope of a thorough purge. In the tumultuous realm of the warring states, the injured generals, including the likes of Cranes and others, were swiftly transported to the Navy's hospital for urgent care. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin returned to Cake Island, where she opened a passage outside her castle and summoned the entire populace of the island. Having witnessed the grandeur of such gatherings, she now firmly believed in the adage that strength lies in numbers. Moreover, every civilian within the realm of Tato land was required to pay a monthly tax in the form of their lifespan, just in case of emergencies, with a more efficient method now at her disposal. It seemed more prudent to transform them all into exotic beings, thereby augmenting their strength while maintaining absolute control over them. During the time it took to gather the citizens, Charlotte had transformed all of Cake Island into a forest reminiscent of the Heimdall realm. As time passed, the number of people converging on Cake Island grew. 20 years prior, Tato land had not been as prosperous as it was now. The island could easily accommodate the throngs that had gathered. Once everyone had assembled, Big Mom finally spoke. "You see the fruits around you. If you consume these, you shall no longer need to worry about paying me with your lifespans. If you refuse, death is your only fate." Her voice echoed across the island, clear and resonant. Those fearful of Big Mom's might immediately sprang into action, hastily plucking and devouring the fruits, terrified that any delay would lead to their demise. However, the sight of those who transformed into monstrous beings after consuming the fruits caused hesitation among the newcomers. "If you refuse to eat, then prepare to perish." Big Mom's proclamation rang out, and those who had just completed their transformation began to attack the untransformed individuals nearby. The terrified civilians failed to notice any abnormalities. Those who were slow to react or too close were swiftly torn apart. The quicker ones, however, rushed to consume the fruits, under such a dire threat. No one dared to gamble with their lives. In comparison to death, becoming a monster was an acceptable alternative. Moreover, once everyone had transformed, it was the normal individuals who would appear as the true monsters to them. The transformation unfolded rapidly. Aside from the gathering time, it took less than 10 minutes to complete. After all, the entire island was blanketed by the Heimdall forest, and the fruits were within easy reach. Most of these souls, though fractured, were mere novice exotic beings, with only a few being of higher caliber. Yet, when combined with the diverse powers of the devil fruits, even these novices could prove formidable in large-scale battles. With all the citizens turned into exotic beings, the next step was to transform all non-child members of the pirate crew. As for the husbands, their sole duty was to provide seeds. Once their task was fulfilled, they would meet their end. Much like the male praying mantis, facing the crew and officers, Charlotte displayed an uncharacteristic moment of hesitation regarding her children. The most understanding and family-oriented among them, Katakuri, stepped forward. "Mother, let me go first," he proclaimed, plucking a fruit from the assembly. "Remember, my son, only the strong can wield this power completely." Charlotte Linlin cautioned Kakuri, imparting her own hard-earned wisdom. For the civilians and underlings, Big Mom saw no need to utilize her soul fruit or shadow fruit abilities to assist. She was simply disinclined to intervene. As for the officers, she refrained from helping, hoping to uncover any with the potential to retain their consciousness and wisdom independently. With her children, she abstained from interference, knowing that meddling with their souls would undoubtedly inflict profound harm. "Understood," Katakuri replied earnestly, just as he was about to consume the fruit. An elite exotic being among the gathered crowd, characterized by a rooster's features, suddenly underwent a transformation. With agonizing screams, it morphed into an egg. "What is happening?" Big Mom inquired, for while she might have recognized all her officers before their transformations, now she could no longer identify them. This peculiar change appeared to be that of Baron Egg, one of her combat officers, who possessed the egg fruit ability. Even when severely injured or killed, he could revert to an egg and subsequently hatch anew, provided he remained unharmed during the egg phase. He is a member of the long-legged tribe and a user of the egg fruit. Perispero explained, the eldest son of Big Mom. The 30-year-old Perispero was well acquainted with the entire pirate crew and promptly provided the information. "Oh, such a fruit ability exists. Protect him," Big Mom exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. According to the historical manifestations of such mysterious fruit powers, if someone with a fruit ability consumed this egg fruit, their powers would synchronize with all the fruits growing on the vines. If this egg fruit ability were genuine, it would significantly ease future battles. Under Big Mom's direction, the surrounding exotic beings formed a protective circle around the egg, all eagerly awaiting the outcome. Yet, 10 minutes passed without a response. They could only sense the energy fluctuations and resistance within the egg, which continued to tremble incessantly that a half-hour elapsed. Still no results. Such a unique power might naturally require more time. An hour went by. Yet there remained no change. At this point, Big Mom could no longer contain her impatience. How long does it take for his fruit ability to activate? She inquired. According to previous records, it should have already completed its evolution. Perhaps the later fruit effects are at play, Parasparrow replied. The prolonged wait diminished Big Mom's interest in him. Which adversary would grant you such lengthy time to undergo resurrection and evolution, unless they were a fool? Regarding Baron Egg's transformation, Big Mom decided to disregard him for the moment and refocused her attention on Katakuri. Katakuri, you may begin. Remember what I told you, Big Mom commanded. Katakuri solemnly nodded, gripping the fruit as his aura surged. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki were unleashed in unison. Mother said that only the strong can master this power. So what force in these seas could embody strength more than Haki? After preparing himself, Katakuri consumed the hell fruit in one decisive bite. His fists clenched at his waist. He adopted a half-squatting stance, bracing against the energy surge of the hell fruit. Throughout this process, an exotic being's visage continuously interchanged with Katakuri's original form. Accompanied by heart-wrenching howls, with a climactic eruption, the final result was finally determined. Katakuri had transformed into an exotic being. However, his new form was not overly extravagant, retaining a competent human shape, albeit with added elements reminiscent of glutinous rice dumplings. The process is finally complete. Katakuri gasped for breath. Brother? Second brother? Katakuri brother, his siblings called out excitedly. Mother, I succeeded, Katakuri exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing his voice, Big Mom recognized that her son had triumphed. He had become the second individual within Big Mom's pirate crew capable of maintaining rational consciousness independently. After all, he was the first to achieve this state through the act of consuming the fruit, and Big Mom was intrigued by the entirety of his transformation process. What was the experience like? She inquired. It is indescribable. It is a complete metamorphosis from the inside out, from body to soul. When confronted with the impact on my reason, I had to hold on steadfastly. There could be no slackening. If I were to draw a comparison, it might resemble the feeling of your conqueror's Haki pressing down on us. However, the pressure of conqueror's Haki comes from the outside in, while this impact is from the inside out. To enhance the success rate, I believe that awakening conqueror's Haki and mastering its use would be beneficial. Katakuri shared his insights, reverting back to his human form. That a genuinely family-oriented individual, he wished to postpone the transformations of his younger siblings after experiencing the agonizing shift himself. Just then, outside Cake Island, Kaido arrived with a ship full of exotic beings on Big Mom's territory. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido bellowed as he anchored his vessel in the sea, upon hearing that familiar and brusque call. Big Mom transformed into a beam of light and appeared at the shore, with Katakuri following closely behind. Mama, Kaido, what do you want? Are you seeking death? Big Mom greeted with feigned politeness. What is the source of that power? Kaido inquired directly. Having witnessed the devastation of Sabaody Archipelago and Mariawa, coupled with the subsequent battles in the Great Prison, his thirst for that power intensified. Mama, who knows? Perhaps it is the true power of a devil fruit. Big Mom replied. Whatever the power may be, I want it. Name your price, Kaido stated directly. The destruction of the world government and the celestial dragons, as well as the sudden emergence of that formidable being, were of no concern to him. What he craved was more of those fruits. If he desired them, he would trade for them with devil fruits or their users, Big Mom seemingly proclaimed with a magnanimous air. After all, Kaido lacked such abilities. No matter how many powers of these otherworldly beings he possessed, it would mean little to her. Kaido, you are becoming increasingly cowardly, Big Mom mocked him. Despite her derision, she acknowledged his strength and understood his ambitions, thus refraining from offering further counsel. After all, such power must be wielded by a select few in their kin. aside from devil fruits. I will exchange a devil fruit user for 1,000 of those fruits. Kaido declared, laying out his terms. Impossible. 1 user for 1 fruit. Big Mom countered, equally adamant in her negotiation. Meanwhile, at the Marine Headquarters Hospital, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Shanks had all regained consciousness. Due to their affiliations and genders, they were each placed in individual rooms. Notably, Shanks had 2 rear admirals assigned to guard him in Sengoku's room. Fleet Admiral Kong had personally arrived. Fleet Admiral, what is the final outcome? Sengoku immediately inquired upon Kong's arrival. Guards were stationed in his room, and he had learned from them that the battle at Sabaody Archipelago and the Holy Land had concluded, though the specifics remained unknown to them. The Red Line has collapsed. The Holy Land has been destroyed. The 5 elders have been slain, and both the world government and the celestial dragons are no more. The Sabaody Archipelago has been reduced to ruins. The dispatched marines have been annihilated, and only a few of you commanders remain, most of whom are gravely injured, with some unable to stand. Kong spoke solemnly. Furthermore, when Borsalino attempted to save the last of the 5 elders, he was dragged down into that world, his fate unknown. Kazan, in his effort to rescue him, turned his hand to ice, only to have his arms severed by the closing passage. Upon hearing such news, Sengoku fell into a moment of silence. What of the battle's outcome? He asked. The losses are inevitable. We can only hope that Sengoku can justify such sacrifices. When Big Mom departed, her otherworldly army had taken only a handful, and the pirate crew had suffered minimal losses. Additionally, Kaido had been merely an observer, while the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have vanished. What remained were inconsequential small fry. Zifa, Carp, and Sakazuki were currently sweeping the seas, striving to quell the farce instigated by the celestial dragons in the shortest time possible. Kong stated. However, at that moment, Kong's aide rushed into the room, handing him a din mushi and saying, Admiral, it's a call from Vice Admiral Carp. He says he has important matters to report. After that, the aide took everyone else out of the room and closed the door. The hospital room was left with only Kong, Sengoku, and a din mushi. Carp, what is it? Kong inquired. Admiral, I have discovered a passage. Carp's expression was serious. Upon hearing this, both Sengoku and Kong adopted a grave demeanor. A passage? Is it the one to the Helheim underworld? Kong quickly asked. After witnessing the devastation at Sabaody Archipelago and the Holy Land, no one would underestimate such a phenomenon. Indeed, where is it? Are there any individuals nearby? On the island of Furupuri, the passage is located in a town there. Currently, there are no living souls on the island. The fleeing nobles, the pirates pursuing them, and the island's residents have all been slain by a lower-tier otherworldly being, which has been guarding the passage and consuming those fruits. Carp relayed his observations. Carp was a man of both brawn and intellect. He never faltered when seriousness was required. Be extremely cautious. Secure the island. I will go personally, Kong replied sternly, after hanging up the din mushi. Kong instructed Sengoku to rest, and then left the hospital with determination, heading straight for the port. After Kong's departure, Sengoku attempted to rise, enduring some pain, but managing to withstand it. The Sabaody defense line had been obliterated, leaving him no choice but to express his condolences at the subsequent grand funeral. However, he needed to visit the surviving few. Of the remaining 7 or 8 individuals, more than half were still unconscious, not even having passed the danger period. After visiting Tsuru, Sengoku proceeded to Shanks' hospital room. At this point, Shanks had also regained consciousness. Upon seeing Sengoku enter, Shanks chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never imagined it would be the Marines that saved me in the end. On that day in that world, what did you mean by that question you asked? Sengoku inquired. How much do you know about such matters? Shanks replied, his gaze fixed intently on Sengoku. Any hint of hesitation would end this exchange. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression grew stern, yet he nodded. Initially, only one person could freely enter that world. Additionally, that individual was a key figure in the on-ruin Habitus incident. Past experiences had provided him with corresponding motives. Hatred towards the celestial dragons, even enmity, was prevalent within the Marines, the most typical example being Carp. This man, within the Marines, expressed his dissatisfaction with the celestial dragons almost indiscriminately. If anyone were to claim they liked those celestial dragons, they would surely not be of sound mind. Thus, the Marines generally would not punish someone for harboring grievances against the celestial dragons. In fact, they would often go to great lengths to protect individuals of sufficient ability. The on-ruin island incident made it evident that Yisut was akin to Sakazuki, not only daring to think, but also daring to act. The treasure of on-ruin habitus had, during that 6-month period, significantly reduced the number of pirates on the seas. However, ever since the Mihawk incident, that individual had vanished. Therefore, did that power indeed originate from the Marines? Shanks boldly speculated. That question is of little consequence, though you hail from Roger's ship through your actions over the past 2 years. I can see that you are striving to maintain balance in the seas. Roger, you, and Roger's crew seem to be waiting for something. What have you discovered about the so-called final island? Is it related to the Helheim underworld? Why has Mihawk, after obtaining the powers of the Helheim underworld, ceased to be active? What are your intentions? Sengoku queried in rapid succession. That I can only say that eras are cyclical. Yet, there will always be external forces that interfere. 800 years ago, and now, it remains the same. Big Mom's brazen assault on Sabaody Archipelago. What has it achieved? Shanks asked. You will find out in due time, though it may only be within Impel Down. With that, Sengoku rose, preparing to depart. Mihawk mentioned that he is planning a great migration to relocate the common folk whom the nobles and the powerful have treated as mere refuse into that world. At Furupuri Island, during Karp's fleet's sweep of the pirates, they arrived here and discovered a dilapidated yet extravagantly adorned ship alongside a pirate vessel. After inspection, both ships were found to be completely deserted. Yet, the island was eerily silent. Upon landing to observe, Karp encountered a dozen corpses by the shore. Judging by the evidence, they had been slain while attempting to flee to the port. Most of the wounds were inflicted by laser-like light. Similar to Borisolino's abilities, the further he ventured into the town, the more bodies he encountered, both pirates and nobles, with a majority being islanders. However, when he reached a certain street within the town, he suddenly spotted familiar flora on the walls and windows of a house. The plant known as Helheim underworld vine, along with those fruits. Upon seeing this, Karp immediately ordered all soldiers to retreat to the warship, while he would continue the exploration alone. First, he aimed to ascertain the coverage area and then the number of otherworldly beings. The area was not extensive, limited to a few buildings near that residence, with the source located in a small alley beside the house. Such a distinctly marked passage is unforgettable after just a single glance. Within this limited area, the foreign entity, known as Kapu, discovered only one creature, engrossed in devouring its meal, utterly oblivious to Kapu lurking in the shadows nearby. Even if it had noticed, as long as it was not disturbed, it would hardly be inclined to move. After conducting a thorough search around the vicinity and finding no living souls, Kapu returned to the warship and contacted Kong via the snail phone. The distance between Furupuri Island and the naval headquarters is not considerable. Upon receiving Kapu's call, Admiral Kong promptly boarded the most advanced warship and set sail at full speed towards the scene. A few hours later, Kong arrived at Furupuri Island, during which time Kapu dispatched personnel to scout other areas of the island. They discovered that this town was the only settlement, while the rest of the land was either dense forest or barren wasteland. No living beings were found hiding in these areas either to ensure the success of their operation. Kapu refrained from acting impulsively and instead returned to the port to await the arrival of the admiral. Together, they would strike down the foreign entity and secure the use of the passageway, where, as Admiral Kong's warship approached, he leapt onto the deck of Kapu's ship, landing beside him. This way, Kapu instructed, and together they jumped ashore. Before departing, he issued a command. Should any unforeseen event occur, the entire army was to retreat immediately. Kong made no judgment regarding Kapu's order. If even the two of them faced an accident while attacking, the Navy would indeed have no choice but to withdraw. Subsequently, the two arrived at the alley where the passage had been discovered. The foreign entity was still tirelessly consuming the fruits of the underworld within the alley. They exchanged a glance. Kapu stood at the alley's entrance while Kong positioned himself atop the roof. They had agreed upon a signal. In an instant, Kapu struck with shave, closing the distance in a flash, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the low-level foreign entity soaring into the air. Kong followed suit, sweeping the creature's legs and delivering a fierce blow to its head, propelling it into the open space. Below, Kapu quickly pursued, leaping up to land a series of punches squarely upon the foreign entity's face, and then seized a portion of its edge, slamming it down into the ground with great force. Following this, Kong descended from above, his feet striking down upon the foreign entity's head with the ferocity of a flying kick. Aware that these foreign entities possessed numerous devil fruit abilities, the two focused their attacks on the creature's head. Impairing its cognitive functions and suppressing its capacity to retaliate, they unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes until the foreign entity was utterly vanquished. These monsters were growing ever stronger, devoid of consciousness and intellect, rendering communication impossible. As for research, that seemed an even more distant prospect. Thus, the only solution was to eliminate them outright to ensure peace of mind. However, this creature proved unexpectedly resilient to punishment. In Wano, at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, the world's largest extraction site for sea stone was overseen by Kaido's subordinate, Queen. Now, the entire quarry had transformed into a hellscape of magma. Within the molten rock, several foreign entities roamed. Some at the novice level, others more advanced. In the extreme temperatures of the magma, the Helheim underworld vines could not thrive, leaving the fruitless foreign entities no choice but to burrow into the passageway. Heading to the Helheim underworld forest for a feast, Queen, battered and marked by electrical strikes, found his modifications in tatters. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have met his end on the spot. Upon escaping the rabbit bowl, Queen immediately contacted Kaido via the snail phone. Upon hearing of the troubles befalling his purse and the appearance of a mysterious passage along with creatures capable of wielding various powers yet impervious to sea stone, Kaido wasted no time in abandoning Big Mom and hurrying back. He entrusted the ship and foreign entities to the care of the remaining officers and personally set forth towards the rabbit bowl. On the elevated terrain surrounding the quarry, Kaido descended beside Queen, observing the scene below with a furrowed brow, though he felt no surprise at Queen's disheveled state. How many of those monsters are there? The quarry is not vast, nor is it small, yet the entire site has been transformed into a molten landscape. This is no trivial matter. He had yet to fully comprehend the abilities of those creatures. Should he inadvertently fall victim to one, the consequences would be dire. There are approximately 20 of them. Each can unleash magma and electricity, Queen replied, still nursing his wounds, while Kaido paid no heed to his injuries. Why so many? Consuming the fruit transforms one into a monster. After the first individual undergoes such a change, ordinarily, no one else should consume that fruit. It is said that those slaves ingested a certain fruit and transformed. Our men went to ascertain the situation and quell the unrest, only to be defeated by those monsters. The slaves seemed to have glimpsed a glimmer of hope for rebellion, and a throng rushed to consume the fruits. Had it not been for the initial monster attacking even those slaves, the number of transformed individuals would have been even greater. Queen's emotions surged as he spoke, alternating between fury, schadenfreude, and deep-seated resentment. And those monsters? Kaido inquired, showing indifference towards the fate of the slaves. He solely wished to know where the creatures had gone. Indeed, one must exercise utmost caution regarding those monsters, no matter how small. They all burrowed into that passage. It lies at the very bottom of the sinkhole, with its entrance facing away from our direction, hence it is obscured from view. Queen explained. Withdraw at once. With that, Kaido transformed into a dragon and ascended into the sky, merely circling once before spotting the familiar entrance of the passage that a glance revealed the vibrant forest remained unchanged and on Philippine Island. Kapu and Kong relentlessly assaulted the low-level foreign entity, rendering it incapable of retaliation until they ultimately obliterated its last remaining egg, achieving its complete demise. The effort expended by two admirals against this single low-level foreign entity was immense, with neither daring to relax for even a moment, culminating in nearly an hour of relentless combat. Once they had vanquished the low-level foreign entity, Kapu and Kong approached the entrance of the passage. Upon reaching the threshold, they took care to minimize any noise. Kapu then unleashed his observation haki, cautiously probing into the passage. Meanwhile, Kong stood guard behind him, fully attentive. As Kapu entered the Helheim underworld, he was greeted by a lush forest, devoid of any life apart from the flora and fruits. The two then patrolled the vicinity of the passage, confirming the absence of any anomalies, and immediately summoned soldiers to encircle the entire town, constructing fortifications on the exterior. Additionally, they established defensive lines on the inner perimeter to prevent detection from distant monsters. They also requested reinforcements from headquarters at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry. Kaido unleashed flames, only to be met with an ice barrier to that narrow entrance to the passage. Kaido hesitated to enter, yet the foreign entities felt no fear. Perceiving themselves as provoked and eager to confront the enemy, realizing that his attacks were ineffective, Kaido ceased his onslaught. As soon as he halted, the foreign entities from the Helheim underworld surged forth. A total of 27 low to mid-level foreign entities fixed their predatory gazes upon Kaido. The brilliance of light and the might of electricity were boundless as the 27 entities launched a simultaneous assault on the airborne Kaido. The overwhelming light and electricity engulfed Kaido in an instant. Sometimes, possessing an abundance of abilities without proper coordination or combat training rendered it challenging to identify the most effective means of engaging an opponent in a short span. More often than not, these foreign entities instinctively employed the abilities best suited to the specific circumstances of the initial battle, with the most frequently utilized techniques stemming from that first encounter. Unless a superior authority guided them, they would resort to instinctive adaptations in the heat of battle. As the first wave of attacks was not particularly overwhelming, Kaido withstood them all, retaliating against the entities below. Bolstered by light and electricity, the speed of the swarm of foreign entities was unparalleled. Before Kaido's counterattack could land, they had already scattered and ascended into the sky. Surpassing Kaido's altitude, 81 beams of radiant impact struck forth as the 27 foreign entities swiftly changed positions, launching from their airborne vantage point to target Kaido's dragon form, unleashing powerful beams from their hands and mouths. With no mercy, the 81 beams bore down upon Kaido, forcing him to the ground. Even in his human form, those 81 laser beams remained fixated on his body, showing no sign of deviation. Furthermore, amidst the barrage of light, they simultaneously infused their attacks with potent electricity. The paralysis effect stemming from electricity further diminished Kaido's reaction speed, exacerbating his injuries. Ultimately, he could only employ a technique akin to a shave to make a swift escape, transforming into a dragon to flee rapidly. On the heights, upon witnessing their leader's retreat, Quinn and the other members of the Beast Pirates hastily pursued the airborne Kaido back to Onigashima. At Whole Cake Island, Kaido's disturbance rendered Katakuri's previous persuasion a complete failure. Big Mom's temperament is notoriously capricious. She exhibits exceptional patience and maternal warmth towards children under 10. However, once they mature, if circumstances unfold favorably, she may retain her nurturing demeanor. Yet, should anything provoke her or defy her will, she reveals the ruthless, iron-fisted nature of a pirate. Consequently, despite the pleas from her sons Perispero and Katakuri, Big Mom insisted that all her children aged 15 and above must consume that peculiar fruit. Regrettably, aside from Katakuri, even the eldest, Perispero, succumbed to the transformation, ultimately becoming an unthinking outsider. Among them, Katakuri's beloved sister Br.L.E. faced a similar fate. It was either a lack of strength or an insufficiently pure conviction. For instance, Perispero, despite his formidable prowess within the Big Mom Pirates, was burdened with the overwhelming responsibilities of an actual leader, rendering him incapable of maintaining a pure belief. Ultimately, he fell victim to the fruit's transformation, becoming a compliant puppet. In light of these circumstances, despite his sorrow, Katakuri resolved to fight for the remaining younger siblings, fearing that when they reached 15, they too might be coerced by their mother to consume that fruit. Mother, it seems the key to retaining wisdom after consuming the fruit lies in the conqueror's haki, Katakuri remarked. Nearby, all the children under 15 gazed at Big Mom in trepidation. The terrifying intimidation weighed heavily upon their hearts. Unless the gloom was dispelled, these children would likely never awaken their conqueror's haki. Just as Big Mom began to lose her composure due to these repeated failures, an egg nearby underwent a remarkable transformation. A brand new rooster outsider materialized in place. Looking around in bewilderment, upon spotting Big Mom not far away, it felt reassured and cried out, "Captain Big Mom." Upon hearing this voice, Big Mom immediately turned her gaze. "How much do you remember?" she inquired with surprise. "Naturally, I remember everything." Baron Egg responded with an odd expression. "Do you possess such an ability?" Big Mom demonstrated by opening a passage to the realm of Hades. Then urged Katakuri, "You try as well." The outsiders who had previously retained their wisdom through the fruit's abilities were unable to open a passage to that world as she did, having previously been preoccupied and unable to assess Katakuri. The timing was now fortuitous. With Big Mom's demonstration, Katakuri quickly grasped the technique and successfully opened a passage, yet Baron Egg could not succeed, no matter how hard he tried. Thus lies the fundamental disparity between cunning and the strength to retain consciousness and wisdom, Katakuri asserted. After confirming their abilities, Big Mom paid no heed to it. Katakuri, you are in charge of managing these outsiders. He shall be your deputy. Let us rest for 2 days, and then we shall commence our conquest of the world. Mama. In the realm of Hades, with Mihawk's assistance, Whitebeard finally followed the guidance of the life card that he called out deeply, but the 2 outsiders showed no response. Mihawk, is there a way to restore them? Whitebeard asked the nearby hawk-eyed at least. I cannot, Mihawk replied, but perhaps a certain phrase may prove useful. What is it? Whitebeard inquired excitedly. When that person transformed me into this state, they offered a reminder. Persist in your conviction. This may be the key to this power. Mihawk explained. Conviction, you say? Whitebeard pondered, his thoughts stirring that he then asked, if I were to transform into the outsider state you described, driven by the conviction to reunite with my family, would I gain the ability to recover them and regain my consciousness? I do not know, Mihawk replied candidly. The 2 fell into a moment of silence. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido fled back to his base. Returning to his throne, he was still shaken. The assaults from the 27 monsters were overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing those under his command by at least 5-fold. Even unleashing the effects of Conqueror's Haki had little impact, leading Kaido to choose flight after such an assessment. After some time, Quinn returned to Onigashima, freshly bandaged, and approached Kaido. Boss, what shall we do next? Can we still retrieve the rabbit bowl? Quinn asked cautiously. Having just witnessed Kaido's defeat, he felt quite anxious, fearing that a careless moment could lead to his demise at Kaido's hands. Yet, he had no choice but to approach. The rabbit bowl was under his supervision, and with this issue arising, the greatest responsibility fell upon him. One may evade for a moment, but one cannot escape forever. It would be wiser to resolve the matter now, especially since even you, boss, have suffered a defeat. If I failed to defend our territory, it would not solely be my fault. Under such circumstances, they could share the burden of responsibility. Do not concern yourself. Let the Kaido family test the waters, keep a close watch on their movements, and inform me immediately if they make a move. Kaido, not overthinking, provided a straightforward plan, allowing the usurping Kaido family to scout. In truth, prior to Kaido's return to Wano, news of a disturbance at the rabbit bowl, leading to a mass escape of slaves, had already spread throughout Wano. Naturally, Kaido understood this development, since Kaido's rise to power. He had often claimed that the cruelty towards the citizens was for the sake of retribution. Yet, he was quite attentive to profit, whether it be the rabbit bowl's quarry or those armaments factories. Kaido salivated at the prospect, yet due to Kaido's strength and the existing pact, he could only watch. Now, with the upheaval at the rabbit bowl, that was his opportunity. However, before taking action, he needed to observe Kaido's side closely. Thus, both sides kept a watchful eye on each other, yet neither made a move. Time passed on the sea. With the top pirates remaining inactive, the rest were suppressed under the formidable might of Zifa. Garp, Akainu, Kazan, and numerous commanders, quelling the turmoil sparked by the Celestial Dragon's so-called World Summit. In recent days, all news agencies reported extensively on the Navy's eradication of pirates and the rescue of countless civilians. To mitigate the negative impact brought about by the collapse of Mariewa, the disintegration of the world government, and the annihilation of the Celestial Dragons, the Navy compelled all news agencies to tirelessly report on its achievements. Yet, despite this, all newspapers remained undeterred in their pursuit of sensational stories from the sea. For instance, in various regions of the East Sea Bridge Kingdom, inexplicable passages had emerged, with an abundance of plants sprouting forth from them. Nearby, peculiar monsters roamed, strikingly similar to those encountered during the Takira Wolf monster rampage 2 years prior. However, these creatures exhibited even greater strength than those from 2 years ago. Fortunately, these monsters remained confined to specific areas and would not proactively attack nearby residents unless disturbed. Their preferred activity was to consume the fruits borne by the special vines, indulging endlessly. Any individuals approaching such enchanted forests would be regarded as foes by these creatures. News spread, reverberating across the globe. Just as the Navy cautiously occupied one passage, they learned that such passages were not limited to just one. At Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, within an underground space previously designated for passage setup, a passage unexpectedly opened silently. Previously, Over 10 passages had been established here, but now only one had spontaneously formed. Following this, an abundance of vines began to spread. Since the closure of those passages, the Navy had lost contact with East Blue and had no choice but to seal off this underground space. Thus, for the time being, the changes here would go unnoticed by the outside world. Since the moment Sengoku was able to take action, he proactively applied for discharge and commenced his duties, after suffering a devastating defeat. He sought to numb his pain through work. Sora was aware of his intentions and casually assigned him a relatively easy task: to oversee the post-war search efforts in the Sabaody archipelago and Mariawa. Despite the passage of time, the ruins remained just that, ruins. With less than a fifth of the area cleared, the Sabaody archipelago fared better, as some citizens voluntarily joined the efforts, regardless of their motives. Much to the Navy's relief. However, due to the significant implications involved, the Navy could not allow any civilian assistance in Mariawa. The destruction in Mariawa was thorough, with more than half of the Red Line collapsed. Furthermore, the devastation from the recent war severely hampered their search operations. Sengoku understood that Sora assigned him this task for a reason, yet he did not voice his thoughts as he returned to the battlefield ruins. Sengoku meticulously examined each trace of destruction, reconstructing the scene of the battle in his mind. That on Clockwork Island, Raiden finished reading the newspaper and covered his face with it, emitting a grin akin to that of an infatuated man. This was the Helheim underworld. Undoubtedly, the Helheim underworld. No, with passages appearing everywhere, it indicated that the world's erosion had reached its final phase. The golden fruit must be emerging. I must seek the golden fruit. It is a gamble worth taking, Tectonic Wolf. Let us set forth. Oh, and I must keep this a secret. Raiden, brimming with excitement, prepared a ship, accompanied by all his security personnel and the weapons he had crafted. Although the Navy had been fervently exterminating pirates during this period, caution was paramount while navigating the seas. As immense interests loomed, the Big Mom pirates launched an all-out assault. The fleet comprising hundreds of pirate ships advanced toward the nearest islands of the non-world alliance, carrying all manner of outsiders. Upon nearing the islands, all outsiders simultaneously unleashed a storm of thunder. Lightning engulfed the entire island, instantly killing the weak, while the stronger ones were left barely alive, serving as recruitment fodder. Under such tactics, those who remained were of superior quality, and upon transformation into outsiders, they possessed even greater potential and strength. In the face of the formidable outsider army's assault, no force in the world could withstand the might of the Big Mom pirates. Their path of conquest pointed directly toward Elbaf. Subsequently, apart from the main section mandated by the Navy, the remaining pages of the World Economic News vividly depicted the actions of the Big Mom pirates. Particularly, the reports highlighted how the Big Mom pirates utilized those fruits to create a new army of monstrosities. The crafty Big Mom deliberately opened a passage in front of the newsbirds and reporters, summoning vines and fruits, gathering all the remaining beings and beasts from the conquered islands to forcibly feed them the fruits, transforming them into outsiders. For ordinary individuals, consuming the fruits would only lead to becoming mindless, lower-tier monsters, rendered mere puppets under her control. However, if truly powerful individuals sought this newfound strength, regardless of whether they possessed conqueror's haki, after having their subordinates consume these fruits and turn into mindless beasts, they would never dare to take the risk without understanding the critical nuances. As long as no new outsiders of equal rank emerged, no one could contest her command over these outsiders. Throughout this process, Charlotte Linlin maintained her human form, a display sufficient to mislead outsiders. In the Helheim underworld, Whitebeard ultimately resolved to consume a fruit from the Helheim underworld in hopes of reuniting with his family and reclaiming his heart and spirit. Mihawk understood he could not dissuade him, so he left it to Whitebeard. Moreover, compared to the balanced Shanks, Whitebeard was ultimately a pirate, albeit one with a slightly higher moral threshold, but even that was marginal. Empowered by conviction, with haki radiating, arcs of electricity manifested around him during his transformation. As energy erupted, a tempest ensued, darkening the skies, and even Mihawk nearby was forced to retreat from the backlash of the unleashed energy. With unwavering focus on his belief, Whitebeard remained silent, regardless of the pain he endured. As the final burst of energy erupted, the transformation concluded. His body was now infused with various shock-absorbing mechanisms. The transformed Newgate approached Marco and Jozu. now turned into outsiders, extending his hands and placing them atop their heads that a surge of energy flowed from his palms into their bodies. As Newgate's unique energy coursed through them, their initial agitation transformed into tranquility. Ultimately, they fully reverted from their outsider forms back to human appearances. Dad, Marco, and Jozu, restored to their original forms, called out in bewilderment that it truly was possible. Mihawk was utterly stunned, and then inquired, "How did you achieve this? The same power produced this outcome. Why couldn't it be replicated?" Newgate retorted, "There is a saying that rings true. Believe in your conviction, or rather, the power of the heart. My sons, let us return home." With that, Newgate opened a passage that led directly to the Moby Dick. As the pirate world and the Helheim underworld drew closer together, the linking passages proliferated, and the positioning of both realms became increasingly refined. The return of Whitebeard, Marco, and Jozu plunged the entire crew into jubilation. Watching Whitebeard depart, Mihawk returned to the Sabaody archipelago, believing that the battle should have concluded by now. In the East Sea, Raiden departed from Clockwork Island, urging his sailors to hasten their pace. After several days, he arrived at Tectonic Wolf, locating an island connected by a land bridge. As indicated by the newspaper reports, the island bore a passage, but due to the dangers posed by the outsiders, ordinary people could not approach. The inability to draw near rendered any attempts at containment futile. Moreover, those peculiar plants continued to spread outward. Unless the entire island was relocated, any attempts at sealing it would prove ineffective, as those strange plants would inevitably blanket the island and might even spread along the land bridge to other islands. Some crisis-aware islanders had already begun to migrate. Raiden set foot on the island, accompanied by his trusted bodyguards, discreetly inquiring about the passage's location as they gradually closed in. When the forested landscape came into view, he was filled with immense delight as he fixated on the fruits with an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. His actions seemed to be uncontrollably drawn towards them that he slowly approached, plucking a fruit and consuming it in the proximity of desire. Responses were inevitable. Raiden's rationality was instantly submerged, transforming him into a lower-tier outsider. As for the bodyguards who followed him, they were systematically eliminated by his frenzied state. The giant race had always been Big Mom's obsession. Elbaf, the strongest nation among the giants, was one of her most critical targets for this expedition. Along the way, every island was eradicated, and after a torrential downpour of thunder, those who survived were deemed qualified materials and subsequently transformed into outsiders. Following such rigorous selection, the majority of the transformed outsiders were of a higher grade. Upon reaching Elbaf, the scale of the Big Mom pirates' fleet doubled. Nearly 100,000 outsiders surrounded the entire giant island. This abnormality naturally caught the attention of the giant race, prompting the elders of Elbaf to lead all warriors to the port, where the flagship of the Big Mom pirates was docked. Charlotte Linlin, what are you planning to do? The warriors of Elbaf recognized the flag of the Big Mom pirates. They hardly needed to see Big Mom herself to know who had come to cause trouble. Mamama, people of Elbaf, I have but one purpose for coming to your land: to make you all submit to me. You have no choice. As a token of our past relationship, I can grant you a moment to consider. 10 minutes will suffice. After 10 minutes, should I receive no response, I will immediately launch an attack, Charlotte Linlin declared. This is impossible. As Big Mom's words echoed, the elders of Elbaf responded, regardless of how strong the warriors of Elbaf were. As long as they had not ascended to godhood, enduring the weight of 100,000 thunderous assaults would obliterate their will to resist. Amidst the unrelenting storm of thunder, all the warriors of the giant race, even before they could react, were engulfed by the lightning. Those capable of mounting any resistance were none other than the strongest of LBF. In the face of such individuals, Big Mom had no need to hold back, for it is highly likely that a formidable group of empowered rebels may emerge. Amidst the tempest, numerous hands crackling with lightning have sprouted from every giant still exhibiting defiance. Some grasp their souls, while others tear at their shadows. In an instant, the resistance of Elbaf was utterly crushed. The warriors of the giant race possess immense potential, yet their upper limits appear rather modest. Throughout the world, there has yet to arise a paragon among the pure giants. Is it accurate to claim they lack diligence? Compared to the belligerent giants, few races can rival their unwavering dedication to training. Are their innate gifts subpar? Even without rigorous exercise, the warriors of the giant race mature into adulthood, qualifying for naval officer positions. Furthermore, they are universally recognized as the mightiest fighting race in the world. Is this merely a case of overpraise? Or could it be that their talents lie not in solitary combat, but in cohesive teamwork? Or perhaps, once they attain the pinnacle of strength, all desires for fame and fortune dissipate in an instant. Regardless of the reason, with the fall of Elbaf and the complete annihilation of all its top-tier warriors, those left behind are merely high-level foreign entities to be fed to the fruits. After dealing with Elbaf, the Big Mom pirates set sail towards the next island. With this newfound strength, she aims to ascend as the sovereign of the world. In the land of Wano, the flower capital's Korizumi family repeatedly confirmed that Kaido's beast pirates had seemingly relinquished the Rabbit Bowl quarry and immediately dispatched personnel to take control. However, upon their arrival at the quarry, they discovered they could not even resolve the initial challenge. The molten lava strewn across the ground became an insurmountable obstacle for the Korizumi soldiers. The samurai were compelled to send someone back to the flower capital to report the situation to Korizumi Orochi. In the absence of special abilities, the only means to tackle the lava was to douse it with water. Yet, the nearest waterway outside the quarry lay at a considerable distance. Excavating a channel and redirecting the water would undoubtedly prove a futile endeavor. Upon learning of this predicament, Korizumi Orochi had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. As a user of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Yamada no Orochi, his 8 heads not only bestowed him with 8 lives, but also endowed him with 8 abilities. Manipulating water and coldness are but 2 of those powers. As Korizumi Orochi journeyed from the flower capital to the Rabbit Bowl, the corresponding news had already reached Kaido's ears by the time the latter arrived at the quarry. Kaido had transformed into his dragon form. Concealing himself high among the clouds that eye in the quarry, Korizumi Orochi transformed into the 8-headed serpent, spewing forth torrents of water from one mouth to drench the molten lava below, instantly generating a cloud of steam and ash. Subsequently, he unleashed frigid air from another head, combining it with the water flow to effectuate cooling. However, at that moment, a horde of monsters suddenly emerged from the depths of the pit. Following the trails of water and coldness, swiftly locating the 8-headed beast, in an instant, flashes of light transformed into lightning. Moving faster than Korizumi Orochi could react, a series of electrifying attacks rendered him utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, Kaido, concealed in the clouds, witnessed 27 monsters besieging Korizumi Orochi, prompting him to spring into action with unprecedented speed, plunging through the passage and plunging into the depths of the Helheim netherworld. Even colliding with trees was of no concern. In his dragon form, his defenses were unparalleled. The mindless foreign entities paid no heed to the passageway's circumstances. They only comprehended that this diminutive figure, once the colossal serpent, was the root of their disturbances. After a fierce assault, the diminutive figure appeared lifeless, devoid of any movement. The foreign entities subsequently unleashed a barrage of light projectiles, annihilating everyone in the vicinity before retreating back into the passage. When silence returned, Korizumi Orochi, previously devoid of breath or heartbeat, suddenly rose. With a look of relief, he assessed his condition. Then he immediately sought out the corpses of the samurai who had brought him the news, relentlessly kicking and trampling them. Damnable imbeciles. They came to find me without even investigating the information thoroughly, causing this general to lose a valuable life. After what seemed a cathartic outburst, Korizumi Orochi perched high above, gazing down at the passage. That was Kaido just now, wasn't it? What lies below that could compel him to abandon the quarry and take such risks? Most importantly, he even used this general as bait. Damn Kaido, I must uncover your true intentions. As he spoke, Korizumi Orochi leaped downward on Sabati Archipelago and the ruins of Mariawa. The Navy needed to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades. The search amidst the ruins proved arduous. Much of the Red Line had collapsed, and bones and documents were buried beyond recognition, necessitating a laborious and painstaking cleanup. However, as Sengoku led the Navy's logistics team in their recovery efforts, they stumbled upon an unusual passage during their excavation. Not only were peculiar plants buried within the rubble, but through the passage, they could glimpse a forest on the other side. The logistics team, busy with their daily tasks, had no time to peruse newspapers and were unaware of the significance of their discovery. Thus, they sought out a responsible party. Sengoku was promptly brought before the passage. With vines still embedded in the earth, the logistics team had yet to fully excavate the area, and a significant portion of the passage remained blocked, leaving only a small opening to observe the scene beyond. Sengoku scanned the surroundings, searching for reference points, deducing that above this location lay the estate of the celestial dragons, judging by the current appearance. This passage must have been established long ago, subsequently buried during the previous battle. Therefore, was it not that Yasuda had sent Shanks to slay the celestial dragons, but he himself harbored the same intentions? As Sengoku pondered, he issued orders for everyone to keep their distance from the area while he remained behind to guard it. He then produced a Den Mushi to report the situation to headquarters, requesting reinforcements. As more and more passages were discovered, the Navy formed a rapid response team dedicated to scouting and documenting passages worldwide. That on the moon, infinite land, life is scarce, inhabited solely by extraordinary races. Perhaps due to the absence of peril, after achieving unification of the moon, Yasuda commenced with its greening and transformation. Although some groups refer to the moon as infinite land, its size is several times smaller than the world below. Should it be gradually consumed, the process would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Moreover, with no obstacles hampering his movements, Yasuda could freely open numerous interdimensional passages, simultaneously experimenting with his theories. If he encircled the entire planet with countless passages, would they not coalesce into a singular entity? Then, could he not consume an entire planet in one gulp? Fast-forwarding to the conclusion, to test this hypothesis, Yasuda began moving in a straight line towards a specific direction, opening passages along the way that faced the ground. According to his plan, if a horizontal circle proved insufficient, he would create a vertical one, followed by 2 diagonal circles, enveloping the entire moon with 4 rings. He was determined to devour the moon. If 4 rings were inadequate, he would simply craft 4 additional ones, on the high seas, near the first half of the Grand Line, on a deserted island close to the doldrums. After their separation, Whitebeard had instructed his fleet to hide, avoiding the chaos of the ocean. The crew obediently sought refuge in a concealed location, awaiting Whitebeard's return. Upon Whitebeard's return aboard the Moby Dick with Marco and Jozu, all crew members erupted in cheers. Family reunited, yet 2 brothers were notably absent. The Whitebeard pirates could only establish a memorial for Vista and Rikuyo on the island. They then held a feast before the graves of the 2. The small mounds of their graves were nearly soaked with liquor. In a moment of jubilation, Marco and Jozu transformed into their foreign entity forms to show off. Their previous state of mental disarray had been restored. Yet the powers of the foreign entities remained, not only regaining their former selves, but also mastering the utilization of their newfound abilities. The praises from their siblings filled them with pride. After a night of indulgent revelry, the crew sprawled on the ground, succumbing to slumber. The elder patriarch, Whitebeard, sat amid the gathering, observing the harmonious scene before him, a gentle smile gracing his face, the only ones remaining conscious. Aside from Whitebeard, were Marco and Jozu. "Old man, we are truly grateful to you. You worried so much for us. You even risked transforming into that form to save us." Marco and Jozu approached Whitebeard, their voices trembling with emotion, unable to continue as tears welled in their eyes. "Ku, enough of this nonsense. You went there because of my orders, and transforming into that form carries my undeniable responsibility. At the very least, you are still alive. Bista and Lackwire by the way. What about Izang? Previously, he was dispatched to seek out Mihawk, but now it seems unnecessary. Where is he now? I was so elated to have brought back Marco and Jaws. I momentarily overlooked Izang's absence. I inquired with Sachi, and it turns out Izang has reached the New World, currently residing on the island of Krajagana, the base of Hawkeye. For safety reasons, Sachi advised him to remain on the island for a time until we have resolved our affairs," Marco remarked. Upon returning to the pirate crew, Marco immediately regained his composure as the chief steward. Within the entire crew, he was well versed in all matters, understanding every detailed at this juncture. Marco stepped aside to fetch a newspaper, flipping to the page that reported on Big Mom. Her relentless conquests, leaving no survivors in her wake, have bestowed upon her the title of the Cruel Empress. Father, if Big Mom continues her rampage, the New World may very well fall entirely into her hands, including our territory. Marco expressed his concern. The news reported that Big Mom was leading an entire fleet of otherworldly beings into battle, and with each island she ravaged, All those who remained would be transformed into new monsters, thus swelling her army's ranks. Then, once they awaken, we shall return to the new world, Whitebeard said with a smile. After parting ways with Whitebeard, Mihawk returned to the desolate ruins of Sabeti Archipelago. The war had concluded, and only a small portion of land remained. The rest was littered with countless tree roots. Amidst the ruins, the Navy searched above and below for bodies or remnants, while the spontaneously mobilized civilians primarily scavenged for valuables, occasionally retrieving corpses they encountered. Mihawk approached a naval officer to inquire about the events following the battle and the whereabouts of Shanks. Once he received the information, Mihawk made his way to Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Shanks, whose injuries had largely healed, found himself shackled with seastone cuffs, being prepared for transfer to Impel Down. The reason for the seastone cuffs was not solely due to his status as a devil fruit user, but rather because the cuffs were sufficiently robust. At present, the majority of the Navy's commanders were preoccupied with their respective missions, rendering them unable to handle the escort duty, which could only be managed by a single rear admiral and a select few elite sailors. Although this incurred a slight waste of resources, it was far preferable to allowing such a formidable pirate the opportunity to mount a rebellion, thus posing a threat to their lives. Throughout the process, Shanks exhibited remarkable cooperation, even requesting several recent newspapers from the Navy to pass the time during the journey. Life at sea could be exceedingly monotonous. Reading newspapers was arguably the only diversion aside from training. Consequently, many would prepare a selection of the latest newspapers before embarking, to ensure that those aboard had something to occupy themselves with. Furthermore, the Navy's secretaries aboard each ship would regard this task as a mission of sorts. Not just for others, but for themselves as well, for as civilian personnel, their only leisure activity during idle moments at sea was to peruse newspapers. The latest papers bore striking similarities in content, juxtaposing the Navy's stabilization efforts in the seas with Big Mom's tumultuous escapades in the New World. The former was a political undertaking, while the latter generated genuine fervor. In contrast, the emergence of mysterious portals and monsters across the globe, if not related to the phenomena exhibited by Big Mom, would merely merit a mention in the previous issue as evidence of its impact and peril, contemplating the descriptions woven through the text. Shanks recalled the devastation witnessed on the day of the Sabeti Archipelago incident. The destruction wrought by the tens of thousands present then was akin to a natural disaster. What formidable power might the current army of over 100,000 possess? Who in this world could possibly stand against her? A profound sense of dread enveloped Shanks. Just as he was lost in his anxious thoughts within the ship's cabin, Mihawk appeared as a flash of light on the deck of the warship, instantly inciting panic among the sailors. Yet their duty compelled them to confront him. "Mihawk, have you come to rescue the prisoner?" questioned the responsible rear admiral as he stepped forward. Shanks seized the newspaper and hurried after Mihawk. "Take a look at this. I wonder if you are aware of it. By the way, how is everything with Whitebeard?" Shanks said, thrusting the newspaper into Mihawk's hands. Mihawk took the newspaper and began to read intently. The more he read, the more somber his expression became. With Big Mom's approach to warfare, what would remain in the end? Was there any means to curtail Charlotte's actions? Shanks pressed. "Unless we eliminate her." Mihawk replied gravely. Whitebeard willingly transformed into an otherworldly being to retrieve Marco and Jaws. "What?" Shanks exclaimed in shock. This also granted Whitebeard the power to assist these otherworldly beings in regaining their minds. Mihawk added, "Though I haven't inquired, from my observations, this power appears to have limitations. Whitebeard must make direct contact with the target, and the entire purification process remains uncertain, whether it can be moved or interfered with, as there are simply too many otherworldly beings under Big Mom's command," Mihawk stated, asserting that it would be more pragmatic to unite with Whitebeard and that other individual to take down Big Mom, rather than hoping for Whitebeard to restore the consciousness of each individual one by one. Shanks's unspoken thoughts found an explanation in Mihawk's words. Given the sheer number of over 100,000, attempting to purify them one by one was undeniably impractical. With a sigh, Mihawk followed suit and requested the keys from the Navy's secretary to unlock the cuffs. Then they traversed the passage back to Krajagana Island. There, they encountered Izang. It was opportune, as they could use the transponder snail in Izang's possession to contact Whitebeard and arrange a meeting to discuss strategies against Big Mom at in Wano country, Korizumi Orochi. Relying on his devil fruit ability, attempted to minimize noise as he stealthily approached the passage. He crept and slowly got on the other side. Kaido dashed into the realm of the underworld, swiftly distancing himself from the entrance to evade the returning otherworldly beings. Ultimately, he landed atop a hill, reverting to his human form. His towering stature rendered him somewhat cumbersome within the dense forest, where even the slightest movement could be obstructed by the surrounding tree trunks. Aside from the differing terrain, all sights remained unchanged. The same trees, the same plants, the same vines, the same fruits. After wandering and observing for a while, Kaido leaped once more, soaring above the forest, then transformed into his dragon form to explore further into the distance. At the entrance, over 20 otherworldly beings stood guard nearby, intent on gorging themselves on the fruits. Korizumi Orochi stealthily slipped into the underworld. However, he did not anticipate that a seemingly inconspicuous passage would divide the environment into two distinct worlds. Cautiously hiding behind a tree trunk, he observed the nearby monsters eagerly devouring the fruits from the vines, seemingly engrossed in their feast. Watching them made him feel parched, and out of curiosity, he plucked one of the fruits, carefully peeling back its skin to reveal an enticing aroma. Upon taking a bite, he was instantaneously transformed into a high-level otherworldly being, sporting 8 serpent heads coiling around his neck. The commotion of his transformation caught the attention of nearby otherworldly beings, who hurried over to investigate. Upon realizing he was one of their kind, they emitted a collective roar before turning away to continue indulging their appetites. Meanwhile, Kaido soared through the skies, seeking the truth of this world and the source of its power. Yet, his efforts were destined to be in vain. The landscape was uniformly monotonous, offering no distinguishing features. Were it not for the fear of provoking a counterattack from those monsters, Kaido would have already unleashed his destructive breath upon the ground. Once more landing on solid ground, Kaido vented his frustration by toppling 2 trees and seizing 2 fruits, crushing them in his grasp. Ultimately, he could only return empty-handed, retracing his steps back to the entrance. In the new world of the Grand Line, Big Mom relentlessly conquered territories, leaving devastation in her wake. Beginning with Elbaf, she proceeded to sweep through all the islands inhabited by giants. Then she circled back, ravaging every island with a population. This detour was certainly not towards the so-called final island. Having dominated the new world for decades, what could those remote islands possibly hold that they were unaware of? Nothing at all. Or rather, for them, there was nothing to be gained. No resources, no benefits, or perhaps some lost islands, which could only be reached through specialized means. Moreover, in this battle, Big Mom's primary objective was to bolster her army. Thus, she naturally gravitated towards the more populous regions, starting from the Giant Clan, followed by the Long-Arm Tribe, the Long-Leg Tribe, the Snakehead Clan, the Three-Eyed Tribe, the Fur Tribe, the Little People Tribe, and numerous others. All are included in Big Mom's list of subjugation. There is no need to rush. As long as we push forward steadily, with the strength in our hands, we will inevitably achieve the unification of the entire world. Big Mom's fleet first descended upon Onigashima. When it comes to the seas, no group possesses superior combat quality than pirates. None dare to claim the second place, especially in the New World, among the strongest pirate crews in the New World. Only Kaido's beast pirates remain in Wano. Outside Onigashima, Big Mom called out loudly. However, there was no response whatsoever. Given Kaido's nature, he would surely respond to such a call. The absence of any reply indicates that Kaido is not present on the island. Since Kaido is absent, Big Mom sees no reason to hold back that a torrential storm of thunder descends, engulfing Onigashima in a sea of lightning, with countless anguish screams echoing through the heavens and the earth. Aside from the Giant Clan, Big Mom has yet to unleash the full force of her thunder. The might of the thunder is already sufficient to test the limits of those present. Those who survive under the weight of the thunder are undoubtedly materials of high caliber. The dead are of no concern. Yet, beneath the onslaught of lightning, nearly 1,000 outsiders stand to resist. A tempest of sand and dust envelopes those they seek to protect, attempting to shield them from the ravaging lightning. So Kaido has used all his fruits to create these. Big Mom chuckled to herself. In an instant, her demeanor transformed into that of a benevolent deity. Her formidable presence was palpable. All defiant outsiders immediately ceased their resistance, becoming docile. That rascal Kaido cannot open the portal. These outsiders must have been created using those outdated fruits. No wonder their power is so feeble. As the storm of thunder subsides, the portal opens, and vines sprout forth. Big Mom commands the outsiders to step forward and consume the freshest fruits to complete their evolution. Following this, Katakuri, accompanied by Baron Egg, leads the remaining outsiders to search for survivors, intending to convert them into new combatants upon the vast ocean. The Navy has been tirelessly engaged in the extermination of pirates. The Allied nations have publicly announced their withdrawal from the world government, declaring to the world that the world government has collapsed, and there will be no more world government in the future, nor the need to pay exorbitant heavenly gold. Subsequently, they summoned their domestic members within the Navy to return, promising that upon their return to their homeland, their ranks would be unified and elevated by at least one level, with their salaries doubled. Under such conditions, a significant number of Navy personnel defected. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Kong was compelled to issue an order, gathering all Navy forces currently engaged in pirate extermination to converge at the Navy headquarters. He delivered a righteous speech via the transponder snail to all Navy branches, asserting the Navy's position. The Navy shall always be the righteous Navy. Their mission is to eradicate pirates. Furthermore, they announced to the world that Navy headquarters would establish a safe trading exchange, providing a fair, just, and transparent trading environment for all maritime merchants, along with paid escort services. This also presents a profitable avenue for the Navy. Of course, in Marineford, there are also some factories, particularly shipyards. However, previously they only served the Navy. Now, for the sake of profit, they must also cater to the broader populace. In the office of Admiral Kong at the headquarters, Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, Tsu, Akainu, Kazan, Gion, and other high-ranking commanders gathered. Gentlemen, we are currently in the most challenging phase for the Navy. If we can endure this period, the Navy will undoubtedly rejuvenate. Kong encouraged. Rejuvenation is a matter for the future. The pressing concern now is how to deal with Charlotte Linlin. She has already swept through the New World with her monstrous legion. Given the magnitude of her actions, she cannot possibly confine herself merely to the New World. The first half of the Grand Line, even the Four Seas, will likely become her targets, and we, the Navy, will be her primary obstacle to eliminate, Zifa remarked. Having witnessed the devastation at Sabaody and Mariawa, Zifa set sail once more, reclaiming his title as Black Arm, discarding the vow of not killing admirals. Throughout his journey, he has been more ruthless than Garp, only slightly less than Akainu. Regarding the commotion caused by Big Mom in the latter half of the New World, he has learned quite a bit through newspapers. However, due to his own mission and the fact that that legion of monsters exceeds the typical response capacity, he has refrained from instigating any trouble. Yet now, the situation has drastically changed. Various allied nations have successively announced their withdrawal from the world government and recalled their naval forces. This has led to a consistent decline in the overall strength of the Navy. Meanwhile, Big Mom's monstrous legion can produce an unlimited supply simply by feeding them fruits. Each one possesses dozens, if not hundreds, of abilities from devil fruits without any side effects. This compels them to take the matter seriously. Now, Zifa directly proposes that they must indeed devise a practical and feasible plan. The root of all this is Eustace. Finding him might significantly ease matters. Saru interjected. We should have killed him outright back then. Akainu said with a fierce tone. You praised his plan for the treasure of Onru Island to no end. Kazan casually retorted. This time, we might have to collaborate with the pirates. Sengoku sighed, stating that Big Mom's rampage through the New World poses a hurdle not only for Kaido, but also for Whitebeard. Whenever there is a common enemy, there exists a foundation for cooperation. How do we contact them? Moreover, it must be swift. If we delay, it may be too late. Let us find an intermediary. How about Myok? He possesses that capability and maintains a relatively calm demeanor. On the other side, Whitebeard directly opened a portal, returning to the core stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. What a convenient ability. Can you two do the same? Satch remarked as he traversed the portal back to the New World, unable to contain his astonishment, while teasing Marco and Jozu. If we could, would we let Pops handle it? Marco replied, exasperated. After spending a considerable part of the day, the entire pirate crew, aboard dozens of ships, gradually completed their transfer back to the New World. Even upon returning to the New World, they found themselves unable to act freely. Due to Big Mom's chaos, the pirate crews in the latter half of the New World have either been defeated and absorbed into the monstrous legion or have cleverly fled in advance. Some of these pirate crews have sought refuge in Whitebeard's territory. In the absence of Whitebeard's crew, these pirates displayed fierce and menacing behavior. Upon spotting Whitebeard's flag, some would temper their actions, while others dared not act too brazenly. Once the Whitebeard pirates returned to their territory, these pirate crews flocked to them, pleading for Whitebeard to intervene and halt Big Mom's reckless actions. Some even recorded the scenes of Big Mom's rampage using transponder snails. The overwhelming thunder was simply unstoppable, engulfing entire islands and leaving no place to hide. Are these monsters truly that powerful? One captain exclaimed in shock, turning to Marco and the others to ask, "Are you all this strong?" They acted as a massive crowd of over 10,000. Of course, their momentum was formidable. One-on-one, we might hold our own. After all, the abilities are the same, relying solely on adaptability in battle and the understanding of how to wield their powers. Marco explained, "Against the vast horde of Big Mom's monster legion, Pops will undoubtedly be fine. We might just barely survive, but you lot are surely doomed." Jozu intentionally exaggerated to instill fear. At that moment, a portal opened before Whitebeard, and Mihawk appeared alongside Shanks and Izang. "Pops, we're back," Izang called out upon seeing Whitebeard. "As long as you're safe," Whitebeard responded. Izang then led the crew away from this place, returning to their companions, leaving the space for the three formidable individuals. "Pops, we've come to request your assistance. You must be aware of Big Mom's situation. If possible, even for your own sake, we hope to unite and take action together," Shanks stated directly. "Kuah, you've called me Pops. How could I possibly refuse?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. Then it settled. Shanks was unfazed by the affectionate title. As long as their objectives were achieved, he didn't mind repeating it. "Additionally, there is one more request," Shanks continued. "What is it?" "I heard from Mihawk that you have mastered the ability to help those monsters regain their consciousness. Thus, I would like to ask Pops for a favor. I wish to consume that fruit. If I were to become one of those mindless monsters, I hope you could assist me in returning," Shanks implored. At this juncture, in the new world, Shanks, bearing a considerable resolve, approached Whitebeard with his request. Both Newgate and Mihawk would not dissuade a man determined in his convictions. As for confronting Eustace, Mihawk now lamented having bestowed such power upon Big Mom. Initially, he had merely anticipated her causing a ruckus. Yet who could have foreseen her descent into madness? When compared to Eustace, who had only eliminated a handful of pirates thus far, Big Mom was indeed the more pressing concern. In light of this, let us forge ahead. I shall assist you. However, you should endeavor to rely on your own will and belief to endure. As long as you wholeheartedly focus on it, believing fervently, that fruit shall respond to you. Just as my ability can restore rationality to others, intent and conviction hold great significance," Whitebeard proclaimed. "I understand. Fear not. Even in the end, I shall not utter the words of surrender," Shanks replied, turning his gaze toward Mihawk. Mihawk opened a passage, allowing a vine to grow forth, extending the fruit toward Shanks. Shanks plucked the fruit, peeled back its skin, gazing at the crystalline flesh, then raised his eyes to the heavens. "What wish should I make? I have decided. Let my blade sever all." With that, Shanks consumed the fruit, and while still in possession of his faculties, he embraced his sword, Griffin, and sat cross-legged upon the ground. Griffin rested against the earth, his hands clasped around the hilt, his forehead pressed against the guard, as an extraordinary energy enveloped him, wrapping even Griffin within its embrace. Energy converged, the will to sever all surged skyward. During this time, the Conqueror's haki seemed to erupt uncontrollably. The greatest impact was felt by the Whitebeard pirates. A throng of subordinates fell one after another, leaving only Marco, Jozu, and a few other captains standing. The remaining few hastily gathered by Whitebeard's side. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle in the final phase, as transformation completed, an explosion of energy erupted, a fierce wind surged, pushing those nearby to retreat repeatedly. The exiles, however, remained unaffected. A brand new form, a brand new blade. At that moment, Shanks had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Embodying the visage of a medieval gentleman, he savored the invigorating power of his new form. Shanks swung his sword toward the sky. Instantly, the heavens appeared to split in twain. "Karalalala, it seems I need not lend a hand." Whitebeard chuckled. "I must express my gratitude for your reminder, old man," Shanks declared, returning to his original form, as the sword in his hand vanished as if drawn into another dimension. Next, I intend to inquire about the Navy's intentions. If they are willing to sacrifice themselves to eliminate Big Mom, we may truly require your assistance, old man. Shanks stated. That poses no issue. Whitebeard readily affirmed. Receiving his response, Shanks slightly bowed before opening a passage into the realm of Hades. Mihawk, having sensed Shanks' sword intent and power, grew increasingly exhilarated. He looked forward to a duel with Shanks once the matter concluded. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Whitebeard and returned to Roronoa Island to prepare for battle. After both had departed, Marco, Jozu, and the other captains who withstood Shanks' unconsciously released Conqueror's Haki approached Whitebeard. Old man, did Shanks and the others come to unite against Big Mom? Marco inquired. I have agreed, at that time. Marco, Jozu, you shall remain to protect our brothers and sisters. Whitebeard said kindly. No. Old man, let us join you. Perhaps our current strength may seem inadequate. However, if we can consume that fruit and transform into that state, we would be of assistance, unless, of course, you find it troublesome and do not wish to help us regain our resolve one by one. Sachi, with a touch of foolishness, yet a sincere demeanor, spoke up. Following Sachi's words, the other captains echoed his sentiment. Not only that, but Marco and Jozu also stepped forward, expressing their willingness to join the fray, with over 100,000 monstrous troops under Big Mom's command. Even a powerhouse like you would find it challenging to escape amidst such overwhelming numbers, wouldn't you? Having us alongside would make a difference. Most of Big Mom's monstrous army lacks direction, relying solely on instinct in battle. Under your guidance, we could retain our intellect and devise an effective and efficient combat strategy to swiftly eliminate those forces. We aim to create a tranquil battlefield for you, ensuring these monsters do not disrupt your efforts. Marco reasoned from a practical perspective. Whitebeard, a man of unwavering resolve, found himself softened in the presence of his sons. You must deliberate carefully. Transforming into such monsters may yield short-term benefits, but once the adverse effects manifest, it may be too late for regret. Whitebeard cautioned. Old man, you can achieve this for us. We can do this for you. Indeed, we are also striving to ensure this battle proceeds more smoothly. After all, if you were to fail, we may ultimately become those very monsters. And without you, old man, we might transform into mindless beasts. What nonsense! How could you even suggest that I would fail? I was merely making a hypothetical. Not even a hypothetical is permissible. A lively exchange ensued, filled with playful banter, bringing great comfort to Whitebeard's heart. After much deliberation, Whitebeard ultimately acquiesced to his son's request at the naval headquarters. Shanks exited the hospital building and made his way toward the headquarters. Walking with an air of confidence, head held high, he left those who recognized him and those who did not in a state of bewilderment. It was not until he reached the headquarters that he was finally confronted by passing officers. They had long been aware of the news regarding Shanks being abducted by Mihawk. However, the subsequent actions of the allied nations left them with little time to process it, aside from maintaining order among the troops and various branches. The paramount concern was Impel Down. After all, Impel Down had no external source of income. All expenditures relied solely on the support provided by the world government. With the dissolution of the world government and the complete withdrawal of allied nations from financial support, the responsibility of maintaining Impel Down now rested entirely upon the Navy. To ensure stability at Impel Down, Akainu was dispatched alongside Garp, not only to deliver supplies and military wages, but also to impose deterrence. Upon returning to the headquarters, Shanks requested that the officer escort him to a Kanurade as Shanks transformed back into his exile form. His sensory abilities reached their zenith, allowing him to immediately identify the nearest passage to the realm of Hades. In truth, if you do not desire it, I could assist in sealing it, Shanks remarked after Akainu conveyed the order and hung up the Den Mushi. Akainu was momentarily taken aback. The current turmoil at sea stemmed entirely from this situation, and the Navy required a window to enhance their understanding of it. Akainu asserted firmly, You just mentioned uniting with the Navy to confront Big Mom. Forgive my candor, but against such an army, the Navy's role is negligible. It holds virtually no significance. Akainu continued that I am aware. Thus, in order to combat Big Mom, I have transformed myself into this state. I hope that a few formidable individuals within the Navy will step forward and consume that fruit. Only then can we attain the strength necessary to confront Big Mom. Shanks declared, I am confident that Sengoku understands this all too well. At this juncture, Failing to consume that fruit creates a disparity akin to that between an ordinary civilian and a devil fruit user. If she so desires, there is simply no room for resistance. Only by standing on the same level can both sides have a fighting chance. After Shanks concluded, he awaited Akainu's response, following a moment of silence. Akainu inquired, "Could you please hold for a moment?" He needed to convene a meeting to arrange the subsequent steps. Meanwhile, in Wano, Kaido was absent from Onigashima. In an instant, Big Mom seized control of Onigashima and subsequently advanced to occupy Wano. With an army of nearly 200,000 spread across Wano's skies, a dense web of electric currents ensued as they began to scour the battlefield. Simultaneously, in the realm of Hades, Kaido, having found no treasure, retraced his path, attempting to return to the Rabbit Bowl mine through the original passage. Yet, the 28 exiles at the passage's entrance detected him each time without fail that a battle ensued, and regardless of how cautious he was, he ultimately proved no match for these 28 monsters. Their relentless tactics and diverse fruit abilities caught him off guard time and again. Had he not exercised utmost caution, he would have never escaped. With each failure to conquer the challenges, the next encounter reveals the monster's rapid advancements. The battles grow increasingly arduous. Kaido's resolve begins to waver. In a secluded forest far enough from the passageway, Kaido sits atop a massive boulder, clutching a fruit in his hand. Mihawk can do it. Charlotte can do it. There is no reason why I, Kaido, cannot. The numerous setbacks have begun to irritate Kaido. That creature with 8 heads, which appeared later, must surely be Kaido's nemesis, Orochi. A mere jester who used to be easily dealt with has now transformed into a formidable monster. And yet even he poses a challenge, although he believes the interference of other monsters contributes to this predicament. In this world, only the strongest can thrive. Kaido tosses the tiny fruit into his mouth. It vanishes without a trace in his oral cavity. Moments later, just as he wonders if it has no effect, a surge of power suddenly rises from within him. Stronger, even stronger, the strongest. This is the essence of Kaido's desire, the most resolute ambition. With the might of unparalleled strength, he can possess whatever he wishes. An energy that transcends his limits washes over Kaido's body. A vastly different azure dragon sovereign emerges in his place, clad in armor-like scales, with the dragon's head forming a formidable helm. He exudes an extraordinary presence. Then, a resounding dragon's roar. Success. Is this the power of the present? No wonder Charlotte is invincible in Mariewa. In a moment of exhilaration, Kaido appears at the entrance of the previous passage. The 28 otherworldly beings all submit to his overwhelming might. So this is how Charlotte's monstrous army came to be. If only he had acted sooner. If only he had been more decisive. It matters not. Now, Wano is mine. With a spirited gait, Kaido strides forth with the 28 otherworldly beings. A swift glance reveals the fallen subordinates and samurai of Orochi, all lifeless on the ground. Judging by their wounds, it seems they perished from electrocution. Kaido pays them no heed, believing them to have provoked the otherworldly beings and thus faced their wrath. He closes the passageway with a flick of his hand and prepares to soar back to Onigashima with the 28 otherworldly beings. However, as they ascend and survey the land below, something feels amiss. In the wilderness, countless bodies lie sprawled upon the ground. Upon landing, he discovers they are all corpses, similarly felled by lightning. Flying in the air, he circles around, only to witness the same grim scene across every region, including the capital of Wano, Flower Capital. This sudden calamity compels Kaido to return to his domain, Onigashima. As anticipated, most of his crew has vanished, leaving behind only a few lifeless bodies. The otherworldly beings he had summoned are nowhere to be found. In this world, only Big Mom possesses such power. He yearns to confront her with a scathing tirade, but all the transponder snails have been electrocuted, rendering communication impossible. He can only unleash his fury upon the heavens. His empire lies in ruins, akin to the deep-seated enmity of a son avenging his parents or annihilating his kin. Kaido ascends once more, vowing to seek retribution against Big Mom. In the Navy's scientific division, Vegapunk personally ventures into the passageway, exploring the unknown, and has gradually relocated the entire base's apparatus to the other world. After a period of research, he has successfully concocted a power-enhancing serum with no side effects. The advantage is that after injection, one need not transform into a monster or fear losing consciousness. Yet, With every advantage comes a disadvantage. The serum's potency is incomplete, significantly weaker, and its stability signifies a lack of room for progress. Furthermore, during a second injection, the recipient is bound to descend into madness. In pursuit of this groundbreaking innovation, he has devoted extensive time to ignoring the turmoil of the outside world. In Wano, Onigashima faces obliteration. When news of the eradication of this stronghold, one of the pinnacle pirate crews in the world, spreads, all attention turns to Whitebeard, the three great crews of the New World. Big Mom has already made her move against the beast pirates. With her rapidly expanding influence, no one doubts that Big Mom's next target is Whitebeard. Yet, simultaneously, a question lingers in everyone's mind. Where is Kaido? During the fall of Onigashima and Wano, Kaido was nowhere to be found. Even the general of Wano, Orochi, was absent. This peculiar situation captures the attention of the relevant parties. At Navy headquarters, Shanks' arrival prompts Sengoku to convene another meeting. As the meeting commences, he has already made a decision. The position of Fleet Admiral is to be entrusted to Sengoku. Should they be defeated, the Navy will be surrounded by pirates, especially Whitebeard. Air remains composed, pondering the next course of action. What must we do next? He inquires. All you need to do is consume this fruit. Shanks steps forward, presenting a fruit. He invited Air to join them. Aside from the last moment requiring Whitebeard's strength, it is better for him to take the lead at other times. Remember, when consuming the fruit, you must be resolute in your conviction. Not a trace of doubt must linger. Before eating the fruit, Shanks offers a final reminder. Thank you. Air acknowledges, consuming the fruit, with unwavering will and concentrated haki. As one of the strongest individuals in the world, Air's transformation proceeds seamlessly. It seems to highlight Air's meticulously honed physique, resembling a stalwart warrior. Perhaps due to his moniker, Steelbone, his external armor comprises bone-like protection for crucial areas. However, upon completion of the transformation, Air remains still, neither frenzied nor uttering a word. Admiral Air, how do you feel? Shanks inquires, in response to Shanks' probing. Air remains silent, showing no sign of movement. Has he failed? With Admiral Air's strength and willpower. This should not be the case. Shanks sighs helplessly, then turns to Whitebeard. Old man Whitebeard, it's up to you. Leave it to me. Whitebeard steps forward, extending his hand. However, at the moment of contact, Air suddenly stirs and states, "My apologies. I was just experiencing this new power and did not respond in time." Air's transformation indeed proceeds without incident. However, he feigns inaction after completing the transformation to test them. Having not heard any anticipated dialogue and witnessing Whitebeard extend his hand, he instinctively acts. After all, he is not truly out of his mind. Allowing someone to restore his consciousness and memories that could potentially involve brainwashing. Regarding Air's remarks, both Shanks and Whitebeard merely smile subtly, choosing not to expose him. What comes next? When do we commence our actions? Air queries that we have been monitoring Big Mom's advance. D Island is an ideal location for battle. Whitebeard states, Big Mom's forces will likely arrive in just over a day. With the assistance of Air's abilities, the entire Whitebeard pirates have become sentient otherworldly beings to ensure a smooth battle. Someone is always dispatched to scout the movements of Big Mom's pirate crew. D Island, a vast uninhabited isle in the New World. After selecting this location, the entire Whitebeard pirates, along with Shanks, Mihawk, and Air, converge here. Meanwhile, Kaido ascends from Onigashima, seeking vengeance against those who have destroyed his empire. High above, he spots a fleet amassed upon the sea, resembling a colossal, mobile island. Charlotte, Kaido bellows, his voice reverberating through the clouds, causing the sea to tremble beneath him. That a cohort of 29 descends upon the Big Mom pirates, unleashing a barrage of light blasts. What follows is a fierce exchange of 20,000 against 29. They are utterly subdued. The light blasts cannot breach Big Mom's retaliatory web, and they are instead bombarded by a multitude of light attacks. Mamama, Kaido, you've made up your mind to consume that fruit, haven't you? Big Mom cackles as she soars into the air. Charlotte, you have destroyed Onigashima and slain my crew. You must pay the price. With that, Kaido charges directly at Big Mom. That a ferocious punch, unyielding and powerful, strikes her squarely. Yet, upon impact, the figure before him morphs into something entirely different. A transponder snail? Mamama, since your empire has been shattered, why not join me? I have always regarded you as my brother. Have you forgotten how I cared for you back in the day? The transponder snail, now transformed back into Big Mom's likeness. An ordinary transponder snail can mimic the speaker's facial features. Now, the otherworldly transfigured transponder snail can directly assume the appearance of the speaker. This proves incredibly useful in certain critical situations. Charlotte, where are you? Kaido demands urgently. After the punch, upon uncovering the truth, Kaido ceases his assault. Recognizing its futility, shall we meet below on the fleet? Big Mom laughs. Come up, step forth. Let us battle. Kaido bellowed. He dared not approach too closely, instead resorting to shouting from the air. Yet, on the surface of the sea, Big Mom remained utterly indifferent, showing no signs of retreat. It was not fear of battle, but rather the realization that a conflict with no clear outcome was devoid of purpose. Kaido had transformed into an equal-tier otherworldly being, possessing an array of formidable abilities. Unless he could obliterate his opponent in an instant, a protracted struggle would yield no results. It was wiser to maintain an imposing presence and buy time. In the distance, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Sora, gazed at the brilliant spectacle on the horizon. This must be Kaido clashing with the Big Mom pirates. That I wonder how he is faring. Shanks suddenly remarked, pondering whether Kaido could be swayed to their side. With the Big Mom pirates still some time away from their intended destination, I will see if I can persuade Kaido, Shanks declared, then streaked away like a flash of light. Before the battle, Sora had been attempting to recall all the abilities of the devil fruits within him, striving to devise a simple, swift, and practical combat routine. This was not intended for confronting Big Mom, but rather to enable the members of the Whitebeard pirates to engage her monstrous forces. Among the myriad abilities at his disposal, only the Soul Fruit's soul extraction and the Shadow Fruit's soul retrieval could ensure an instant kill, especially when the body was scorched by the sun. Other abilities required combat or specific mediums and conditions to achieve their effects. For large-scale utilization, the Flower Fruit's powers were essential, allowing him to bloom flowers on every target instantaneously. Employing soul extraction and shadow tearing, within Big Mom's legion, those mindless otherworldly beings, after prolonged usage of lightning abilities, would unconsciously strike with their lightning powers unless someone specifically commanded them. They aimed to seize this opportunity to sever as many of the monster's shadows as possible under the sun. Those without shadows would perish in sunlight, turning to ash. If the master fell, their corresponding shadows would vanish as well, or they could directly bloom to capture souls. On the other side, Kaido, in a fit of rage, had only managed to slay a single phone bug otherworldly being, which had no significant impact on Big Mom. Shortly thereafter, Shanks appeared beside him. Kaido, Sora, and Shanks successfully brought Kaido and his 28 subordinates to their location. Upon arrival, Whitebeard willingly offered to help restore the memories of these individuals, enhancing their combat prowess. However, Kaido outright refused. This indicated that those Kaido brought along might even be his enemies. Restoring their memories could cause chaos. Whitebeard did not press the matter further. Who would have thought the Navy would ally with pirates? Sora, after the collapse of the world government, can the Navy hold its ground? If not, why not join me? Kaido shouted, his mouth agape.in the pirate's lair. Sora remained ever vigilant. I have heard that your beast pirates, along with Onigashima and Wano country, have been annihilated by Big Mom. What confidence do you have to speak to me? Now that you are all alone, Sora unceremoniously exposed Kaido's flimsy facade. As Kaido was about to explode with fury at the revelation of his wounds, Shanks quickly intervened as a mediator. Kaido, do not act recklessly. Once the battle concludes, if you still wish to fight, you may do so to your heart's content. Whitebeard similarly cautioned. Humph. With the obstructions posed by Shanks and Whitebeard, the conflict between the two parties did not erupt. Instead, they each retreated to their respective sides, waiting for their target to appear. On the sea, Big Mom's grand fleet advanced rapidly towards Dewa Dingline Island. Soon, they arrived at the anticipated location within the estimated time frame. All of Whitebeard's crew members plunged into the water, dividing into two teams to encircle and clear the surrounding minions. The Queen Mom's ship, as the flagship, led the charge. The bow, Big Mom, Katakuri, and Baron Egg looked towards the distant island. Though too far to see the details, an intense low pressure seemed to gather ahead. The atmosphere felt unusual. Mama, it seems there is an ambush ahead. Katakuri also sensed something amiss. We can create tidal waves through sea quakes to wash over the island ahead. Baron Egg proposed. War must have the essence of war. All means that serve our interests can be employed. Mamama, it's just Kaido and Whitebeard, after all. Let us send 1,000 men to have a little fun with them. Big Mom replied nonchalantly. With a command, 10 ships accelerated from the fleet, swiftly approaching Dewa Dingline Island. On the island, Whitebeard, Sora, Shanks, Mihawk, and Kaido stood in a row, with the 28 otherworldly beings arranged beside Kaido. The Annihilation Arrow formation was suddenly activated by Sora, filling the sky with luminous arrows aimed at the 10 ships dispatched by the Big Mom pirates. As the ships entered range, a deluge of arrows descended like a torrential downpour. The light arrows pierced through the bodies of the otherworldly beings, directly annihilating their souls, rendering them incapable of further action. This maneuver combined the powers of the Glint Glint fruit and the Soul Soul fruit, enhanced by the Wash Wash fruit and the Shadow Shadow fruit's effects. While the abilities granted by the fruits were indeed similar, their application varied immensely. It was akin to a group of students receiving the same education under identical conditions, yet yielding different results based on individual capabilities. Moreover, the dominance of high-tier powers naturally held superiority over low-tier otherworldly beings. A loss of 10,000 was inconsequential to Big Mom. However, this marked the first instance of casualties since their expedition began, which piqued Big Mom's interest. Who is it? The distance was too great to discern the enemy, yet Big Mom's voice transcended thousands of meters, accurately resonating in every ear. Everyone possesses Conqueror's Haki. Do they not? Shanks suddenly inquired. Mihawk turned to glare at him, the meaning clear. Very well, except for Mihawk. What are your thoughts? Sora subsequently asked. Among the group, aside from Sora, only Shanks possessed a strategic mindset. Thus, when certain ideas emerged, only the two could swiftly grasp each other's intentions. Individual Haki was unlikely to impose a suppressive effect on the otherworldly beings, but if we collectively unleash our Haki, perhaps we shall achieve different results. If we eliminate all the low-tier otherworldly beings, the subsequent battles will be significantly easier. Shanks proposed that it's worth a try. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, at the rear of Big Mom's fleet, members of the Whitebeard pirates stealthily emerged from the sea. Appearing behind them, observing the entire deck crammed with otherworldly beings, they all sprang into action, unleashing their abilities. They bloomed from their bodies, extending their hands, then inducing hypnosis and slumber, seizing the opportunity to extract souls. This was the final chosen strategy, for if they directly severed shadows, the targets would scream in agony under the sun. Utilizing the powers of the Soul Soul fruit to capture the souls of the targets was much more advantageous, especially when facing evenly matched adversaries, as any struggle could expose their actions. Hypnosis proved to be considerably more effective. Moreover, when combined with the Soul Soul and Wash Wash abilities, the effectiveness of hypnosis could be amplified manifold. Within Big Mom's grand fleet, each ship was filled to capacity with 1,000 otherworldly beings. These vessels were commandeered from the islands they had ravaged. Comfort was not a priority. A single ship could easily accommodate 1,000 otherworldly beings. Furthermore, as the number of otherworldly beings grew, Big Mom had no time to stabilize their consciousness. After all, they were mere expendables. The mindless ones, obedient to orders, were far more useful. Thus, the otherworldly beings chained together on the outermost ships were all of the mindless variety. Only on the ships closest to the Queen Mom were there some beings preserved by Big Mom, possessing wisdom to assist in commanding the entire legion. At the rear, over 1,000 members of the Whitebeard pirates, to expedite their actions, formed groups of 50, specifically targeting the last ships to strike simultaneously. With over 30 groups launching an assault, the result was the annihilation of tens of thousands. Furthermore, the extracted souls could be absorbed to bolster their own strength. It could be said that the silent operations of these over 1,000 Whitebeard pirates had yielded immense success. At the forefront, Big Mom's legion steadily closed in on Dewa Dingline Island. Charlotte finally discerned the figures standing at the water's edge. Kaido, Whitebeard, Sora, Shanks, Mihawk. Are you all banding together to resist me? It is futile. Under the might of my 200,000-strong army, your attempts to obstruct us are utterly futile. Newgate, since fate has brought us together here, I shall grant you a duel of 4 against 2, an overwhelming display of Conqueror's Haki favoring Shanks. Meanwhile, Mihawk has set his sights on the quietly retreating Baron Egg. With a single slash, a tremendous wave of sword energy cleaves through the air and sea, bisecting the ship that shares a line with Baron Egg in its path, though Baron Egg withstands the strike. Bolstered by the hardening power of diamonds, he dares not make a move, remaining on high alert. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing Mihawk's formidable attack, can hardly contain their astonishment, seizing the moment when most of the foreign adversaries are immobilized. They swiftly commence their assault, clearing the battlefield with remarkable efficiency. It is a simple matter of wisdom prevailing over ignorance. Once the opportunity is identified, the process flows as seamlessly as a seasoned player dispatching monsters. Ahead, the Queen's ship is obliterated, and the clash of 4 against 2 in a contest of will comes to a decisive close. The absolute disparity leaves no room for a comeback, as Big Mom falls. The sea freezes beneath her. In an instant, a colossal thunderbolt erupts from the icy surface, shooting skyward towards Shanks and his companions. The 4 scatter in a flash, while Kaido and Newgate stand resolutely against Big Mom. Their battle continues to be defined by techniques honed over decades of rigorous training. The instinctual responses forged from countless brushes with death cannot be so easily altered by a few consumed devil fruits. At most, their newfound powers are merely integrated into their existing techniques. The formidable attacks of D. Wade, Raime Hack, KK Daishin, and Mush B. Kai converge in a cataclysmic clash, sending shockwaves that render the heavens clear enough to glimpse the stars beyond the atmosphere. The ice beneath shatters, and the sea plunges downward. Simultaneously, Shanks is intercepted by Katakuri. The 1,000 hands of Machi entwine, and the ultimate slash cleaves Katakuri's very being in twain. Even among sovereigns, the gulf between them is unfathomable. Under Shanks' blade, Katakuri descends into the depths, transforming into an egg as he sinks deeper into the abyss. Yet Shanks makes no move to pursue. On the sidelines, Mihawk, witnessing Shanks' decisive strike, is filled with fervor, turning his gaze towards Baron Egg. An overwhelming intent to kill ignites in his eyes. The essence of the sword's way is to slash. Mihawk infuses every tenet of his life into this strike, with Baron Egg, his ship, and his legion. Along with the ice and sea, all are cleaved asunder. The surging waves rush in, compressing the fallen egg between the tumultuous walls of water. In an instant, under the ocean's might, it shatters. Meanwhile, in the rear, as all the experts engage in battle, the unnoticed figure of Sora makes his move. Radiant light bursts forth from Sora, forming a humanoid figure that charges directly at Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. United against Big Mom, unleash a shockwave that reverberates through the very fabric of the sea. After a brief standoff, the 3 are sent flying in different directions. In that fleeting moment, Sora's technique envelopes Big Mom, covering her entirely. The greatest enhancement from Sengoku's Buddha fruit lies not merely in enhancing attacks and defenses, but in the profound wisdom akin to enlightenment, with this grand wisdom aiding him. Coupled with an unwavering belief in transcending limits, Sora swiftly identifies the optimal combination of his devil fruit abilities, merging them to achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. This technique captures the essence of light and shadow, intertwining the effects of the soul fruit and the shadow fruit. From its core, it sears the soul and erodes the shadow. Without a shadow, under the sun, one is destined to turn to ash. Under such a formidable technique, Big Mom emits a heart-wrenching scream, a testament to the agony that strikes at her very soul. A torrent of light and electricity erupts. A tempest of cold and heat, hockey shifting through various forms of power. Yet this is Sora seizing the moment, unleashing his full strength with the resolve that failure is not an option. No matter how fiercely Big Mom struggles, it is all in vain. Ultimately, she cries out for help. Newgate, save me. The first target of her plea is Whitebeard, for he is the one she has sought aid from countless times before. And this engagement has yet to directly infringe upon his territory. Thus, everything remains negotiable. Newgate, if you save me, I shall assist you in becoming the king of the world. Together, our offspring shall reign for eternity. Sensing the overwhelming threat, Big Mom is willing to utter any words that may elicit a response. Whitebeard, Kaido observes a fleeting moment of softness in Whitebeard's demeanor and immediately shouts, preparing to strike. Kaido, have you forgotten who aided you in your time of need? My pirate crew, Onigashima, and Wano, Charlotte. The debts of gratitude have long been settled. Kaido's fury has yet to dissipate. You are doomed. Hey, Sora, how can we accelerate this? Your pace is far too slow. Kaido bellows at Sora. Just as long as no one interferes, Sora's form remains suspended in the air, defying the sun, yet the voice emanates from Charlotte Lin. In that instant, a spark ignites in Kaido's eyes. Shanks appears beside Sora in the blink of an eye. He invited Sora here and will not shy away from the responsibility that comes with it. On the surface of the sea, with the highest command gone, the foreign adversaries under Big Mom's banner are left without direction. Those with intelligence evade, while the foolish succumb to the might of the Whitebeard pirates. Once a formidable force, Big Mom's army now finds itself in a dire predicament. At that moment, a figure erupts from the depths of the sea. None other than Katakuri. Shanks strikes once more, the immense force causing both sides to stagger back. And Katakuri plunges into the water once more. Kaido charges forward. He seeks vengeance, indifferent to who delivers it or how it is achieved. Yet the crucial point is that his enemy must perish. Now, with an ally obstructing his path to revenge, he cannot abide. After Shanks' slash, he swiftly locks onto Katakuri's position and plunges into the water in pursuit. In mere moments, the ocean churns, and the waters explode. The entire fleet capsizes in an instant, and all foreign adversaries are cast into the depths. Meanwhile, on the moon, as the joint assault against Big Mom unfolds upon the sea, East has made significant progress in devouring the moon. A circular network of intersecting passages forms a grand ring. The moment the ring is completed, all individual passages converge, creating a colossal and intact zipper across the planetary surface. It even begins to expand gradually. Yet the pace is sluggish. To hasten the expansion, as previously conceived, East, upon the moon, after the intersection of 4 passages, forms 8 segments. 2 intersection points blossom inward, enveloping the entire moon. To accelerate the process, East circles the moon with a passage, creating an additional ring. Back at sea, the clash between Kaido and Katakuri rages beneath the surface. Erupting columns of water topple the fleet, and tremendous lightning wreaks havoc across the waters, affecting not just Big Mom's forces, but also Whitebeard's crew. Witnessing such chaos, Whitebeard can no longer heed Big Mom's cries for help. In comparison to her, his sons are far dearer to him. Soaring above his sons, he extends countless arms to grasp all the crew members and bring them back to the island. Within the sea, during the chase between Kaido and Katakuri, although Katakuri finds himself at a disadvantage, he seizes every opportunity, even at the cost of injury, to direct the foreign adversaries on the surface to assault Sora, disrupting his abilities. Meanwhile, in the air, Shanks and Mihawk protect Sora, shielding him from interference. In the final moments, radiant light envelopes Big Mom as she lands upon a ship's plank, her shadow materializing behind her. The shadow bears countless wounds, which swiftly expand under the unique light, eroding away. As the shadow fades, the soul is worn to its limit, leaving Big Mom's form exposed. Beneath the sun, her body is marked with numerous burning wounds. At that moment, from the depths of the sea, Katakuri unleashes a tidal wave, engulfing Big Mom's body as it is swept away, and hurriedly forges a sealed box of iron and gold to contain her. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido captures Katakuri without hesitation. Charlotte has destroyed everything I held dear. You are her son, are you not? Let us accompany her into oblivion. Kaido seized Katakuri's shoulders with both hands, his armament haki even entwining around the latter's body. Subsequently, Kaido opened his mouth wide, channeling formidable energy of light and electricity. The true mouth cannon unleashed a soul-piercing blast at Katakuri. Transforming into an egg, he prepared for another strike. Following that was a box containing Big Mom. Kaido similarly utilized his metallic powers to unfasten the box, allowing Big Mom to bask in the sunlight. She was reduced to ashes. Thus, this battle was declared over. Meanwhile, Sora, as the skill concluded, felt the radiance return to his body, causing him to plummet rapidly into a state of weakness. Shanks hurriedly caught him. Kaido, Whitebeard, do not presume that newfound power grants you the liberty to act recklessly, since you did not suffer defeat today. The Navy remains steadfast upon the seas. I hope you exercise caution. With his last ounce of strength, Sora issued a warning to the 2 great pirates. Subsequently, Shanks escorted Sora back to Navy headquarters, directly delivering him to the Naval Hospital. After exchanging a few words with the medical staff, he turned to leave and returned to Dawn Island. Within the hospital, news of former Admiral Sora's return reached headquarters. The newly appointed Admiral Sengoku and the acting Vice Admiral Tsuru rushed to the hospital ward upon receiving the news that AS for the other commanders to maintain peace upon the seas and uphold the Navy's influence. They were already dispatched on missions. In the ward, the doctor was examining the unconscious Sora. Sengoku and Tsuru stood quietly beside him, waiting. "What's the situation?" Seeing the doctor exhale, Sengoku quickly inquired. "The former admiral merely suffered from exhaustion and has fallen into a coma. With adequate rest, he will recover," the doctor responded. Upon hearing this, both Sengoku and Tsuru finally relaxed, and on the other side, at Dawn Island, the Whitebeard crew was gathered together, while Kaido congregated with the remaining group of Outlanders. And Shanks conversed with Mihawk. At this moment, the primary battle had concluded. Mihawk gazed at Shanks, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. "Thank you all for your assistance in the endeavor to subdue the deranged Big Mom." Shanks graciously acknowledged. Each participant in this battle harbored their own intentions. The assistance rendered was ultimately self-serving. Following the conclusion of the battle, during the phase of profit distribution, Mihawk displayed no interest, as he had always been a solitary wanderer. Shanks's red-haired pirates had been completely annihilated. The battle appeared to have been won effortlessly. The pivotal moment was undoubtedly the collective use of Conqueror's haki by the four of them. This unified haki incapacitated a significant portion of Big Mom's combat power, allowing Sora's skill to take effect uninterrupted. Had either of these critical moments faltered, they could have found themselves embroiled in a grueling struggle. Now, Shanks had no intention of reassembling a crew after consuming the fruit. As per Mihawk's assertion, seeking vengeance had become impossible. He now intended to retreat and observe the transformations this world would undergo. Similarly, the Whitebeard pirates showed no interest in the territories left behind by Big Mom. Yet the treasures within her vault could not be overlooked. This was the pirates' code. After deliberation between Whitebeard and Kaido, Whitebeard opted not to claim the territories of Tado Land, but insisted on acquiring the lion's share of the resources, leaving the remainder entirely to Kaido. With their agreement reached, they parted ways. Meanwhile, on the moon, more and more passages opened, connecting to form a vast aperture that enveloped the entire moon. As the areas of the moon being obscured increased, the gravitational influence became more pronounced. It was not that the moon's gravity intensified, but rather that the gravitational pull between satellites and planets diminished. Without the moon's influence, the tidal patterns of the ocean gradually began to shift. Sea levels fell, the atmosphere receded, the Earth's crust contracted. Since the moon's gravitational force was gradually diminishing until it vanished, the speed of the sea level's descent remained stable, and the processes of water, atmosphere, and crustal contraction were also slow and steady, avoiding the formation of violent tsunamis and powerful storms. However, in this world where 90% of the surface is ocean, even the slightest wave, when it spreads globally, could cause immense devastation. As the passages completely enveloped the moon, drawing it into the Helheim underworld, at the moment the moon vanished entirely, the ocean erupted in tsunami, storms raged, and the Red Earth continent's altitude diminished. The most significantly affected area was Fishman Island beneath the Red Earth continent. The continental crust sank, causing Fishman Island to descend as well, while the protective barrier of Fishman Island was shattered by the collapsing Red Earth. Those who had lingered upon Fishman Island were instantly engulfed and crushed by the rushing waters. They were crushed even before drowning. Simultaneously, tumultuous changes occurred within the Helheim underworld as a small celestial body merged into it, akin to a meteorite crashing into the earth, completely assimilating into the realm. At this moment, the ocean, in response to the moon's complete disappearance, was wrought with tsunami and storms. The Helheim underworld trembled as it integrated a celestial body. In the land of falling moons within the Helheim underworld, countless vines entwined and covered, pulling the entire moon into the ground. Where the vines converged, they melded into a colossal vine branch, the tip of this branch. A silver fruit radiating with star-like brilliance grew, right before Ister. Ister attempted to pluck it, yet it would not yield. He could only await in silence. Outside, Shanks and Mihawk watched as a gigantic stone sphere was entirely enveloped by the vines, slowly merging with the earth. Curiosity compelled them to approach and investigate the situation. Beneath the canopy of the Helheim underworld forest, the moon's once bluish-gray surface gradually transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Although Ister, surrounded by the vines, could not see the outside world, he sensed the moon beneath him slowly lowering in altitude, seemingly merging into the Helheim underworld, in the external realm. The gradual reduction of the moon's gravitational pull afforded the ocean an adjustment period. Thus, when the moon completely vanished, the resultant tsunami and storms did not reach apocalyptic proportions. However, for this world predominantly composed of ocean, it still inflicted incalculable calamities. Countless small islands were washed away by tsunamis, and sky islands were swept up by storms. Countless vessels on the ocean met their demise, and naval ships executing missions struggled to rescue the survivors, filling every available space. Many light vessels also perished amidst this global deluge. Upon arriving at the Land of Nations, Kaido and Whitebeard's crew were met with astonishment. No one anticipated Big Mom's actions would be so frenzied. In the entirety of the Land of Nations, all living beings remaining were merely Big Mom's underage children. Kaido and Whitebeard were equally stunned by this situation. As for the children left behind by Big Mom, Kaido aimed to eliminate them entirely. However, Whitebeard wished to take them under his wing, even willing to forfeit a portion of the treasures left by Big Mom. To this condition, Kaido acquiesced. The original ratio of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks was suddenly reversed, transforming into Kaido, Whitebeard, and Shanks. Regardless of Whitebeard's intentions or sentiments, at the moment of parting, Kaido directly informed those children that the Whitebeard pirates had participated in the ambush against Big Mom, a brazen and straightforward attempt at provocation. After finishing, he laughed heartily. Whitebeard remained silent, offering no rebuttal. Although Big Mom had previously compelled them to consume fruits and transform into monsters, Katakuri had ultimately intervened. Furthermore, to these young children, Big Mom still left a favorable impression. Immediately, these children expressed their determination to seek vengeance. They even requested Whitebeard to transport them to an inhabited island, just as Whitebeard was about to return to his territory through the passage. The ocean churned violently, and storms erupted in the sky in the Helheim underworld. As the moon was fully assimilated, the effects of the fruit's enhancements became even more pronounced. It seemed as though there was a response. Just as Ister extended his hand, the silver fruit fell freely into his grasp. The immense power contained within the fruit was palpable through mere contact. Ister had toiled for many days, all for the gamble of this harvest. Now, the bounty lay before him, and without a moment's hesitation, Ister consumed it. The silver fruit resembled a peach, its size comparable to that of a normal peach. This was a fruit that embodied the power of an entire celestial body. Though it was merely a satellite, disregarding the various fantastical powers, the energy derived from the planet's core alone was enough to provide boundless benefits. Ister was bewildered by how wide his mouth had opened. In one swift motion, he swallowed the entire fruit whole. Perhaps it had undergone some transformation. Perhaps it is the enhancement of his natural abilities that has augmented his flexibility as the fruit is consumed. A surge of energy erupts, and a tempest radiates from Inciting, reaching the heavens above and shaking the earth below. The sudden upheaval prompts the two observers, still surveying their surroundings, to hasten their steps towards the eye of the energy storm. A dense thicket of intertwining vines obstructs their path, compelling them to take to the skies for a closer approach. It is then that they witness the formidable force emanating from Inciting. It is him. Both are struck with astonishment. This overwhelming sense of pressure. What has he done? Why is there such a potent outpouring of energy? Confusion reigns, yet they can do nothing but watch. They observe as the energy storm enveloping Inciting gradually retracts. Under his control, all the energy returns to his being. As the energy converges, Inciting's skin transforms to a lustrous silver, spreading across his entire form until he becomes a figure entirely cloaked in silver. He resembles a faceless surfer, possessing only eyes. Is this his transformation? Shanks murmurs in disbelief. Inciting. This form is akin to donning a tight-fitting battle suit. With a mere thought, he appears before the two. Long time no see. He greets them. What just transpired? Shanks inquires directly. Though he cannot act against Inciting, it does not mean the animosity in his heart has dissipated, at least for the time being. It remains unresolved. Thus, Shanks seeks to glean more about his circumstances, albeit with skepticism regarding Inciting's willingness to divulge. Well, consider it an evolution. Inciting responds to Shanks's disbelief. He actually speaks. Both stare in astonishment at Inciting, who gradually returns to his original state. Evolution? Or did you think those mindless outsiders always appear as if they are starving ghosts for no reason? They instinctively understand that consuming more fruit is beneficial. The primitive forms gradually evolve through various stages, flying forms, ferocious forms, until they ultimately transform into advanced outsiders. Once they reach that advanced state, they can further mutate or enhance, and beyond that, there are beings like you who are apex predators. Finally, there are beings like me, gods. Inciting chuckles lightly, a minor deception, but not without purpose. As for why he shares this information, it is merely to divert their attention, having already ascended to the rank of apex predator. Consuming ordinary fruits would no longer lead to evolution. God. Both Shanks and Mihawk exchange perplexed glances. Once upon a time, the celestial dragons also proclaimed themselves as gods. Their expressions betray their thoughts of ill intention. However, it matters not. After all, they can never reach my level. This world belongs entirely to me. Inciting declares once more. With that, he vanishes from their sight, returning to the realm of pirates. Now, he seeks a place to hone his newfound powers. In light of Inciting's words, Shanks, embracing the notion that a little more consumption could bear no ill consequences, casually plucks a fruit from the nearby vines to eat. The moon's disappearance not only triggers tsunamis across the seas and storms in the atmosphere, but also causes the atmospheric pressure to increase, rendering breathing increasingly laborious for ordinary individuals. Yet, for the strong, this proves to be advantageous. After a night's passage, the world becomes aware of the moon's absence. Concurrently, many astute individuals begin to link the recent spate of natural disasters to the moon's disappearance. Some nobles even attribute the moon's vanishing to the Big Mom pirates' destruction of the Holy Land, eliminating the celestial dragons and the world government. However, as time passes, the moon's absence seems to have minimal impact on the lives of the populace. Even with the increased air density, after a period of adjustment, normalcy returns, and there may even be some benefits. Gradually, the matter fades from public concern. After all, in comparison to the myriad of spatial rifts now ubiquitous across the world, the moon's disappearance is a triviality that hardly warrants attention. Following the moon's vanishing, the channels spontaneously opened by the Helheim underworld multiply, with many appearing in densely populated areas. The fruits that arise are deceptively enticing, luring individuals irresistibly. Merely gazing upon them conjures thoughts of consumption, leading to immediate temptation, resulting in transformation into outsiders and wreaking havoc nearby. Naturally, ordinary people avoid such perilous fruits. Yet, those seeking vengeance, harboring dark thoughts, slaves, islanders, citizens, arrogant pirates, haughty gangsters, and despicable nobles, yearn for power, aspire to assemble armies, and seek to build influence that in short, anyone wishing to fulfill their innermost desires will inevitably seek out these fruits. This has precipitated widespread chaos across the seas. Conversely, the first half of the Grand Line has maintained greater stability due to the Navy's suppression. After being transported back to Navy headquarters, Kong awakens after 2 days, fully restored after consuming a fruit. Upon learning of the spontaneous emergence of such channels worldwide, he sets sail to close them. Since the Red Line's collapse and the world government's downfall, the Navy has resolved to abandon the New World entirely. Previously, their power could barely reach far into the New World. Thus, relinquishing it is merely a natural progression. Moreover, with the presence of Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, and Mihawk, it seems unlikely that the chaos could escalate too drastically. Kong's mission begins at Marineford, where he will patrol the surrounding areas from the Iron Triangle, closing any channels he encounters. Gaia Island was once a haven for pirates, following the events of the Onluan treasure, the world's strongest pirate incident, and the Navy's pursuit. The number of pirates on the island dwindled significantly, with the appearance of a channel and the discovery that the fruit could transform individuals into monsters. The island began to buzz with activity, especially after witnessing the monstrous legions under Big Mom's command during the live broadcast of the world's strongest competition. Those arrogant pirates believed themselves unique, capable of easily dominating such beastly creatures. The outcome was an ever-increasing number of monsters on the island. If not for the vigilant blind swordsman guarding it, these monsters would have long since spread. The blind swordsman, in his 30s, utilizes his fruit ability to construct a line of gravity. Any creature that comes into contact with this line, whether from the ground or the sky, will be forcibly grounded. Such an uncomfortable experience is loathed by the monsters, deterring them from approaching human settlements that, of course, the swordsman's vigilance is primarily directed at those with ulterior motives. Monsters lack intelligence, and there are always means to deal with them. However, those with hidden agendas are often unpredictable. As long as he safeguards the people, preventing disturbances to the monsters, those creatures find their greatest enjoyment in consuming the fruits and waste no time on others. Thus, the situation on the island stabilizes. When Kong arrives at Gaia Island, preparing to approach the interdimensional channel to close it, he inevitably encounters the blind swordsman. Have you been guarding the island's residents during this time? Kong inquires of the swordsman seated before the gravity line. Unable to contend with those monsters, I can only engage in trivial tasks, hardly worth mentioning. The blind swordsman replies, before asking, is there something you need? I intend to close that channel. Kong declares that's so. Such power is quite unique. It may not be easy, the blind swordsman remarks, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, clearly treating him as a potential threat. Had he sensed hostility or malice through his observation haki, he would have acted immediately. However, sensing no ill intentions, he decides to give the young man another chance. I am Kong, former fleet admiral of the Navy. By a stroke of misfortune, I have acquired the ability to deal with these monsters. If you feel uneasy, you may accompany me. Kong expresses genuine admiration for the young man's sense of justice, thus adopting a cordial tone. Fleet Admiral Kong, I beg your pardon. The blind swordsman replies with a smile, but if you do not mind, may I accompany you? After all, the swordsman would not simply take the stranger's word at face value. Many had sought excuses to approach before, yet none had claimed to be from the Navy, let alone a former fleet admiral. Thus, the swordsman is willing to give it a try. Of course, no problem. Your fruit ability will prove quite useful. Kong graciously accepted and offered a compliment. Simultaneously, he harbored a favorable impression of the righteous swordsman. If possible, it would be even better to recruit him into the Navy. Relying on his instincts, Kong advanced directly towards the passage. At the entrance of the passage, numerous otherworldly beings were present, of varying ranks. Utilizing his authority as a sovereign, Kong commanded those entities to return to the Helheim underworld and subsequently seal the passage. All right, let us depart, Kong declared. Is this truly the conclusion? Yixiao questioned incredulously. In his observation, the monstrous beings that had been present merely seemed to have crossed some threshold and vanished. Indeed, once the correct method is found, the process becomes relatively straightforward. Kong refrained from elaborating further, finding it difficult to explain to Mr. Yixiao. You have valiantly defended the boundary alone. As Kong and Yixiao returned to the naval headquarters, Yisutu was simultaneously working to open more extensive passages to the Helheim underworld. Currently, among the sovereigns, Kaido and Whitebeard were engaged in a management simulation game, while Shanks had been sidetracked, remaining in the Helheim underworld to consume fruits. To verify the authenticity of Yisutu's claims, they had captured an ordinary wild rabbit, transformed it into a low-level otherworldly being, and then consumed the fruits together. If this low-level being could evolve, it would affirm Yisutu's assertions. Should it surpass the opposing rank, perhaps vengeance for the crew could be enacted. Mihawk held few thoughts on the matter. The world's most formidable beings had consumed the fruits and transformed into otherworldly entities. Whatever Yisutu intended to accomplish, no one could impede him. He chose to remain uninvolved. With the world government dismantled and the celestial dragons eradicated, what benefit would the destruction of the world offer him? Glancing at the newspaper, he noted the moon's disappearance, recalling the colossal stone sphere he had witnessed in the Helheim underworld. Merging into that realm, could it be that the great stone sphere was the moon? This seemed implausible. How could humans possibly reach the moon? Mihawk pondered, perplexed. Yet the newspaper also reported sudden appearances of passages worldwide. Surely, this must relate to him. However, since their separation, locating Yisutu had become increasingly arduous. Even inquiring proved futile. And where was Yisutu now? On Battleship Island, the Millennium Dragon, on Rare Beast Island, Lord Chelan, along with the talking corvid. On Carnival Island, Lily Carnation, drifting across the sea in search of pure golden lantern fish. Chopper, the Elephant Lord, and the island turtle that awakens once every 400 years solely to lay eggs. All these were Yisutu's objectives. The easiest to find was undoubtedly the Elephant Lord. A giant elephant traversing the seas could be spotted easily from a great height. Having consumed the silver fruit, Yisutu could now open a colossal passage several thousand meters wide. he led the Elephant Lord out of the ocean and into the Helheim underworld, where it consumed the fruit, with its knees bent and legs crawling. It passed through the passage, yet, due to the magnitude of its movements, it felt as if a tremendous earthquake had struck the nation upon its back. Were it not for the fur tribes on its back, Yisutu would have directly fed it the fruit, facilitating its transformation into a sovereign. As the Elephant Lord entered the Helheim underworld, the transformative scenery left the fur tribes on its back in sheer astonishment. With the world government's collapse, the annihilation of the celestial dragons, and Im's demise, when Yisutu brandished the very sword that had fallen after their battle, the Elephant Lord expressed its submission, thus complying with Yisutu's directives. Among the countless devil fruits acquired in the Helheim underworld, there was one that allowed for whispered communication, enabling dialogue with animals under their voluntary consent, thus, even lacking the ability to understand all things. Yisutu could communicate with the Elephant Lord, guiding the Elephant Lord into the Helheim underworld. It ingested the underworld fruit, successfully transforming into a sovereign after millennia of accumulated life, once the Elephant Lord's body diminished. Yisutu swiftly manipulated vines to form a grand net, catching all the members of the fur tribe. The Elephant Lord abandoning us. Please, no. Where is this place? Where has the Elephant Lord gone? The uproar of the fur tribe was bothersome, prompting Yisutu to step forward and release an overwhelming aura, silencing them instantly. Now that you are quiet, I shall speak. The Elephant Lord has wandered the seas for a millennium. His term has ended. And you can no longer selfishly demand he remain your mobile fortress. You now have a choice. Will you stay here with the Elephant Lord, or return to the freedom of the ocean? Yisutu stated half-truthfully, striking at the core of the fur tribe's selfishness, rendering them mute. Is there any difference? One fur tribesman inquired. Should you remain here, you must consume the fruits from the surrounding trees and become like us. However, these fruits carry risks. There is a chance that upon consumption, you may transform into a mindless species. Yisutu elucidated. The transformation of animals into sovereigns was remarkably straightforward. They submitted without guile. Yet, should anything precious to them be harmed, it could easily lead to discord. Thus, Yisutu intended to resolve matters before proceeding. Should they choose to stay, the fur tribe's otherworldly beings would be under the Elephant Lord's command. Should they choose to leave, it would signify a severing of ties, and the fur tribe would no longer be associated with the Elephant Lord. After all, the fur tribe's ascension to the Elephant Lord's back and establishment of a nation was a personal endeavor. The Elephant Lord had protected them for centuries, having fulfilled its obligations. Following Yisutu's explanation, the vast majority of the fur tribe opted to return to life upon the sea. Only a handful, who revered the Elephant Lord as a deity, chose to remain and serve. Previously, the Elephant Lord's size rendered it inconvenient. Now that the Elephant Lord had shrunk to human size, they could attend to it with ease. Given their reduced number, Yisutu could assist each one in extracting their souls to ensure the preservation of their consciousness. After consuming the fruit, several members of the fur tribe transformed into advanced beings. Once these individuals were managed, they were entrusted to the Elephant Lord, and Yisutu and the Elephant Lord proceeded to Baron's territory. Currently, Baron, in his laziness, lounged upon a bed acquired from the Moon People, commanding otherworldly beings to feed him fruits, much to the envy of those assisting him, were it not for his sovereign rank. The subservient otherworldly beings would lack intelligence, or else rebellion might ensue. After introducing them, Yisutu allowed them to indulge in leisure. Next, he aimed to pursue other targets. First was the Millennium Dragon on Battleship Island. Rumored to possess extraordinary abilities, yet these dragons bore no significant power or unique will. Upon transformation, they merely achieved a high level. Next were Lord Chelan and Corvid on Rare Beast Island, with the aid of Chelan's horn. Although neither became a sovereign, they retained their intelligence. It was now 20 years ago, and Chopper was absent from Drum Island. The human fruit's whereabouts remained unknown. Moreover, as more passages emerged, countless devil fruits were absorbed into the Helheim underworld before they could transform into new ones. Now, nearly every day brought new devil fruits. Just as in Delaw, anything could potentially become a martial soul. Here, anything could become a devil fruit. Scythe cut. The moon vanished in the pirate world, aside from certain islands suffering from tsunami disasters. The most affected were the Sky Islands. Without the moon's gravitational balance, portions of the Sky Islands plummeted into the sea due to gravitational pull. Only those inherently situated within the White Sea or floating upon the White Sea remained unscathed. The Sky Islands, being cloud islands, experienced even less impact, yet the White Sea and the White Sea still descended under gravitational force. The anomalies of the Sky Islands went largely unnoticed, as the entire world was preoccupied with its own affairs. The New World, under the management of Whitebeard and Kaido, gradually restored order. The first half, under the Navy's control, was deemed the most stable globally. Meanwhile, the Four Seas, despite having various commanders patrolling, faced random openings of passages, often exploited by those with ulterior motives to create chaos and hinder the Navy. Consequently, the Navy's losses in the Four Seas now surpassed previous figures. A significant portion consists of those naval branches willing to remain in their hometowns. They retain their naval ranks and organization, yet lack the trust of their nation. Local nobility and affluent merchants find them bothersome, deliberately obstructing their resources, and even colluding with external enemies, such as pirates and gangs, to take action against them. Presently, the naval forces have been drastically diminished, rendering any potential support unattainable. Long journeys always seem to fall a step behind. Under such circumstances, the arriving Navy can only retaliate against the pirates and gangs that have attacked, seeking vengeance for the fallen naval officers. Meanwhile, the nobility and wealthy merchants, hidden in the shadows, prosper immensely. In this scenario, these elites grow increasingly audacious. Observing the predicament, Sengoku hastily cited insufficient manpower as a reason to disband the naval branches in high-incident areas and recalled the remaining navy. The protective barrier of Fishman Island has been breached, leaving the non-deep-sea races on the island either crushed or drowned. The living conditions for both the fishmen and merfolk have also become dire. However, before they could adapt, a multitude of peculiar creatures surrounded Fishman Island. These beings are the Sea Kings from foreign realms. Previously, the protective shield safeguarded Fishman Island, rendering these Sea Kings undetectable, even with the enhancements from the underworld fruits. Now that the shield is shattered, the life force on the island has abruptly transmitted into the ocean, attracting the attention of these Sea Kings. Subsequently, these outsiders arrived at Fishman Island bearing an abundance of fruits. Whether fishmen or merfolk, many among them considered themselves superior to other races, perceiving the fruits brought by these outsiders as offerings from marine creatures seeking their favor. Consequently, they either distributed them among their kin or consumed them themselves. This led to a rapid proliferation of the underwater outsiders in the quest for unique life forms. Yisite did not forget to maintain his habit of casually opening doors at long last. Lily Carnation was found. It was an unnamed island, of which there are countless in the vast sea. Lily Carnation, a colossal, stark, and dark trunk, twisted and turned, stood at the highest peak of the island at first glance. One could see no semblance of plant life. On the island, the captain of the Red Arrow pirates had been stranded for 2 years. Ever since his arrival, a talking flower had approached him, insisting he sign a life-and-death contract, without a second thought. The captain of the Red Arrow initially refused, yet a barrage of problems soon ensued. He found himself unable to leave, enduring the torment of solitude, compounded by the persistent inquiries from the little flower. Eventually, he could no longer withstand the pressure. By signing the contract, he could fulfill his wish to resurrect his fallen crew members. Shortly after the contract was signed, the seas erupted into chaos, leaving the island untouched. Now, Yisite was the first individual to set foot on the island post-contract. The captain of the Red Arrow was of little consequence, easily dealt with by a mere laser blast. However, upon the captain's collapse, Lily Carnation emitted a sharp, discordant shriek. She then turned to attack Yisite. Yisite extended his hand, grasping the flower and bringing it to the roots at the mountain's summit, forcibly inserting a fruit into her. Upon releasing his grip, the little flower floated toward the roots, ultimately merging completely. She transformed into a sovereign-level outsider. The extraordinary energy was indeed remarkable, as the newly crowned Lily Carnation gained the ability to devour life and resurrect specific targets. She no longer required contracts with individuals. With Lily Carnation settled, Yisite resumed his search for the lantern fish. The concept of lantern fish and pure gold is perplexing. While it is claimed that the pure gold was artificially created by a couple of scientists, it is also stated that the lantern atop the fish's head consists entirely of pure gold. The artificially synthesized portion is minuscule. Therefore, the vast amount of pure gold atop the lanternfish's head must either be naturally occurring, derived from ancient technology, or the lanternfish itself is capable of secreting pure gold material. Searching for a fish in the ocean poses a challenge akin to retrieving a needle from a haystack. After delegating the task to the Sea King outsiders, Yicite ventured to both the North and South Poles. Coincidentally, both points lie on the Red Earth continent. Yicite exerted his utmost effort at the two poles. Opening the largest passages, he contributed to the encroachment of the Helheim underworld. Although Kong constantly sought ways to close the passages on the islands, for every one he sealed, two more would open elsewhere. Despite his relentless efforts, he was ultimately like an ant attempting to shake a tree, his efforts futile. Since Yicite arrived in this world, it has been less than 3 years. The Helheim underworld has begun its large-scale, spontaneous encroachment. This progression is already significantly swifter than the original storyline, which unfolded over a decade. Now, the so-called narrative lines of the entire world have collapsed entirely. The most formidable beings have either perished or become outsiders. Standing on the Red Earth continent, Yicite, while everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, prepared to employ his previous tactics, replicating the methods he had used on the moon to expedite the process. He needed only to connect the two poles along the Red Earth continent. In this ocean-themed world, the Red Earth continent has always been overlooked, especially after the collapse of the Holy Land. Moreover, the continent is sufficiently elevated, making it difficult to detect unless one ascends above it. Once these tasks were accomplished, Yicite stood on the Red Earth continent, beneath the passage, quietly awaiting, similar to the situation on the moon. When numerous passages drew near to one another, they would merge, forming a singular entity. Gradually, they would expand as chaos erupted throughout the seas. Yicite began to add a second ring, encircling the planet along the doldrums. Meanwhile, Kong, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Mihawk convened together. Shanks remained in the Helheim underworld, feasting on fruits with those primitive outsiders. The four gathered at the ruins of the Holy Land, where a colossal passage loomed above, revealing a forest suspended in midair above the Red Earth continent. What is the meaning of this? Kong inquired of Mihawk, who was the earliest known individual to gain such abilities, and naturally, everyone believed he possessed the most knowledge. I am uncertain, but perhaps it is related to the disappearance of the moon. Mihawk replied, gazing up at the inverted forest above. He then opened a passage, stepping through to the Helheim underworld. Standing in the forest of the Helheim underworld and looking up, he unsurprisingly spotted the Red Earth continent. Subsequently, with a single slash, he cleaved downward, severing the continent. Thereafter, Mihawk returned through the passage to rejoin the three, silently contemplating the scar he had just inflicted. You just mentioned that this is related to the moon's disappearance? What do you mean? Whitebeard pressed for clarification. Before the moon vanished, Shanks and I observed a massive stone sphere slowly merging into the ground in that world. Mihawk explained on a massive stone sphere. How large is that? And what connection does it have to the moon? You don't seriously believe that the moon up above is merely a stone sphere, do you? Kaido skeptically questioned. Approximately 10 times the height of the intact Holy Land. Mihawk considered for a moment and offered a definitive analogy. Everyone present had witnessed the height of the former Holy Land. It is no exaggeration to say that, excluding the Sky Island, the Holy Land was the tallest place in the world, towering above all. With that thought, and upon reflection, a vivid impression emerged. Are you certain? Kong asked urgently. Mihawk responded with a non-committal grunt. If it is that high, could it be the moon? The moon appears so small. Kaido murmured, Do you not understand the principle of proximity? Even the largest island or the tallest mountain appears merely as a dot when viewed from a distance. Whitebeard promptly clarified. Size is irrelevant. Could the moon merely be a large stone sphere? Kaido countered that I do not know. I am merely recounting what I have witnessed, Mihawk stated. Regardless of whether the enormous stone sphere Mihawk observed is indeed the moon. What purpose would there be in merging the moon into that world? Kong pondered aloud. Evolution. Mihawk recalled the massive stone sphere being completely submerged underground, followed by an explosion of energy, ultimately encountering Inciting, who mentioned he had been evolving. As he reminisced, he articulated his thoughts aloud. Regardless, since locating that individual proved elusive, let us first attempt to close this largest passageway, Whitebeard declared. They had all tried to seal the smaller passageways they encountered. As beings of paramount strength, closing such minor openings was a trivial task. Yet, For every passage sealed on one end, another would inevitably open on the other. For every one they closed, two would emerge, rendering their individual efforts futile, necessitating collaboration and discussion. Following Whitebeard's suggestion, the four transformed into their supreme forms and simultaneously endeavored to close the colossal passageway in the sky. However, their attempts were in vain. After several efforts, the aerial passage remained impervious to their influence. The four, returning empty-handed, resolved to part ways if there was no solution. Then each should return to their own affairs, with passageways scattered everywhere and the allure of the fruits intensifying. Chaos currently reigned in my territory. After this brief excursion, I shudder to think how many more passageways might appear in my domain. I can only hope my sons can withstand it, Whitebeard lamented. With no other recourse, the four departed to their respective domains. In the East Blue, Carp's doghead ship was en route, as Carp voluntarily undertook the mission for the safety of his homeland. As he progressed, a fierce wind swept towards him. "You little brat!" Carp's loving iron fist landed squarely on Dorag's head at the same moment. "Let me inquire. What does the Navy comprehend about the current chaos? How should we address it?" Without flinching, Dorag absorbed the blow before posing his question. "I have no idea," Carp replied bluntly. "Old man, the world government is no more. Now is not the time to be bound by secrecy. I act to save more lives," Dorag expressed helplessly. "Truly, I do not know," Carp reiterated straightforwardly. Finding no valuable information from his father, Dorag prepared to leave, turning to take flight. However, the marshal had consumed that fruit to eliminate Big Mom. Moreover, Whitebeard can assure you that those who consume the fruit do not lose their sense of self. Carp finally shared a piece of information he possessed. Related news will be reported once the marshal regains consciousness, which the other admirals and vice-admirals are aware of. The TO save lives. Carp did not mind if he or his son became such monsters, but that choice must remain a last resort. After all, once transformed, one is no longer human. Upon hearing Carp's words, Dorag flew away, chuckling. On Nine Snake Island, not only did monstrous creatures inhabit the coastal areas, but the newly emerged passageways on the island also extended fruits resembling those brought by the monsters. These were immensely tempting. Fortunately, the passageways opened in bustling areas, and the people of Nine Snake Island were all warriors, each possessing strong willpower and resisting temptation. Conversely, they dismantled buildings, gathered stones and logs, attempting to block the passageways. However, the passageways continued to expand, and the materials used to obstruct them were swiftly consumed by the passageways, whisked away to another world. In the skies above the Grand Line, Inciting, clad in silver armor, soared through the air, trailed by a long line of zipper-like passageways. With all his might, he flew, opening passageways in a circular pattern, completing the task in less than 4 hours, with the emergence of two massive flowers. The two extremities and the equatorial passageways began to merge. The aerial passageways expanded rapidly, resembling a world suspended upside down. Helheim's underworld enveloped the pirate world entirely. Dorag made his way directly to Whitebeard's territory to express his intentions. Suspecting that closing these passageways might be one method to delay the world's consumption, Whitebeard did not decline, even offering a reminder to maintain unwavering faith and resolve. The golden fruit lay directly before Inciting. This time, the two worlds engaged in their most fervent activities, with all sovereigns preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving no one to attend to Inciting's situation. No one could sense what transpired here. Helheim's underworld was a unique realm devoid of sun, moon, and stars, lacking day and night or changes in weather, eternally illuminated. Even as the two worlds overlapped, they remained brightly lit. Subsequently, as the final barrier of space vanished, Helheim's underworld completely enveloped the surface of the pirate world. Countless vines ensnared both worlds, drawing them together and causing them to overlap. Inciting, undeterred, cradled the golden fruit in his hands, prepared for any eventuality. Even if the two realms pressed together, he refused to relinquish his grasp, just as the two realms were on the verge of total fusion, with the tips of Helheim's underworld trees piercing the soil at Inciting's feet. A radiant light enveloped both him and the golden fruit. Once the dazzling light faded, Inciting found himself in an entirely different realm. Here, surrounded by the forests of Helheim's underworld, the sky stretched infinitely. Crystal clear, with neither the inverted realm of Helheim nor the pirate world above him. The golden fruit he held was fully matured. Divine light shimmered, brimming with energy. Inciting took a bite, the moment it touched his lips. A golden beam pierced through the heavens and the earth, instantly transforming Inciting into the state of an otherworlder. His silver armor now adorned with golden patterns, reminiscent of the spirals found on devil fruits. It was only then that Inciting realized the pirate world had been completely enveloped beneath Helheim's underworld. Once Helheim's underworld fully digested the pirate world, all lives yet to transform into otherworlders would undergo that transformation. Those already transformed would randomly be transported to the surface alongside those who transformed afterward. Simultaneously, after consuming the golden fruit, Inciting's authority was significantly enhanced. First, as long as he desired, all underworld fruits would possess only the most basic ability, namely to transform the consumer into an otherworlder, depending on their strength or will, into either a novice, advanced, or sovereign level. To bestow additional devil fruit abilities, he would need to manually intervene. Secondly, Inciting could now command all otherworlders. Even those of sovereign level, despite their reluctance, must comply with his orders. Thirdly, should Inciting wish, he could extract all abilities from the otherworlders, reverting them to their original fruits. Of course, this would result in the death of the individual. No exceptions for even sovereigns. With these three powers in hand, Inciting finally felt truly secure. He could rest easy, though he was uncertain why he absorbed the golden fruit so smoothly without the snake or the matching origin girl. The success rendered it a non-issue. After obtaining complete authority over Helheim's underworld, Inciting uncovered the true secret. The origin as the number of traversers increased, the parallel worlds of various source realms proliferated. Each time a parallel world emerged, it consumed the fundamental substances and energies from the origin sea. Overburdened, the origin sea, the world's source, gave birth to world devourers to cleanse those parallel worlds. Helheim's underworld was birthed under such circumstances. With a core template of information, Inciting's role was to serve as a signal beacon. Upon the inception of a parallel world, he would be launched as a guide, pinpointing the world and leading Helheim's underworld. In simpler terms, whenever a world spawned a parallel world due to the arrival of a traverser, the consciousness of the origin sea within Helheim's underworld would take the opportunity to launch Inciting alongside the traverser into that parallel world. Regardless of the traverser's intentions or the nature of the world, that parallel world necessitated eradication. The consumed fundamental substances and energies would, after rewarding a portion to Helheim's underworld and Inciting, be returned to the origin sea. Naturally, as Helheim's underworld and Inciting grew stronger, the worlds they would need to devour would also become increasingly formidable. The more powerful a parallel world becomes, the greater the consumption of primordial materials and energy it necessitates. Indeed, if a world grows excessively potent, it can even deplete corresponding primordial matter and energy, allowing time to be reversed to the moment when the parallel world was just taking shape, enabling a traveler to enter that realm and embark on development simultaneously. In other words, within the world of pirates, aside from him, there exists yet another traveler, the legendary author with the remarkable eyes. Yet, how is it that no further news has been heard since then? Just as Inciting was sifting through this information, a multitude of foreign beings materialized nearby. Suddenly, Inciting found himself enveloped in darkness. During the Taisho era, it was said that after sunset, malevolent spirits would roam the earth, preying on humans and drinking their blood. Conversely, there were demon slayers who bravely ventured forth, sacrificing themselves to vanquish these fiends and protect humanity. When happiness is shattered, the scent of blood always permeates the air. Even if I were to perish, I shall surely slay the demons. Upon regaining his senses, Inciting stood amidst the desolate wilderness, still in broad daylight. Gazing southeastward, a colossal snow-capped peak came into view. Why does that mountain seem so familiar? Is it Mount Fuji? If so, could it mean that this is Japan? With a sense of urgency evaporating, he thought it best to find a place to land. And that mountain seemed ideal. Inciting soared toward the summit of the snow-capped mountain. After surveying the area, it appeared, barring any unforeseen events, that this mountain was indeed Mount Fuji. The summit was a volcanic crater, and Inciting intended to create a passage there. However, when he approached the crater and peered down at the city in the distance, he pondered the thrill of triggering an eruption. How exhilarating would it be to unleash the volcano? Yasut mused, I truly am wicked. Through the sensing ability of the magma fruit, he discerned that the volcano was currently dormant, and Mount Fuji itself was a dormant volcano if an eruption were initiated at this time. Irrespective of the narrative, it would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen consequences, thus directly undermining the narrative advantage of another traveler. Although this would also disrupt the story he was familiar with, the narrative held no significance for him. He chuckled. Let it be so, my dear. Yasut unleashed a low-tier foreign being, transforming it into a magma entity, which then leaped into the volcano as the foreign being rampaged within the volcano using the magma fruit's powers. The magma indeed began to churn. With thunderous roars, the volcano erupted, sending torrents of lava surging upward and ash billowing into the sky. The area surrounding the crater, spanning dozens of kilometers, became a disaster zone. Regrettably, the vicinity of Mount Fuji was dotted with peaks, and numerous rivers and lakes lay nestled between the mountains, leading to a somewhat limited reach of the lava's devastation. Furthermore, as the eruption was instigated by the magma fruit's power, it failed to trigger a significant earthquake, resulting only in localized tremors. The only element that could disperse widely was likely the volcanic ash. Yasut had no intention of playing the role of a world-destroying overlord. Moreover, even if he were to assume such a role, he ought to first comprehend the nature of this world. In the sky, Yasut proceeded along the coastline in a northeastern direction, given the presence of Mount Fuji. This world must correspond to the standard Gapan map. In Gapan, the greater Tokyo area would, under most circumstances, be intertwined with various narratives. Even in the absence of a specific plot, one could still glean information pertinent to the story. Yasut moved swiftly, passing several peculiar crows along the way. These birds were inexplicably flying toward the direction of the volcanic eruption. Yet, he paid them no mind. Taking advantage of the clear, sunny day, Yasut alighted on the outskirts of Tokyo. As he ventured into the city center, it became evident that this was an era with a modern backdrop, reminiscent of the early 20th century. Everywhere he looked, posters advertising savings from the Postal Savings Bank were prevalent. The most sought-after job openings were for sailors and shipwrights, followed closely by recruitment for soldiers. Various notices for steel mills, machinery factories, and even military-industrial facilities cluttered the bulletin boards. Positions requiring skills were predominantly available in larger cities, where apprenticeships could be found near factory districts. Even in seemingly prosperous areas, shadows of darkness lurked. During the day, one could witness numerous gang conflicts on the streets, as well as gang members entangling with civilians. As if the recent volcanic eruption had never occurred, Yasut remained completely indifferent to these matters. As he walked, he inquired and eventually located the National Diet Building of Japan if one wished to obtain information. Could there be a more detailed source than that from the nation's highest authority? With a flourish, Yasut strolled into the National Diet Building, seeking out the Prime Minister. Without hesitation, he hypnotized him. It was only then that he learned the current year was marked by the Taisho era, a time of significant advancement for Japan following the Meiji period. The posters and slogans on the streets, along with various recruitment notices, clearly indicated that Japan was entering an era of great development. After discerning the time, Yasut inquired whether there existed any extraordinary powers in the world. The answer he received caused him to lose his composure. There were demons in this world. Initially, Yasut assumed they were the ethereal, intangible specters of folklore. However, after a thorough line of questioning, he discovered that the demons here were indeed corporeal beings that feasted upon flesh and drank blood. Such entities, Yasut felt, ought to be more aptly referred to as monsters. With the existence of demons, it was only natural that corresponding organizations arose to combat them, such as the Demon Slayer Corps. Several pieces of information aligned, leading Yasut to realize this was reminiscent of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Although he had seen the related anime and was somewhat familiar with the manga, now that he had arrived in this tangible world, it was imperative to uncover more pertinent details. Consequently, the Prime Minister instructed his secretary to gather all available materials regarding demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. Kibutsuji Musen had existed for over a millennium, and the Demon Slayer Corps had similarly endured for nearly 1,000 years. In the early days, the Corps relied solely on human lives, dragging demons out into the sunlight to vanquish them. Eventually, upon discovering the properties of scarlet ore and scarlet sand iron, the Corps gained some measure of resistance. though still insufficient, conventional swordsmanship was utterly ineffective against the blood arts of the demons. Throughout this period, every emperor, shogun, and feudal lord at the pinnacle of the nation's hierarchy closely monitored these two factions, following the acquisition of scarlet ore and scarlet sand iron by the authorities. And with the natural weakness of the wisteria flower, a demon-slaying military was formed. After incurring heavy losses in their quest to eradicate the demons, the ruling house was overthrown, resulting in the fall of the government. This taught Kibutsuji Musen that the collective power of the state was not to be trifled with. The subsequent rulers, fearing their households might be usurped during a battle against the demons, ceased large-scale extermination campaigns, leaving the task of demon eradication entirely to the Kamado family. Thus, a precarious balance was established. Demons and the Kamado family were locked in an eternal struggle, yet both parties had to maintain a facade of respect for the authorities. Until 400 years ago, a prodigy named Yoriichi Tsujikuni, endowed with natural markings, comprehended the intricacies of breathing techniques and introduced a new dynamic to the conflict between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. Naturally, the shogunate would not let this newfound power slip through their fingers. After a series of negotiations with the Kamado family, the imperial treasury acquired the sun breathing technique, moon breathing, and various other elemental breathing styles. Both Yoriichi Tsujikuni and his brother, Michikatsu Tsujikuni, had served in the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi generously shared his sun breathing techniques within the Corps, yet aside from himself, no one could fully utilize them. They could only attempt adaptive modifications. Michikatsu developed his own moon breathing technique, while other members of the Corps discovered the breathing styles that best suited them. However, as time passed, the Demon Slayer Corps faced numerous crises, leading to a significant loss of knowledge and breathing techniques. Ultimately, only 5 foundational breathing styles remained, which were thus classified as the 5 basic breathing techniques. Yet, the previously lost techniques were all recorded within official archives. Moreover, as a condition for aiding the beleaguered Kamado family, the newly developed breathing techniques were also submitted to the authorities representing the emperor. In the present day, with rapid advancements in technology, the government increasingly disregarded the powers of demons and demon slayers, resulting in diminished attention toward them. Otherwise, it would be a simple matter to establish a demon-slaying military equipped with lights capable of emitting sunlight to effortlessly eliminate these demons. As for the Demon Slayer Corps, no matter how formidable they were still merely human. Be it technological weaponry, moral weaponry, or even the weapon of humanity and compassion, all were sufficient to eradicate them. Yet now, the national agencies around the world had grown dissatisfied with their own territories. As long as the demons and demon slayers did not impede their grand ambitions, they were free to wreak havoc. To put it bluntly, the clandestine actions of Kibutsuji Musen over the past millennium had resulted in fewer deaths than those incurred during a single world war. Furthermore, according to their cabinet's analysis, the Second World War was once again on the horizon. The disappearance of Inciting from the nation was as silent and unremarkable as his arrival, leaving no trace whatsoever. When the secretary knocked on the door once more, only to receive no response, he took the initiative to open it, only to be met with a gruesome scene of blood scattered across the floor. Prompting an immediate scream, guards and sentinels rushed to the scene at once. Subsequently, the alarm was sounded. Officials from other offices in the parliament, alerted by the commotion, hurried to the site one after another. Documents regarding demons and the Demon Slayer Corps remained strewn across the desk. The body was found in a mangled state, and upon examination of the injuries, it was evident that all the wounds were inflicted by bites. There were marks of wolves, tigers, lions, mice, and even human teeth. During this time, the secretary was the only individual to have entered and exited the Prime Minister's office, thus naturally becoming the focal point of scrutiny and interrogation. Throughout the ordeal, Inciting remained invisible, employing illusions, and each time the secretary entered the office, he observed only the Prime Minister. Furthermore, when the Prime Minister requested documents, his demeanor appeared entirely normal, with Mount Fuji erupting, and the Prime Minister being devoured. This surely must be the machinations of demons. It was unexpected that our prolonged avoidance of conflict would lead them to perceive us as weak and easily bullied. What does the General Staff have to say? Several cabinet officials began to voice their thoughts, eventually inquiring. They believed that at least 10 years would be necessary to prepare for this war. Sir Terenai, I firmly opine that before the grand conflict, we must entirely eradicate the demonic entities, one official stated earnestly. How is the preparation for the Demon Extermination Corps progressing, Mr. Haruki? Taranai inquired, turning to another with a furrowed brow. The training of the Demon Extermination Arrow Corps has not ceased. We can now ensure that each individual has a light. Moreover, we have stockpiled nearly 100,000 toxic iron bombs. Additionally, there are over 10,000 grenades and shells, sufficient for a complete annihilation campaign. Haruki responded. Taranai's gaze fell upon the dismembered body behind the desk, his expression darkening. If those demons dare to assault the Prime Minister now, they will surely do so in the future. The elusive demons are a relentless threat. We must eliminate this danger preemptively. Then, let preparations commence. On the other side, Inciting, having departed from the parliament, was in quite a good mood. A single creation had transformed into an entire world. While it may not be as simple as portrayed in the work, as long as the logic is coherent, it need not be overly complex. A quip. The head pillar is the true master of sit-ups. Such determination demands dominion, or else the heavens shall not allow it. The likes of Rengoku Kaijiro also embody this. According to intelligence reports, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is Muzan Kibutsuji. At the age of 20, he likely emerged just a year before the plot began. However, that is of little consequence. Inciting does not intend to seek out the protagonist, but rather the antagonist. He is exceedingly curious about what kind of being Muzan Kibutsuji truly is. A single illness coupled with a potion has transformed him into the Demon King. Not only has his affliction worsened, but it has also bestowed upon him otherworldly powers. Has this activated the X gene? Or is that potion itself a treasure of heaven and earth? Or perhaps he is an even more extraordinary genius than Yoriichi Tsujikoni, but has been ruined by a mere potion. Novels often depict individuals with innate divine bodies who, due to lack of cultivation or misguided practice, suffer from frailty, burdened by severe ailments, requiring the protagonist's tender care. Perhaps Muzan Kibutsuji possesses such a divine constitution. 2 years into the narrative, Tanjiro encounters Muzan in Asakusa, where he is disguised as Yahiko, though it is unclear whether this is a replacement or a transformation. And he appears to be in reasonably good condition. Now, 3 years have passed, and Inciting can certainly venture to Asakusa to search for a young gentleman named Yahiko, who is married and has a daughter around the age of 1. As for wealth, Inciting believes Muzan would certainly not qualify as a wealthy heir. He lacks the inclination to engage in commercial enterprises. Would it not be preferable to simply usurp the results? Asakusa lies just outside Tokyo, and in comparison to the bustling metropolis, it is somewhat less vibrant. Nonetheless, it remains closely adjacent to Tokyo, the political, economic, and cultural epicenter. When one ascends, even their dogs rise in fortune. Let alone a city neighboring the centrally planned urban area. Numerous streets converge around the most prosperous thoroughfares, adorned with small European-style buildings at every turn. The streets teem with bustling pedestrians, drawing upon the common behaviors of the Tenryu people and nobility. Inciting resolves to begin his search from the highest and most luxurious residences. Meanwhile, the sudden eruption of Mount Fuji, without warning, shocked not only the Japan government, but also the Demon Slayer Corps. The Crow of the Crows summoned members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who were nearby, to assist government officials in their desperate rescue of civilians. However, following the eruption of lava, it fell upon the nearby area like a meteor shower, causing catastrophic devastation. From a distance, torrents of searing lava surged forth, flowing and spreading. Those who reacted promptly could escape to higher ground, while those who hesitated, fixated on salvaging their belongings, not only met their demise, but also endangered the many altruistic individuals who rushed to their aid. Amidst the encirclement of lava, some members of the Demon Slayer Corps, alongside a portion of the populace, fled to the mountaintop. While they need not fear incineration, the heat from the lava should not be underestimated, especially considering the toxic air rising from the molten rock. For a brief period, those on the mountain could rely on hunting similarly trapped animals for sustenance, but over time, water would emerge as the most pressing concern. Fortunately, the crow of the Demon Slayer Corps proved to be quite dependable. Trained crows can traverse perilous territories. Unlike ordinary birds that flee at the first sign of danger, they can assist in delivering clean drinking water and food to those stranded atop the mountain encircled by lava. Given Mount Fuji's altitude, half of Japan could witness this volcanic eruption. As dark, Ominous ash rapidly spread through the air. The foreign entity responsible for the eruption continued to wreak havoc within the volcano until all accumulated magma was expelled. This process persisted until nightfall. Initially, the eruption seemed to be a natural occurrence, a disaster of nature. However, after several hours, the volume and velocity of the lava eruption fell far short of a volcanic eruption. Yet a considerable amount of magma continued to surge forth, presenting an undeniably abnormal sight. To the ordinary populace, this was a divine punishment. To common scholars, it was an extraordinary natural phenomenon. Yet, to those acquainted with the other side of the world, this was a supernatural occurrence. Each party mobilized their forces to seek out the true culprit. Such a large-scale disaster warranted significant attention. On a mountaintop, in Asakusa, Inciting utilized the transparency fruit to become invisible as he entered those opulent residences. Employing the mind fruit's telekinesis to assist the sleep fruit's hypnosis to interrogate the owners of the mansions, to his surprise, he found exactly what he was seeking. In Asakusa, there was indeed a wealthy merchant's son named Yuhiko, who had married 2 years prior and welcomed a daughter into the world last year. However, at the end of last year, his family suddenly faced a grave misfortune while conducting business with his parents, resulting in their deaths, and he himself contracted a peculiar virus, rendering him unable to venture outside during the day, were it not for his wife, Rei, who could always take their child out during daylight hours. The surrounding populace would suspect Yuhiko of being afflicted with a contagious disease. Based on the information gathered, Inciting proceeded to Yuhiko's residence. Now that the sun had set, aside from the servants, no one else was present in the household. As night fell, the time for revelry had arrived. They must have taken their wife and child out for some leisure. Inciting had no intention of departing, opting instead to lie in wait for his quarry. On the other side, hidden within the mountains, a passage to the Helheim underworld lay concealed deep within the forest. In the dim surroundings, numerous passages opened alongside the one Inciting had activated, and several figures began to emerge in succession. Among them were Shanks, Mihawk, Kaido, Whitebeard, Sora, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Drago, Sakazuki, Tsuru, and Kazan. Having received intelligence brought back by Sora, it appeared that the remaining powers among the Navy were the most numerous. After becoming a ruler, Kazan's hand had fully healed. What a coincidence that we all meet here, Shanks remarked with a dry smile, devoid of any genuine emotion. After discovering that the world had vanished, Shanks refrained from consuming fruits for verification, instead remaining entirely still until he sensed the unique energy of the Helheim underworld converging in one direction, piquing his curiosity and prompting him to follow. Drago soared into the sky, seeking a vantage point to observe the terrain. After a brief moment, he descended, stating, "This is a large island. To the east lies the sea, and to the west appears to be another continent. It seems we are truly no longer in our world. Are we the last remaining ones?" Whitebeard inquired with a sense of wistfulness. Kong attempted to close the passage left by Inciting, but just like before, there was no response whatsoever. The only passages they could close were those opened by themselves or others of the same rank. "I intend to explore the surroundings," Mihawk declared lazily, preparing to head out of the mountain. The remaining individuals, with Kaido being the most straightforward, took to the skies without hesitation. The frustrations they had previously vented over the past half-day had now subsided, leaving everyone calm. Those gathered were presumably the remaining rulers, possessing their previous wisdom and the ability to open passages between two worlds. Their earlier intent to follow the passage left by Inciting, creating a significant commotion during the opening, was to attract others of equal standing to converge. Under the current circumstances, this method could be deemed successful. "Well, since we have arrived in another world, I shall go out and take a look," Shanks lazily remarked. Faced with such earth-shattering, dimension-defying power, what else could Shanks do? The hope for vengeance was utterly elusive. Moreover, even after the world had changed, while remnants of his thoughts and consciousness lingered, they remained mere notions. It was akin to an ordinary person dreaming of cultivating immortality, aspiring to be a scientist, or researching cutting-edge technology. Thinking was one thing, acting upon it was another. Although Shanks harbored such thoughts, he felt no stirring of emotion. With his departure, only the Navy and Whitebeard's faction remained on the scene. "That I must find my sons. As for the journey, we can discuss it later." With that, Whitebeard returned to the realm of Helheim. "And you all?" Kong inquired of those nearby, "If this truly is another world, I wish to see their books," Saru exclaimed, emphasizing that knowledge and wisdom were timeless treasures. "Count me in," Dragon added, since he began his revolutionary endeavors. He had come to understand the paramount importance of knowledge and learning. Subsequently, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Sakazuki, and Kuzan all made the decision to part ways at the mountain's peak, each setting off on their own quests. Cannibalistic demons would flee to remote areas, yet they would never venture into the deep mountains and forests, for there were no humans to consume there. Outside the forest, a creature with a cross-hatched face and the symbol of a waning moon in its eyes emitted a ghastly smile. Its body smeared with traces of blood and flesh, grasping a leg and gnawing on it as it walked. "Are you all hiding well? I'm coming for you. If I find you, I'll feast upon you." "Demon Slayer," it cackled, tossing aside the leg and vanishing into the woods, appearing behind a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. With a swift claw, it shattered the victim's shoulder blade. In panic, the Demon Slayer turned and slashed. The Nicaran blade radiating heat, severing the demon's arm, causing it to tumble back onto the path. The severed arm quickly regenerated in an instant, and the demon erupted into a maniacal laugh. This had become a traditional skill of these cannibalistic fiends. As the brutal blood demon art, Evil Snake Strangle, was about to descend upon the Demon Slayer, a slash came from afar, shattering the formation of the blood demon art and wounding the creature. "Ah, who is it? Another member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" the demon pondered, sensing the power of the strike. Mihawk emerged from the shadows, his great sword in hand. At that moment, he noticed that the wound inflicted by his strike was rapidly healing. "Senior, he's a cannibalistic demon. Please do not let him escape. Otherwise, more people will fall victim to him," a member of the Demon Slayer Corps pleaded upon seeing the towering Mihawk. "Cannibalistic demon?" Mihawk asked, his face filled with confusion. Yet, just from the name alone, he understood it was not a benevolent entity. Thus, as he approached, he raised his sword and unleashed a series of relentless slashes, trapped by his aura, with defenses shattered and fear gripping him. The demon had no means to evade and could only endure the onslaught of sword energy. In an instant, countless wounds erupted across the demon's body. Yet, within moments, they all healed again. This outcome prompted the demon to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha! You cannot kill me." On the mountain path, Mihawk released several arms to grasp the demon's feet, binding its shadow and preventing any escape. He did not immediately seize the other swords. Instead, he sought to ascertain the true nature of this being. He wanted to test his own abilities to see if he could vanquish it. However, before making a move, he needed to comprehend the situation fully. He had no desire to become an unwitting accomplice in someone else's slaughter. "What exactly is a cannibalistic demon?" Mihawk inquired. "Senior doesn't know?" The swordsman couldn't believe it and promptly provided a thorough explanation. They were minions created by the Demon King, subsisting on human flesh, growing stronger with each victim consumed. Yet their weakness lay in the sun. They could not withstand light. Correspondingly, blades forged from sun-infused ores could defeat them. He then elaborated on the responsibilities of the Demon Slayer Corps, asserting their legitimacy and righteousness. Mihawk sensed that the young swordsman spoke no falsehoods, so he raised his sword once more. The knight's edge severed the demon's neck, its head falling to the ground while it continued to taunt Mihawk. "What a peculiar ability," Mihawk murmured, then summoned a hand from the ground to reattach the demon's head, following up with another strike. This time, he enveloped the blade with haki, cleaving through the demon's neck again. The demon's scream was more agonizing than ever before. Infused with personal will, haki represented the pinnacle of offense and defense. The overwhelming intent invaded the diminutive demon, who could neither resist nor endure it. Yet, even after being decapitated, it remained alive. Once the head was reattached, the connection was slower to mend. Ultimately, as the demon's soul was extracted, the severed neck completely separated, and its body quickly grew rigid. Mihawk transformed the soul into pure life energy and infused it into the nearby swordsman. In an instant, the swordsman's wounds healed. "Ah, thank you, Senior," the swordsman exclaimed, bowing in gratitude, his gaze lingering on the lifeless demon corpse on the ground. Although it had not dissipated, the demon should have perished. "Senior, is this demon dead?" The swordsman asked, still apprehensive. "If it can live without a soul, then I shall take this seriously." Mihawk replied, "I am Fujihara Hiro. May I ask how to address you, Senior?" If you are not busy, please allow me to express my gratitude properly. Fujihara Hiro hurriedly stated, Dracul Mihawk. In this new world, Mihawk did not hesitate to introduce himself, and since he was at a loss as to where to go next, he accepted the invitation, eager to learn more about this unfamiliar realm. Meanwhile, in Asakusa, the Tsukihira household waited until 9 o'clock at night. Tsukihira played the role of a devoted husband and father, returning home with his wife and daughter, once the trio reached the bedroom. Inciting materialized, snapping his fingers, causing Rei and the little girl to fall into a deep slumber on the bed. Tsukihira, or Kibutsuji Musen, turned in terror, drenched in cold sweat, fixating on Inciting as the Demon King. It was incomprehensible that someone could approach him without a sound, a reality that utterly unsettled the ever-cautious Musen. Who are you? What have you done to them? Musen feigned innocence and fear, portraying a masterful performance of concern. Centuries of existence had honed his acting skills to perfection. Oh, it's nothing. They are merely asleep. As for me, I have come to deliver an opportunity, Inciting said mysteriously, then opened a passage and retrieved a fruit. Now, the entirety of the Helheim underworld is filled exclusively with the most mundane of fruits, as all the powers of the devil fruits have been seized by Inciting. Moreover, after consuming the fruits from the pirate world, Inciting has acquired complete dominion over all devil fruits within that realm. This moment, upon hearing Inciting's words, Kibutsuji Musen, ready to resist, finds himself ensnared by an overwhelming pressure that renders him utterly immobile. Subsequently, Inciting forcefully thrusts a fruit into Kibutsuji Musen's mouth. Having lived for a millennium and consumed countless souls, the energy within him is unfathomable, yet it is said that his will is extraordinarily fragile and distorted. Furthermore, after being terrified by the likes of Tsujikuni Yorichi, Kibutsuji Musen has become increasingly cautious, bordering on paranoia, an enduring shadow and inner demon of his life. Yet, it must be acknowledged that his thirst for life is perhaps unmatched by anyone else. The power of the underworld fruit courses through Kibutsuji Musen's body, stripping away all pretenses and restoring him to his original visage. That a fierce wind swirls, sending the two individuals on the bed flying. In an instant, the transformation is complete, and Kibutsuji Musen astonishingly evolves into a sovereign being. What is this power? This power. I am truly grateful to you. In return, I shall devour every last bit of you. Kibutsuji Musen exclaims with a hint of arrogance. Inciting merely smiles. The moment Kibutsuji Musen lunges towards Inciting, the latter raises his hand, enveloping him in an immensely powerful, invisible force. This is telekinesis. Under the divine psychic constraint, Kibutsuji Musen finds himself devoid of any means to resist. Do not forget, who granted you this power? Inciting queries with a furrowed brow, before seizing Kibutsuji Musen and transporting him into the Helheim underworld. Upon traversing the interdimensional passage, Inciting swiftly severs one of Kibutsuji Musen's arms and incinerates it to ash. Moments later, the severed arm miraculously regrows, not only returning to its original state, but even becoming more resilient. Next comes the second act, as Inciting effortlessly detaches Musen's head. As long as the wounds are not inflicted by the sunblade, the severed injuries can heal rapidly on their own. Moreover, due to Musen's modifications to himself, he lacks conventional vital points. Even if his head is severed, a new one can sprout instantaneously. This scenario indicates that even the transformation into an outsider does not erase his innate talents. In the translucent Helheim underworld, Kibutsuji Musen exhibits no adverse reactions to the sun, but whether this transformation compensates for his aversion to sunlight will remain to be seen until the next day in the Demon Slayer world, when we can test it against the true sun. Subsequently, Inciting summons a primary outsider to attempt infection, to ascertain whether the new state of the demon blood can convert an outsider and create new demons, and to evaluate the specific effects. Within the Helheim underworld, Inciting conducts a rigorous training regimen with Kibutsuji Musen. The demon blood, modified by the Helheim underworld fruit, is now exponentially more potent than before. In mere moments, the primary outsider subjected to the demon blood transformation undergoes demonization. The ordinary outsider instantly morphs into a ferocious form, with a gaping maw resembling a blooming flower, each petal brimming with teeth. The body is similarly adorned with intricate patterns, and both hands transform into massive jaws lined with fangs. As the thought arises, the demonized outsider attempts to launch an attack on Inciting. Yet, with a mere flick of his telekinetic power, the outsider's head explodes instantaneously, splattering Kibutsuji Ryuma with goo. As for Inciting, he need only erect a barrier to deflect all incoming debris. Previously, you could control the demons you created with your blood. Now, I too can govern your life and death through the fruit you have consumed. Shall we give it a try? Inciting states with a smile. From the moment they met, Kibutsuji Ryuma has been rendered utterly incapable of resistance. A feeling of helplessness even more profound than when he first encountered Tsujikuni Yorichi. What do you intend for me to do? Kibutsuji Ryuma glances around, inquiring, regarding the means of altering his environment. Kibutsuji Ryuma remains unperturbed, for he knows that one of his subordinates possesses a space akin to the infinite castle. The current forest is merely a transformation of an indoor setting into an outdoor one. He had controlled those demons with blood in search of the blue spider lily, so it is evident that this individual before him aims to achieve something similarly significant through the fruit. Quite astute. Let us see. You should now be able to open such a passage as well. Inciting demonstrates. Kibutsuji Ryuma follows suit, effortlessly mastering the manipulation of his newfound abilities. Excellent. What you must do is disseminate this fruit. The more individuals who consume it, the better. Inciting instructs. Kibutsuji Ryuma's eyes widen in astonishment. Such power. Fear not. You are special. Those of ordinary stock who consume the transformed fruit will merely become the lowly outsiders you just encountered. Devoid of intelligence. The power of this fruit tests one's qualifications more rigorously than your blood. Your blood, as long as one can endure it, grows stronger with every drop consumed. However, this fruit, if one lacks the requisite aptitude, will yield no benefit, regardless of the quantity ingested. Inciting elaborates. With all due respect, what purpose does this serve? After adapting to his new identity, Kibutsuji Ryuma observes that Inciting does not exhibit the same penchant for exterminating subordinates at the slightest provocation, which emboldens him. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply act accordingly. Inciting concludes, casting Kibutsuji Ryuma out of the Helheim underworld before departing from the grand estate. Once Inciting has left, Kibutsuji Ryuma experiences once more the sensation of utter powerlessness. His visage contorting in rage, veins throbbing. With a suppressed roar, he rends apart the two women beside him. The room is drenched in blood and flesh, yet he feels no inclination to indulge after a few bites. He realizes his former appetite has vanished. Opening a passage, he summons a vine, plucks a fruit, and consumes it. It is akin to a warm bowl of porridge when hungry, a refreshing drink when thirsty. A cool breeze in the heat, and warmth in the cold, evoking a profound sense of exhilaration from within. After departing, Inciting plans to traverse the world, commencing from the poles, visiting renowned mountains, isolated forests, and uninhabited islands, establishing pathways throughout, from the summit of Mount Everest to the depths of the Dead Sea, and the adjacent Great Rift Valley, from the Amazon rainforest to the Sahara Desert, and then to the Bermuda Triangle. Along the way, the pathways of the Helheim underworld nearly encompass every critical point he deems significant. Inciting intends to avoid the labor-intensive approach he previously adopted in the pirate world, running about to create pathways, for that would render him nothing more than a mere laborer, consuming the world without the opportunity to relish it. Having gathered the two polar extremes of the world, the 10 highest mountains, the 10 great forests, the 10 deserts, the 10 uninhabited islands, and the 10 grasslands, Inciting casually plucks 1,000 ordinary Helheim underworld fruits and scatters them across the globe. On average, there is one fruit for every 50,000 square kilometers. This serves as an experiment. If the results are promising, he may well employ this method to indulge in future endeavors. In the darkness of the first night, Fujiwara Hiro leads Mihawk back to the Fujiwara residence, simultaneously relaying the news of the death of the Lower Moon 6 at the hands of an unknown swordsman back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The Fujiwara household, adorned with wisteria family crests, is also home to a plethora of wisteria flowers, serving as a means to ward off demons. Whenever the demon-slaying swordsmen are in need, the master of the Fujiwara family will rise to provide them with hospitality, ensuring they feel right at home. Throughout the entire time, Mihawk is keenly inquiring about this world from Fujiwara Hiro as a demon-slaying swordsman trained from a young age. His experiences are limited, and the knowledge he possesses is predominantly related to demons and demon slaying. The Demon King, the 12 Kozuki, various demons, blood demon arts, the Demon Slayer Core, the Hashira, the ranks of demon-slaying swordsmen, the breathing techniques. Fujiwara Hiro is a rank A. Rank A qualifies one to become a successor to the Hashira. Yet not all rank A swordsmen can attain this status. Furthermore, it is not exclusively rank A swordsmen who can become successors. Among these, what piques Mihawk's interest the most is undoubtedly the breathing techniques. Free of worldly distractions and wholly devoted to the sword, he possesses the most enlightened perspective on the annihilation of the world and the alteration of reality. Following closely is Shanks, who has also been forced into a state of detachment. Setting out from the mountains, Shanks chooses a path opposite to Mihawk's. In another direction, he meticulously measures the land, aware that once that individual and that world arrive here, this realm will no longer have a future. While there is still time to behold the splendor of this world and to experience the local customs, he seeks to become another who can remember this world. As Kaido soared into the sky, he ascended from the depths of the forest, gazing down from his lofty perch to behold a cluster of buildings to the north. Beneath the shroud of night, an array of vibrant lights twinkled like stars. In a flash of brilliance, Kaido descended upon the city, unceremoniously landing in the bustling district, revealing himself before the astonished passers-by. With a height exceeding 7 meters, regardless of his fearsome demeanor, a circle of kneeling civilians surrounded him, chanting praises to the divine. Hearing the familiar tongues and witnessing the somewhat recognizable architectural style, Kaido found himself reminiscing to "Is this the Wano country of the New World?" He murmured softly. Simultaneously, the navy was in motion. First seeking out a nearby town to inquire the direction of the capital, they then collectively set their course towards the bustling metropolis of Edo. No matter the location, the heart of knowledge within a nation invariably resides in its capital. Thus, the navy proceeded with this thought in mind, eager to explore the military framework of this foreign world. With no pressing tasks at hand, they deemed it prudent to wander and learn wherever they could. If possible, they even aspired to engage directly with the government of this world. In Asakusa, having savored the delectable fruits of the Helheim underworld, Muzan Kabutsuji sat amidst a room littered with dismembered limbs and remnants. Indulging in the fruit, after a prolonged feast, he recalled the task bestowed upon him, to disseminate this demonic fruit, allowing more to partake. Thus, he resolved to put this plan into action. Muzan made his way to the servant quarters on the first floor. Utilizing his blood whip to ensnare the servants, one by one stuffing the fruit into their mouths, he anxiously awaited the results. They all transformed into the previously seen beetle-like primary interlopers. Lacking intelligence yet obedient to commands, after confirming that these primary interlopers posed no threat, he casually cast them into the streets. Through the connection of demon blood, he summoned Nakeheim to transport him back to Infinity Castle. At the central platform of Infinity Castle, Nakeheim seemed to have been kneeling there since time immemorial, awaiting Muzan's summons without a single action. Consume this fruit. Following Muzan's inherently suspicious nature, he had no fear of Nakeheim surpassing him. For the demon blood within her was scarce, far less than that of the well-developed wandering spirits outside. Hence, he felt assured as she consumed the fruit. Without hesitation, Nakeheim accepted the fruit and devoured it. As the fruit entered her stomach, a surge of power coursed through her. The transformation process nearly collapsed Infinity Castle, maintained by Muzan's blood demon arts. Striving not to disappoint her master, she perseveringly upheld the stability of Infinity Castle. At the critical moment of transformation, she even removed her own head to alleviate the agony, fully committing to maintaining the stability of the realm while her body underwent metamorphosis. Yet, even in such a severed state, the pain from her body resonated in her head. All sensations of a demon are interconnected. In this excruciating torment, Nakeheim's detached head and thoughts were also influenced, the transformative energy transmitting across the void. Reaching her consciousness, after a brief moment, the transformation concluded, and Nakeheim's head and body rejoined. Her overall appearance had undergone a dramatic change, yet the essence of a geisha remained evident. "Nakeheim?" Muzan tentatively called. "How do you feel?" "Thank you, my lord, for this gift," Nakeheim replied, kneeling before Muzan, her voice now drastically altered. However, when Nakime truly responded, it completely caught him off guard. Is it possible to achieve such a feat? Muzan furrowed his brow. Gesturing for her to observe his demonstration and open the portal, Nakime attempted to comply, but found herself utterly incapable. My lord, I am deeply sorry. I cannot manage it, she fervently apologized, prostrating herself in contrition. Upon receiving this answer, Muzan finally felt a measure of relief. Summon all upper and lower moons, he commanded. In an instant, the 12 Kozuki, now reduced to 11, converged upon Infinity Castle. Before the central platform, 2 floating stages materialized, one elevated, upon which stood the upper 6, and the other lower, occupied by the lower 5. Upon seeing Muzan, the upper Kozuki hastily refrained from mocking the lower Kozuki, who were equally preoccupied, and they all simultaneously knelt in reverence. You have proven utterly useless. How many lower Kozuki have been replaced in these years? With this single remark, the remaining lower Kozuki could only bow their heads even lower, while the lesser demons dared not utter a word. Holding their breaths in trepidation, they all bowed their heads in silence. An object was hurled before them. Remove your heads and consume the fruit before you. Muzan commanded the 11 Kozuki, taking into account Nakime's circumstances. If they were to be of any use, they must possess intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, the remaining Kozuki first severed their heads and then forcefully shoved the fruit into their stomachs. Once the wounds healed, the fruit settled within them. The agility of these demons was astonishing. Before they could utter a word, the agony of transformation surged forth. In Asakusa, the 7 primary interlopers released by Muzan wandered aimlessly, unable to find their way back to the Helheim underworld or locate the fruits thereof, aimlessly rampaging through the streets. At the stroke of midnight, much of the city had fallen into silence, with only the izakayas and brothels still alive with activity. Driven by instinct, the 7 interlopers gravitated towards the lively areas. Along their path, some stumbling, inebriated patrons were effortlessly swatted away by these interlopers. As they drew closer, the 7 interlopers caught the scent of fruit. Following the aroma into the brothel, the monsters burst into the room, unceremoniously seizing the fruit platter from the table and cramming it into their mouths. However, the ordinary fruit platter was far from their desired fare. Frustrated by their unsatisfactory feast, the group of interlopers descended into chaos, wreaking havoc upon everything in their vicinity, attacking any living being within reach. Monsters! Run! Where are the guards? The bouncers? Once the interlopers invaded the establishment, a cacophony of screams erupted from the patrons. The city indeed employed electric lighting, yet in certain settings, specialized candles and incense were still utilized to create ambience. The monsters, devoid of any sense of safety, recklessly overturned candle holders, igniting bedding and garments, various fabrics rapidly catching fire and spreading throughout the premises. Under the menace of the monsters, no one dared to intervene to extinguish the flames, until the inferno engulfed the entire building, swiftly spreading to neighboring structures. The blaze, too, drove the interlopers back to the streets, eager to join the fleeing populace in their rampage. Among the panicked crowd, several demon slayers clad in black Demon Slayer Corps uniforms brandished their Nichiren swords. Moving against the tide of chaos, despite the numerical disadvantage, the 5 demon slayers resolutely drew their blades and charged toward the 7 interlopers to TO them. These interlopers were nothing less than demons. Water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. Flame breathing. First form, unknowing fire. Thunder breathing. Fourth form, distant thunder. Wind breathing. First form, dust whirlwind slash. Rock breathing. First form, extreme slash. This quintet comprised individuals who had mastered 5 fundamental breathing techniques. Each member unleashed their attacks, intercepting the closest interloper to the civilians. They opted for swift, assault-like maneuvers. The captain, a water-breathing swordsman, taunted 3 interlopers with a single strike. The 5 blades struck the interloper, but despite their utmost efforts, they could only leave behind a mere scratch. Yet, no blood flowed from the wound, and it seemed they had barely breached its armor. How resilient! These demons do not appear particularly swift. There is hope. Everyone, stay strong. The entirety of their heads was encased in armor. With only a small point available for their strikes, the 5 continued to fend off the 7 interlopers, fighting while sharing the information they had gathered. Meanwhile, the flames raged ever more fiercely. The majority of the structures within the UN district are predominantly wooden, with all the establishments tightly pressed against one another. often sharing a common wall, which renders the spread of flames unimaginably swift. Just as the talents barely managed to escape, the inferno had already ignited several surrounding buildings. At that moment, the Navy personnel arriving above Tokyo also caught sight of the raging fire not far off. With a sweep of their observation haki, they noted the intense 5-on-7 battle, with the greater numbers belonging to the foreign adversaries. There are intruders causing chaos over there. Shall we investigate? Haku proposed. The first to spring into action was Sakazuki. He had no interest in learning. East, having unraveled the entire world, now captivated his attention solely by opposing him. In his view, the only entities capable of disseminating fruits and generating foreign adversaries in this new world, aside from their dominion, were none other than East himself, with the other overlords still gathered together. They were the fastest to arrive. Hence, the only one who could leave behind foreign adversaries before their arrival was East. In a flash, Sakazuki darted forward. I shall also make my way over, Kazan declared. Utilizing his own flash capabilities, after transforming into a Dominion-level foreign adversary, his arm had fully regenerated. Those two rascals, I'll keep an eye on them. You all go ahead and pursue your endeavors. Zephyr remarked before soaring into the air as well. Honestly, it's nighttime. What could possibly be happening? Let us all go together, Haku insisted. Upon arriving at the Asakusa Yuin, Sakazuki wasted no time, swiftly dispatching 7 foreign adversaries with a single kick, sending them tumbling together. Following that, a blast of hellhound flames incinerated the 7 foreign adversaries completely. Shortly thereafter, Kazan arrived, expelling freezing air from his hands to extinguish the raging inferno. Subsequently, Zephyr and Sengoku along with others descended from the sky. With assistance at hand, the 5 swordsmen were about to express their gratitude when they witnessed Sakazuki's hand morphing into magma, causing them to instantly adopt a defensive stance. In their perception, only the blood demon arts could achieve such astonishing effects. Observing the fearful expressions of those he had rescued, Sakazuki merely snorted and stepped aside. Young men, treating those who come to your aid in such a manner is quite discourteous, Kazan remarked as he emerged onto the street after extinguishing the flames. You displayed great courage in confronting these monstrosities, Sengoku commended as he approached. The group, save for Haku, consisted entirely of individuals towering over 2 meters. Resembling giants to the inhabitants of the demon-slaying world, we have trained tirelessly since childhood to eradicate every demon in existence. Who are you? How can your hands transform into magma and emit freezing air? Can you truly fly? Are you demons? The captain inquired, stepping forward. Demons? Haku, having caught the key information, began to express curiosity that we are not demons. Their extraordinary feats stem from unique talents. However, we are quite intrigued by the demons you mentioned. Could you elaborate on that for us? In the Infinite City, the transformation of the 11 demon moons progressed rapidly. Even with the aid of such dubious methods as decapitation, the remaining 5 lower moons could not maintain their sanity. Lacking any steadfast convictions, the disoriented demon consciousnesses were reduced to mindless foreign adversaries, albeit with a certain elevated prowess due to their demonic origins. Conversely, the upper moons exhibited a stark contrast. Either their will was sufficiently resolute, or their multi-soul unity served as a superior auxiliary mechanism. What a bunch of useless fools. Since the lower moons have all been eradicated, let us simply abolish the lower ranks. I hope you will not disappoint me. Muzan Kabutsuji declared while surveying the remaining upper moons. In truth, among all the upper moons, Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, and Upper Moon 3, Akaza, had the potential to ascend to the same rank as him. However, Muzan would never permit his subordinates to wield powers akin to his own. Thus, at a pivotal moment, he directly influenced them through his blood. The agony induced by the hell fruit during its activation rendered both individuals incapable of discerning the source of their suffering, believing instead that it was merely a result of insufficient training leading them to this state. Indeed, the 6 upper moons reverently responded. Kokushibo and Akaza remained oblivious to the truth. What does my lord require of us? Kokushibo inquired. The fruits you just consumed, spread them far and wide, ensuring that all may partake of such fruits, Muzan commanded. With that, he opened a passage within the Infinite City leading to the realm of Hades, allowing them to traverse freely between the Infinite City and the underworld, obtaining fruits at will that he then directly manipulated the vines to grow towards the 6 upper moons. instructing them to first gather the fruits before exiting the infinite city to fulfill their tasks. In Yamanashi Prefecture, Kaido was revered as a deity. As long as individuals were willing to worship and serve him, they would receive his bountiful rewards. The local government of Yamanashi Prefecture was forcefully seized by Kaido. With all officials ousted, seated within the Grand Hall, Kaido specifically selected a few of the most fervent and perilous individuals as exemplars of his rewards. These individuals were dubbed the envoys of the gods. Kaido bestowed upon each of them the Hell Fruit, and then, utilizing the Soul Fruit's abilities, captured their souls, thereby ensuring that the chosen envoys beneath him could retain their wisdom. When these envoys returned to the public eye bearing both wisdom and power, countless individuals took pride in becoming envoys themselves. Still night, the 6 upper moons each departed the infinite city with 100 fruits, returning to their respective territories. Meanwhile, the 5 lower moons were casually cast aside by Muzan. Akin to the previous female subordinates transformed into foreign adversaries. Upon Muzan's return from the infinite city to Asakusa, he discovered that what should have been a peaceful slumbering Asakusa had been abruptly awakened. The chaos within the UN had rippled throughout all of Asakusa. Those who had fled from the flower streets were incessantly crying out for help, with the swiftest among them shouting about monsters and flames. Muzan, returning from the infinite city, burst into laughter. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, the only monsters in this world were demons and those foreign adversaries, and both of these types, to appear in Asakusa tonight, were all released by him. Contemplating this, Muzan's grin widened, revealing his teeth. Yet, he had no desire to witness the unfolding results firsthand. Instead, he turned and made his way towards the heart of Tokyo. For millennia, from being suppressed by the emperor to being dominated by the shogunate, and now being constrained by the government, it would be impossible for Muzan not to feel resentment. Previously, he had been powerless, his weaknesses meticulously exploited by the emperor's faction. But now, the time for retribution had come. Simultaneously, it was an opportunity to vent all the grievances he had suffered at the hands of East. Meanwhile, in Asakusa, the 5 swordsmen remained skeptical of the Navy personnel, unwilling to engage in any extensive interaction with them. Although Haku possessed some degree of affability, it proved insufficient in the face of a group of mysterious giants with extraordinary abilities. The 5 congregated, confirming that none had sustained injuries before retreating hastily. The Navy personnel, for their part, did not press the issue nor pursue them. It was a sensitive moment for them. Should they chase and incite a conflict? It would only complicate matters further. What cowards! Sakazuki scoffed. It was Sakazuki's devil fruit abilities that had frightened them away. Carp silently criticized from the sidelines. Since we can't do anything right now, let us find a place to rest. We can address matters tomorrow. Sengoku suggested. In the final stages, Sengoku remained the Navy's admiral. Even when Sora eventually returned, he never intervened in Sengoku's decisions. Even in this otherworldly realm, with Sengoku's decree in place, the group ceased to dwell on the swordsman's actions, understanding that they could afford to spare a half-night's time to comprehend this world. Taking advantage of the town's awakening, they utilized the abilities of the gold fruit to extract gold from underground as payment for their lodging, successfully checking into an inn on another front. The 5 lower moons released by Muzan from the Infinite City began to wreak havoc in the vicinity of their hidden locations. Following Muzan's orders, they slaughtered their way from villages to towns, leaving behind only devastation and bloodshed. Simultaneously, the 6 upper moons, particularly Upper Moon 6, Jutaro and Daki, had taken control of the Yoshiwara Yuan, becoming the true rulers of the night. Even with the courtesans from the establishment missing, they dared not seek them out, well aware of the implications. After receiving Muzan's orders and returning to the UN, Daki distributed 100 fruits in less than a quarter of an hour. Whether it was the beggars in the streets or the patrons already muddled by the intoxicating effects of makeup, they all served as excellent recipients for these fruits. As for the women within the UN, they were her sustenance and could not be wasted. She still retained the predilections of a demon. Shangshuan Air, who similarly manages a small faction, utilizes the channels of the Wanshi Jiao to distribute these fruits far and wide. Yet, in the end, he retains one for himself, savoring it. This time, there is no pain at all, only an exhilarating delight that permeates from within. It is far more exquisite than consuming a human. the fruits he has already dispatched cannot be reclaimed. That task belongs to the Demon King. However, he can procure more from the Infinite City, Shanshuan-san, ever fond of challenging formidable opponents. Iwazuo wanders from place to place in search of powerful warriors or fighters from other domains. Thus, he frequently encounters towns bustling with people. Yet, Iwazuo is unlike the other Shanshuan. Upon emerging from the Infinite City, his first action is to seek out martial arts dojos or night-active demon-slaying swordsmen. He understands that such fruits can bestow strength, and therefore, his aim is to find those mighty warriors. Only after gaining their approval will he bestow the fruits upon them, followed by a duel. This is his obsession. Shanshuan-si, in his original form, the timid and cowardly Hantengu, tosses the fruits around haphazardly, retreating to hide after discarding them, indifferent to who ultimately consumes them or the consequences that ensue. Shanshuan Wu, an art enthusiast, Yuhu, resides in a pottery village, filled with skilled artisans of vessel creation. The strongest potter will be consumed by him, while the weakest will be repurposed as material for pots or various artistic creations. Upon receiving his orders, he directly distributes these fruits to the villagers. The tasks assigned by Muzan take precedence. As for these pottery craftsmen, if they are lost, he can simply capture others from different locales. Shanshuan Kurizumikage has long dwelled in the ancient residence of the Tsujikuni family. When the two brothers turned against each other, the Tsujikuni family fell into ruin. All were either forced to leave their homeland and assume new identities or were exterminated by Kurizumikage. Now, in this vast courtyard, he stands as the sole demon remaining. Bearing the fruits to a nearby village, he forcibly shoves these 100 fruits into the mouths of the villagers, young and old alike. In the end, Kurizumikage commands these mindless beings to roam freely. That night, the Demon Slayer Corps Kasugai Crow is extraordinarily busy. The swordsmen of the Corps are equally so. The newly emerged demons, almost identical in form, attack humans without consuming them. Instead, they seek out fruits when encountered. Yet, when they fail to find palatable fruits, they become increasingly irritable. Previously, demons acted with stealth and caution, making it challenging for the Demon Slayer Corps to track them down. Relying solely on reports of large numbers of mysterious disappearances, sometimes, these reports pertain not to man-eating demons, but to influential families and nobility, leaving the swordsman with nothing but fruitless journeys that end confronting these entities. Neither demon nor human, it is inevitable that mistakes are made by the Demon Slayer Corps, necessitating assistance from the head of the Tsujikuni family to manage the aftermath at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tsujikuni Yoya struggles to sit upright in the hall, accompanied by his wife, Amano. The stone Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, sits nearby, tears streaming down her face. It is truly moving that the Lord, gravely ill, insists on holding the fort. According to the reports relayed by Kasugai Crow that night, demons have been particularly active, displaying no semblance of concealment. In the Tanuki Spider Mountain, Lower Moon 5 has been reverted to a mindless high-level aberration and sent back to the spider's nest. Lacking self-awareness, Lower Moon 5 instinctively attacks the parents and siblings who had been captured previously. Taken by surprise, the other demons, unable to anticipate Lower Moon 5's lethal intent, are swiftly cut to shreds by webs. After eliminating the smaller demons, Lower Moon 5 vacantly exits the spider's nest, aimlessly wandering through the forest. Within the spider's nest, once Lower Moon 5 departs, the small demons gradually piece together their shredded forms. Fully restored, fear is etched upon their faces. What has happened to him? He seems to have become dull-witted. Should we check on him? Shall we search separately? After this suggestion, all the demons share a tacit understanding. Then, they decide to split up and search. Subsequently, several demons exit the spider's nest, each choosing a different direction, hastily fleeing to escape this place. Under the cover of night, as if destiny beckons, Lower Moon 1 encounters Rengoku Kaijiro, who has rushed to Asakusa upon receiving a distress signal. Now transformed into an aberration, Lower Moon 1 acts purely on instinct, devoid of any strategy. The only challenge lies in the fact that the aberration possesses enhanced defensive capabilities. Throughout the battle, he remains silent, attacking and defending without any semblance of order. Even though he bears a mark in his eyes, Rengoku Kaijiro harbors grave doubts about whether this demon is truly Lower Moon 1. Coincidentally, Lower Moon 2 encounters Takedo Michiro. Lower Moon 4 meets Yuzui Tenjin, and Lower Moon 3 crosses paths with Iguro Abanai. Each finds themselves in a similar state. Additionally, there exists a multitude of lower-level demons resembling insects. Their armor defenses akin to steel. Upon discovering the difficulty in breaching these demons' defenses, the swordsmen shift their tactics from strong assaults to guerrilla warfare, striving to prolong the battle until dawn, when sunlight can obliterate these demons entirely. However, events do not unfold as anticipated. As the sun rises and golden rays cascade down upon the remaining insect demons, nothing occurs. All the insect demons continue to move freely under the sunlight. Not only do they not disintegrate into ashes like their predecessors, they do not even flinch, continuing to launch assaults against the swordsmen. How can this be? Cognitive dissonance grips the numerous swordsmen scattered across the land, who stand frozen in place, facing the insect demon's onslaught, unflinching and unyielding. Everyone, let us regain our composure, regardless of whether these demons can withstand the sun's rays. We are the demon-slaying swordsmen. The former demon-slaying swordsmen relied solely on their lives to endure in the era before the Nichiren blades. They harnessed the sun's power to vanquish evil. Later, the Nichiren blades and breathing techniques emerged. The heavens have aided us twice. Today, or any day hence, we merely cannot draw strength from the sun as we once did. Could the situation truly be worse than it was hundreds or even thousands of years ago? Moreover, have you not realized? These insect demons, impervious to the sun, lack any healing abilities. Their wounds remain unhealed. Gentlemen, draw your swords. Let us fight. Flame-breathing, fifth form, Flame Tiger. The swordsman who shouted this leads the charge against the insect demons. The slash descends like a blazing tiger pouncing upon a low-level aberration. In a fit of rage and indignation, coupled with the remnants of his earlier exhaustion, this strike cleaves the head of an insect demon. Inspired, the swordsmen eagerly engage in battle, even if the sunlight has lost its efficacy. Their fervor and breath shall not falter. The shifts on the battlefields across the land are promptly relayed back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Simultaneously, the Kasugai crows flit about, tirelessly seeking out swordsmen who have concluded their battles to provide support to those still engaged. Are there truly demons that fear not the sun? Each Hashira swordsman, including Tsujikuni Yoya, reflects on this unsettling reality. In Tokyo, Kabutsuji Musen stands behind a closed window, the curtains drawn tight, only parting a small gap to glimpse the outside world. He seeks to ascertain whether the rumors of demons unafraid of sunlight hold any truth. Inside the dwelling, the original inhabitants have been transformed into pure demons and pure aberrations. Within the house, one room is directly exposed to sunlight. Musen commands a pure demon to step into the light. The demon, scorched by the sun's rays, howls in agony, sustaining burns where sunlight touches, smoke rising from its form. After undergoing his domination, Musen's demon blood exhibits a certain resistance to sunlight. Newly created demons no longer disintegrate into ashes upon exposure to sunlight. Then, Musen produces two fruits from the netherworld, offering one to the demon in sunlight and the other to the demon in shadow. Both demons consume the fruits simultaneously, completing their transformation into aberrations. The demon in sunlight, upon becoming an aberration, displays even greater resistance to the light. The cries of torment have ceased, and the burns have healed, though discomfort still lingers. Subsequently, he instructs the other demon, having consumed the fruit, to approach the sunlight. This time, the aberration shows even less reaction, perhaps due to the absence of prior experience with sunburn, rendering it less sensitive than the previous one. Next, Musen's experiment with the two aberrations involves directly injecting his demon blood into them, attempting to convert the aberrations back into demons. However, the outcome is entirely contrary. Under the sun's rays, they begin to suffer from burns and anguish. The demon that has become an aberration now embodies the essence of an aberration. Conversely, the aberration that has been transformed into a demon retains the essence of a demon. Thus, the former can withstand the sun, while the latter continues to fear its rays. However, thanks to Musen's evolution, the effects of demon blood have grown significantly more potent than before. At least under the sun, they now possess the ability to act, no longer turning to ash in an instant. After achieving this result, Musen Kabutsuji stepped into the sunlight himself. First, he extended his hand, feeling nothing. Gradually increasing his exposure, he ultimately basked in the sun completely, At last, he could once again touch the sunlight. Ha! Demon Slayer Core, Kagaya, Ubuyashiki. Your doom is upon you. Ha! Muzan Kabutsuji laughed heartily. Subsequently, several newly transformed aberrants were unleashed. Even those two demonized aberrants were set free. As long as they avoided direct sunlight, they could wreak havoc in the chaos. Those two could rush into the buildings. In an instant, cries for help echoed throughout the streets. Ah, monsters, help! Beasts, do not destroy our homes. In another direction of Tokyo, Sengoku and the Navy were leisurely strolling down the street, inquiring passers-by about the location of the government. Just near the political district, the aberrants and demons had their shadows severed and were instantly obliterated by the sun. Run, Kazan lazily remarked as he approached Sakazuki. Any leads? Kizaru also inquired. It appears to be a spatial ability, moving with great decisiveness. Furthermore, this spatial ability likely does not belong to him, Sakazuki replied. If we cannot track them down, let us head to the government first, Sengoku suggested. Thus, the group had no choice but to proceed as such. As dawn broke, the battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the aberrants reached a new crescendo. During the night, those aberrants transformed by the upper moons had received orders to disperse and wreak havoc. Yet, lacking specific targets, the mindless aberrants wandered aimlessly like headless flies. As day broke, humanity began to labor, and society resumed its function. Upon witnessing living beings in motion, the aberrants began to take action. After daybreak, Takahiro Fujiwara's Tsujikage returned, and he received new mission directives. Unafraid of sunlight, the insect demons capable of appearing during the day were nearby, requiring swift support. Having encountered the lower moon 6 the previous night, Tsujikage had not dispatched a mission for Takahiro during the nighttime battle. Upon seeing him seemingly revitalized this morning, he assigned him local tasks. Jurikura-senpai, I need to carry out my mission. You may rest at the Fuji household for now. Someone from the hidden forces should be along to fetch you shortly, Takahiro Fujiwara proclaimed. Last night, he had clarified with Mihawk that he had reported Mihawk's information to the Lord, and Tsujikage brought back news that the Lord wished to meet him. If there is no rush, I would like to witness the demons you speak of. A demon that can appear during the day seems to defy logic. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Upon arriving in the new world, Mihawk too wished to experience more. Is that acceptable? I wouldn't want to trouble you, he inquired. Having witnessed Mihawk's formidable prowess, Takahiro was certainly willing to accompany him. As this was a form of assurance, rest assured, let us go. Which way? As Mihawk spoke, he took the initiative to follow. Takahiro then effortlessly directed Tsujikage, leaving behind a letter for the owner of the Fuji household, requesting that it be delivered to him upon the arrival of the hidden forces. The distance to the new mission was not far. Tsujikage guided the two, and within 5 kilometers, they had already spotted their target. 2 primary aberrants. Of course, Mihawk recognized such entities. Indeed, they were insect demons unafraid of sunlight. Senpai, I'm going in. Water breathing, first form. Water surface / An ordinary swordsman utilizes sword forms one after another. An experienced swordsman selects the appropriate sword form based on the situation. A seasoned swordsman can employ suitable sword forms to attack and strategize, creating a combat rhythm and environment favorable to themselves. Takahiro Fujiwara was merely an ordinary swordsman. Upon encountering an enemy, he charged in recklessly. If he could overpower the enemy, that would be splendid. If not, he would seek another opportunity to charge again, until one side lost its combat capability. Mihawk severed the limbs of one primary aberrant with a single stroke, leaving the other for Takahiro to hone his skills. Observing from the sidelines, Mihawk noted that neither of the aberrants possessed the abilities of a devil fruit. Though curious, he did not delve deeper. As this was not the moment for such inquiries, Takahiro wielded his sword, circling the primary aberrant, employing the 4 sword forms of water breathing he had learned repeatedly: water surface / water wheel, flowing dance, striking tide. Yet his power ultimately fell short. He could inflict wounds upon the aberrant, but could not deliver a fatal blow. After an intense flurry of attacks, Takahiro finally found himself exhausted. Mihawk swiftly decapitated the 2 aberrants with 2 strikes. These 2 are not demons. They did not heal after being injured, Mihawk remarked. Perhaps it is due to their ability to withstand sunlight that they have undergone such changes, Takahiro suggested, seeing his conviction. Mihawk decided against correcting their assumptions. Aberrants without the powers of devil fruits posed a challenge that these swordsmen wielding breathing techniques could contend with. On the other side, at Mount Spider, upon confirming that the lower moon 5 had lost its intellect, the remaining lesser demons fled the mountain. Shanks traversed directly, climbing mountains and crossing rivers, and after a night's journey, he finally emerged from the range, arriving at the foot of Mount Spider. The day had brightened, and all the lesser demons had long since fled under the cover of night. With no place left to seek refuge, Shanks continued forward. However, as he advanced, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle emanating from the dense forest. Activating his observation haki, he witnessed two young women besieging a bizarre creature resembling a spider monster. Scattered around were numerous corpses. All these bodies belonged to humans. On the battlefield, the two young women found themselves at a disadvantage. Shanks rushed to the scene. The two girls, one with pink hair tinged with green at the tips, and the other with black hair adorned with butterfly clips, were engaged in a fierce struggle. The ground was littered with webs, and felled trees alongside what remained of human corpses had been reduced to mesh-like fragments. Why are there civilians here? Hey, you need to leave. This is no place for you to spectate. While fending off the advanced spider aberrant, the two girls warned Shanks. The battle was characterized by swift and agile attacks, yet the wounds inflicted by the two young women upon the demon healed almost instantaneously. Unfazed by sunlight, the wounds could mend rapidly, rendering these opponents terrifying. Thank you very much. In that case, I shall assist as well. When it comes to combat, my abilities are quite formidable, Shanks declared, drawing his evolved griffin. In a flash, he stood before the lower moon 5 with swift cuts forming a web of blades. The lower moon 5 became a lamb awaiting slaughter beneath Shanks' formidable swordsmanship and combat prowess. Leaving the two young women in awe, before Shanks could relax, the flesh on the ground began to meld together, rapidly completing its regeneration. What is this? Shanks pondered in confusion. He could discern the aberrant traits of this creature. Yet aberrants did not possess such regenerative capabilities, nor did devil fruit powers exhibit this trait. Observing further, this demon or aberrant seemed to possess only spider-related devil fruit abilities, revealing no other capabilities. This is a demon. Demons possess the innate ability to recover swiftly. He noted the creature's number, identifying it as lower moon 5. A typical demon would succumb to sunlight, as well as be restrained by the Nicarin blade and wisteria poison. Yet, at Mount Spider, Shanks dispatched lower moon 5 with a single strike. Could you share some insights regarding demons? Shanks inquired, not directly exposing the truth, but seeking relevant intelligence. Senpai, you are unaware. You are such a powerful swordsman. The pink-haired girl tilted her head in bewilderment. Faced with this question, Shanks had little to say. The two then introduced themselves. The pink-haired girl was Mitsuri Kanroji, and the black-haired girl was Shinobu Kocho. They proceeded to enlighten Shanks about the dangers posed by demons and the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Though the world has changed, the sorrow remains unchanged, Shanks reflected with a sigh. Such beings, perhaps once demons, now bore little resemblance to them. After his musings, Shanks sheathed his sword and remarked, "What?" The girls exclaimed in astonishment. In simple terms, that demon has been transformed into an aberrant, a completely different kind of being. Shanks elucidated, "Aberrant? What is that?" The youthful girl, with wide, questioning eyes, was filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, in Infinite City, Muzan Kabutsuji, terrified by Sakazuki, was venting his frustrations. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" he screamed, cursing with each utterance followed by a punch. A kick, unleashing energy blasts that ravaged the surroundings. Who are these people? Where did they come from? Muzan clutched his head, biting his nails, completely devoid of the demeanor expected of a superior being. Although he may have never possessed such an attribute, yet he had at least managed to maintain his composure before. Now, upon encountering them, before any combat could ensue, he was scared away, a humiliation that surpassed even the time he was cut into over 1,000 pieces and fled. "Naki, summon the upper moons," Muzan commanded. He was not a solitary demon. If he sought information, he could simply dispatch his subordinates to gather it. Moreover, now that his greatest desire, to see the sunlight, had been fulfilled, everything else paled in comparison. He would first send his upper moons to investigate. If they turned out to be mere facades, he would seek vengeance. If they proved formidable, he would retreat. After all, he was an immortal demon. Now, he had completely shed his weakness of avoiding sunlight and his insatiable craving for human flesh. He could easily hide away for 100 or 80 years, and those old geezers would have long forgotten where they were buried. Naki's summons brought 6 upper moons to Infinite City without delay. My lord. The 6 demons knelt in reverence to go to Tokyo and investigate what these individuals are truly up to. Muzan wasted no time, issuing his orders directly while transmitting the images through the blood of demons. Yes, the 6 demons responded promptly, and under Muzan's direction, Naki transported them straight to Tokyo. At that very moment, a naval delegation arrived at the National Assembly building. Upon reaching the entrance, they sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere was tense, rife with an air of severity. Moreover, among the fully armed troops, there was a squad equipped with powerful longbows. From these individuals, they could perceive an entirely different aura. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, they chose to approach the National Assembly openly. This group of towering figures, each over 2 meters tall and dwarfing the guards by at least half, approached the heavily fortified establishment. The sentries immediately shouted warnings to halt their advance. This also drew the attention of guards from other directions. Sengoku and his companions pressed forward. Halt! You are not permitted to advance any further. Otherwise, we will have the right to shoot you. The guard captain bellowed as the group drew closer to the entrance. All the soldiers aimed their firearms at them, clearly displaying their threat. We wish to see your government leaders. It is imperative, as it concerns the survival of all in this world, Sengoku declared, prompting everyone to come to a standstill. The impending threat of the underworld was indeed a matter of great significance. To minimize complications, his voice carried a soothing undertone. The guard captain promptly decided to report up the chain. As the captain of the guards, his first-hand report would undoubtedly be taken seriously, especially at this critical juncture. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged. Upon first encountering Sengoku and the others, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and approached them. Pleased to meet you for the first time. I am Seiji Ito, Secretary of the Cabinet Secretariat. May I ask who you are and what information you wish to convey? After apologizing, he added, regrettably, the National Assembly has just been attacked, so you must temporarily converse with me. Seiji Ito bowed several times to Sengoku and the others, demonstrating his complete respect that a unique force is wreaking irreversible havoc on the world. We require the government's assistance to impart a method to save as many lives as possible. Sengoku asserted he was, of course, referring to the threat posed by the underworld. When the underworld descended upon this realm, it was destined to fall. However, the experiences brought back by the void could enhance the chances of surviving such a transformation. Hold fast to your beliefs, retain your consciousness, and become the sovereign. Our group serves as a tangible template. Yet, regrettably, perhaps due to an underlying desire to flee, one individual had failed during the transformation process. Nonetheless, Sengoku's words conveyed a different meaning to Seiji as a member of the Cabinet Secretariat. He was well aware of the nation's secrets. While they had prepared extensively to combat demons, the appearance of capable individuals seeking their assistance was not something they would dismiss. However, their abilities and intentions required verification. We have never turned away capable individuals who serve the nation and its people. However, can you substantiate your abilities? Seiji Ito inquired. Standing beside him, Kazan and Sakazuki stepped forward. One unleashing ice and the other magma. The ground froze, and the guards at the entrance found their feet encased in ice. As the magma struck the earth, it created a large crater. Cold and heat collided, leaving Seiji Ito and the nearby guards utterly intimidated. Such power, if unleashed, would be insurmountable. Seiji quickly requested the two to retract their might, and they proceeded into the National Assembly. Simultaneously, the 6 upper moons dispatched by Muzan Kibutsuji appeared on the streets of Tokyo. They materialized abruptly, and each bore a peculiar and grotesque appearance. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of passers-by, the demons did not opt for a conventional approach in their search for information. Hey, has anyone seen a group of 6 old men accompanied by an elderly woman? Which way did they go? Hantanga bellowed loudly to those around him. His inherent timidity was overwhelmed, merging all emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and hatred into one. Close to him stood Upper Moon 6, Daki, and Jutaro. Unlike Hantengu, they were siblings, 2 individuals. However, Jutaro typically concealed himself within Daki's form. When the fruit of the underworld transformed Daki the previous night, the agony of the 2 demons overlapped. causing Jotaro to attempt to extricate himself from Daki's body. Yet, halfway through, he discovered he could not fully detach. Perhaps this resulted in their duality. Daki became the mindless one, while Jotaro retained his intellect, forced to merge within Daki's body, transforming into a monstrous being with 2 heads and 4 arms. Back to back, on the streets, witnessing this grotesque assembly, the citizens were already on edge, but the fearsome demon's roar only quickened their pace, causing some to turn and flee, unwilling to let the civilians escape without answers. Hantengu seized one attempting to run away, repeating his earlier query, "Did you see which way the group of 6 old men accompanied by an elderly woman went?" Although some of them were not quite old. Having witnessed numerous youthful demon slayers, those in their 30s could readily be deemed elderly. "Please spare me. I don't know. I have no idea." The captured individual frantically waved his hands, pleading for mercy, his voice trembling in fear. With no answers forthcoming, Hantengu tightened his grip, crushing the man's skull. Licking the blood from his hands with a look of distaste, he turned to grasp another, still asking the same question. Nearby, "Is it really acceptable for him to wreak such havoc?" Takedo questioned, covering his mouth with a fan as he chuckled. "This is art. Cruel art. Bloodthirsty art. I want to try it too," the timid Tamayo exclaimed before darting off in another direction. Likewise, seizing a passerby to interrogate. If they received no answers, they would kill, then capture another. After 2 demons had slaughtered a dozen individuals, a resident hiding behind a window called out, pointing in a direction. Those 7 went towards the center. Hearing this, Hantengu raised a hand, unleashing a tremendous gust that obliterated the building and everything along that line for a great distance. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" At that moment, dozens of law enforcement officers arrived, blowing whistles and shouting for them to halt, demanding their surrender. "Really, we were just about to leave. Fish slaughter 1,000. Tamayo remarked lazily, raising his hand to unleash his blood demon art. A vessel appeared in his hand, summoning several goldfish. These fish spewed toxic needles from their mouths, piercing the bodies of the law enforcement officers. Under attack, the officers quickly retaliated, firing their weapons and launching signal flares for backup. "Don't waste time." The somber voice of Hei Si-mu resonated, before he turned to walk towards the heart of Tokyo. Upon hearing this voice, Yuhu experienced a fleeting moment of tension, which was quickly replaced by relaxation. Simultaneously, Han Tiango let out a cold snort, directing his gaze towards the approaching officer. The sonic cannon unleashed destruction upon the entire street. By the time the officer arrived, everything ahead had already been obliterated. As 6 demons advanced together towards the center, everyone in their path was advised to flee as far as possible. During this time, swordsmen from various locations gradually congregated in 6 specific areas, which were the strongholds of the 6 upper moons. After witnessing the resolute determination of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mihawk and Shanks began to earnestly lend their assistance. With ease, the 2 of them dealt with these novice aberrants without breaking a sweat. Upon resolving one location, Sujikuni Yuruchi led them to the next. This relentless campaign across 1,000 miles was accomplished in a single day, thanks to Shanks and Mihawk being able to keep pace with the fully powered Sujikuni Yuruchi. The 2 who finally met were somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, Sujikuni Yuruchi conveyed a new command, as the Lord desired to meet the 2 formidable swordsmen. "Well, since we have been troubled with nowhere to go, let us go together. Mihawk, how about you joining us? I received the invitation even earlier than you." At this moment, due to the urgency of their journey, both had already left behind Fujiwara Hiro and Kanroji Mitsuri, along with Kochu Shinobu. Upon learning that a blindfold would be necessary to approach the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and that they would need to be carried, both expressed their refusal. "We possess a certain skill that allows us to observe everything around us, even without sight, sound, or smell. Therefore, if the location of the headquarters cannot be disclosed, we fear we must refrain from intruding." Shanks lamented. In response, the indecisive members of the Demon Slayer Corps could only ask Sujikuni Yuruchi to report back, seeking confirmation from the Lord. In Tokyo, the 6 demons relentlessly sought the whereabouts of the naval personnel, gradually closing in on the National Diet building. Their actions, which could not be halted by ordinary officers or military forces outside, eventually reached the ears of the cabinet. Upon hearing that the demons were searching for a peculiar combination of 6 old men and an old woman, the cabinet members cast narrowed eyes at Sengoku and his companions. "They seek us?" Sengoku and the others were baffled. Having just arrived in this new world, they had yet to do anything that could attract enemies. Could it be that one of the monsters they vanquished on their way here had sought help? Kazan speculated. Since they are here to find us, we shall take responsibility for this matter. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Sakazuki leaped out of the window, with Kazan following closely behind, activating his observation haki. He easily located the center of the chaos. Descending from the skies, magma erupted, and each of the 6 demons was accounted for. Are you the ones searching for us? Sakazuki landed squarely amidst the 6 demons, boldly demanding answers. At the same moment, Sakazuki unleashed his magma attack. Ice walls enveloped the battlefield. Honestly, when fighting in the city, one should consider the civilians. Kazan stood atop the ice wall, voicing his complaint. TCH, better to perish sooner than to endure the ensuing suffering. Sakazuki retorted indifferently. Faced with his 6 magma punches, the 6 demons unleashed their own formidable techniques. Breath of the Moon, 6th form. Eternal Nights, Solitary Moon. Blood Demon Art, Frigid White Princess. Destruction Kill, Chaos Style. Blood Demon Art, Soundless Thunder Wave. Blood Demon Art, Divine Super Hardening. Bone Piercing Hell. Countless metallic spikes surged from various angles, piercing towards the 6 demons. This maneuver was merely to force those among them capable of area attacks to cease their actions. Then, the blossoming Cutting Shadow, a hand born from the powers of the Hana no Mi, could easily sever the shadows of the 6 demons. Subsequently, the flowered hand dragged away their shadows, and under the sunlight, they vanished into ashes, as if they were remnants of a past that could not withstand the light. Kibutsuji Musen, hidden within Infinity Castle, observed everything that the 6 demons could see through the connection of Blood Demon Art. That series of attacks, those inexplicable abilities, after repeatedly reflecting on every detail of the battlefield. Musen finally understood. If nothing unexpected occurred, the 6 demons would perish due to their shadows being seized and exposed to the sun. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Who are these accursed beings? Why have I never heard of them before? Kibutsuji Musen stood at the center platform of Infinity Castle, venting his frustrations once more. Facing these individuals, Kibutsuji Musen prepared to conceal himself. In Tokyo, after the resolution of the 6 demons, the ice walls dissipated, and both Kazan and Sakazuki returned to the cabinet hall. It seems the matter has been resolved, Sengoku declared. You two managed to eliminate all 6 upper moons. The cabinet members were incredulous by the time the news reached them. A dedicated observer had already used a telescope to discern the characters within the eyes of the 6 demons. Even transformed into aberrants, the numbers in their eyes remained merely a bunch of useless beings, effortlessly dealt with. Even one person could accomplish this, Sakazuki scoffed. Regardless of his words, the results were undeniable. The two had eliminated all 6 upper moons, and that was a fact. Previously somewhat neglectful, the cabinet members who had kept them waiting immediately changed their demeanor. Please, take a seat. After inviting them to sit, they offered refreshments. Now, esteemed guests, what brings you here? An official inquired. The world is on the brink of destruction. What? The officials expressed astonishment, considering that if it was demons, even 6 upper moons combined would hardly stand a chance against them. Surely even the Demon King would be but a minor nuisance. Why then declare that the world is to be destroyed? The demons are indeed insignificant, but this world has caught the attention of a far more terrifying existence, Sengoku asserted. What? The officials were perplexed, doubting the gravity of Sengoku's words, pondering if he was peddling some doctrine. If we are to speak of doctrine, it is to have unwavering faith in oneself, to uphold a singular belief. I understand that what I am saying may seem utterly absurd to you, but I implore you to spread this message. When the aberration arrives, hold steadfast to one singular, unwavering belief, unshakable. This is our counsel to you, Sengoku stated solemnly. Having said this, Sengoku and his companions prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Are you all ready to leave? It would be best to stay a while longer. The matter of the world's destruction is simply too astonishing for us to comprehend, and we need some time to adjust. Furthermore, you did not come solely to deliver a couple of warnings, did you? If there are any requests, please feel free to speak candidly. We can also engage in mutual benefit. An official stood, urging them to remain. The power capable of overwhelming 6 upper moons is undoubtedly something they would seek to covet, much like the breathing techniques created by Kageyama Yorichi in the past. Ultimately, an agreement was reached, as the naval group exchanged 6 techniques for the opportunity to visit the Imperial Library and read. On the other side, in Yamanashi, Kaido was establishing a cult of personality. In the previous world, Onigashima and Wano had been annihilated by Big Mom, and Whole Cake Island had fallen to Hades' underworld. All his subordinates had transformed into the last beasts at the moment the world collapsed. This time, if he first used Big Mom's abilities to create intelligent aberrants, then when the world collapses, these loyal followers to him would become his most steadfast disciples. After all, he was the one who saved them before the world's demise. However, the officials expelled from Yamanashi did not share this view. The officials were barred from the government by Kaido and blocked by his followers at the door, dozens of aberrant followers, who retained their intelligence by extracting souls. Easily withstood blades and clubs with their formidable aberrant bodies. Even firearms could not harm them. Kaido, through soul interrogation, determined the steadfastness of his followers' beliefs, subsequently deciding how to treat them after bestowing the underworld fruit. Those with unwavering faith would be transformed into aberrants capable of retaining their wisdom, becoming his divine messengers. Those with slight faith would be treated as ordinary followers. Those who held no belief but remained respectful would be allowed to continue their lives as usual. As for those who completely disbelieved, even opposing him, they would naturally become his targets for extermination, especially those officials. The ruthless pirates emerging from the pirate world were not known for their mercy. When they clearly expressed their intent to gather an army to eradicate them, Kaido dispatched his divine messengers to attack. The officials and soldiers were ultimately annihilated. Yamanashi became Kaido's exclusive base. The esteemed members of the Kamado family, having received permission, were escorted to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps alongside Mihawk and Shanks. Upon confirming that the two possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive their surroundings without the use of sight, smell, or hearing, the members of the covert unit refrained from blindfolding or muffling them. Thus, they were graciously led to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, where they had the privilege of meeting Kamado and the esteemed Hashira. The present Hashira included Rengoku Kaijiro, Iguro Abanai, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Tomioka Ju, Yuzui Tenjin, Takedo Michiro, and Kocho Shinobu, with the remarkable Michiro having ascended to the rank of Hashira merely 2 months after wielding a sword. Following the tragic demise of her sister at the hands of a demon, Shinobu intensified her efforts in demon slaying and research, ultimately earning her place among the Hashira's for Kenroji Mitsuri. Under the tutelage of the flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijiro, she has developed her own unique breathing technique. Once her technique is fully refined, she will ascend to the rank of Hashira as well. After all, the current flame Hashira is Kaijiro, and it is temporarily impossible for her to claim that title until her breathing technique is perfected. In the living room, Kamado, surrounded by the 8 Hashira and Mihawk and Shanks, addressed them. I sincerely apologize, my esteemed guests, for my frail condition that prevents me from greeting you properly. I am Kamado, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, leaning slightly with the aid of his wife. Amani, his voice, rhythm, and demeanor exuded an extraordinary quality that profoundly impacted Shanks and Mihawk, leaving them in awe of the headquarters and its inhabitants. They felt an overwhelming sense of duty to offer any assistance within their capacity. Believing that these individuals could withstand the harsh truths that lay ahead, if I were to say that this world is on the brink of destruction, what would you do? Shanks inquired solemnly. Destruction of the world? Demons? They lack the capability, Yuzui Tenjin replied. While they did not dismiss the notion raised by a formidable adversary, convincing them remained a challenge, not demons from your realm, but invaders from another. Shanks clarified. Invaders from another realm? I recall you mentioning this before, Shinobu interjected. Indeed, those monsters that can still move in sunlight are not purely demons. They are transformed invaders, with many being ordinary humans who have undergone this transformation. What exactly are these invaders? Rengoku asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. In simple terms, they are intruders from another world. However, aside from their immunity to sunlight and heightened defenses, they do not seem particularly strong. Do not underestimate them. This is merely the initial stage. In fact, we are also beings from another world, our own having perished at their hands. Shanks revealed the harsh truth. What? How is that possible? The astonished Hashira exclaimed. Having witnessed the might of Shanks and Mihawk firsthand, that if they cannot defend their own world, How could they possibly resist an invasion from another? Shanks lamented, his tone steeped in sorrow, evoking tears from those who listened. As he spoke, memories of Captain Roger and their struggles for the hope of the world flooded his mind, all of which seemed in vain. Subsequently, Shanks opened a portal revealing a vibrant forest. Controlling a vine to extend into it, the invaders are transformed by consuming a specific fruit. The outcomes of consuming this fruit can vary. Shanks proceeded to share the intelligence they had gathered. You all possess great compassion and a spirit of sacrifice. Therefore, regardless of whether the world can be saved, I implore you to retain your wisdom in the face of impending doom, Shanks urged gravely. At that moment, a flock of crows returned to the headquarters, delivering urgent news. A significant number of insect demons had gathered in Yamanashi Prefecture, organizing against the government forces. The insect demons must be the lower-tier invaders we encountered earlier. Shanks deduced. Their organization and rapid adaptation suggest they are not from your world. He added, exasperated, if they are not from this world, they must be from the previous one. Most likely, Kaido, although this matter directly involved the authorities. It was still connected to demons and invaders, necessitating the involvement of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoya Kamadu remarked, acknowledging their unavoidable duty. Shanks and Mihawk naturally joined this endeavor, for without their presence, the others would stand no chance against Kaido. This operation, led by the Hashira with Shanks and Mihawk accompanying them, progressed swiftly. Before nightfall, they arrived in Yamanashi, where many of the demon slayers who had previously provided support had already perished, for the lower-tier invaders with normal cognitive abilities. The weaker swordsmen stood little chance of victory. Upon their arrival, Shanks and Mihawk recognized that the orchestrators of this chaos were undoubtedly Kaido, while the Hashira might barely manage to contend with these ordinary invaders lacking devil fruit powers. The presence of sentient invaders posed a moral dilemma for them. Hence, Shanks decided to take direct action, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, causing all the invaders to collapse in an instant. What kind of power is this? The Hashira gasped in astonishment. This is Conqueror's Haki. A vast disparity in strength can render one incapacitated in an instant, Mihawk explained from behind. Subsequently, Mihawk opened a portal and dispatched the defeated invaders to the realm of Helheim. This transformation was irreversible. Simultaneously, Shanks made his way towards the Yamanashi government building. As he entered, he immediately spotted Kaido seated regally in the hall. Shanks, care to join me in forming a new pirate crew through this unique method? Kaido proposed with a grin. Such efforts are futile. No matter what you do, you cannot defy that individual. Shanks retorted. Defy? Why resist? With the unparalleled ship of Helheim, we can explore countless new worlds. The true new world. An alternate realm. We can witness more landscapes and powerful beings. What could be better? Moreover, that individual has never imposed any demands on us. A pirate crew that can traverse numerous alternate realms is true freedom. Kaido exclaimed with fervor, reminiscent of his devout followers. Perhaps you are right. If one cannot resist, they must learn to savor life. Yet, I remain unwilling to concede. Shanks replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Kaido's ability to let go stemmed from his relative disregard for his subordinates, many of whom had perished at Big Mom's hands. Shanks, however, had witnessed the fates of his crew members, having been tricked by Eustace to kill the celestial dragons. Comparatively, only a few principled Navy admirals could rival his sentiments. Do you wish to aid those commoners? You can stop me now, but can you ultimately stop him? If I intervene now, I can allow them to retain their consciousness, but in the end, they will all become beasts. Kaido remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, when the disparity in strength is minimal, stopping someone requires either persuasion or constant vigilance. However, it was evident that Shanks could neither persuade Kaido nor afford the luxury of remaining by his side. At the very least, I hope to minimize unnecessary casualties among innocent people. After all, they have little time left. I want them to live well in their final moments, Shanks declared, after 2 arduous days of travel. The young man finally arrived at the foot of the narrow Mist Mountain. After overcoming various obstacles, he successfully took the esteemed Shinobu Kanamori as his teacher, embarking on the harrowing trials that Tanjiro Kamadu had endured in the narrative. As the 12 Kozuki fell one after another, the Demon King Muzan retreated into the shadows, with the Demon Slayer Corps and the Empire mounting a concerted effort to hunt him down. And with Shanks and Mihawk offering their assistance as needed, the ever-dwindling number of malevolent demons was gradually eradicated. the first batch of otherworldly beings was either slain or transported to the realm of Hades. Once all was accomplished, the world seemed to bask in a newfound clarity. Meanwhile, with the gates to the world finally opened, Yasid, who had come to the realization that he was merely a humble laborer, felt it was time to indulge in life's pleasures. After scattering 10,000 fruits randomly across the globe, he turned and returned to the Republic of Shinjo. The affairs in Japan were no longer of consequence. Muzan Kibutsuji had become an otherworldly entity, and several sovereign-level beings from the pirate world were actively stirring the pot, signaling a rapid progression. Most importantly, he had acquired all the breathing techniques for cultivation. Now, he sought the treasures of Shinjo, be it the classics of the three teachings or the various martial arts. All were within his sights, from the samurai society to Wudong and Shaolin, from prestigious sects to humble households. The martial world is a circle. While the saying that one can know the entire world through three people may not hold true in later times, it certainly applies within the realm of martial arts. Through three sects, one could gather knowledge of the entire martial world. In Japan, amidst the nameless wilderness, the young Tanjiro Kamado, having become the pillar of his family at such a tender age, would daily venture into the mountains to chop wood, turning it into charcoal to sell in town. One day, as he was diligently at work, something suddenly fell from the sky, striking his head before landing on the ground. Upon looking down, he discovered it was a fruit. The innocent and naive Tanjiro's first reaction was one of surprise, followed by the thought of bringing it home to confirm with his parents whether it was edible, and then sharing it with his younger siblings. Having lived in the mountains for so long, he understood some basic rules. Not everything could simply be eaten without caution. Moreover, this fruit did not resemble anything from the vicinity. He had never seen it before and suspected it might have fallen from the talons of a bird soaring above. Or perhaps it was discarded by some creature in the mountains. He carefully tucked the fruit away and continued to gather wood, only returning home once he reached his carrying capacity. Upon arriving home, he immediately presented the fruit to his father for identification. That I've never seen such a fruit. Is it from this mountain? The frail Tanjiro Kamado could not provide a definitive answer, each word seeming to drain his energy. If you don't recognize it, it's best not to eat it. Then I shall dispose of it, Tanjiro said regretfully, reaching to take the fruit back from his father. What? What are you going to throw away? The young Amo rushed in, having caught wind of the commotion. Along with him were Takeo, Nezuko, and Hanako, all of them fixated on the fruit in Tanjiro's hands. What is this? Amo asked, leaping into the frail Tanjiro's embrace. Pointing at the fruit. I found this fruit in the mountains, but I don't know if it's poisonous or edible, so I brought it back to ask father, but father doesn't recognize it either. So I plan to throw it away. Tanjiro explained, holding the fruit in his hands. The eldest son, Tanjiro had taken on the family's livelihood since the day his father became too weak to stand. Their household was now precariously balanced, unable to withstand any further misfortune. Thus, even though he knew his younger siblings yearned for a taste, he could not acquiesce. They simply could not afford to gamble. Living in the mountains, any unfamiliar wild fruit or vegetable posed a gamble. Unless in dire straits, one should never risk their life on the unknown. Faced with the pleading eyes of his siblings, Tanjiro felt a pang of anguish. Tanjiro, give it to me. Tanjiro Kamado spoke up. Father? Tanjiro exclaimed, eyes wide in shock at his father. You mentioned that this fruit might have fallen from a bird in the sky. If animals can consume it, then so can humans, regardless of whether it is edible. I shall try it and find out. Tanjiro's father reassured his eldest son. Father, we should discard this mysterious wild fruit. Nezuko, the eldest daughter, chimed in, carrying the recently born Roka while holding on to Amo and Hanako. She sensed the restlessness of her siblings, which made her uneasy. Meanwhile, the second son, Takeo, felt the desire as well, but being older, he exercised some restraint, even as he swallowed hard without speaking. Let our ineffectual father be the one to try it. At least if their essay result, we'll know how to handle similar occurrences in the future. Tanjiro Kamado took the fruit from Tanjiro's hands, speaking as he struggled to peel away a portion of the skin before placing a piece into his mouth. The entire process was so swift that Tanjiro barely had time to react. Having trained in the dance of the sun for decades, even in weakness, a sudden burst of energy allowed him to easily handle a child. However, upon tasting the fruit's flesh, Tanjiro Kamado found himself uncontrollably wanting more. Just a little more, With trembling hands, he cradled the fruit, his body shaking. Father? Father? Tanjiro and Nezuko were the first to notice something amiss, rushing forward to call out. Tanjiro, Nezuko, quickly pull them away, he shouted, squeezing the fruit in his mouth, causing the flesh to explode from the skin. What on earth? What is happening? Don't upset father. He needs to rest. Their mother, Aoi, heard the commotion from outside and rushed in. Inside, the flying fruit flesh caught the attention of Takeo, Amo, and Hanako, their eyes following its movement as they reached out to catch it. Tanjiro, stop your siblings. Feeling something was wrong within him, Tanjiro Kamado urgently called out to Tanjiro, then with all his might, leaped from his bed, catching the flying fruit in his mouth, before grabbing the ceremonial sword hanging on the wall and leaping out of the window, crashing through it. Tanjiro immediately gave chase. Aoi entered the room to find the chaos and the broken window. Bewildered, what has happened? Why is it like this? Mother, just watch, Tanjiro shouted as he ran into a clearing in the woods, the fruit in his mouth having been swallowed whole without him realizing, in front of the pursuing Tanjiro. He began to perform the fire god dance, again and again. It continued, relentless and unceasing. Father, father, Tanjiro wanted to intervene but was ruthlessly hurled aside, tumbling to the ground and rolling until he collided with a tree. Father, please stop. Your body can't handle this. As he spoke, Tanjiro coughed up blood, or rather, it could be said he merely coughed blood. Nezuko hurriedly helped her older brother to his feet. Yet, as the two prepared to intervene, flames suddenly erupted around their father, preventing them from getting close, leaving them to shout from a distance. Before long, Aoi returned with Takeo, Amo, Hanako, and Rokada. Upon witnessing Tanjiro Kamado engulfed in flames, they were equally astonished. After years of marriage, it was the first time they beheld Tanjiro's overwhelming power. The extraordinary ability surged forth. The dance continued. Once, 10 times, 100 times, until it reached countless repetitions. Finally, a transformation occurred within Tanjiro. At that moment, he was no longer merely a man, but had morphed into a peculiar figure, adorned in fiery armor, appearing strikingly valiant, akin to a warrior of the gods. Yet, Tanjiro's movements showed no sign of ceasing. What is this? Tanjiro exclaimed in astonishment. However, no one around could provide an answer. The family watched, calling out, until Amo and Hanako could no longer bear their hunger, and Rokuta cried out in distress, prompting Aoi to lead the children home. While Tanjiro insisted on staying behind to guard, hours passed, the sun setting in the west, during which Nezuko brought him food, only to return to collect the dishes, before coming back again, within the confines of the household. The mother and several other children naturally bore their concerns for the well-being of their siblings and father. Yet, despite their collective vigil, their presence proved futile. The youngest child could not remain outdoors for prolonged periods, nor could he be left alone at home. Thus, they could only stay together with the smaller children, uplifting one another and offering mutual support, as if their shared sentiments could convey the strength of longing to Tanjiro. At the very moment the sun's last rays began to fade, the place where Tanjiro stood seemed as though the sun had descended to the earth. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted, a fierce gust of wind propelling Tanjiro and Nezuko several dozen meters away. Flames ignited all around, consuming the nearby trees, and then a beam of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds with its majesty. Father! Tanjiro struggled to rise from the ground, still calling out for his father. Abruptly, his vision blurred, and a figure materialized before him. It was the transformed Tanjiro. Father! Tanjiro gazed up at the altered silhouette, yet he knew that within this unique form resided his father. The sound of this call. Tanjiro reverted to his original state, his body no longer frail but restored to the vigor of his youth. Tanjiro, Nezuko, I am sorry. I have returned. Father! Tanjiro embraced his two children tightly before making his way home. Meanwhile, in the mountains, a sudden surge of power erupted, prompting the patrolling demon slayer Murata to hasten toward the source of the energy. The emergence of such formidable power could only signify a fierce battle was underway. The intense and searing aura rivaled that of the flame Hashira. Murata mused that perhaps the former flame Hashira had encountered a powerful demon. As he ran deeper into the mountains, his crow, guided by his commands, stood ready to return for assistance. In the mountains, the rejuvenated Tanjiro cradled his children as they returned home, and upon witnessing this scene, Aoi could hardly contain her joy, tears streaming down her face. The entire family embraced one another, holding tight for several minutes before finally releasing one another. Tanjiro, what has happened? Aoi inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon seeing Tanjiro's restored, even more robust physique. It is the fruit that Tanjiro brought back. That fruit possesses a certain allure. Moreover, it contains an immense energy that, once consumed, not only transforms a person's physical constitution, but also directly impacts one's consciousness. If one cannot withstand the onslaught of that power, there is a significant risk of becoming a simpleton. That is why I initially performed the Kagura dance, to release as much energy as possible while striving to maintain my awareness, Tanjiro explained. This is truly wonderful. Father's return is a blessing indeed. The family rejoiced in tears. Without the fruit's seductive influence at play, the atmosphere within the household was warm and harmonious, with the children devoid of any thoughts of resentment over not being the ones to consume the fruit. After dinner, Tanjiro proposed that everyone, except for the incapacitated Rokata, should learn the Kagura dance of the fire god. Whether for physical fortification or to temper one's will, it was an excellent method. Furthermore, after undergoing this transformation, he sensed a connection to another realm. If they could seize upon this connection, it could open a passageway into another world. After personally supervising the children and his wife as they practiced the Kagura dance, the family washed up and returned home, preparing for sleep. Once everyone was asleep, Tanjiro quietly slipped outside, and after some attunement, he opened the passageway, revealing a forest abundant with fruits. However, based on his personal experience, he dared not allow his children and wife to consume such fruits, at least not for now. At the very moment Tanjiro obtained the fruit, 1,000 fruits scattered across the globe, with most falling into bodies of water, particularly the seas. After all, over 70% of this planet's surface is covered in water. Shortly after submerging, these fruits were devoured by aquatic beings. These water-dwelling entities, innately drawn to water, would not venture ashore unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. The remaining fruits landed on land, scattered across various nations. Currently, all countries were undergoing a critical transitional phase, and perceptive individuals could foresee that within the next decade, the world would inevitably plunge into another global conflict. Consequently, nations with the capability were preparing for war, while those oblivious to the future indulged in their pleasures, regardless of the approach taken. It was the common people who ultimately bore the brunt of suffering, starving, shivering, and living in dilapidated homes with roofs that leaked rain. Faced with these otherworldly beings, even the most rudimentary ones, nations struggled to achieve victories. The otherworldly beings were impervious to blades and firearms. And to vanquish them, one would need to employ weapons of tremendous power. As for those advanced otherworldly beings endowed with innate abilities, while the weaponry might be sufficiently potent, the challenge lay in hitting the target. When the battlefield expanded, affecting urban areas, the resultant devastation would far exceed the current losses incurred by allowing these beings to roam freely. Thus, whether the eradication of these entities was necessary remained an open question. On another front, the encroachment of one world upon another was a contest of the essence and depth of existence. When one realm surpassed another in strength, a natural suppression ensued, the realm of Helheim. A world of devourers, after consuming the pirate world, dominated the competition of world origins, overshadowing the world of Demon Slayer. Following Eister's opening of multiple passageways, phenomena of spontaneous Helheim passageways began to emerge in the land of Japan, a focal point of the main storyline and a hub of numerous overlords. From this epicenter, the expansion continued outward, with the number of passageways steadily increasing, in the midst of Helheim's unrestrained development. Eister set aside everything, concealing his power, and arrived at the bustling metropolis of Shanghai during the Republic era, living incognito as a wealthy individual. What transpired specifically? That is the content of another narrative. The invincible overlord's daily life in the Demon City chronicles Eister's life, endowed with the ability to manipulate metal, which flourished in such an urban setting that as for the concealed Musen Kabutsuji, Eister simply sent him off to the west. Free from the interference of the Demon Slayer Corps or the crew from the pirate world, with a populous landscape and myriad nations, each a hindrance to the others, he found ample opportunity to carve out a new realm for himself. As time passed, the World War unexpectedly arrived a month early. Yet, The combatants were not the various nations of the world, but rather a coalition of Western countries battling an army of monsters, numerous otherworldly beings. Under Eister's urging, Muzan Kibutsuji's actions were anything but tardied in the slums. The Helheim fruits were scattered liberally, tossed about in the thousands, starving impoverished individuals, even witnessing those before them transforming into monsters, would not relinquish the fruits in their grasp due to overwhelming hunger. Moreover, under Muzan's control, the otherworldly beings did not contest the fruits with the impoverished. The rare advanced otherworldly beings were further granted demon blood by Muzan, resulting in their transformation into demons and subsequently into otherworldly beings. This interplay of power consistently ignited even greater sparks. Under his leadership, the ranks of his otherworldly beings swelled from thousands to tens of thousands, even into the hundreds of thousands. The congregation of such monstrous forces finally drew the attention and apprehension of various nations. However, initially, several countries adopted an indifferent attitude toward the sudden emergence of this monstrous army, considering it merely a successful bioweapon project from another nation. They even demanded that the opposing side disclose project details. As the monstrous army rampaged through the Western nations unabated, their numbers surged rapidly. It was only then that nations came to realize that these mysterious monsters were not mere trifles to be easily resolved. In a bid to curtail the movements of these otherworldly beings, countries formed a coalition to encircle the monstrous army. An unrelenting barrage of heavy firepower was unleashed upon the horde. Heavy machine guns, cannons, and artillery roared, sending shockwaves that not only invigorated the soldiers, but also stirred the otherworldly beings. Among the erupting otherworldly beings, the lesser ones ascended to feral states, even taking to the skies. While the advanced ones transformed into colossal, empowered forms, massive figures towering several meters surged through the ranks, rapidly breaching the lines. Additionally, those capable of flight and burrowing posed even greater challenges for the army. Following a single battle, the military forces of various nations suffered grievous losses. Even without an apocalyptic scenario, their capacity to instigate a global conflict a decade hence had been significantly diminished. Meanwhile, as the two forces clashed on the front lines, Muzan Kibutsuji turned his attention to the rear of various nations, delivering devastating strikes against their political centers. Emerging from the small realm of Japan, Muzan soon realized how vast the world truly was. An array of novel wonders, innovative technologies, ingenious torturous methods, and cunning schemes awaited him, concepts that had previously eluded his imagination. Undoubtedly, this is also due to his previous singular obsession with the azure-hued, which rendered him oblivious to other realms of knowledge. Now, in a state of relaxation, liberated from the pressures of existence, Muzan, under the duress of Euster, finds himself yearning to vent his frustrations in alternative manners. Thus, it explains why, during the execution of his expansionist endeavors, he not only displays exceptional enthusiasm but also exhibits a remarkable degree of initiative. He is merely seeking an outlet. In the Republic of China, following unexpected events on native soil, the foreign powers withdrew their stationed troops from various regions, leaving behind only a handful of elite forces and a multitude of merchants to pave the way for future actions. The departure of the foreign military instilled hope in the local warlords, prompting them to rise in rebellion. Without external pressure, internal chaos can escalate to unimaginable levels. It is akin to a so-called calamity. The group from the Warring States period is scouring the vicinity of Japan for ways to close the spontaneously appeared portals. After successfully deceiving Murata, who was searching for the cause of the mountain's restless energy, Tanjiro Kamado continues to lead an ordinary life with his family, much like any common person. The only distinction perhaps lies in the fact that the now stronger Tanjiro is able to venture into the mountains to hunt, occasionally treating his wife and children to a lavish feast of meat. In the West, the madness of Muzan Kibutsuji reigns supreme on the soil of the Divine Land. Euster assumes the role of this pivotal coordinate. Coupled with the portals opened by Euster in various perilous realms, the surreal scene of the Heimdall underworld suspended in the sky reappears. In Japan, the group from the Warring States, regarded as saviors, ultimately delivers a response of helplessness. In truth, the emergence of these portals foretells an inevitable demise for the world. In the Congressional Hall, Sora gazes up at the underworld forest of Heimdall hanging in the sky. Overwhelmed with emotion, Standing beside him are members of the Imperial Cabinet, several Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps, and Tanjiro Kamado, who has been recruited by the Seekers of Wisdom. Then let's obliterate it, declares the undying Kawamoto. That is an entire world. Can you truly shatter a mountain? Sakazuki interjects. Then let us continue chopping until it is obliterated. Ha! The youth is indeed spirited, Carp exclaims, laughing heartily. However, time is of the essence. Furthermore, you cannot simply obliterate the world. Must we expedite the transformation? It would at least preserve your consciousness, Dragon inquires, and oh need. If we cannot rely on ourselves to remain, then, within the Heimdall underworld, Euster consumes a new golden fruit. The power of this new fruit relates to rules akin to those of Hell. The upper pillar's sit-ups are entirely reliant on the collective cries of his family's souls. Ultimately, before the final assessment of his training, the ability to cleave through massive boulders also depends on the manifestation of the soul of the rabbit spirit. This illustrates that the world of Demon Slayer possesses not only unreasonable pharmaceutical technologies, but also mysterious powers related to the soul. However, compared to the creation of a demon king through a single drug, the mysterious powers of the soul are relatively feeble. The power of the golden fruit extracts and refines all the rules involved in the world, bestowing the purest of strengths for fusion. When combined with the various powers of devil fruits from the pirate world, it gives rise to a new infernal power. Indeed, the laws of the devil fruits have even evolved to develop a ghoul-like phantom beast form. Once immortality and strength are attained, there is no longer a need to worry about survival, and life seems to lose its purpose and direction. If there exists a new world, regardless of its nature, it must be indulged in. Euster muses to himself. Until a new objective is discovered in the Heimdall underworld, Euster's daily task is training the 6 styles and haki of the pirate world, the breathing techniques and martial arts of the Demon Slayer world. There are too many individual disciplines. It is cumbersome and must be integrated. At that moment, a new world platform arrives. Upon Euster's emergence, atop a towering mountain, a colossal orange nine-tailed fox is wreaking havoc upon everything beneath it with a single mouthful. A massive energy orb begins to coalesce, and in an instant, the entire position of the Nine Tails is shifted to a desolate forest outside the village. The tailed beast bomb is unleashed, soaring away from the village, carving a deep trench into the earth, even creating a significant breach in the mountains that a young man clad in a yellow robe, with golden hair, flits about beside the nine-tailed fox, relentlessly attacking it. On another mountaintop, an altar has been set up. At the center of the altar lies an infant, accompanied by a woman with red hair. Watergate. We are ready. Uzumaki Kushina calls out to the golden-haired youth. Following her call, the golden-haired youth begins to strategize for the impending actions. Atop the mountain, Euster observes the unfolding events. Is this the scene of Namikaze's Minato sealing the Nine Tails? Euster, having already gleaned some insights from previous scenes, now feels more assured of his deductions. Subsequently, Euster activates his observation haki to scan the surroundings. Aside from the Nine Tails, many ninjas are present, all maintaining peculiar jutsu, likely as a contingency against the potential failure of Minato's sealing. Simultaneously, some ninjas lurk in the shadows, silently observing, biding their time without any signs of intervention. The arrangement of the sealing array is likely the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the ninjas hiding like mice in the dark corners are presumably from the Uchiha clan. You desire the Nine Tails? Then I shall not hold back. Frankly, I am quite intrigued by the Divine Tree. Many similar concepts exist within the Dragon Ball universe, such as the Spirit Tree, which absorbs the energy of an entire planet to bear fruit, enhancing combat prowess upon consumption. The Divine Tree operates similarly, absorbing the Earth's energy to produce a fruit for the Otsutsuki clan to consume, thereby augmenting their strength. After consuming the fruit of the Divine Tree, one can even attain the primal chakra power. If the 10 Tails were to transform into a foreign entity, could it be? As Euster observes Minato guiding the Nine Tails toward the altar for sealing, he makes his move, instantaneously teleporting to the side of the Nine Tails. He delivers a resounding slap that sends the beast flying, then transforms into a flash and pursues it in a heartbeat. He vanishes from sight. What? The Nine Tails have vanished. Who is it? Who has taken the Nine Tails? It seemed someone had suddenly appeared beside the Nine Tails. After its disappearance, the observing ninjas immediately contacted Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. On the mountaintop, Minato accompanies Uzumaki Kushina, while the infant Naruto lies in the basket upon the altar. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo arrive on the scene. Minato, what transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen asks urgently that a mysterious figure suddenly appeared while I was performing the Shiki Fujin and stole the 9 tails. Minato replies that it must be of the Uchiha clan. When the 9 tails were released earlier, there was a Sharingan pattern in its eyes. Danzo exclaims hastily, absolutely not. Minato asserts as the 4th Hokage. Minato has one paramount desire, to resolve the misunderstandings between the village and the Uchiha clan. After the incident, the Uchiha have been entirely surveilled, leaving no one the opportunity to act. If it isn't the Uchiha, then it is your incompetence, Minato. Danzo retorts that it is either a chance to suppress the Uchiha or to oust Minato from his position as Hokage. One of these two must be achieved, he states. Let us return to the village for now. This matter must remain confidential. Sarutobi Hiruzen commands, simultaneously taking measures to erase any traces and issuing a gag order to everyone present. Meanwhile, after transporting the 9 tails, Euster directly brings it into the Heimdall underworld. Who are you? Where is this place? The 9 tails questions, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Having struggled against Minato for so long, it had finally escaped the control of the Sharingan. But now that it had a rare opportunity to break free, it had naturally wanted to cause chaos, hence the prolonged battle with Minato. Now, having calmed down, communication is still possible. You are aware, are you not? If I had been a moment later, you would have been sealed again. Euster remarks, you are also after my power, aren't you? The 9 tails queries, your power is insignificant. Rather, I am more intrigued by the divine tree. Specifically, the 10 tails, which is the amalgamation of all 9-tailed beasts. Euster responds nonchalantly. Yet, his words leave the 9 tails utterly astounded. How could you possibly know such things? I possess a wealth of knowledge. So, will you choose to frolic in this world, or shall you shrink down and accompany me back to the ninja realm? Euster inquires, this world? What do you mean? Here lies an alternate realm, the Helheim underworld, a world that rightfully belongs to me. If you wish to remain in this domain rather than return to the shinobi world, you are free to frolic and roam as you please. However, it is advisable to refrain from consuming those fruits carelessly, for doing so may irrevocably alter your life form. Istar remarked, I want to go back to the shinobi world. The 9 tails boldly declared its stance, asserting that it is merely confined within the prison you have prepared. Quite the audacious sentiment. Istar chuckled. Subsequently, he transported the diminutive 9 tails back to the shinobi realm, where knights still prevailed. This time, Istar intended to establish a formidable faction for deeper involvement. As he explored and pondered potential locations, the 9 tails, despite its reduced size, yearned to escape. After consuming the golden fruit, all powers in this world became transparent to him. He could decipher them merely by contemplating them. The 9 tails, having dashed forth less than 10 meters, was instantaneously pinned to the ground, unable to move. What is this power? The 9 tails struggled to articulate that it is merely the application of a certain aura. Do you believe you can flee? Istar replied, releasing the pressure, which compelled the 9 tails to obediently return to his side. The land of fire, situated at the heart of the shinobi world, is the most prosperous region. Thus Istar resolved to construct his influence within its borders. He specifically sought a secluded mountainous area, for in a realm where extraordinary powers are solely utilized for combat, deep forests have never been focal points for development. Istar identified a range of mountains and, utilizing carbon diamonds and hardened forces, extracted carbon elements, compressing them into diamonds while augmenting their hardness 1,000-fold. He erected a 20-meter-high, 5-meter-thick wall around the perimeter of the mountains. Complete with a specially designed barrier, only a single entrance remained, marked by the plaque reading Southern Heaven Gate, which was also kept closed. Atop the highest peak, he constructed a palace using an array of materials, including wood, stone, gold, iron, and jade. In the palace courtyard, a portal to the Helheim underworld was established, this being the sole passageway. Subsequently, vast tendrils from the Helheim underworld spread forth, enveloping the entirety of the area within the Southern Heaven Gate. The 9 tails, who had been following Istar, trembled in awe upon witnessing such formidable power. Such grand-scale techniques and peculiar ninjutsu could even rival the legendary Hashirama Senju. In the palace, Eastar reclined upon a bed of clouds. And even the Ninetales had its own cloud mattress. No material creation could rival the comfort of a cloud. Time swiftly transitioned to the following day, when the villagers surrounding the mountains first beheld the towering wall. Countless individuals approached with curiosity, yet found nothing amiss. The wall was smooth and impossible to scale. At such heights, even flying claws would struggle to reach the top. Even if someone succeeded in throwing an object that high, it would be thwarted by some unseen force above. Ultimately, the villagers could only report their findings. Overnight, the sudden appearance of the wall encircled the mountains, obstructing the common folks' access to gather resources. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for the villagers to seek out the town officials. Officials, accompanied by soldiers, arrived, spending considerable time circling the wall, ultimately concluding that the only entrance was the one marked by the plaque of the Southern Heaven Gate. Despite the soldiers' professional efforts, they were unable to breach it. Thus the matter was escalated, eventually reaching the hands of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Upon receiving such bizarre reports, the daimyo's first thought was to delegate the matter to the village hidden in the leaves. Thus, it was decided, Konoha Village, which had recently endured the Ninetales Night, had many residents still enveloped in grief over their lost loved ones. The post-disaster reconstruction required substantial manpower, Minato Namikaze, due to significant dereliction of duty. Had his position as Hokage temporarily revoked through the machinations of Danzo Shimura. Yet, before Danzo could revel in his triumph, Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to the position of Hokage, assuming the role of acting Hokage. With his previous achievements and stature, few opposed him, save for Danzo. However, Danzo's opposition was merely a jest to Hiruzen Sarutobi, for Danzo, who only ever engaged in underhanded schemes, lacked any true political acumen. As such, he would never ascend to the position of Hokage. The daimyo's orders were inescapable, and the remuneration for the task was considerable, particularly as the village's reconstruction had already drained significant resources, given that it was a reconnaissance mission. A team of chunin skilled in sensory exploration was dispatched. The renowned Inuzuka clan, known for their unique abilities, formed the core of this classic reconnaissance unit. Comprising visual, olfactory, and chakra sensing capabilities, it was the strongest scouting team in Konoha. Due to all three members being chunin, there was no designated leader among them. Meanwhile, within the Southern Heaven Gate, Eastar utilized clouds generated from the cloud fruit to create several cloud homies. One pair of thunderclouds named Lei Gong and Jianmu, a fire cloud named Zhurong, and a light cloud named Xia. These four clouds were stationed in the sky, ready to act should any nefarious intruders approach. They would unleash electric shocks, fiery flames, or blinding rays. Surely, one of their powers would be insufferable to any trespasser. The trio of ninjas from Konoha arrived at the Southern Heaven Gate, attempting to open the great door without damaging it or the surrounding wall. A feat deemed impossible. In the absence of necessity, they refrained from escalating tensions, opting instead to probe in their own ways. The Hyuga clan's approach was observational. By concentrating chakra, they could utilize their Byakugan to peer several kilometers into the distance. The Inuzuka clan relied on their sense of smell. Each member of the Inuzuka clan was raised alongside a ninja dog, living in symbiosis to achieve a deep bond. The Aburame clan utilized insects. Countless tiny parasitic insects served as their eyes and ears. In the first round, the Hyuga clan's attempt at X-ray vision failed. The towering, thick wall, filled with various energies, was impenetrable even to the Byakugan's capabilities. In the second round, one member of the Inuzuka clan and their canine companion employed their olfactory senses. Yet, the entire courtyard was saturated with the scent of the Helheim underworld's flora and fruits, severely impairing their sense of smell. Lastly, the Aburame clan's chunin, often overlooked, deployed their insects to consume the wall's chakra. Yet their efforts were in vain. The energy within the wall was not chakra, rendering it impervious to the parasitic insects. With all three methods exhausted, the three determined ninjas resolved to scale the wall. Employing techniques akin to walking on water and climbing trees, they surged upwards with all their might. For ninjas, a 20-meter height was hardly a challenge. In the blink of an eye, they reached the summit of the wall. However, while they managed to ascend, they could only descend in defeat, for beyond the wall's apex lay an invisible barrier, likely a protective enchantment. Outside the Southern Heaven Gate, the Konoha Chunin reconnaissance team devised numerous strategies, yet all were futile. Just as they prepared to heed a warning from their superiors, for clouds descended from the sky, 2 thunderclouds, 1 fire cloud, and 1 light cloud. This is the private domain of the celestial realm. We now issue you a warning. Should you attempt to enter unlawfully, we shall respond with force, Lei Gong and Jian Mu declared in unison. Their voices accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning, exuding an imposing presence. The celestial realm was the name Istar had chosen for the faction he intended to establish. Regardless of its perceived triviality, with the southern heaven gate established, the creation of a celestial realm seemed entirely reasonable. You are unlawfully encroaching upon the territory of the land of fire. We, the village hidden in the leaves, are here to investigate and notify you. Hyuga Zei proclaimed loudly, his voice steeped in arrogance, as he represented the prestigious Hyuga clan. Land is without ownership. Whoever occupies it claims it. The land of fire is powerful. Thus it possesses vast and fertile territories. Now, the celestial realm has grown even stronger. Hence, it requires no one's consent to claim this land. The fire cloud Zhu Rong stepped forward, flames erupting as he spoke. Revealing his agitation, "Bring forth your leader for discourse." Aburame Shiyu shouted upward. What significance lies in contesting with a mere guardian construct? Within the heart of the celestial palace, a mirror reflected the scene outside the southern heaven gate. Both Istar and the Ninetales observed the unfolding events through the mirror. "Hey, the ninjas from Konoha are calling for you to come out." The Ninetales glanced up at Istar, confronted with the absolute power of East. The Ninetales found itself unable to escape the towering walls that enclosed Itto Meet Me. One would have to be a feudal lord from the land of fire or the Hokage of Konohagakure. On second thought, that won't suffice. The feudal lord might do. I recall the lord of the land of fire being rather decent, but as for the Hokage, I can only acknowledge 2, Senju Hashirama, and 1 yet to come. East languidly remarked. Why? Senju Hashirama is remarkably foolish and naive, a rare quality in all worlds, deserving of respect, while the others, well, never mind. By the way, after sending those 3 away, we shall open the southern heavenly gate to recruit disciples. I wish to test whether training can enhance one's spirit and soul, thereby augmenting the likelihood of dominance. East declared. What does that mean? The Ninetales could not comprehend East's words, yet East had no intention of providing clarification. Outside the southern heavenly gate, upon receiving East's command, Raijin and Kaminari emitted boundless lightning. A bolt struck down, instantly shattering a nearby boulder, its speed so swift that the 3 Seichnin had no time to react. You have one last chance. If you do not depart, the punitive lightning shall descend upon you. KG Zai released resplendent rays in the sky, merging with Raijin and Kaminari, creating a spectacle akin to a celestial phenomenon. Unable to perceive the trajectory of the attack, the 3 could only document their encounter before returning to the village to report to the Hokage. Once the trio from Konoha departed, the southern heavenly gate swung open, and 4 clouds proclaimed the heavenly realm's intention to recruit disciples to the surrounding villages. In a world endowed with extraordinary power, everyone yearned for such prowess, especially those children whose edges had not yet been dulled by life. Adults feared that the heavenly realm might offend the shinobi village of Konoha and the land of fire, thus refraining from approaching the divine. They even urged the children to steer clear of the heavenly realm. Do not approach the southern heavenly gate. Otherwise, dire consequences await. However, the mischievous children paid no heed to such warnings. They only understood that the clouds from above had come to inform them that entering the southern heavenly gate would grant them the opportunity to learn skills. By day, parents kept a watchful eye on their children, preventing them from venturing out, let alone approaching the high walls. With no one seeking to learn, the Ninetales mocked East until it was zapped into submission. As night fell, a group of children gathered, calling upon friends and stealthily making their way to the southern heavenly gate. The gate, once opened, remained ajar, with the 4 clouds stationed atop the frame, serving as sentinels. Upon seeing the children approach, KG's eye immediately radiated light to illuminate their path. Lord Cloud, what shall we do next? One of the bolder children stepped forward, gazing up at KG's eye in inquiry. No need for such formality. I am KG's eye, and these are my companions, Raijin, Kaminari, and the others. I never expected you to come at night. After introducing themselves, the 4 clouds continued. During the day, our families forbade us from coming out, claiming that you had offended the shinobi village of Konoha and the Land of Fire, preventing us from approaching you. One child sheepishly admitted. Then why did you come at night? Kizai gently inquired. Because we wished to become strong, to protect our families from being bullied and our goods from being stolen by robbers. The Shinobi Academy of Konoha does not accept those from outside the village. And the wandering shinobi and samurai refuse to take on disciples, being nothing but troublemakers often colluding with thieves to extort and rob. Thus, we seek to learn skills and grow stronger, another child proclaimed. Among the 13 children, there were both boys and girls, the eldest perhaps 15 or 16, while the youngest might only be 7 or 8. Believing in your sincerity for making it this far at night, I shall need to test your resolve. According to the request of the Lord, you must depart from the southern heavenly gate and walk unwaveringly towards the celestial palace to pass the trial. Only those who succeed shall become disciples of the heavenly realm, Kizai stated. Full title: The Supreme Ruler of the Vast Heavens, the Natural and Mysterious Jade Emperor. Thus, there is indeed no issue with referring to him as God. No problem. Which way should we go? When do we start? The eldest child eagerly responded. The journey from the southern heavenly gate to the celestial palace square requires traversing 3 mountain peaks, covering nearly 5,000 meters. Moreover, the path is laden with fruits from the netherworld, exuding an irresistible allure, while Raijin and Kaminari will construct illusions along the way. Additionally, it is nighttime, rendering the challenge even greater without illumination. However, should you succeed in overcoming these obstacles, you will earn the opportunity to learn extraordinary powers. This foundational martial art is derived from the techniques of Kung Fu, 6 styles, Haki, and breathing methods. There are no specific qualifications required, save for being physically capable. Upon receiving the cloud's affirmation, the children brimmed with excitement and confidence, embarking on their determined journey. Darkness inherently breeds fear. Although 5,000 meters is not an insurmountable distance, navigating through the darkness, climbing hills and valleys, rendered the journey considerably arduous. To ensure everyone could successfully pass, the older youths devised a plan for all to hold hands and advance together. Even if someone cried out in fear, they would drag them along. If anyone was tempted to stray from the group, they would be pulled back. After nearly 3 hours of traversing 5,000 meters, the group of 13 finally arrived at the Celestial Palace Square. We did it! Fantastic! Having faced countless frights along the way, the children erupted into tears of joy. At that moment, East appeared before them, seated upon a cloud. Among the 13, only one remained steadfast throughout. For these uneducated individuals, it was naturally the eldest who understood what he desired. He comprehended that this was a trial and possessed sufficient self-control. You alone maintained restraint and guided everyone along the right path. Quite commendable. What is your name? East inquired of the singular child who had passed the trial. My name is Noara Shinosuke. Lord. Very well. The children accompanying you shall be under your guidance. Upon saying this, East scrutinized them seriously, asking once more, if you enter my domain, can you guarantee unwavering loyalty? For life and death, I shall serve you with utmost devotion. Under Noara Shinosuke's lead, he proclaimed, and the others echoed his vow. East nodded, raising a hand to cast a radiant light that enveloped them all. This singular beam conveyed all necessary information. This light contained the power of spirit and soul, capable of not only transmitting information, but also directly influencing the recipients. For instance, by embedding the concept of loyalty within the power, all recipients would become fiercely loyal to him. Thus, the previous question was merely a prelude. What I have just imparted to you is the most basic cultivation technique of my heavenly realm. Aptly named the cultivation technique, East emphasized once more as long as you diligently practice, confronting those shinobi will become a trivial matter for you in the future. Indeed, the children stood tall, responding with excitement and eagerness. Now, while the dawn has yet to break, hasten home. Otherwise, your families will be searching for you. Yes, Lord God. Will we be able to return in the future? Noara Shinosuke inquired. Since you have become disciples of my heavenly realm, you are welcome to return at any time. You may also bring new companions to join us. East replied. Thank you, Lord God. Noara Shinosuke bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, he led the group away from the southern heavenly gate. Returning to their respective homes, just a bunch of little brats. What use are they? The Ninetails scoffed. This time, I am in no rush. I shall take my time. East remarked indifferently, by the way, I believe it would be beneficial to establish an enticing illusion at the southern heavenly gate to filter for those with resolute minds. It could also help distinguish between allies and foes. With that thought, East began to enhance various settings within the heavenly realm, enjoying the process of managing and nurturing this game. In Konoha village, the 3 members of the Hyuga clan returned to the village and presented their mission report to the 3rd Hokage. Did you fail? The 3rd muttered, we deeply apologize. We have brought shame upon Konoha. Hyuga Zia led the bowing. No, this was not your intention. Go and rest well for a few days. I will select suitable individuals for this task again, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. The 3 bowed once more and exited the office. The 3rd Hokage gazed at the mission report on his desk, taking a deep puff from his pipe. 3 Nin, masters of perception, found themselves unable to breach even the gates, their vision obscured by the towering walls. They retrieved the previous mission's commission, scrutinizing the intelligence inscribed upon it. The colossal wall had inexplicably materialized overnight. Coupled with the reports from the Nin class, it was revealed that an invisible barrier shielded the wall's summit. This could only be the work of a ninja's formidable power. In the land of fire, the mightiest ninja organization could only be Konoha. Thus, this sudden emergence of a location, if it bore no connection to Konoha, could not be permitted to persist. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the origins of this mysterious force while deliberating whom to dispatch to continue the mission. After all, this was an assignment from the daimyo, and failing to complete, it would undoubtedly affect the village's future financial allocations. Summon Namikaze Minato. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision. The moment he issued the command, a figure vanished into the shadows. However, it was not Namikaze Minato who arrived first, but Shimura Danzo. That I have heard that the mission dispatched by the daimyo has failed, Danzo declared, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, fully aware of what he was about to say. Allow me to take on the mission. Indeed, Shimura Danzo did not disappoint Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage, clutching his pipe, exhaled clouds of smoke, feigning a look of difficulty. Very well. This task shall be entrusted to your root. I will explain the situation to the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely, but exercised caution. The entire sensory team of Nin could not even pierce the outermost wall. Umph. Rest assured, Danzo retorted with a scoff, turning on his heel and departing with decisive swiftness. It was clear to Sarutobi Hiruzen what Danzo sought. Yet, as long as he remained fixated on this obsession, he would never achieve his desires. After a while, Namikaze Minato finally arrived at the Hokage's office. 3rd Hokage, my sincerest apologies. I was attending to Naruto and Kushina, hence my tardiness. May I inquire about the matter at hand? Minato began with an apology upon entering. Having relinquished the Hokage's mantle, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to caring for his wife and child, seemingly reveling in a state of bliss as for the village's affairs. They were no longer within his purview. Well, I had intended to assign you a task, but Danzo has preemptively taken it upon himself. I appreciate you making this trip. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured him. That's so. I too wish to remain close to Kushina and Naruto for the time being. It's better that the task has been taken away. I shall return now, despite having once served as Hokage. Although the 3rd was his senior and mentor, Minato's admiration waned as he observed the political strife within the village from the comfort of his home. What remained was merely a basic respect for elders and predecessors. Meanwhile, Danzo, having seized the mission, returned to his route base, promptly selecting a contingent of members to embark towards the southern gate. This mission, issued by the daimyo, promised rewards for its successful completion. Furthermore, having perused the mission intelligence, he noted the astonishing feat of erecting an impenetrable stone wall encircling a mountain overnight. This could signify either a powerful bloodline limit or a formidable ninja clan adept in earth techniques. If he could harness this power, he would be one step closer to reaching the pinnacle of his ambitions. Dismissing any frivolous thoughts, Shimura Danzo resolved to personally lead the expedition to subdue this force. Concurrently, the chaos of the Ninetales rampage could not be concealed. All ninja villages were now aware of Konoha's misfortune, which had inflicted significant losses upon the village. Consequently, nations began to station troops along the borders of the Land of Fire, probing Konoha's reactions. Simultaneously, they intensified their espionage efforts to gather more detailed intelligence. To deter foreign ninjas, Namake's Minato was compelled to publicly display affection with the newly delivered Kushina and Naruto around the village. Only a select few high-ranking officials in Konoha were privy to the true circumstances surrounding the Ninetales' disappearance. Those present during the incident were all entrusted to Danzo's discretion, leaving the village populace in ignorance of the actual events. Thus, when Minato and Kushina appeared together, the uninformed would assume the Ninetales situation remained stable. That as for the rationale behind Minato's resignation, it was attributed to negligence that permitted the Ninetales to escape its seal, causing catastrophic losses for the village, a grave dereliction of duty, hence Minato's resignation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also spread whispers, claiming Minato yearned to reclaim the Hokage position and was eagerly anticipating a grand conflict to establish his merits. It was well known that Minato had once been dubbed the Yellow Flash on the battlefield, a saying circulated within the ninja world. In the face of Konoha's Yellow Flash during a mission, one should abandon the task and flee without fear of punishment. For a ninja boasting such accolades, it was hardly excessive to treat him with utmost caution. Consequently, in the absence of definitive intelligence, each nation merely positioned their troops without taking concrete actions. Outside the southern gate, Shimura Danzo concealed himself, while dozens of root members attempted to breach the wall from various directions. However, the only passage available was through the open southern gate. Ever since Noara Shinosuke departed with his companions, the southern gate had remained unsealed. The illusionary barriers at the entrance had been meticulously arranged by Yisut, employing a myriad of powers from the fruits of books: mirrors, illusions, souls, thoughts, specters, and sleep, almost crafting an infinitely realistic virtual world. This technique, dubbed Simulation World, Cycle of 100 Lives, allowed individuals ensnared within to experience countless reincarnations until they pledged unwavering loyalty to the celestial realm. Serving Yisut, a minor stratagem, lacking grandeur, yet capable of resolving numerous trivial troubles. After confirming that the sole entrance was indeed the southern gate, Danzo retained a portion of his men while dispatching 2 teams of 3 through the southern gate. The moment they entered, the 6 figures vanished entirely. Unaware of the specific circumstances, Danzo could only await patiently. At least the feedback from the curse marks indicated that those individuals were still alive. As long as they lived, there remained hope. Within the celestial realm, Yisut became aware of the disturbances at root concurrently with their emergence, and he soon located the concealed Danzo. He mused about seizing the opportunity to procure some sealing techniques and summoning arts for research. Not expecting such an offering to arrive so swiftly, Danzo, undoubtedly, had perused Konoha's sealing texts. Yisut pondered privately. By the way, little Q, you were sealed within Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. You must possess knowledge of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts and summoning techniques. Correct? Yisut inquired of the Ninetales. How could I possibly know the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques? I might be familiar with some summoning arts. The Ninetales retorted with a dismissive glance. Summoning arts will suffice. Once we deal with that old man, teach me the summoning arts, Yisut declared. While ninjutsu was secondary, sealing techniques were of paramount importance. With proper execution, he might even seal a legion of J-nin. As for the summoning arts, Yisut envisioned a unique operation, converting the Helheim underworld into a sacred summoning ground, allowing the celestial realm or other ninjas to forge summoning contracts, summoning entities ranging from lowly beings to dominators, even enabling the summoning channels and the Helheim underworld forest to thrive in this world. This way, he could truly relax. Of course, ordinary summoning arts would not suffice. Yisut would need to research and modify them according to the rules of summoning. By linking summoning arts with the Helheim underworld, he could even utilize local powers for summoning in other worlds. After conversing with the Ninetales, disregarding whether it would agree or not, Yisut opened a portal through the air, arriving above Danzo's hiding place. Utilizing his observation haki and electromagnetic sensing, he meticulously monitored Danzo. Subsequently, he unleashed his abilities: blooming, soul-seizing, binding, and capturing. Once Danzo was subdued, the remaining root members fell easily to Yisut's might. As for these minor lackeys, Yisut cast them all through the southern gate, employing the simulation world, cycle of 100 lives to brainwash them. Naturally, it was Yisut himself who would personally deal with Danzo. With the power of soul perception, augmented by a fusion of various soul and mental abilities, Yisut achieved an unprecedented mastery over soul manipulation and analysis. effortlessly observing the memories contained within souls. Danzo, indeed, was the foremost schemer of Konoha. He possessed knowledge of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, Konoha's sealing texts, and the secret techniques of various ninja clans. Whatever Konoha had, Danzo had obtained, and even the techniques Konoha lacked. He had amassed quite a collection. After extracting every ounce of value from Shimura Danzo, Yicite infused his soul with loyalty to the heavenly court and his own influence before finally releasing him. "What is it that you seek by summoning us here twice?" Yicite inquired. "Dame and Sarutobi Hiruzen wish to know who you are and what your intentions are. I had initially aimed to subdue you, but now I am resolutely loyal to the heavenly court and to my Lord God." With that, Shimura Danzo knelt before Yicite. "Very well. You may return and inform them that we are merely a band of wandering ninjas and roving warriors seeking to settle here, uninterested in the disputes among the various factions. However, should resources be provided, we could assist you in extracting much from Danzo's memories. Firstly, there are the summoning techniques and sealing arts that Yicite treasures most, followed by chakra extraction techniques and the sage arts of Senju Hashirama. Many claim that Hashirama's sage arts originated from the wet-bone forest. In truth, the slug of the wet-bone forest was discovered by Tsunade herself. Just as Jiraiya encountered the toads of Mount Myaboku, and Orochimaru found the snakes of the Ryuchi cave. In their generation, the three of them were akin to protagonists, a noble heroine, a cheerful and naive fool, and a deep, intelligent, aloof genius. This combination is timeless. Thus, it is highly likely that Hashirama's sage arts were his own comprehension, not taught by the three great summoning sanctuaries, which is why the Book of Sealing contains his descriptions and experiences regarding sage arts. However, the insights of a genius often resemble a mere clap of hands, with little practical value. The sealing arts, summoning techniques, sage arts, chakra extraction techniques, space-time ninjutsu, shadow clone techniques, impure world reincarnation, and a plethora of life and death techniques, along with Jinjutsu, as well as the Nara clan's shadow secret techniques, and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer secret arts, the 8 gates of death, and so forth. Such a wealth of knowledge compelled him to defer his travel preparations and instead focus intently on the study of chakra, sage arts, and summoning techniques. "Stop that pervert! Quickly, kill that wretched fiend!" Amidst a commotion of chaos and pursuit, Jiraiya successfully evaded all pursuers and arrived at a safe haven. His first action was to seize a toad the size of a human head, shaking it vigorously. "Why did you suddenly appear there? It's one thing to show up, but why call out to me? And why shout so loudly? Lord Jiraiya, the great toad sage is seeking you." The toad's eyes spun in dizzying circles, its consciousness nearly unraveling, yet it remained steadfast in its mission. The great toad sage. At the mere mention of the great toad sage, Jiraiya became serious. He immediately employed the reverse summoning technique, entering Mount Myaboku and arriving in the main hall of the great toad sage's temple. "Who approaches?" croaked the great toad sage, Fukasaku, his demeanor frail and weary, as if on the verge of slumber. "I am Jiraiya. Did you not send a toad to seek me?" Jiraiya knelt respectfully. "Duh. It seems so. I have glimpsed a new prophecy." Fukasaku's tone shifted as he transitioned to the purpose of summoning Jiraiya. "What is it?" Jiraiya inquired hastily, his heart heavy with concern for the prophesied child spoken of by the great toad sage. He had devoted himself to training Minato, Nagato, and others, yet none seemed to fit the bill. He hoped this time the prediction would be more precise. Forest, vines, altered fruits, encompassing the world. Fukasaku's dreams were fragmented and disjointed, leaving him to describe only keywords one by one. "What? Is that all?" Jiraiya's expression dulled in confusion. Ultimately, he received no further response as the great toad sage had succumbed to sleep once more. "Let us go. The old fool has dozed off again. Come to my home for a grand feast. It has been ages since your last visit," invited Shima, one of the two toads always at Fukasaku's side. Jiraiya, feeling quite distressed, quickly expressed his need to investigate the meanings behind the forest, vines, and altered fruits that cover the world as mentioned by the great sage. With that, he dashed out of Mount Myaboku. As a human, he could hardly enjoy the delicacies of toad cuisine. Shimura Danzo, bearing Yicite's task, proceeded directly to the dame's residence in the Land of Fire, relaying all that Yicite had instructed. "So, as long as we provide resources, you can assist us in training ninjas and warriors? That sounds promising. Can't they come to the land of fire for their training? The dame inquired. Their leader has already established a base at Feijian Mountain and has no intention of relocating. Hence they are unwilling to come to the land of fire. Danzo replied. I see. Then we shall give it a try. I will allocate 10 individuals, equipped with enough resources and finances to sustain 20 people for a year to travel to the heavenly court. If clear results are observed within that year, I shall continue to support more personnel and resources. If there are no results, we shall lay siege to this heavenly court, declared the dame, since the establishment of the ninja villages across various nations. Armed forces have been dominated by ninjas, leaving the dame of a nation with a rather complicated sentiment. Despite maintaining a facade of joviality, internally, he was far less accepting, with a new power emerging to counterbalance Konoha. As a dame and ruler of a nation, he welcomed this development. Understood, Danzo replied. Though Danzo had sworn allegiance to the heavenly court and Yisite, his inherent character and convictions remained intact to any discerning eye. It was clear that the heavenly court's intentions were to encroach upon Konoha's business, aiming to establish a foothold for training ninjas and warriors. If they succeeded in training a considerable number, Konoha's position would become exceedingly precarious. Thus, Shimura Danzo felt an even stronger urge to attain the position of Hokage. Only then could Konoha merge with the heavenly court, allowing the two factions to become one. With the dame's designated team prepared, under Danzo's leadership, they set forth towards the heavenly court. The reason Yisite required the resources was to cater to those coming for training. After all, he had no need for such mundane items. Food could be substituted with the high-energy provisions crafted by Baron, but daily necessities could not. The heavenly court's stronghold at Feijian Mountain formed a triangular formation with Konoha and the land of fire. Allowing for mutual observation or restraint, Shimura Danzo led the dame's dispatch team towards the heavenly court. Upon entering the southern heavenly gate, all experienced a cycle of rebirth, transforming from ordinary warriors into Yisite's loyal soldiers. Subsequently, Danzo returned to Konoha with his root subordinates, while the dame's supply convoy was also sent back. The 10 young warriors sent by the dame, under Yisite's guidance, received comprehensive training in all techniques. For these 10 individuals, Yisite also needed to arrange special accommodations, while Baron would handle the food provisions. Such high-energy sustenance would enable those undergoing training to strengthen rapidly. Yisite constructed 2 dormitory buildings for men and women and a dining hall atop a mount. Aside from the structural framework, bed frames, and doors and windows, the dormitories were devoid of any furnishings. All personal items were to be procured by the residents themselves. In the dining hall, Baron often lingered, consuming the fruits from the vines, and when mealtime arrived, he would place the food he had prepared on the platform in front of the serving window. Within 2 days, Noara Shinosuke and others, leveraging their training, successfully earned the trust of their family members. Furthermore, the 2 waves of individuals from Konoha and the land of fire departed with ease, even transporting supplies into the mountains, convincing the nearby villagers that the heavenly court was indeed formidable, compelling even Konoha and the land of fire to retreat. Thus, Noara Shinosuke and others could venture into the mountains by day, accompanied by another group of children. Through the southern heavenly gate, only 13 individuals entered the heavenly court. While the newly arrived 20 children were nowhere to be seen, prompting urgent calls for their presence. Do not worry. The Lord God has established a barrier at the entrance. As long as they pass through this barrier, they will have completed the entrance examination and will directly become disciples of the heavenly court, declared Kasumi, one of the 4 clouds stationed at the entrance. Kasumi, do we need to remain here? Shinosuke first bowed respectfully before inquiring. That is flexible. Once they pass the examination, we shall escort them to the heavenly palace square. Kasumi responded. Were the individuals who entered the mountains earlier from the land of fire and Konoha's ninja village. What were they here for? Shinosuke asked. The heavenly court believed that by training warriors for the land of fire, they would secure the latter's support. So you need not worry at all, Kasumi reassured. Then we shall wait at the entrance. After all, they are the ones we brought. If they emerge and do not see us, they may become frightened. Noboru Shinosuke spoke, and then began training his companions right at the entrance. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo returned to his root base without even visiting the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, an envoy from the land of fire arrived, announcing that the mission had been completed and settling the remaining bounty. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly baffled. Regardless of whether the mission had been accomplished or not, Danzo's silence upon his return was uncharacteristic of him. After receiving the envoy, Hiruzen made his way to the root base to confront Danzo. What transpired? The mission is complete, yet you did not report back to me or submit a mission report. The envoy has already come and settled the bounty, Hiruzen exclaimed. Then let the bounty be divided and sent over. Danzo replied, his demeanor still dark and unchanged. What on earth happened during the mission? Hiruzen pressed, furrowing his brow. A new force has emerged in Phaeacian Mountain, known as the Heavenly Court, which has struck an agreement with the daimyo to assist in training ninjas and samurai. The daimyo has already consented to send 10 individuals for a trial period of 1 year. If, after this year, the Heavenly Court truly succeeds in training formidable samurai, our position will become exceedingly precarious. Danzo explained, effectively becoming an undercover agent for the Heavenly Court embedded within Konoha-s, an undercover agent. He could not reveal his identity. Even if war were to break out immediately, the Heavenly Court would welcome it. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost all inclination to hold Danzo accountable. He understood that despite Danzo's occasional lapses in judgment, he was among the most loyal to Konoha. Thus, Hiruzen believed that the shift in the mission's outcome stemmed from the organization known as the Heavenly Court within Phaeacian Mountain. Their ability to persuade the daimyo to permit them to assist in training samurai for the Land of Fire indicated that their emergence aligned with the interests of the Land of Fire. Konoha, being a non-subordinate violent faction of the Land of Fire, had ultimately incurred the daimyo's displeasure. While ninja villages in all nations enjoyed financial support from their respective countries, they never truly belonged to the state. Although they elevated the status of ninjas, fostering arrogance and extracting influence through capital, it was merely a fleeting remedy. If the ninjas possessed sufficient foresight, the ninja villages would eventually turn against their benefactors. Conversely, if the daimyo had enough foresight, they would gradually weaken the ninja villages. War was merely one of the avenues to achieve this. Walking down the street, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a dense cloud of smoke. He then hastily returned to his office, summoning the Umbu to assign tasks. In Phaeacian Mountain, the newcomers brought by Nobu Shinosuke successfully passed the initiation trials, becoming devoted disciples of the Heavenly Court. Centered in the Heavenly Palace squared, in the square, there was yet another array. Any disciple who had passed the reincarnation trial could directly acquire training techniques from this array. This eliminated the need for Yisut to teach each one individually, or for them to spend time learning gradually. A group of children, upon discovering that individuals could remain on the mountain for training and witnessing the tantalizing meals prepared by the eccentric in the cafeteria, immediately expressed their desire to stay. What will your families say? You will alleviate their burdens, learn skills, and enjoy delicious food. They will not object. Consequently, over 30 children chose to remain on the mountain. During this period, Yisut created several new homey cloud formations: water cloud Gongong, wind cloud Fungwa, and pure cloud red cloud. From then on, the entire Heavenly Court became shrouded in mist. The thick fog made it difficult for individuals to discern each other's faces. The disciples lamented their plight. Yet Yisut found amusement in it. It was an excellent opportunity to train their perception. Thus, he did not intervene in this whimsical cloud hobby. Beyond the high walls, a group of wandering ninjas fled to a village outside the southern gate. Seeking refuge in the homes of the villagers, the arriving Konoha Umbu conducted a cursory search before departing the village. Once the Umbu had vacated the area for some time, the wandering ninjas revealed themselves. Ha! The Konoha Umbu are nothing but a joke. This village is just right. We can have our fun here, the leader of the wandering ninjas boasted, accompanied by 3 young followers, faced with the ninjas. The villagers had no means of resistance, only able to shout for help or plead for mercy. Fortunately, the wandering ninjas did not intend to kill outright. Instead, they planned to torment the villagers as a means of alleviating their own prior fears. At that moment, the lightning and wind clouds each employed their methods to investigate distant disturbances and subsequently arrived at the village. Naturally, the fastest was Raijin. With a flash of lightning, the 4 wandering ninjas were instantly incapacitated, while the wind god merely served as a transporter, carrying the 4 ninjas back to the Heavenly Court. Crossing through the southern gate, the 4 turned into loyal hounds of the Heavenly Court. Yisut, who was engrossed in studying sealing techniques and summoning arts, also became aware of the situation and recognized that these wandering ninjas were pawns sent over by the Konoha Anbu. He merely instructed the clouds to keep an eye on the vicinity of the southern gate. After the Night of the Nine Tails, the atmosphere of war intensified. Aside from minor skirmishes, every decision from all the villages became remarkably cautious. In response, Yasut publicly announced the loss of the Nine Tails, stirring the atmosphere and providing a form of retaliation against Konoha. The Konoha Anbu not only drove away the wandering ninjas, but also chased bandits to the village outside the southern gate. Although this ultimately contributed to the expansion of the Heavenly Court, the actions left a bitter taste. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, donning a vortex mask and claiming to be Uchiha Madara, was also searching for the Nine Tails. He had been present when the Nine Tails went missing that fateful night. He even intended to test his own resolve at a critical moment. However, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared and whisked the Nine Tails away. Even from the sky, Obito pursued relentlessly but could not catch up, ultimately having to abandon the chase. Such an ability had never been heard of throughout the ninja world. Thus, he dispatched White Zetsu across the land to search for clues. Eventually, he stumbled upon an anomaly. The Phaeacian mountain range had been surrounded by a suddenly erected wall, and after a few days, the entire mountain became enveloped in clouds and mist. Subsequently, the Konoha Anbu drove away the wandering ninjas and bandits. Yet they were all dealt with by two clouds. Several White Zetsu were eradicated before accurate information could be relayed back. Moreover, whenever they attempted to infiltrate Phaeacian Mountain from various directions, they were met with obstacles. Neither walls nor skies offered them any gaps to slip through, not even the underground routes they were accustomed to. All wandering ninjas and bandits brought into the mountain were never seen again, and all White Zetsu approaching the barrier had turned to ash. This place, though shrouded in mystery, was not part of their original plans. Therefore, all they could do was mark it and await future opportunities for exploitation. As news of the Nine Tails' disappearance spread, the most infuriated were the people of Konoha. In the Hokage's conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's seat, flanked by Shimura Danzo and the two Hokage aides, Tika Kimichi and Mito Gate, followed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, holding his child, Kushina Uzumaki, and then the heads of various clans within the village, along with numerous Jonin. You have all heard the news, haven't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, puffing on his pipe. So, the Nine Tails has truly gone missing? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, astonished, while nearly all the Jonin present and a majority of the clan heads expressed disbelief. Thanks to the Uchiha's Sharingan, Danzo maintained his confrontational stance. That has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku could only assert this statement. However, the Sharingan's reflection in the Nine Tails' eyes was visible to all. Without Uchiha blood, it was impossible to control the Nine Tails through the Sharingan. Danzo continued to press the issue. Enough. Danzo, be silent. Fugaku, please do not take offense. We will uncover the truth behind this matter. Sarutobi interjected, attempting to mediate, and then continued, who among you is privy to this matter? Raise your hands. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to raise his hand, followed by Danzo, the two Hokage aides, Minato, Kushina, Narashikaku, and finally, Hinata. No one else was present. Even the other two clans in the Inuzuka and Aburame, who were staunch allies of the Hokage, were unaware. Were there any individuals present at the scene? Tika Kimichi inquired. They were all sealed and ensured they could not speak. Tuanzong proposed a thought-provoking idea. Is it possible that the individual who intercepted the Nine Tails at that time deliberately leaked information to achieve a certain objective? Narashikahiza presented the most plausible hypothesis. After all, those who raised their hands at the scene, unless they were completely foolish, would not disclose information detrimental to their own side. The previous disturbances caused by the Nine Tails had already incited the wind, earth, and lightning nations to stir restlessly as for the land of water. It was merely observing due to its distance and the prior turmoil instigated by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, leaving them utterly exhausted and unable to act. If this were the case, the Fourth Great Ninja War might soon commence. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled thick smoked at this moment. Konoha must not show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, it would surely be divided among the other nations. Tuanzong formally declared, prepare for war. The first command issued by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon regaining his position was to ready the village for battle. Tuanzong was instructed to notify the feudal lord and also contact the celestial realm. As they were developing within the borders of the Land of Fire, they must assist the Land of Fire in winning this war, or else other nations would not tolerate their existence. Leading to yet another conflict, the news of Konoha's loss of the Nine Tails spread throughout the ninja world. Jiraiya, unable to pursue information about the Forest of Predictions, hurried back to Konoha. Meanwhile, Tsunade, due to her fear of blood, remained in exile, knowing that returning to Konoha would be of little use. As for Orochimaru, having defected and become an S-rank rogue ninja, his first thought upon hearing this news was how to acquire more experimental materials. Moreover, his ambitions extended beyond Konoha, as the vast ninja world was filled with numerous clans ripe for his research. As the news of the Nine Tails' disappearance circulated, the most agitated response came from the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. The warlike faction was eager to initiate direct conflict. Even the Fourth Raikage, was similarly inclined. Had it not been for the more cautious faction within the village advocating for intelligence gathering, the Cloud Ninja would have already charged into battle. Often, the Cloud Village was divided between the impulsive warmongers and the calm strategists. In contrast, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki of the Stone Village, a survivor from the Warring States period, was relatively more prudent, however, when it was time to strike. He remained formidable. The Sand Village, located in the Land of Wind, was already resource poor and still recovering from the immense reparations incurred from their last defeat in battle. Now, the Sand Village found itself in dire straits, urgently needing to plunder resources for survival and to manage its dwindling population. A new opportunity had arisen, awaiting only a catalyst. Sensing signs of impending war, yet all villages remained silent, Uchiha Obito abandoned his pursuits of the Flying Rock Mountain and the Nine Tails, choosing instead to seek the battlefield and incite conflict. Observing the three borderlines, the most intense activity was at the Fire and Lightning border. After carefully positioning and orchestrating false traces of enemy movements, Obito and Zetsu lured reconnaissance units from both sides to converge in the middle. Then, through illusion techniques, they incited both factions to attack, ultimately leaving only one survivor from the Cloud Village to escape and report back, while the entire reconnaissance team from Konoha was annihilated. Once the preparations for war were completed, it would only take a minor spark to ignite the entire battlefield, after the flames of war were kindled at the Fire and Lightning border. The Wind and Fire borders quickly followed suit. Subsequently, the Earth and Fire border broke through rapidly. As for the nations caught in between, they need not concern themselves. Their existence was solely due to the necessity of larger nations for a battlefield, preventing direct repercussions on their own territories. Outside the Southern Gate, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and Konoha's envoys hastily arrived at the Celestial Realm. After traversing through countless cycles of reincarnation, they met with Yzidor and articulated their purpose. Upon hearing that the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to commence, Yzidor was taken aback. However, war was precisely suitable for the operations of the Helheim realm. Yet, with less than half a month having passed, the personnel he had brought were inadequately trained for the battlefield, where outcomes were determined. Nevertheless, he had perfected the summoning technique. There was no need for a contract. By employing a specialized technique, he could summon beings from the Helheim realm directly. The level of the summoned beings depended on the chakra output. At its highest, he could even summon dominators from the pirate world. The technique imposed restraints, allowing the summoner to command the summoned beings, with no upper limit on the number of summons, as long as chakra remained. However, such constraints were virtually meaningless for dominator-level beings. And even for intelligent higher beings, the restrictions were not particularly stringent. If the summoner forced them to act against their will, it could lead to a backlash from these sentient beings. Yzidor directly transcribed all the summoning techniques onto scrolls and handed them to the two envoys, instructing them to return and deliver them to the feudal lord, as well as to teach the villagers of Konoha as the direct disciples of the celestial realm. They had naturally mastered the summoning techniques. However, bound by Yzidor's orders, even though they were aware of the ongoing conflict outside, they had no means to participate in the war in an attempt to ascertain whether Konoha's tailed beasts remained. The Cloud Ninja released the two tails, Matatabi, as the war began. With the tailed beast in play, and before Yzidor's summoning technique had been communicated, Jiraiya was compelled to confront it. After the loss of the Nine Tails, Konoha's only remaining summoning beast capable of rivaling a tailed beast in both size and power was Jiraiya's. As for the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, It required the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan to master such an advanced ocular technique. And given the current situation, even if awakened, it would need to remain hidden at the borders of the Land of Fire. The Cloud Village's Two Tails breached Konoha's defenses and ravaged several battlefields, inflicting considerable casualties upon Konoha. Under the cover of Cloud Ninja, even Konoha's sealing unit could not successfully approach the Two Tails. It was a battle fought at the cost of many lives. Soon after, Jiraiya arrived and summoned Gamabunta. With a single summoning technique, Utatane Collapse, he significantly suppressed the Two Tails. Even after breaking free, the Two Tails could only barely fend off Gamabunta. After all, Gamabunta was strong enough to engage the Nine Tails for a time. Although Jiraiya successfully repelled the Two Tails from the Cloud Village, he simultaneously exposed the fact that Konoha had lost the Nine Tails. It was evident to all why the Cloud Ninja had unleashed the Two Tails so soon into the conflict. Yet, Konoha did not respond accordingly. While it could be interpreted as a ruse to mislead, it further solidified the belief that Konoha lacked the Nine Tails. Consequently, the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee took to the battlefield, but on the other side. Through the exchange of intelligence, it was confirmed that Konoha had indeed lost the Nine Tails, prompting even fiercer attacks from the Sand Ninja. However, due to Shikaku, the One Tail, being in the critical process of changing its Jinchuriki, it could not participate in battle, leaving the Sand Village reliant solely on its ninja. Meanwhile, the Rock Ninja unveiled the power of the Five Tails, accelerating their offensive. Amidst this critical juncture, a ninja from Konoha, who had accompanied the feudal lord's envoy to the celestial realm, returned to Konoha. He directly taught the summoning technique to Sarutobi Hiruzen, imparting all the essential points relayed by Yzidore. To assess the strength of the summoned beasts, Sarutobi Hiruzen gathered students from the academy, recently successful Genin, Core Chunin, specialized Jainin, elite Jainin, and himself at the training grounds. Each was required to utilize their maximum chakra to perform the summoning technique. The full effort of the ninja students was able to open a portal, yet before the otherworldly beings could emerge, they were forced to close it due to insufficient chakra. Correspondingly, the already active Genin could summon a single ordinary low-level otherworldly being. Chunin could summon one ordinary high-level otherworldly being. Jainin could summon a low-level otherworldly being with devil fruit abilities. Meanwhile, the Hokage could summon a high-level otherworldly being with devil fruit abilities. Simultaneously, as long as there is an ample supply of chakra, the portal can be sustained indefinitely, allowing the otherworldly beings from the spirit realm to continuously traverse the passage and arrive here to accept tasks and engage in combat. Once the summoning has been tested, the next step is to assess strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly summoned the assistance of the Monkey King for practical combat training. The disparity in strength between ordinary low-level otherworldly beings and their high-level counterparts is notable. The typical otherworldly being resembles a pure taijutsu ninja predominantly focused on defense. When faced with an ordinary ninja, aside from those adept in sealing and control techniques, at least a fully committed chunin is required to inflict effective damage. In contrast, ordinary high-level otherworldly beings exhibit diverse and peculiar characteristics. Each possessing unique powers, if commanded skillfully, they can indeed pose significant challenges to Jounin. A greater number of them, working in concert, can even deliver a fatal blow to Jounin. Additionally, there are low-level and high-level otherworldly beings endowed with special abilities. These beings wield a plethora of exaggerated powers, surpassing even ninjutsu in complexity and brilliance. After a series of experiments, Konoha resolved that such exceptional summoning techniques could only be mastered by the upper echelons of the village. However, Namikaze Minato ardently argued that this was a crucial juncture for Konoha and the Land of Fire. Every additional force would bring a glimmer of victory. It was imperative that all ninjas of Konoha learn this summoning technique. The persistent insistence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo eventually waned after news of the Rock Ninja utilizing tailed beasts reached them. Subsequently, Konoha dispatched specialized support teams trained in the summoning technique to the front lines, teaching all ninjas how to master the new summoning art in batches. With the introduction of otherworldly summoning beasts, Konoha gradually regained its advantage on the lower-tier battlegrounds, ultimately reducing the conflict to that of the tailed beasts. The new Fourth Great Ninja War commenced, with the Cloud Ninja testing the waters with the Two Tails, while Konoha sent Jiraiya to counter. The Rock Ninja unleashed the Five Tails to restrain, yet the Nine Tails remained conspicuously absent. At this moment, everyone was acutely aware that Konoha had indeed lost the 9 tails. The Cloud Ninja subsequently advanced with the 8 tails, swiftly pushing the front lines, simultaneously persuading the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to dispatch troops as logistical support for plundering. On the northern battlefield of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya found himself overwhelmed, facing 2-tailed beasts alone. During the confrontation, the 8 tails merely needed to restrain Jiraiya, while the 2 tails could lead the Cloud Ninja in a devastating assault. The assisting sealing team barely had time to approach the battlefield before being met with a tailed beast bomb. Finally, Minato led the support team to the northern battlefield, with some summoning otherworldly beings directly into combat, while others instructed the wounded in the medical camp on the new summoning technique. Although the injured could not engage directly in battle, their contribution in providing combat power was nonetheless valuable. Simultaneously, with the arrival of Minato and the support team alleviating pressure, some excessively fatigued ninjas could finally withdraw from the battlefield and return to camp for training in the summoning technique. While Konoha's ninjas were engaged in the gradual learning of the otherworldly summoning art across various battlefields, Minato and Jiraiya seized the opportunity to instigate a battle. Prior to the conflict, both expended considerable chakra, each summoning a high-level demonic otherworldly being. The new summoning technique was quite miraculous. As long as the summoned beings did not perish or voluntarily release the summoning, they could persist without depleting the summoner's chakra. However, due to uncertainties regarding the combat prowess of these otherworldly beings, both men hurriedly replenished their chakra after the summoning concluded to ensure they could face the 2-tailed beasts with greater confidence. Once replenished, Jiraiya summoned the 2 toads, Fukasaku and Shima, from Mount Myaboku, ready to enter Sage mode at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Minato had already prepared the battlefield on the other side, laying out Flying Thunder God Kunai and prearranged sealing formations to ensure that this battle could conclude with the elimination of a tailed beast. Whether sealing the tailed beast or slaying the Jinchuriki, both outcomes were acceptable. On the other side, having confirmed their absolute advantage with 2-tailed beasts, the Cloud Ninja village adopted a strategy of direct assault. Denying Konoha the opportunity to employ cunning tactics, they initiated the battle with a couple of tailed beast bombs, forcing Konoha to confront them head-on. Although Konoha instigated this conflict, the Cloud Ninja responded with tailed beast bombs as their opening gambit. All otherworldly beings launched a coordinated energy barrage. As commanders, Minato and Jiraiya each led a faction of otherworldly beings to coalesce energy blasts in retaliation against the tailed beast bombs. The high-energy eruption produced a colossal mushroom cloud and explosive shockwaves, with the sheer force of the winds making it difficult for ninjas to maintain their footing. The central shockwave even uprooted soil to depths of over 10 meters, faced with such a shockwave. Before the ninjas could react, the 2 high-level demonic otherworldly beings stepped forward to counter. Earth Fortress Super Hardening. Soil, stone, metal, and diamond. Everything beneath the ground was extracted, layered upon layered, forming a fortress, then reinforced with hardening. This fortress wall extended for hundreds of meters, providing protection for all Konoha ninjas. Such power. Which clan's summoning beast is this? Fukasaku and Shima, perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder, gasped in astonishment. Summoning beasts possess a sense of pride. Especially the more powerful ones are unlikely to accept their summoners entering into contracts with other summoning beast clans. Some may even react vigorously, actively dissolving their contracts upon the signing of a second one. Unbeknownst to them, they were summoned merely through specialized summoning techniques without any contractual agreement. Jiraiya explained to the 2 toads, "These 2 are currently the strongest." As they spoke, the shockwave collided with this defense, failing to budge it in the slightest. Under such shockwaves, Konoha's forces need not worry about surprise attacks from the Cloud Ninja, for the explosion's impact was mutual. The Cloud Ninja also needed to fully defend against the shockwaves caused by the tailed beast bomb explosion. Clearly, Konoha was managing this impact with greater ease. Judging by the changes in the air currents, Minato determined the shockwave had subsided and instantly teleported to the top of the barrier for observation. In the distance, the Cloud Ninja village had gathered a small number of ninjas capable of utilizing Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart for defense, while before them stood 2 fully tailed beast-transformed Jinchuriki. Bracing for the impact, although the damage was minimal, it was significantly more chaotic compared to Konoha's situation. The formation had been shattered, leaving even the Reikage A, who had set out with the formation, in a disheveled state. Minato returned to the front lines, signaling the two otherworldly beings to dismantle the barrier. As the barrier was lifted, the smoke cleared, revealing the remnants of the wall stretching across the entire front line. Visible to the Wooden Man, Killer Bee, and Raikage, gazing at the now visible tailed beasts in the distance, Minato inquired of the nearby otherworldly beings, "Can you directly attack those two-tailed beasts?" While questioning, he gestured towards them. Having suffered grievous losses from the opposing tailed beasts before their reinforcements reached the front lines, they were eager for retribution and would not let this opportunity slip away. The query was perceived as a command by the two otherworldly beings, who each stepped forward, placing their hands before their mouths. As a tremendous energy began to coalesce, the intelligence of these summoning beasts is not to be underestimated. Yet why are they incapable of speech? Shima pondered curiously, observing the two otherworldly beings. "That I do not know. Perhaps it is because they are not among the strongest," Minato replied. Concurrently, beams of laser light shot forth, aimed directly at the two-tailed beasts in a bid to shield the ninjas behind them. The two Jinchuriki had no choice but to step forward, unleashing their entire chakra to create a chakra shield. Raikage hastily instructed the ninjas behind them to disperse. The formidable laser beams forced the two to continually retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya commanded, "Attack now. The otherworldly beings will provide cover. Those capable of releasing energy blasts should advance and engage while the ninjas look for opportunities to cut into the fray." During the conflict, each commander directed their summoning beasts to engage in battle. Under the command of Namikaze Minato, the Konoha faction swiftly mobilized as two otherworldly beings maintained their relentless laser beams. Advancing with unwavering determination, Minato and Jiraiya charged forward into the enemy ranks. Simultaneously, Raikage, crackling with thunder and lightning, burst forth from the formation, his hair standing on end. This was the full-powered lightning release chakra mode. In this form, it could match Minato's flying thunder god technique in speed. That A's target was none other than Namikaze Minato. The two summoning beasts, capable of contending with tailed beasts, were insignificant compared to the might of the tailed beasts themselves. There existed no summoning creature in this world that could rival the chakra reserves of a tailed beast. As long as the battle dragged on and energy was drained, those two summoning beasts would eventually return to their realm. But the tailed beasts would not. At that point, it would be the time for the two tails and eight tails to wreak havoc. Therefore, all that was needed now was to eliminate the fourth Hokage standing before him. On this battlefield, only he had the capability to keep pace with Minato's speed. At this moment, the news of Minato's resignation had yet to spread. "Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, come forth and engage me in battle. Let us continue the fight that was left unfinished." Lightning release. Lightning plow heat blade. The intense charge forced Minato to evade in an instant, leaving no opportunity to mark him with the flying thunder god technique. He was simply too swift. Marking required contact. Though the duration of that contact could be fleeting, even that brief moment was enough for him to gain some distance, thwarting any chance of successfully inscribing the technique. Minato dodged, yet he did not relent. With the fourth Hokage gone, his sights were set on that peculiar summoning beast. If he could eliminate that creature and release the tailed beast early, it would be advantageous. Just as A was about to close in on the otherworldly being, Minato had already reappeared beside it in an instant, having left his flying thunder god mark on it. Spiraling sphere. This time, Namikaze Minato charged directly at the Raikage. As long as they continued his assault, Minato could easily land the spiraling sphere upon him. Technique against technique, and with the protection of lightning release armor. A was confident he could pierce through both. Boom! At the moment of their clash, the spiraling sphere in Minato's hand expanded dramatically, indicating that more chakra had been infused within it. Consequently, its power surged as well. In that instant of collision, both combatants were sent flying. A's lightning release armor shattered, revealing wounds inflicted by the raging wind release. Meanwhile, Minato's hard-hitting maneuver had also taken its toll, causing him to cough up blood. And he was propelled in the direction of the otherworldly beings. That if he did not evade in time, the otherworldly creature would ultimately break free from its suppression of the tailed beast. If that were to happen, would his recent confrontation with the Raikage have been for naught? Forming hand seals, he appeared behind the otherworldly being. During the Third Great Ninja War, A and his team had engaged in battle against Minato, resulting in mutual injuries with no clear victor. For a brief period, neither could gain the upper hand. Now, an opportunity had arisen once more. On another front, Jiraiya encountered Raikage's aide, Sukadai, as he advanced. Lava release. Viscous hot river. Sukadai's lava release was peculiar. Unlike other users who unleashed techniques of magma or volcanic ash, Sukadai's lava release manifested as a substance reminiscent of rubber. It possessed a formidable restraining effect at this moment. The technique Sukadai unleashed surged forth like molten rubber, exuding a scorching sensation akin to superheated asphalt, crashing towards Jiraiya like a river of earth. Water release. Water iron cannon barrage. Water release was the signature technique of the Toads. Two Toad sages unleashed water iron cannons simultaneously, one countering the opponent's technique, while the other targeted the foe directly. Lava release. Protective murky wall. The asphalt-like substance surged forth to block the opposing water iron cannon, while the lava release remnants on the ground began to shift, preparing advantageous terrain for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the combatants from both sides commenced their fierce engagement. The Konoha forces, bolstered by an otherworldly ally for each ninja, instantly doubled their strength, due to their unfamiliarity and the lack of time to forge bonds. These newly acquired summoning beasts were viewed merely as expendable resources. Those who comprehended the situation even regarded themselves as expendable. As the war commenced, all lives became mere consumables. Thus, the sole directive for the Konoha ninjas regarding the otherworldly beings was to launch a full-scale assault on the enemy. A rather vague command, yet the otherworldly beings executed it with remarkable efficiency, as those who had previously wielded the powers of Helheim's underworld bore a similar aura, akin to a friend's mark. Thus, the otherworldly beings could not misidentify their targets. They charged forward, disrupting the Cloud Ninja's onslaught, and granting the Konoha ninjas ample opportunity to strike. Each qualified ninja was a tactical master, capable of utilizing everything around them to create favorable conditions. Furthermore, some advanced otherworldly beings unleashed energy blasts during their offensive charge, establishing a noticeable advantage as they pressed forward in the northwestern battlefield of the Land of Fire. The forces of the Iwa Ninja Village, led by the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, also surged into the territory of the Land of Fire, and on this front line, the Uchiha clan's combat prowess was fully deployed. Everyone prayed for a miracle, hoping that the Uchiha would exhibit their ocular jutsu capable of controlling tailed beasts. Such was the nature of the Konoha people. They scolded fiercely when able, yet when in need of reliance on others, they cursed while resenting why their allies had not unleashed their powers sooner to minimize casualties. Just recently having endured the Ninetales Night, the Uchiha clan, at Fugaku's behest, strictly forbade those who had awakened the Manjiki from revealing their powers, lest they incur Konoha's lasting animosity. Fortunately, under the pressure of the tailed beasts, the defense had retreated multiple times, leaving little room for others to place blame. Subsequently, a support team arrived at the frontline camp with the summoning technique of the otherworldly beings. Initially, the non-Uchiha ninjas were instructed. Once they had all learned the technique, they reluctantly allowed a few Uchiha clan members to learn the summoning art. They merely demonstrated it once and left without providing any scrolls, claiming they needed to seek out the ninjas on the guerrilla battlefield to impart the summoning technique before departing the position. The Uchiha clan members were merely aloof and reclusive, not foolish, fully aware of the biases held against them. However, due to the recent Ninetales Night and the ongoing war, they chose to endure. Fortunately, for those clan members who had opened their eyes, the average copying eye allowed them to completely memorize the technique after just one demonstration, and a few practice runs would suffice for mastery. Naturally, the more gifted individuals found it even easier to grasp the summoning art. The news of Uchiha Shursue's activation of the Manjiki during the Third War was kept confidential. Fugaku's several pieces of advice were directed specifically at him. After the instructor departed, Uchiha Shursue tentatively utilized the technique once, successfully opening a portal and summoning a high-ranking otherworldly being clad in bone armor from the other side. In doing so, however, his chakra was nearly depleted. What is this? What force is pulling me? The armored otherworldly being exclaimed in astonishment. Then, as if finally spotting Uchiha Shursue and the other Uchiha clan members, he joyfully cried out, "People! Are those people? Where am I? It feels like it's been ages since I've seen anyone." The armored otherworldly being's calls and words attracted the attention of all nearby, including those who had previously learned the summoning technique and summoned otherworldly beings. This summoning beast can speak. Shouldn't we try to summon more? The Nin who had previously instructed them on the summoning art had mentioned that only with sufficient chakra input could one summon stronger creatures. Those that could converse must surely belong to the stronger faction of their kind. Right? Truly impressive, sure sway. To think he could summon a talking summoning beast. Me, the armored otherworldly being pointed to itself in astonishment. Greetings, I am Uchiha Shursui, and from now on, we shall be comrades in battle. May I ask, do you have a name? Uchiha Shursui exhibited no arrogance. He treated friends and comrades with utmost gentleness and kindness to me. I am Brook. So, what is the current situation? Could someone explain it to me? Brook helplessly remarked. Back when he was frolicking in the sea with Laboon at Twin Cape, a great rift suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by countless smaller fissures. Out of curiosity, he ventured into one of those passages and found himself in a world teeming with forests. He even indulged in some fruits, unexpectedly gaining additional powers. Ultimately, as the worlds merged, he became separated from Laboon, and despite searching extensively, he could not find him. Just as he was aimlessly wandering through the forest, a unique force drew him to this place. Subsequently, Uchiha Shursui began to enlighten Brook about the worldview of the ninja realm, expressing that his country was currently facing an invasion and required Brook's strength to assist the village. Uchiha Shursui spoke with heartfelt sincerity, devoid of any deceit that in light of this, Brook readily agreed. Upon witnessing this exchange, everyone felt a renewed motivation to summon stronger summoning beasts. I am immensely grateful, Uchiha Shursui proclaimed. Following this, as he restored his chakra, he elaborated on the key points of this summoning technique to his clan members. Soon after, some of the Uchiha clan members expended all their chakra to perform summons. The summoned beings were at least high-level otherworldly beings. They appeared far superior compared to the mixed bag of inadequate, beetle-like entities in the camp. Observing his clan members successfully completing their summons one after the other, Uchiha Shursui's chakra had also fully recovered. He then led Brook back to the front lines, imparting the summoning technique to all those present, all of whom belonged to the Uchiha clan, with Shursui as an example. The other members of the Uchiha clan aspired to summon powerful and communicable summoning beasts on the northwestern battlefield of the Land of Fire, while a Wagakure had managed to penetrate into the heart of the Land of Fire with the aid of the tailed beasts. That was the extent of their success. Previously, while within the borders of the Land of Grass, other ninjas had been uncooperative, attempting to exhaust the Uchiha clan by forcing them into direct confrontation with the tailed beasts. In response, the Uchiha clan feigned defeat and retreated, eventually withdrawing back into the Land of Fire. Now, those Wells found themselves at a loss, if they continued to falter and led to the downfall of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha clan would undoubtedly face punishment, but they too could suffer dire consequences or even perish on the battlefield. Consequently, a faction of ninjas, who had long resisted Fujitaka's command, finally sought him out. Declaring that retreat was no longer an option, and devised a strategy. The main forces would engage the tailed beasts head-on, while the Uchiha dispatched elite ninjas for a surprise attack, preventing the tailed beasts from launching indiscriminate assaults. Leading to a stalemate. In the previous Ninja World Wars, Konoha had consistently triumphed against 4 opponents at a time, although the village had lost 2 of the legendary Sannin and the Ninetales. The major clans remained intact and well-structured, thus managing to maintain a standoff was merely the result of various factors hindering progress. The stalemate was completely transformed with the arrival of the new summoning technique. Understanding that the amount of chakra input determined the strength of the summoned beast, Uchiha Fujitaka decided against gradually testing the so-called limits. Instead, he fully committed his sincerity, expending all his chakra to summon a high-level otherworldly being resembling a phoenix of azure flames, which could also converse. Upon its emergence, it immediately inquired about their location. Before Fujitaka could respond, Whitebeard and the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates followed closely behind. In a moment of oversight, after Marco had been pulled away, Whitebeard pursued him without delay. After all, he could not constantly focus his attention solely on himself and his children. Otherwise, he would not be a father, but rather a pervert. What is happening? Marco, Whitebeard inquired. I have no idea. It felt as though I was suddenly drawn here by some power, Marco replied, reverting to his human form, still bewildered by the surroundings. Humans? The Uchiha clan was taken aback. It's so strange. prior to transforming into those otherworldly beings. We were all ordinary humans, Whitebeard mused, maintaining his imposing demeanor, for if he were to release his restrictions and revert to his original form, his gigantic stature alone would exude a sense of overwhelming pressure. So what is this place? Why have we appeared here? What is the reason behind the force my son mentioned? Whitebeard asked again. This is the ninja world. The power that summoned you is known as summoning technique. Uchiha Fujitaka replied, drenched in sweat, recounting everything truthfully. Speaking of this summoning technique, I seem to sense a moderate binding force. As long as I do not resist this power, I must obey these individuals' commands. On the northwestern front of the Land of Fire, amidst the battlefield of the Uchiha clan, after Marco decided to stay, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their willingness to join him for a stroll. Living in a monotonous world devoid of entertainment had long since become tiresome. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was astonished by the sudden appearance of this large group of people that aren't we supposed to be fighting? When do we begin? Let's quickly resolve this battle so we can explore. Marco turned to Uchiha Fujitaka and inquired, if you all are so confident, we can commence at any time. However, we must remain vigilant regarding that tailed beast. Fujitaka cautioned, if it truly poses such a danger, then I shall stay to assist. Whitebeard declared, don't worry, old man. Let us not forget, we all possess your abilities, Marco replied. But why did the later fruits lack the powers of the devil fruits? Sachi expressed his confusion. Are you all pirates as well? At that moment, Brooks suddenly spoke up. Oh, you can talk? Sachi looked at Brooke in astonishment. Of course, we are the renowned Whitebeard pirates of the New World. Marco proclaimed with pride. Whitebeard, please forgive Brooke. He has been trapped in the Devil's Triangle for 30 years. Back then, Whitebeard's crew was still aboard Rock's ship. Perhaps mentioning rocks would evoke a sense of familiarity. What? Are you provoking me? Other captains scowled at Brooke. No, not at all. It's just that for certain reasons, I am indeed unaware of later events that I merely initiated conversation because I heard a familiar term and sought a sense of familiarity. Brooke hastily clarified. All right, boys, do not harass others. Once we achieve victory, we shall explore this new world. Whitebeard bellowed. His sons and crew responded with enthusiastic shouts. The Uchiha clan stood by, dumbfounded. They simply could not fathom what kind of person could possibly sire so many children. As for the notion of adopting sons, that thought did not even cross their minds. With this group of otherworldly beings continuously stoking the flames, and the Uchiha clan already on the brink of eruption. Under such circumstances, they did not even notify the other ninjas, and simply charged towards Awagakure's encampment alongside the otherworldly beings. They struck directly at the heart. Along the way, their observation haki detected hidden ambushes. As flowers bloomed, arms emerged from every Awagakure ninja within the range of their abilities, bearing the poison of the Heimdall underworld. The infected individuals were soon engulfed in vines, instantaneously transforming into nourishment for the Heimdall underworld forest, which extended to form a new woodland. Alternatively, they unleashed light projectiles, cutting a path through. The onslaught of the otherworldly beings lacked any semblance of strategy, and due to their rapid charge, they became separated from the Uchiha clan members. By the time the Uchiha clan arrived, the battle had already concluded. All Iwagakure ninjas, including the third Tsuchikage, lay motionless on the ground. You all are quite tardy. I expected a thrilling battle, they lamented, so weak. Regardless of how the members of the Whitebeard pirates complained, Uchiha Fujitaka pointed at the still bodies on the ground and inquired. Rest assured, they are not dead. They are merely asleep, Whitebeard declared, gathering the crew who were still wandering about. Upon hearing that these individuals were still alive, Fujitaka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, without allowing him to utter another word, a throng of individuals transformed into shimmering lights and soared away. Including Marco, summoned by Fugaku, that a cluster of Uchiha clan ninjas exchanged glances filled with incredulity, then turned their disdainful gazes toward the foreign entities beside them. They proceeded to cleanse the battlefield, sealing away all the chakra of the Earth ninjas. Before escorting them back to the camp and returning to Konohagakure to by the way, let us search for the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Fugaku commanded. Under this directive, the Uchiha clan members felt a surge of exhilaration. The Five Tails Jinchuriki was located right here. Given the circumstances, all the Earth ninjas had fallen into slumber before they could even resist. Observing the jubilation of his kin, Uchiha Shursui inquired of Brook beside him. Are the warriors of your clan truly this formidable? Not all of them. I, for instance, am quite average. Brook hastily replied. Do you also possess the ability to induce mass slumber among foes? Shursui asked again. I suppose so. Something like the sleepy fruit. Brook replied uncertainly. Since becoming a foreign entity, he had engaged in few battles, rarely needing to utilize his abilities, thus leaving him somewhat unclear about his own powers. In light of such a response, Shursui had no retort, but found solace in the fact that he had not departed with the group of foreign entities. After all, no one knew if the next summoned foreigner would possess wisdom and the ability to speak. Meanwhile, on the southwestern battlefield, the Wind and Fire Front witnessed the outbreak of conflict between two nations within the Land of Rivers. Neither side could summon tailed beasts. This battleground became the most fiercely contested among the three. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, personally took to the fray, while Chiyo remained as formidable as ever done on the side of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, Inazuka, Nara, and other prominent families from the village had all converged upon this battlefield. After all, without tailed beasts, it was relatively safer. Yet, faced with Raza's magnet release and Chiyo's pinnacle techniques from the puppetry of the 10, one could stand against 100 at once combat commenced. It was hardly easier than confronting tailed beasts. Under the watchful gaze of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, capable of perceiving hundreds of meters, the Sand Ninjas' ambushes frequently met with failure. Thus they resorted to mere delays elsewhere to conserve their strength. The Sand Ninjas awaited news of victories from the other two battlefields, while Konoha merely needed to hold their ground to claim victory. Until the foreign entities' summoning techniques arrived, clan ninjas indeed possessed deeper roots than their civilian counterparts. While civilian ninjas could only summon an ordinary high-ranking foreign entity with great effort, clan ninjas frequently summoned those endowed with devil fruit powers. All ninjas, accompanied by their summoned foreign entities, re-entered the battlefield. Their combat prowess multiplying exponentially, bolstered by an array of peculiar abilities, granting Konoha the upper hand. It seemed that, spurred by Raza's magnet release and sand gold, the demon foreign entities on the front lines unanimously deployed the sand fruit's powers. In the northern battlefield, in a bid to swiftly conclude the conflict, Jiraiya entered Sage mode. Sage Art. 5 right gates. Empowered by Sage Chakra, he unleashed a combination ninjutsu of oil and wind fire. Sweeping through the area, the Earth platform and several Cloud Village Jonin who endeavored to obstruct him could merely carbonize upon full defense, ultimately losing their lives. Subsequently, Jiraiya turned his attention to the fourth Raikage. Sages, I beseech you to employ Jinjutsu to restrict his speed. The Raikage's speed was indeed remarkable, even surpassing sound, yet when enveloped in a realm of sound, his velocity became less significant. The illusion cast by the two-toed sages was among the most challenging to counteract. Being sound-based, illusion, toad song, sage art, super large Rasengan. Since the war had commenced, as long as negotiations had not yet begun, every attack was inevitably aimed at exterminating the opponent. Ninjutsu, Rasengan Flash Super Dance. Third style. As Watergate emerged from behind the foreign entities, he noticed his mentor Jiraiya preparing to assault the Raikage, and instantly moved to assist, with Flying Thunder God paired with flash bombs. He stimulated the Raikage's vision, inadvertently amplifying his hearing, and the ensuing Toad Song illusion rendered him immobile. Following this, both of their Rasengan struck the Raikage, one from the left, one from the right. Lord Raikage, AI, the explosion from a Sage Art's super large Rasengan equaled that of a tailed beast bomb. Witnessing this scene, both tailed beast Jinchuriki cried out in unison. The eruption of abundant tailed beast chakra intended to reflect the laser beam back toward Konoha. At that moment, two foreign entities simultaneously retracted their laser beams, one opting instead to unleash Meteor Volcano, sending countless magma spheres soaring into the sky, subsequently raining down upon the Cloud Ninjas, Yada Mirror. The other unleashed a barrage of light projectiles targeting each Cloud Ninja. Rat Tail Ball, Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage. The two tails released a controllable, fiercely burning fireball, intercepting all light projectiles, while the 8 tails continuous tailed beast bombs dismantled the falling magma. After accomplishing this, the two-tailed beasts surged forward, simultaneously condensing tailed beast bombs once more. Bloom. Both foreign entities activated their blooming abilities, sprouting numerous arms from the two-tailed beasts, which elongated like rubber and intertwined around them. Interlocking, then hardened Poison Spike. The toxins originally carried by the poison fruit had now transformed into the unique world poison of the Helheim underworld. As the poison spread, it would grow tendrils unique to the Helheim underworld from the poison wounds, ultimately draining the target of all vitality under the suffocating grip of countless arms and the relentless assault of myriad poison spikes. The two-tailed beasts succumbed on the battlefield, though the two demon foreign entities lacked original wisdom. They possessed intelligence comparable to that of normal humans. As long as they were not instantly vanquished in battle, they could rapidly evolve. The wreckage sustained injuries, and the tailed beast fell under control. The two foreign entities subsequently unleashed quicksand hell, combining quicksand with sandstorms, rendering the cloud ninjas utterly defenseless. In the end, Konoha achieved a resounding victory. Aside from the sand ninjas being driven back to the land of wind, all cloud ninjas and rock ninjas, from shadows to Jinchuriki, were captured alive by Konoha. Particularly, the wreckage was nearly mortally wounded, reliant on the foreign entity's devil fruit powers to keep him alive. Meanwhile, the two-tailed beasts found themselves powerless. The world poison of the Helheim underworld could not be retrieved solely through the poison fruit abilities, that a classic case of being able to unleash but not reclaim. When reports of victories from the three battlefields returned to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly believe that this war had concluded so farcically. From the moment the Cloud Ninjas instigated the first conflict to the complete victory, a mere 13 days had elapsed. The first 6 days were spent in mutual probing and concealment, followed by 4 days of full-scale war. Then, 1 day was required to retrieve the summoning technique from the heavenly realm, 1 day to learn the summoning, and 1 day for the climactic battle. The war ended too swiftly, leaving the land of lightning and the land of earth utterly incredulous. In contrast to the captured Tsuchikage, wreckage, and tailed beasts, the Sand Ninja village, which had been directly invaded, felt all the more fortunate. While the losses among ninjas were considerable, at least the Tsuchikage and Jinchuriki remained. In the Hokage's office, gazing at the 3 reports in his hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly astonished that the summoning technique obtained from the heavenly realm possessed such might, comparable to tailed beasts. Not only was its power akin to that of tailed beasts, but the sheer number was also substantial. Under such circumstances, it was imperative to carefully consider the true intentions of the heavenly realm. Such power could be so readily bestowed. Was it due to benevolence or altruism? Was it driven by lofty ideals and ambitions, akin to Senju Hashirama? There could be only one Senju Hashirama. Or was there a hidden agenda? These so-called foreign entities, the summoned beasts, lacked wisdom. The summoner could command them through the link provided by the summoning technique. Thus, could the heavenly realm, as their source, bypass the summoning technique to exert direct command, and with even greater authority. For the time being, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not dwell too deeply on these thoughts, and could only relay his considerations to the Nara clan. The Hokage's dedicated think tank, urging them to ponder the matter continually. As the Hokage, he was poised to embrace the second significant victory of his tenure, truly remarkable. During his term, he had triumphed in 2 great ninja world wars. Especially in this 4th battle, they even directly captured the Tsuchikage and wreckage, along with the 2-tailed and 8-tailed beasts, 2 Kages, 3-tailed beasts, and their Jinchuriki. This is an unprecedented victory. Next comes the negotiations. The Kages can be returned, but the tailed beasts must remain. Iwagakure and Kyomogakure each possess 2 beasts, so at least one must be retained from each village to fill the void left by the loss of the 9 tails. On the other side of the battlefield, while clearing the area, Jiraiya kept his gaze fixed on the vines entwined around the 2-tailed and 8-tailed beasts. He had a premonition that this phenomenon was somehow related to the prophecy of the great sage. The forest, the vines, upon seeing them, Jiraiya recalled that when summoning these otherworldly beings, the first passage that appeared led into a forest. Initially, everyone's attention was captivated by the novelty of these exotic summoned beasts. Neglecting the scenery behind them, acting on instinct, Jiraiya promptly employed the summoning technique at the camp, opening the passage and scrutinizing it closely. Behind it lay a vibrant, kaleidoscopic forest. To observe more meticulously, he even deliberately blocked the passage to prevent the otherworldly beings from emerging, allowing him to memorize every single detail of the forest. As a prominent writer in the ninja world, his artistic skills were also commendable. All the spoils were transported back to the village. Upon returning to Konohagakure, Jiraiya immediately requested leave from the 3rd Hokage. He also warned the 3rd that the vines on the 2-tailed and 8-tailed beasts were suspicious, and advised against any action until he returned from meeting the great sage. "Are you still searching for the child of prophecy?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, as Jiraiya had not kept many of his plans secret from him. "This time is different. This is a new prophecy." With that, Jiraiya exited the Hokage's office. That he then took the specially captured photographs and used reverse summoning to enter Myoboka Mountain, hoping to meet with the great sage. However, once the sage fell asleep, it was exceedingly difficult to awaken him, especially since only a few days had passed since he had last awakened to deliver a prophecy. Jiraiya was compelled to leave the photographs behind for Shima to keep an eye on the sage and to present the images to him as soon as he awoke. If it turned out to be the case, immediate contact was essential. The end of the war was shrouded in mystery, leaving both Kurizetsu and Obito utterly bewildered. "Kuro, your intelligence has become increasingly unreliable," Obito remarked disdainfully to Kurizetsu, reflecting on the recent disappearance of the Nine Tails and the sudden emergence of peculiar summoned beasts. "I have gathered information this time. The summoning technique for these strange beasts originates from the heavenly realm. It is from the newly emerged power in Feijian Mountain, which we had previously decided to temporarily abandon investigating. Moreover, I have obtained the summoning technique's formula. Do you want it?" Kurizetsu replied smugly. "How did you acquire it?" Obito inquired. "Konohagakure dispatched individuals with the scrolls of the technique to 3 different battlefields to teach all the ninja. We have to thank your teacher for his unwavering support. Without him, this summoning technique might have remained a forbidden art exclusive to the upper echelons of Konohagakure. However, there is also a copy of the summoning scroll brought from the heavenly realm at the land of Fire S Daimyo, specifically given to the 12 guardian ninja and trained by the daimyo's household ninjas," Kurizetsu explained. "Show it to me," Obito demanded. Kurizetsu promptly produced a scroll and handed it to Obito. Upon opening the scroll, he merely cast a fleeting glance before beginning to weave hand seals. As he formed the seals, chakra surged from his body, creating intricate patterns of symbols. Subsequently, a passage opened, revealing a standard low-level otherworldly being standing on the other side. Under the effect of the summoning technique, it approached. Once the otherworldly being crossed the passage, it closed behind it. "What a peculiar summoning technique. It allows direct viewing of the summoning realm," Obito exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you wish to enter and take a look? It could be quite perilous," Kurizetsu cautioned, summoning several white zetsus, then instructing Obito to summon another beast, opening the passage for the white zetsus to enter the Hades realm. Due to the limited chakra control, both otherworldly beings summoned were the most basic low-level types, and once the white zetsus entered the Hades realm, the passage closed, severing all contact. When attempting to reopen the passage, no results were obtained, and the position of the new opening was no longer the same location. Nonetheless, during this attempt, Kurizetsu instructed the white zetsus to gather several fruits, collect some vines, and pluck a few leaves before exiting through the passage. Ultimately, Obito returned to the base with 3 low-level otherworldly beings, along with the harvested fruits, vines, and leaves. The liberated white zetsus in the Hades realm were lively by nature and enjoyed exploring. Upon obtaining the fruits from the Hades realm and sensing their immense power, one white zetsu prepared to consume a fruit. The others did not attempt to stop it. Instead, they curiously surrounded it, eager to witness the event. After consuming the fruit, the white zetsu transformed into a low-level otherworldly being. These entities were originally artificial creations. Despite possessing some intelligence, their capabilities were limited to basic information processing. Such degradation of intelligence was an unavoidable consequence. However, it must be said that once transformed into otherworldly beings, their strength surpassed that of the white zetsus by several folds. Upon sensing the change in power, the remaining white zetsus also began to harvest and consume the fruits, one by one transforming into low-level otherworldly beings. In the ninja world, this battle did not only captivate the engaged parties, but also drew the attention of the surrounding nations and those merely observing. Initially, when news spread that Konohagakure had lost the Nine Tails, everyone assumed that the other major villages would unite their tailed beasts to launch a concerted attack on Konohagakure. However, they were taken aback by how swiftly the war concluded. The Fourth Great Ninja War lasted merely 13 days, yet its repercussions were far greater than those of previous conflicts. This marked the first instance, apart from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, where a single village was able to contend against the entire ninja world, capturing the Kage and Jinchuriki of other villages. Although the assertion of a single village's strength may have been somewhat exaggerated, the summoning technique and beasts also represented the village's power. Concurrently, the Akatsuki organization remained vigilant regarding the evolving situation. Among them, Orochimaru, Nagato, and Konan were particularly invested in the outcome of this war. Orochimaru had defected from Konohagakure only a few years prior, still harboring some lingering sentiments for the village. Meanwhile, Nagato and Konan were concerned for Jiraiya. Though their paths to their ideals diverged, they still acknowledged Jiraiya as their teacher. Naturally, they hoped for his safe return. They also noted the formidable weapon that had enabled Konohagakure to turn defeat into victory. The unique summoned beasts capable of being called upon by an entire village's ninja. Powerful and numerous. This was entirely unprecedented in the context of summoning beasts. However, since such entities existed, they needed to be thoroughly researched. Additionally, the animal path, one of the 6 paths, required these powerful summoned beasts for its fulfillment. They too had acquired the summoning technique and returned to their respective homes to conduct research. Orochimaru aimed to study all summoned beasts in the summoning realm. Nagato needed the corpses of the summoned beasts to create the animal path's summoned beasts. Sasori required the robust physiques of these summoned beasts to craft human puppets. In order to negotiate the release of the Kage-tailed beasts and the ninja from their villages, Humogakure, the land of lightning, Iwagakure, and the land of earth all proactively dispatched negotiation teams. Meanwhile, Sunagakure of the land of wind, under the threat posed by Konohagakure and the land of fire, was compelled to participate in the negotiations as well. Although they were not required to pay a ransom, they still owed compensation. After all, Sunagakure had been the aggressor and was also the defeated party. As the victors, both the land of fire and Konohagakure rejoiced. However, the Uchiha clan remained the targeted group. News of the powerful summoned beasts they had summoned departing together had somehow been leaked, leading the inhabitants of all villages to believe that the Uchiha clan was lacking in virtue and incapable of retaining such formidable summoned beasts. Under the influence of the external gossip, within the Uchiha clan, numerous members were engaged in a new summoning endeavor, vowing to summon only intelligent otherworldly beings and refusing to cease their efforts. Meanwhile, the higher-level non-intelligent otherworldly beings and demonic entities were discarded without hesitation. They had no interest in those lacking intelligence. Uchiha Shursui, accompanied by Brook, began to gather these unwanted otherworldly beings as he discovered that Brook was capable of commanding these neglected entities. More fluid and convenient than human command. Within a mere few days, Uchiha Shursui managed to gather hundreds of otherworldly beings. The sheer quantity speaks volumes about the fervor of the Uchiha clan. Of course, outside the Uchiha clan, there are also ninjas who have summoned otherworldly beings. Even some children have managed to summon these rudimentary entities, directing them to engage in combat with one another. This is far more entertaining than participating in battle themselves. The only regret is that their chakra reserves are insufficient, leading to the summoning of